All vampires in the world are aware that the most perilous among the bloodline is neither the terrifyingly gifted count of vampires nor the royal-blooded vampire princess, but rather myself, who idles by her side. Though I appear to squander my days sipping tea and watching performances, I am, in truth, the most formidable vampire among my kin. While other vampires can only operate under the cloak of night, I possess the extraordinary ability to traverse the daylight freely, absorbing sunlight for my own gain. Whereas it takes other vampires a decade to acquire a single talent, I'm able to attain one in merely 10 days. Indeed, I stand as a paragon among vampires. Originally, I was merely an ordinary high school student, but I was struck by a debilitating illness and condemned to a fate of gradual decline. In a desperate bid to survive, I was compelled to liquidate my father's factory and procure third-generation vampire blood on the black market. Upon injecting the blood into my veins, I felt my consciousness wane, followed by a gradual cessation of my heartbeat. Upon awakening, I quickly pressed my hand to my chest. After a minute, a smile graced my face. My heart had ceased to beat. This signified the successful transformation into a vampire. Centuries ago, a mysterious fruit descended upon the world, granting unparalleled extraordinary powers to any being that consumed it. The progenitor of the vampire race transformed humans into vampires through the ingestion of this forbidden substance. Newly transformed vampires are bestowed with an initial talent, and a vampire's heart beats only once a year. 10 beats yield a minor talent, while 100 beats grant a major talent, provided that sustenance is abundant. Even a heartbeat can occur once every 6 months. I reminisce about the data I have gathered, meticulously sensing the changes within my body. To my astonishment, I realize that the affliction of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis has been eradicated. Almost instantly, a wave of hunger envelopes me, prompting me to rise and instinctively illuminate the room. However, I find myself frozen in place, astonished to discover that my body is absorbing the very light itself. How could this be? Could it be that my first gift is time manipulation? I gaze upwards at the incandescent bulb, its radiant countenance flickering with an ethereal glow, and a sense of euphoria gradually washes over me. I hasten to the window and abruptly draw back the curtains, allowing the morning sun to pour in, bathed in its golden embrace. The hunger that had consumed me swiftly dissipates, revealing that I have become an anomaly among Vampiresa light collector. The following day, I recline on the balcony, reveling in the sunlight as I dial my homeroom teacher's number. Previously, I had taken a leave of absence under the pretext of inheriting a factory, fully prepared to abandon my studies. Yet, upon discovering the formidable nature of my newfound abilities as a light collector, I come to realize that my status as a student serves as an excellent FOD. After all, I am an illegally transformed vampire, and should the Blood Clan uncover my existence, I would face relentless pursuit. After elucidating my situation, my teacher, I set my phone down, only to suddenly feel my heart pulse once. I instinctively pressed my hand against my chest, my eyes wide with disbelief. Was it not said that my heart would only beat once a year? Yet, after merely basking in the sun for half a day, it has throbbed once. I draw in a sharp breath. It seems that the light collector's power surpasses my expectations. If I were to experience a heartbeat once or twice a day, I could potentially acquire a minor gift within 5 to 10 days, and assuredly a significant gift within 100 days. Although the 10 clans of vampires have existed for centuries, I am confident that if I diligently cultivate my abilities for a mere decade, I will surpass even the progenitor of the bloodline in strength. With this realization, I resolved to adopt a more modest approach to my development. That on Monday morning, I arrived at the classroom, where my desk mate, Zhang Shou, appeared quite exhilarated yet lethargic. "Didn't you drop out?" he exclaimed. "You seem to have improved your physique. Have you been secretly training behind my back?" With that matter settled, I returned to my studies. I then gestured toward the figure diagonally across the room, diverting the conversation. "What's happening over there?" Across from Silver City No. 3 High School lies the Superpower Academy, where it appeared that security had been heightened. Several men in suits were patrolling the vicinity. "Those bodyguards," Zhang Shou remarked casually. "I heard that the vampire princess was attacked not long ago." Upon hearing this, I glanced at the Superpower Academy, a flicker of intrigue stirring within me. Could it be that the blood I had injected was drawn from one of them? There are 6 vampire students at the Superpower Academy, the most prominent among them being the vampire princess, Nora, our EX, as a second-generation vampire. She is a hybrid born of a human. Due to her father's high status within the vampire community, she is referred to as the vampire princess in Silver City. By the way, old Zhang, what is the vampire princess innate ability? I inquired as we walked. Zhang Shou pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I've forgotten. I think I heard something from the class. It's quite unique that a girl walking ahead turned back to inform us. I know the vampire princess talent. She is a daywalker. That's why she's the subject of controversy among the vampires. She is the only one who can walk in the sunlight. Upon hearing this, my heart swelled with an undeniable certainty that the blood I had injected originated from Nora. However, this revelation cast doubt upon the adequacy of my guise as a student. In the depths of a villa in Silver City, a dozen men were bound and blindfolded. Though lacking in capability, their bravado was unyielding, as they boasted their ability to procure anything. Yet I wondered if they could still bargain for their own lives. A slender, long-haired youth clad in a tailcoat spoke, his words laced with the growing intensity of murderous intent. Were it not for the necessity of extracting information regarding Nora's blood, he would have already dismembered these men and fed them to the dogs. As Nora's guardian in Silver City, he bore immense responsibility for this incident. Nora possessed the rare gift of a daywalker. During daylight hours, Rocky could only deploy human bodyguards for her protection. When Nora was attacked while shopping, he found himself powerless to intervene. Following the incident, he swiftly mobilized the vampire factions of Silver City, ultimately apprehending this group before they could flee. To his astonishment, he discovered that they were all mere mortals. Whom did you sell the blood you stole? Rocky inquired, stepping closer to one of the youths, patting his face lightly. This young man was the leader of the group, and, with an air of composure, he replied, I was wearing a mask at the time. In our line of work, there are rules. Inquiring about a client's background would violate these rules. That's all I know. With a cold laugh, Rocky suddenly thrust his hand into the side of a nearby man, who immediately convulsed and screamed in agony. Since you have your rules, I too have mine. Let us see whose rules hold more weight. In the depths of the basement, anguished screams occasionally echoed, only to be followed by an unsettling silence. Luo Qi ascended from the shadows below and addressed Tang Bo with a calm demeanor. You should send someone to investigate and apprehend the thief who took Miss Moore's blood. The individual's age should be comparable to that of the young lady, and they likely possess some assets. Recently, they may have withdrawn over 25 million. I will unearth this scoundrel, declared the assistant beside her, bowing his head. However, he was abruptly interrupted by Luo Qi. Return and instruct Miss Nora to take matters into her own hands. The Duke has ordered that it is time for her to gradually awaken. At Silver City No. 3 High School, I sat by the classroom window, basking in the sunlight while engrossed in a novel. During the day, I obediently soaked in the sun, while at night, I diligently practiced various combat techniques, experiencing a remarkable surge in strength. My one-armed punches exceeded a ton. Though I pondered the significance of this power among vampires today, I fortuitously counted 10 heartbeats, wondering what latent talent I might awaken. As I relished the warmth of the sun, anticipation grew within me. Suddenly, my heart raced violently, as if resonating with a thunderous roar from deep within. A peculiar force began to coalesce through my veins and soul. In that fleeting moment, I learned that my newfound gift was called silver blood. Vampires, in addition to their dread of sunlight, harbored a fear of silver. While silver may not be as lethal as sunlight, it possesses the ability to inhibit a vampire's regenerative capabilities. Upon returning home after school, I promptly retrieved the silver ring I had previously used for testing. It is said that when vampires come into contact with silver, their skin experiences a burning sensation. Yet as I grasped the silver ring in my hand, I felt no such discomfort. However, the primary function of the blood of silver is not merely to provide immunity against its own countering effects, but rather to enable me to dilute the silver and transform all the blood in my body into blood of silver. This transformation will further enhance my physical prowess. Simultaneously, I can harness the blood of silver to form elongated edges or fine threads to assail my adversaries. It is evident that this talent transcends mere minor abilities. It is far superior to many grand talents. I opened my mouth, and my sharp fangs gradually elongated. Placing the silver ring upon my fangs, I instinctively drew in a breath, akin to inhaling a mass of jelly. As the silver entered my body, it swiftly amalgamated with my blood. After a brief adjustment, my craving for silver intensified. However, acquiring a substantial quantity of silver has become exceedingly difficult, as my remaining funds are insufficient for even a modest purchase. This predicament primarily arises from the fact that the Blood Clan has been incessantly acquiring silver, inflating its price to surpass that of gold. I pondered deeply throughout the night, grappling with the dilemma of how to procure more silver, yet found myself utterly at a loss on the following morning. I basked in the sunlight on the balcony as usual when an unexpected foul odor reminiscent of a dead mouse wafted through the air. Rising from my reclining chair, I began to sniff around, detecting the stench which then vanished in an instant. It dawned on me that the flow of blood of silver through my nasal passages had heightened my sense of smell. Intent on controlling the blood of silver to flow toward my nose, I was indeed met with the reemergence of that unpleasant odor. Following the scent, I descended the stairs, knowing that a family of 3 resided below. Surely, they could not all have perished within their home. I grimaced against the stench, muttering to myself, as I am not one to meddle in the affairs of others. Soon, I relinquished further contemplation, realizing it was time to head to school. Just as I was about to descend further, as I encountered the daughter of the couple living downstairs, her backpack slung over her shoulder as she stepped out. A thought struck me. I instinctively concentrated the silver blood within me, channeling it to my nose, whereupon a foul odor emanated from her. Swiftly, I redirected the silver blood to my right eye, and the stench dissipated. Yet, through the enhanced vision of my right eye, I beheld an unsettling sight. Beneath her skin, it appeared as though countless red worms writhed, that a wave of claustrophobia washed over me, compelling me to hasten downstairs, striding purposefully toward the school. As I walked, my brow furrowed. Memories of the tragic incident in Rongqing from a year prior haunted me. All the teachers and students of a particular high school had unknowingly succumbed to a mysterious parasitic invasion. Consequently, the Silver City organization had mandated a comprehensive health check for the populace. Own ailment, akin to gradual paralysis, had been uncovered during the scrutiny. Little did I expect that the parasites from Rongqing had silently infiltrated Silver City. This was a grave predicament. I pondered whether I should report this. However, should I raise the alarm, a second round of health examinations would undoubtedly ensue, revealing my concealed identity as a wild vampire. What was I thinking? So lost in contemplation was I that the voice of Zhang Shou pierced through my reverie. I turned to him, relieved to see that he had not fallen prey to the parasites. "It's nothing, just a lack of sleep," I replied, as Zhang Shou yawned. "You weren't up all night perusing that forum, were you?" "What forum?" I asked, perplexed. Zhang Shou elaborated. "That forum you should check out when you have the time, especially the gene state section. There are individuals who meticulously document the patterns of a gene state and predict potential future occurrences. If one day the predicted location happens to be in our Silver City, that I am determined to strive for change. I harbor no interest in such forums. Currently, my concerns are predominantly centered around the issue of parasites. Upon my arrival at the school, I meticulously observed all the students. Nearly 30% of them are afflicted by parasitic infestations. The situation in Yinqing is even graver than that in Rongqing. Exposure is merely a matter of time. Once the parasites are revealed, it will only be a matter of time before one becomes embroiled in the consequences. Action is imperative. I returned to the classroom and commenced gathering information on parasites. The parasite in question is known as the Itai worm. Its transmission pathways remain ambiguous to this day. Should its host be human, the Itai worm acquires human intellect, rendering it exceedingly cunning and difficult to combat. This represents the ultimate form of the Itai worm, designated as the adult form. During the Melting City incident, several adult forms appeared, resulting in the sacrifice of numerous law enforcement officers and special police, before they were ultimately subdued. Even so, many individuals remain missing. These missing persons are likely to be adult Itai worms. After perusing various materials on the Itai worm, a sudden commotion erupted outside. "The bloodline princess has transferred to our school," Zhang Shou exclaimed excitedly as he entered. I furrowed my brow, stating that our school is merely an ordinary institution. What could she possibly learn here? The Supernatural Academy imparts knowledge pertaining to the extraordinary world, which is entirely distinct from that of a conventional school. Could it be that Norasha has come to expose herself? I pondered quietly. I cannot ascertain that. But indeed, she has arrived, and she is exceptionally beautiful. Undoubtedly the most stunning woman I have ever encountered, Zhang Shou remarked. With enthusiasm, I could see this moment. Chun Lin glanced around and softly remarked that the tale must begin with the assault on the little princess. You may find it hard to believe, but those who attacked her were entirely ordinary individuals. This news reached the little prince's school, leading to her social ostracism. Indeed, it sounds rather humiliating. Zhang Shou understood if he possessed extraordinary powers yet was bullied by a group of common folk, he would feel a profound sense of disgrace himself. The students of the Supernatural Academy held themselves in high esteem, and in their eyes, Nora's defeat by mere mortals was a disgrace to the entire realm of the extraordinary, naturally resulting in her isolation and even exclusion. The Blood Clan held considerable influence, yet they were not the sole power. There existed cultivators, dancers, and others who possessed the strength to stand against the Blood Clan. Ultimately, the consequence was Nora's transfer to another school at 2 p.m. The homeroom teacher, Old Chun, entered the classroom, followed by a girl with flowing golden hair and an ethereal presence who gracefully stepped inside. In that instant, time seemed to stand still, and every boy in the class instantly found a new object of affection. Even the girls were captivated by Nora's breathtaking beauty. As a being of extraordinary lineage, Nora's allure was unparalleled. From today onwards, classmate Nora will join us in our studies, Old Chun announced, clearing his throat. Nora is a fellow student in our class, he added, casting a subtle glance in my direction. With a staggering sum of 25 million at stake, combined with age, gender, and her bloodline, it was only a matter of time before they pinpointed me through external forces. Initially, the plan was for Tangbo to lead a team to capture me, followed by Nora executing the fatal blow. However, upon discovering my true identity, Nora's father had a change of heart. After all, I have only recently transformed into a vampire, and my age is comparable to Nora's, making me an excellent sharpening stone for her, that if Nora were to hunt personally, she would undoubtedly experience growth. Following our introductions, I was deceived by the seating arrangement alongside Nora. Her first ability is Daywalker, and her second is Blood Flame. Though she harbors a desire to incinerate me, she refrains from acting recklessly that in her estimation, I possess the same Daywalker ability, likely endowing me with a high resistance to light and fire, making it uncertain whether she could eliminate me instantly. Thus, she has prepared a secret weapon, a silver dagger. Her plan is to mingle with the surrounding students, lowering my guard. When I finally relax, she intends to strike with lightning speed, plunging the dagger into my heart for a fatal blow. As the school bell echoed, I quietly exited the classroom and stood at the railing of the corridor. That foul odor flashed by once more, and my previously relaxed demeanor swiftly turned heavy. I inhaled deeply and made a decision. Although I have forsaken my humanity, I must not abandon my sense of ethics. Worst, I would expose my identity and retreat into the depths of the mountains, awaiting the moment I become invincible to return to human society. Thus, I dialed the number of the Public Security Bureau to report an urgent situation. The anomalous insect have invaded Silver City, and many individuals have already fallen. Victim to these parasites, oh my dismay, I inadvertently revealed myself. Suddenly, the voice on the other end of the line shifted from that of a woman to a man. My eyes widened in shock, and my mouth fell open, rendered speechless by the unexpected exposure. Let us engage in a game. Thank you for your call. Do not perish, my friend. The other party seems utterly indifferent to exposure. Once the call ended, I clenched my teeth, and the mobile phone in my hand was instantly crushed. Could it be that the aberrant insects have infiltrated the Bureau of Public Security? Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the distant chemical plant, shattering the school's windows in an instant. Students emitted screams of sheer terror. At that moment, classmates parasitized by the aberrant insects stood up from their seats with blank expressions. It appeared they had received a unified command, growing 6 3-meter-long red tentacles from their backs. Classmates, just recovering from their fright, stared wide-eyed as one tentacle lunged forward in an instant, Zhang Shou had yet to react, before his neck was ensnared. In the next second, a flash of silver light sliced through the tentacle on the spot. I concentrated the scant silver blood at my fingertips and ducked behind me. I charged into the classroom, severing the tentacle that ensnared Chunling's neck. I pulled him behind me, urging Zhang Shou, "Do not stray too far from me." I cut through several approaching tentacles, then seized a chair with one hand. Acting as a warrior against the advancing aberrant insect, that I knocked it to the ground, stomping heavily on its head. Then, wielding the chair, I swiftly swung it about, and wherever I passed, the aberrant insects were toppled. Could it be that the salted fish has tasted forbidden fruit? Witnessing this scene, Zhang Shou was rendered speechless, while Chunling's eyes sparkled with admiration. "How come I never noticed you were this dashing before? Stop dawdling and save the others." I shot a glance at the two with irritation. As some students fell to the ground, struck down by the aberrant insects present, it remains uncertain whether one is alive or dead. The most infuriating aspect is that Nora, a dignified vampire, finds herself ensnared by a grotesque creature, dangling helplessly in midair. Her long legs, which even her school uniform fails to conceal, flail about in a chaotic manner. I begin to suspect that Nora has transferred here specifically to confront me, but upon witnessing her woeful performance, all my apprehensions dissipate. At this rate, even an ordinary person could easily handle her predicament that in desperation, Zhang Shou uses a chair to fend off a tentacle, only for it to be snatched away in an instant. I glance back, my brow furrowing in concern, as it becomes evident that the students from the other classrooms have been entirely overwhelmed. More grotesque creatures are advancing from the other classes. With doors at both ends of the classroom, it is impossible to hold our ground. We prepare to retreat to the rooftop. I hurl the chair aside and shout, then leap over two desks to deliver a decisive blow to the creature constricting Nora. Afterward, I scoop up the fallen Nora and charge towards the exit, with the remaining students following closely behind, creating a cacophony of chaos as we ascend to the rooftop. I gently set Nora down and push her towards Chunlin before turning to secure the rooftop door. Leaning against the door, I bask in the sunlight to regain my strength, while the other students, panting heavily, are drenched in sweat. After a brief respite, Zhang Shou can no longer contain his curiosity and inquires about the situation. What on earth is happening? How could there be so many grotesque creatures in our school? Surely the creatures from Rongqing couldn't have found their way here. A student exclaims in terror. Chunlin retorts, exasperated, "Isn't the situation obvious? These are grotesque creatures, but what are their intentions?" I let out a sigh, shaking my head in response. I do not know. However, this place is far from safe. Once the aberrant insect seize control of the entire school, they will undoubtedly launch a full-scale assault on a rooftop. I cannot hold the fort alone. Please take a look around to see if there is anything we can utilize. Perhaps we can dismantle the iron lock and bind the door with it. Zhang Shou promptly remarked that it was now 4:30 in the afternoon, with 2.5 hours remaining until dusk. If we can endure until then, my guardian, Luo Qi, will surely arrive, and we shall be safe at this moment. Nora spoke up weakly, feeling utterly useless. Though he had come to assassinate me, he now found himself in need of my protection. His silence was not due to shyness, but rather from a shame of facing others. Possessing considerable strength and armed with the blood swallow as his trump card, he appeared as helpless as a foolish goose when faced with an attack. Time is of the essence. By the time your guardian arrives, we may very well have been completely devoured by the aberrant insects. I am acutely aware that I have already revealed my identity before Nora. Once the opposing guardian arrives, my situation will become precarious. If the aberrant insects concentrate their forces for a strong assault, I'm confident I could leap from the building and make my escape. However, the others are likely to meet grim fates. Old Zhang, you and a few of the male classmates should come over and brace the door. I will attempt to procure a weapon. As long as the barbed wire is tightly coiled, it may serve as a makeshift weapon. I have a weapon here, Nora exclaimed eagerly as she spoke. She revealed a bracelet on her wrist, and in the next instant, a crimson handgun materialized from thin air. Spatial equipment? All of her classmates gazed at Nora in astonishment. While there had been discussions about spatial equipment online, this was the first time everyone present had encountered a tangible object. What other weapons do you possess? Yuxian inquired as he took the handgun to aim at a distant target, only to return it to Nora, casually asking, with only a few dozen bullets. And having never handled a gun before, he doubted he could even kill a single aberrant insect before exhausting the ammunition. After a moment of contemplation, Nora produced a half-meter-long dagger and remarked, "This is a silver knife. Although it is not particularly sharp, it is highly effective against vampires, so please handle it with care." A silver knife? Yuxian accepted the dagger, a smirk playing on his lips. Nora's face flushed as she lowered her gaze, realizing Yuxian had undoubtedly deduced her intentions. "Thank you, this knife is quite timely." Yuxian offered no further comments, acknowledging that the dagger had indeed arrived at an opportune moment. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, he compressed the dagger into a silver sphere the size of a shot put, bit into it, and chuckled, "Just what I needed. I'm feeling a bit hungry." Nora looked up at Yuxian, as if witnessing some unimaginable creature, fearless of the sun and treating silver as sustenance. Could this truly be a vampire? Had Rocky and the others made a grave error? This was simply too absurd. After absorbing all the silver, Yuxian felt a warm sensation enveloping his entire being, with his senses significantly heightened. He could perceive even the slightest rustle within a radius of several hundred meters with utmost clarity. Taking a deep breath, his body swiftly transformed into a shade of black. "Yuxian?" Zhang Shou exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing this transformation. "Fear not. I am in a state of unprecedented well-being," Yuxian reassured, his voice calm. To others, he appeared as a void of darkness, a result of enhancing his ability to absorb light through the essence of silver blood. Previously, although he could absorb light, it was not done perfectly, allowing some light to reflect off him, making him visible to others. Now, however, with the augmentation from the silver blood, his capacity to absorb light had reached perfection, resulting in no light being reflected at all. It is well known that when an object reflects no light, it emits no detectable photons to the human eye, thus rendering it a so-called perfect black object. In this state, Yuxian epitomized such an existence. By day, he could still be seen, but come nightfall, it is likely that no one would be able to perceive him standing in the shadows. Furthermore, in this condition, his recovery rate from physical exertion was remarkably swift. Even injuries would mend in the blink of an eye, for the nourishment available was abundantly plentiful. "I shall descend to deal with those anomalous insects. You all remain here and do not move." Yuxian smiled faintly at the group, then turned to depart. After Yuxian descended the stairs, Chen-Ling curiously remarked, "Yuxian must have indulged in forbidden fruit. What do you suppose his abilities are?" Yuxian, however, likely did not consume the forbidden fruit to become an extraordinary being. Commencing as an eagle-level entity, he could resolve the anomalous insects plaguing the school without such convoluted means. Nora could not help but interject. Since the emergence of the forbidden fruit, numerous fortunate individuals have acquired a myriad of capabilities through it. Various systems possess their own distinct hierarchies and classifications, leading to considerable confusion regarding strength in realms. Ultimately, the most formidable extraordinary beings convened and established a unified classification system: insect, ant, bee, sparrow, snake, eagle, wolf, tiger, dragon, and god. The insect level is the lowest, while the god level is the highest. Although the weakest insect possesses the capacity to easily overpower an ordinary person, as one notable figure remarked, do not presume that a mere ability grants you the freedom to act recklessly. The insect level serves as a reminder to those newly endowed with extraordinary powers. In the eyes of the stronger, you remain merely a pest. What level would a salty fish be? Zhang Shou inquired, gazing at Nora with curiosity. After pondering, Nora speculated. Perhaps it falls between the upper insect level and the lower ant level. Do you think he could possibly be a vampire? A vampire? Ha ha ha, that's absurd. Who fears the light, yet craves silver? It's impossible for him to be a vampire. The group erupted in laughter at this notion. Although Nora wished to counter their claims, she found herself lacking the arguments to do so. But what of the fear of silver? Could it be that Yuxian possesses the talent of a silver eater? However, let us not forget that if Yuxian truly transformed into a vampire through her own blood, it has only been a few days, making it improbable for her to possess a second talent. Additionally, Yuxian has the ability to envelop herself in darkness. That makes 3 distinct abilities. Indeed, upon reflection, it seems unlikely that she is a vampire. The more Nora contemplated, the more she felt that Roach and his team had erred in their investigation. Although Yuxian had indeed expended considerable funds, it is possible that she allocated them elsewhere, perhaps purchasing silver as sustenance? Given that silver has skyrocketed in price, comparable to gold, her lavish spending could be justified. Nora resolved to have a serious discussion with Roach and his team. They must not wrongfully accuse Yuxian. Downstairs, Yuxian strode along the corridor of the 6th floor, her fingers dancing as if playing the piano, swiftly dismembering 3 aberrant insects. Although her blood had not fully transformed into silver blood, at least 40% of it was already of that kind. With a sufficient quantity of silver blood, she could unleash razor-sharp silver threads. These threads were not pure silver, but rather a unique metal forged from the amalgamation of her blood and silver, possessing both flexibility and sharpness, along with resilience. Most importantly, the silver threads could move according to her will, easily slicing through classroom walls or steel, akin to cutting through tofu. At that moment, an increasing number of aberrant insects emerged from various classrooms, yet before they could approach, Yuxian swiftly dispatched them with her silver threads. A parasitic aberration, having just emerged from its host teacher, beheld the scene before it with a glimmer of terror in its eyes. It then bellowed, "Everyone, come forth. We have enemies, attack." In response, aberrations from several nearby classrooms surged forth, their voices raised in a battle cry as they charged towards Yuxian. With a mere flick of his mind, a silvery thread shot forth from his fingertips, cleaving through the advancing aberrations with precision, rendering them into 2 halves as they fell to the ground. Yuxian turned his gaze towards the end of the corridor, only to find that the language teacher, who had just shouted moments ago, had vanished without a trace. Indeed, the aberrations that had infested the teachers proved to be far more cunning than those that had taken root in the students. At that moment, the distant sound of cannon fire echoed through the air, indicating that the Silver City authorities had not been entirely vanquished and were finally mounting a counterattack. In the Silver City, at the Tsongshan Psychiatric Hospital, a multitude of aberrant insects ravenously feasted upon the medical staff. The director, Chun Song, cowered within a cabinet in his office, scarcely daring to draw breath. He had not anticipated the sheer number of patients who had fallen victim to these parasitic creatures. The insects that infested the mentally ill exhibited a far more ferocious nature than those that preyed upon the sane, displaying an alarming insensitivity to pain and a heightened agility that surpassed their ordinary counterparts. The armed security personnel within the hospital managed to discharge a single shot before they were swiftly annihilated. Now, all he could do was hope for a prompt rescue from the authorities. Suddenly, the office door was forcefully flung open, and a gaunt man clad in a patient gown entered with an air of nonchalance. "Director? Director? Where are you?" "It's Zhou Tai," he called out softly, scanning the office. He approached the cabinet, rapped on its door, and murmured to himself, "Are you there? Not there. Are you there? Not there." After a brief moment, a hint of disappointment crossed his face as he muttered, "It seems the director is truly absent. I had a significant secret to share with him." With that, he turned to leave, while Chun Song's eyes widened in alarm, and he exhaled softly. Zhou Tai? He was the most dangerous patient in the hospital. Suffering from dissociative identity disorder, the issue lay in the fact that, apart from his primary personality, all his alternate identities were dreadfully terrifying, each one a murderer, a skinning artist, a finger collector, or a cannibalistic deviant. This individual had been confined to the hospital, restricted by restraints for nearly 24 hours a day. Chun Song could scarcely fathom how Zhou Tai managed to extricate himself from the restraints, all while evading the onslaught of the aberrant insect. Thus, regardless of whether Zhou Tai was human or an aberrant creature, he had no desire to engage with him. However, fate had other plans. Just as he presumed Zhou Tai had departed, the cabinet door was flung open with great force, revealing Zhou Tai, who beamed at Chun Song and exclaimed, "I found you, my esteemed dean." He then seized Chun Song and pulled him into the office chair, taking a seat across from him. "What do you intend to do? You had better not act recklessly, or else. Chun Song stammered in alarm. Zhou Tai interrupted with a chuckle. "Or else what? Are you going to confine me again? Ha ha. From this moment forth, no one can contain me." Suddenly, his demeanor shifted, a flicker of vulnerability replacing his earlier exuberance. "Dean, am I unwell? Please, check my pulse." As he spoke, he placed his hand upon the table, gazing at Chun Song with anticipation. Chun Song refrained from making any hasty movements, while Zhou Tai appeared unconcerned, muttering to himself, "Dean, isn't this world astonishing? A parasite seeks to inhabit me, and I am filled with trepidation, yet it chose the most ineffectual leader." After usurping the leader's role, It finds itself instead parasitized by us. The sensation. It is truly magnificent. Its body is so powerful. Are you suggesting that the true Zhou Tai has been supplanted by the consciousness of the aberrant insect? While your personalities have inadvertently become parasitic within that consciousness, even managing to suppress it. Qin Song widened his eyes in astonishment and inquired. Zhou Tai nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Indeed." As expected of the dean, a mere sentence has clarified the situation. "So, do you consider yourself human or an aberrant insect?" Qin Song asked, cold sweat beading on his forehead, unable to restrain his curiosity. A gradual smile spread across Zhou Tai's face as tendrils emerged from his features, his eyes, aided by these appendages, nearly closing in on Qin Song. One of the tendrils split open and declared, "I am undoubtedly human." As Qin Song gazed upon the horrifying scene, his pupils quivered violently, and he was so utterly terrified that he succumbed to death. "How dull," Zhou Tai remarked, slowly retracting his tendrils and regarding the lifeless Qin Song with a disdainful grimace. Suddenly struck by a whimsical thought, he chuckled, "There's still time. Why not seek out that charming young man for some amusement?" As he spoke, his expression shifted continuously, eventually revealing a glimmer of greed as he looked upon Qin Song's corpse, indicating that this body had once again undergone a personality transformation. Had Qin Song still been alive to witness this, he would have surely surmised that the aberrant insects possessed a capacity akin to an awareness network, with Zhou Tai's personality acting like a virus. Having infected all aberrant insects through this consciousness network, his myriad personalities could seize any aberrant insect's body at will, even lurking within the network to issue commands to all aberrant insects. At Silver City No. 3 High School, Yuxian carried a student with a broken leg back to the rooftop. He carefully laid down the injured student and spoke, "Old Zhang, you boys come and help. I've dealt with the aberrant insects on the 6th floor, and several classmates are in need of our assistance." "All right." Zhang Shou nodded in agreement. Subsequently, a few other boys gritted their teeth and resolved to descend to offer aid. Shenling interjected, "I will go as well. It suffices to leave 2 classmates here to tend to the injured. Then I shall join too." Nora felt compelled to contribute. Yuxian did not decline, acknowledging that the greater the number of helping hands, the more effective their efforts would be, given the considerable number of wounded students. However, as they reached the 6th floor and entered the classroom of the 3rd year class 6, they could not help but turn and rush to the corridor to vomit. The scene within the classroom was harrowing. Some students had been devoured by the aberrant insects, leaving behind mere halves of their bodies, while others were left with only fragments of their faces, resembling a veritable hell on earth. Zhang Shou and his peers, as innocent yet naive high school students, had never before witnessed such a horrific spectacle. "Are they all right?" Nora inquired with a hint of concern as she glanced at Qinling and the others. Yuxian, surprisingly, shot a curious look at Nora and remarked with a smile, "I had anticipated they would react this way, yet it is you who has managed to hold it together." "I am a vampire. I lack the capacity to vomit," Nora retorted, casting Yuxian a sidelong glance. It was then that Yuxian comprehended why. Despite his own feelings of horror regarding the classroom scene, he experienced no physiological discomfort. After all, he was a vampire. At that moment, a mutated insect surged up the staircase from the 5th floor. With a swift flick of his finger, Yuxian released a silver thread that instantaneously severed the creature in 2. His confidence in allowing Zhang Shou and the others to descend for rescue stemmed from his unwavering assurance in safeguarding everyone. Silver blood. Nora's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the lifeless body of the mutant insect on the ground, her mind racing with disbelief. This was a remarkable talent her father had awakened at the age of 150, yet it manifested in Yuxian. Confounded, she gazed at him, her thoughts in disarray. In truth, her understanding of silver blood was limited. Her father had never demonstrated the act of consuming silver before her, and all she knew was that it conferred the ability to produce silvery threads. Had she made the connection earlier when witnessing Yuxian consume silver, perhaps her comprehension would have been clearer. After a brief interval, Zhang Shou and the others finally regained their composure. Yuxian led the way into the classroom, with Zhang Shou gritting his teeth and following closely behind, while the others trailed in succession. Meanwhile, Nora's heart raced. Yuxian swiftly located the first survivor, a girl who had lost her limbs, her face bearing the marks of a savage bite. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on everyone present as they gazed upon her. The term-wrenching tragedy had once felt like mere words. for characters that many could not fathom the depth of the horror encapsulated within. Yet now, witnessing the gruesome plight of a fellow classmate firsthand, they found that the word tragic scarcely sufficed to convey the sheer terror of the calamity they faced. After Zhang Shou and the others adapted, Yuxian did not remain on the 6th floor but prepared to descend and continue eliminating the abnormal insects. Had he not discovered that there were still surviving students in the classroom, some of whom urgently required hemostatic treatment, his original plan was to proceed downwards, exterminating all the abnormal insects within the educational building. Now, with Zhang Shou and his companions tending to the wounded students, his sole task was to swiftly eradicate the abnormal insects to save more classmates. "Wait, I want to go with you," Nora courageously declared at that moment. Yuxian turned to Nora, perceiving her as a golden, daft goose, and was about to refuse her when she added, "If you let me accompany you, I will give you 20 pounds of silver next time." "Deal." Yuxian agreed without hesitation. Given the current high value of silver, 20 pounds would suffice for a considerable duration. The two descended to the 5th floor, where Yuxian flicked his fingers, and silver threads instantaneously dispatched several abnormal insects that were gnawing on students in the corridor. Nora, not idle, quickly drew her pistol and aimed at a distant abnormal insect. With a resounding gunshot, the creature was obliterated on the spot. Yuxian was slightly taken aback, glancing at the weapon in Nora's hands, astonished by the immense power of its bullets. "I hit it! I hit it!" Nora exclaimed, gazing at the fallen insect, her excitement palpable. She then took aim at another abnormal insect that emerged in response to the noise, repeatedly pulling the trigger as one after another succumbed to the barrage of gunfire. In a classroom, there are approximately 25 to 30 students, yet only about 5 to 10 of them are afflicted by the aberrant insects. The 1st floor of the teaching building accommodates 4 classes, resulting in an estimated 30 to 40 aberrant insects per floor. Nora's pistol is equipped with a total of 15 rounds. After she deftly dispatches 15 aberrant insects, she finds herself in a flurry as she attempts to reload. The aberrant insects, naturally unwilling to grant her the opportunity to reload, surge forth from behind the classroom barricades, only to be swiftly dispatched by Yuxian's silver threads. Once they ascertain that all the aberrant insects on the 5th floor have been eliminated, the duo descends to the 4th floor. Once again, Nora is tasked with using her pistol to eliminate a portion of the aberrant insects, followed by a strategic reload to lure the insects into a full-scale assault, culminating in Yuxian's decisive counter against the advancing swarm. "Do you have sufficient ammunition?" Yuxian inquires as they descend to the 3rd floor. Nora nods affirmatively, responding, "I have prepared 100,000 rounds." Ever since the attack by the ordinary people, she has meticulously stockpiled both her pistol and ammunition, ensuring an ample supply. On the 3rd floor, the two operate in perfect synergy, slaying all the aberrant insects within a mere minute. After confirming that none have escaped, they proceed to the 2nd floor. "You are a vampire too?" Nora, trailing behind, casts a complex glance at Yuxian before quietly asking, walking ahead. Yuxian replies candidly, "Indeed, I am afflicted with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Without becoming a vampire, I would perish. I have heard that due to my circumstances, not only have you faced assaults from thugs, but also endured ostracism from your peers at school. For that, I sincerely apologize." He had already prepared himself mentally when he called the police, ready to flee the moment this catastrophe was resolved, never to return to human society. So that was it. Nora gazed at Yuxian, her expression intricate as she murmured softly. As they descended to the 2nd floor, Nora cast aside her distractions, gripping her pistol tightly as she fired continuously at the aberrant insects. Once her ammunition was depleted, she replaced the bullets while stealing glances at Yuxian. The remaining aberrant insects seized the opportunity to launch a collective assault. Yuxian waved his finger, and a silver thread cascaded down like waves, instantly slicing the aberrant insects into bizarre shapes. At that moment, the teacher who had fled burst forth from a classroom, leaping down the corridor and landing in the plaza below, still attempting to escape. Upon witnessing this, Yuxian pressed one hand against the railing and leapt from the 2nd floor to the plaza. Before he could act, a gunshot rang out, and the teacher, parasitized by the aberrant insects, exploded in the upper body, collapsing in response. From above, Nora held her gun aloft, and as Yuxian turned his head, she revealed a mischievous smile. A gust of wind swept by, causing her golden hair to dance in the breeze, momentarily dazzling Yuxian with the vivid scene. He retracted his earlier thoughts. This was not merely a golden-headed goose, but rather, a beautiful golden-headed goose. Suddenly, A look of terror flashed across Nora's eyes, her mouth opening as if to utter a warning. Be careful. Just as Nora's voice echoed, a shadow darted past in an instant. Yuxian reacted swiftly, already beginning to evade as Nora's eyes widened slightly. Yet he was still struck, losing an arm to the shadow. With a resounding thud, a rectangular sign plummeted heavily onto the steps of the academic building. Blood belonging to Yuxian trickled down from above the sign, flowing between the words "slow down ahead school" before finally dripping onto the ground. Yuxian clutched his wound, took a glance at the sign, and immediately turned away. Unbeknownst to him, a woman clad in professional attire was perched on the school wall. "Hello there, young man. I've come to play with you," she exclaimed. Her face contorted into a manic grin, yet her voice resonated with a masculine timbre. Yuxian's expression darkened, his eyes shimmering with a silvery light as he gritted his teeth. "You are the bastard on the other end of the line." "Indeed, I am that very bastard," the woman replied, leaping down from the wall with a cheerful demeanor. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhou Tai. I was once human, and now my identity is an aberrant insect." She slowly approached the corpse of a teacher who had been parasitized by the aberrant insect, squatting down to mutter to herself, "TSK, TSK, possessing such formidable strength, yet failing to utilize it. What a waste." Bang, bang, bang. From above, Nora seized the opportunity while Zhou Tai was momentarily vulnerable, firing 3 shots in quick succession. However, the expected explosions did not ensue. Instead, Zhou Tai held 3 bullets in his hand, rising with a grin. The speed of the bullets is rather slow. In truth, all aberrant insects possess the ability to evade them. Yet, having masqueraded as humans for so long, even when their consciousness awakens and they realize they are not human, they still adhere to certain human vices. Both their reflexes and speed remain constrained by their subconscious. Human beings possess an innate self-protection mechanism that automatically establishes a safety threshold when regulating muscle activity, thereby preventing excessive exertion that could lead to muscular and skeletal injuries. Many anomalous insects are similarly affected, rendering them capable of exerting only about 50% of their full potential. However, Zhou Tai's persona is distinct. He is inherently indifferent to his own physical well-being, embodying a self-destructive resolve to achieve his objectives. Thus, when his persona assumes control of this body, its strength is fully unleashed. "Here you go, miss," he declares as he flicks his wrist, sending 3 bullets hurtling towards Nora, who is positioned above. Boom. In midair, the bullets collide with the silver thread, resulting in an immediate explosion. Yuxian's body has transformed into an inky black, and with a swift gesture of his finger, the ascending silver thread swiftly cleaves towards Zhou Tai. In the narrative, the character Zhou Tai inhabits the body of a tall woman, approximately 1.70 meters in height. Under ordinary circumstances, even with the tendrils of the aberrant insect coursing through her form, as long as the exterior remains unblemished, the movements of the aberrant insect mirror that of a human. However, Zhou Tai is an anomaly. When faced with the slicing silver threads, her body contorts and evades with the agility of a deflating balloon, effortlessly dodging Yuxian's assault. Then, she raises her hand, and the skin on her arm erupts instantaneously, as a multitude of tendrils intertwine to form a formidable appendage. "Here comes the punch," Zhou Tai exclaims with mirth, leaping into the air to deliver a powerful blow toward Yuxian, who is grounded below. In a moment of peril, Yuxian swiftly leaps to the side and rolls away upon landing. It must be noted that the loss of an arm significantly affects his capabilities. Had his right arm remained, Zhou Tai's leap would have rendered him vulnerable to a deadly counterattack. With a thunderous crash, the ground quakes violently at the spot where Yuxian had just stood. Zhou Tai's punch creates a half-meter deep crater, a strike that could potentially bore a hole through a human body. Meanwhile, Yuxian, having completed his roll, swiftly kneels on the ground, his left hand sinking into the earth as he manipulates the silver threads to penetrate the surface and swiftly assault Zhou Tai. In an instant, a dense mass of silver threads erupts from the pit, weaving into an expansive net that ensnares Zhou Tai and contracts rapidly. In the face of imminent danger, Zhou Tai retains a smile upon her visage. His body burst apart, transforming into a myriad of repulsive tentacles that deftly emerged from one of the grids, even bringing along a piece of human skin. Those who have witnessed an octopus navigating through various crevices in the ocean might imagine how Zhou Tai made his exit. Subsequently, all the tentacles swiftly retracted into the human skin, instantly reshaping into the form of a youthful maiden. Such finesse, such swiftness. Yu Xian could clearly discern Zhou Tai's movements, and a surge of astonishment welled up within him. Although Zhou Tai's abilities did not exceed the limits of the aberrant insects, his control over their form was extraordinarily potent, a feat that most aberrant insects would likely be incapable of achieving. At that moment, Zhou Tai noticed Yu Xian's severed arm lying on the ground a few meters away. He cast a glance at Yu Xian, and then the torn arm sprouted numerous tentacles that directly retrieved the dismembered limb from the ground. As the tentacles penetrated into the arm, the aberrant insects possess a particularly grotesque ability, namely, the capacity to manipulate the flesh and nerves of other beings through their tentacles, thus exerting control over their bodies. This can be regarded as the fundamental ability of the aberrant insects. Otherwise, if they consumed the host's body entirely, the host's brain would suffer from oxygen deprivation and perish long ago. My dear, this arm of yours is quite splendid. Let us continue our play, Zhou Tai said with a smile, manipulating the tentacles to make the arm swing incessantly. No sooner had he spoken than he rapidly charged towards Yu Xian. How fast? Zhou Tai's speed surpassed that of other aberrant insects by a significant margin, at least 3 to 4 times the size of an ordinary aberrant insect. He ran in a manner that defied straight lines, making it impossible for Yu Xian to predict his trajectory. In desperation, Yu Xian could only retreat frantically, striving to create distance between himself and Zhou Tai. The two engaged in a relentless chase across the playground. Occasionally, Yu Xian would employ his silver threads to obstruct Zhou Tai, who evaded with the grace of a dancer, effortlessly sidestepping each assault. Simultaneously, Zhou Tai would wield Yu Xian's right hand, occasionally extending it abruptly to deliver a powerful punch toward Yu Xian. In truth, Yu Xian's attacks posed little threat to Zhou Tai. Although the silver threads were exceedingly sharp, capable of inflicting significant harm should they make contact with Zhou Tai's body, his remarkable agility allowed him to navigate through the assaults with ease. Several times, Yu Xian attempted to ensnare him with a net of silver threads. Yet Zhou Tai consistently slipped through the openings. Ironically, it was Yu Xian who came perilously close to being struck by Zhou Tai's fists. While he managed to evade the blows, his body bore numerous abrasions. However, as a vampire, these minor wounds healed in the blink of an eye, leaving no discernible scars. Suddenly, a gunshot reverberated through the air. Zhou Tai, who had been pursuing Yu Xian, instinctively leaned back to dodge as the bullet whizzed past his chest, ultimately striking the ground in the distance and causing an explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Xian pivoted and waved his left hand, sending a multitude of silver threads swirling violently in the air, slicing toward Zhou Tai from various angles. Confronted by this web of silver threads, Zhou Tai promptly resorted to his previous tactic, unleashing a flurry of tendrils from his form, selecting one of the gaps to make his escape. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Just as Zhou Tai emerged from the intricately woven silver net, he was struck by a bullet from Nora, causing numerous tendrils to shatter in the explosion. The remaining tendrils swiftly burrowed into the woman's form, writhing and retreating. Although Nora fired several more shots in pursuit, Zhou Tai's speed was remarkable, rendering her bullets ineffective. Wretched woman, I was merely playing with my dear boy. Your presence is utterly unnecessary. Zhou Tai executed a series of backflips, landing on a branch of a tree within the school grounds. He looked up at Nora, his wrinkled face contorted with resentment. In that moment, both Nora and Yu Xian remained silent, sharing an unexpected synergy, seizing the opportunity to strike while one is vulnerable. Bullets and silver threads intertwined, and in an instant, the tree where Zhou Tai stood was blasted apart, reduced to splinters by the onslaught of countless silver strands. However, at the very last moment before the attack struck, Zhou Tai leaped backward, finding refuge atop the school as perimeter wall. My dear boy, I shall return to play with you again. And as for you, vile creature, your demise is imminent. I will kill you, I swear. I will kill you. Zhou Tai first addressed Yu Xian with a charming smile, only to turn his gaze upon Nora, his expression transforming into one of frenzied fury. As his words hung in the air, the bullets and silver threads surged toward him once more, prompting him to perform another backflip, vanishing beyond the confines of the school. Zhou Tai's initial intention had been to eliminate Yu Xian or to ruin the body beyond repair. Yet, upon acquiring Yu Xian's arm, he sensed its extraordinary nature. Thus, in a bid to retrieve the arm, he resolved to retreat. Yu Xian and Nora did not immediately lower their guard upon Zhou Tai's departure. They stood in place for a while, ensuring that he had truly left before finally exhaling in relief. Exhausted both physically and mentally, Yuxian collapsed onto the ground. He had narrowly escaped death from Zhou Tai's punches several times, and now he was overwhelmed with trepidation. At that moment, Nora descended from the second floor, jogging toward him, only slowing her pace as she approached. When their eyes met, an unspoken understanding prompted both to break into smiles. It was terrifying. I've never encountered such a fearsome creature, Nora said, sitting beside Yuxian, still shaken by the experience. Yuxian nodded in agreement, replying, "Fortunately, we managed to drive it away." Suddenly, Nora pressed her gun against Yuxian's lower back, compelling him to raise his only hand in compliance. Within the Blood Clan, there are individuals far stronger than that monster, 10-fold, 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. My father's patience is limited. He has instructed me to kill you. If I do not act, he will dispatch someone even more formidable, and you will undoubtedly meet your demise, Nora stated, her gaze fixed on Yuxian. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Yuxian asked, "So you have decided to kill me first?" "Humph. I advise you to find a way to join the Qilin," Nora retorted, retracting her gun. Yuxian hastily inquired, "Qilin? You can't be serious about the existence of the mythical Qilin and that I should join its ranks, can you?" "Not at all. Qilin is the name of an official institution. I am not entirely certain about the specifics, but I heard 3 years ago about a vampire, much like yourself, who, upon joining Qilin, was no longer subjected to purification by the Blood Clan," Nora remarked. "Qilin, an official organization." Yuxian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This option appeared to be far more plausible than fleeing to the wilderness to live as a hermit. Is there anyone who wishes to be a ghost? If they can be human? Yuxian pondered. He had no true desire to become a hermit in the wilderness. It was merely a matter of circumstance. "Do you have a phone?" Yuxian inquired, curiosity piqued about the organization known as Qilin. Nora produced her phone and handed it to Yuxian, her brow furrowing with concern. "The password is 666. Do not peruse the photo gallery or the browsing history, or I shall have no choice but to eliminate you," she warned. "Rest assured, I seek only to gather information," Yuxian replied with a smile. After unlocking the device, he opened the browser and searched for Qilin. A plethora of legends emerged, including a fervent claim from an individual who asserted they had encountered a Qilin in the wild. You don't genuinely believe you can unearth information about Qilin online, do you?" Nora chuckled, unable to contain her amusement. Yuxian returned the phone to Nora, his demeanor unfazed. What harm could there be in searching? Why not give it a try? At that moment, Nora retrieved a packet of blood from her bracelet, biting through it with her sharp fangs. After a moment's thought, she produced another packet and extended it to Yuxian as if offering a snack. "No, thank you. Although I am a vampire, I do not partake in blood," Yuxian declined. Despite his vampiric nature, he preferred to sustain himself on light if possible. "Fear not. I am no traditionalist. This is synthetic blood. Just give it a try," Nora encouraged playfully, licking her fangs with a grin. The two playfully wrestled, and ultimately, Yuxian yielded to Nora's insistence, accepting the blood packet. Very well. In truth, he harbored a certain curiosity about the taste of blood as experienced by a vampire. With his sharp fangs, he punctured a blood pack, and in the next moment, he felt a surge of vitality being drawn into his body, causing every cell within him to radiate warmth. This sensation was exquisite, entirely distinct from the pleasure of basking in sunlight. Gradually, he became ensnared in this comforting warmth, his mind drifting into a blank void. When he finally regained his senses, he discovered that the entire school had been encircled by a multitude of soldiers. "What did you put in the blood?" Yuxian rose to his feet, glancing at the soldiers surrounding him, unable to restrain his curiosity and asking Nora beside him. After consuming the blood, he had lost consciousness. Had Nora or any of these soldiers chosen to act against him in that moment, he would have had no chance to resist. With a playful smile, Nora elucidated, "It is merely ordinary artificial plasma. However, I did not anticipate that you would become intoxicated by it, akin to the effects of alcohol after drinking blood." Yuxian was rendered speechless upon hearing this revelation. It seemed vampires could indeed become intoxicated. Fortunately, he had promptly recognized this vulnerability. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome if he faltered at a critical moment in the future. The subsequent cleanup operations were entirely managed by the arriving soldiers, while Yuxian and Nora, under the guidance of the surviving teachers, proceeded to rest in tents outside the school alongside Zhang Shou and others. Presently, the entire Silver City had entered a state of wartime alert. Returning home was unequivocally out of the question. A night passed in silence. The following day, Yuxian awoke from the wooden bed in the tent, unable to suppress a language stretch. Perhaps due to the considerable exertion from yesterday's battle with Zhou Tai, he unexpectedly slumbered until dawn. This suggests that vampires do not truly possess the need for sleep. Rather, their energy recovery rate surpasses their expenditure, creating an illusion of sleeplessness. Of course, it may also be attributed to the immense energy required for the regeneration of a lost arm. Upon awakening, Yuxian discovered that his right hand had fully healed. The newly grown limb bore an uncanny resemblance to his original hand, so much so that the only distinction was its seemingly enhanced perfection. Many individuals, due to being left-handed or right-handed, possess arms that are not perfectly symmetrical in size. For instance, those who are right-handed often have a larger right fist upon closer examination. Yuxian was previously right-handed, thus his right hand was slightly larger than his left. Now, however, both arms were of identical size, resulting in a significantly improved sense of balance whether throwing a punch or performing other movements. As he emerged from the tent, the sunlight enveloped him, and he felt akin to a phone connecting to a power source, his spirits lifting and his thoughts sharpening, rendering him acutely aware of the surroundings. Not far away, Zhang Shou and others were seated, observing a group of soldiers clad in white protective suits as they conducted disinfection operations across the school, ensuring that no abnormal insects left behind any eggs or similar hazards. "What are you looking at?" Yuxian inquired as he settled beside Zhang Shou, with a grave expression. Zhang Shou replied, "I just heard that there are only a little over 100 survivors in the entire school, and most of them have sustained lifelong disabilities. Among these survivors, half were saved by Yuxian and his companions. Had it not been for the swift cooperation of Yuxian and Nora in vanquishing the aberrant creatures within the teaching building, it is likely that the number of survivors would have dwindled to merely 30 or 40. Upon hearing this, Yuxian fell into a contemplative silence. So many students and teachers had perished, leaving only a handful to survive. Subsequently, it was unclear who initiated it, but several young women began to weep softly, casting a somber pall over the atmosphere, even causing Zhang Shou's eyes to glisten with unshed tears. "Xianyu, do you think my parents are all right?" Zhang Shou suddenly inquired. "Oh, and where's my phone?" Yuxian's face flushed with embarrassment as he sheepishly replied, "Your phone. As you are aware, the situation unfolded quite unexpectedly, and I inadvertently damaged it." Zhang Shou nodded in understanding, recalling the chaos of the previous day. Indeed, it was a tumultuous time. "Thankfully, you were there, otherwise, our fates would have been dire." He recognized that Yuxian had saved not only their lives, but also their spirits. A mere phone was of little consequence in comparison. At that moment, Chen Ling approached with a male teacher, both carrying several bowls. She forced a smile and announced, "Everyone, it's time for breakfast." "Oh, I was starving," Zhang Shou exclaimed, regaining his energy and standing up with enthusiasm. Chen Ling placed a bowl of noodles before Yuxian, who accepted it with gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Although he struggled to digest other foods, his sense of taste remained intact, and indulging his palate occasionally felt quite delightful. Balancing the bowl in one hand and holding chopsticks in the other, Chen Ling then noticed that his right hand had healed, exclaiming in surprise, "Yuxian, your hand is better." "Well, it grew back after a nap," Yuxian remarked with a smile as he took a bite of his noodles. At that moment, he furrowed his brow and instinctively glanced towards the male teacher nearby, who was distributing breakfast. Observing him, he inquired about the individual to Chen Ling introduced. "This is Teacher Yu Wei, the physical education instructor for the 3rd year. He happened to have no classes yesterday, so he rested in the dormitory, which spared him from the clutches of the aberrant insects." "Oh, teacher, you must have been unwell yesterday," Zhang Shou chuckled. Although the pressure of studies in the 3rd year does not compare to that of the final year, the physical education teachers often find themselves falling ill as well. Chen Ling shot Zhang Shou an irritated glance, while Yuxian scrutinized Yu Wei, feeling an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Despite his enhanced sense of smell and sight, bolstered by the blood of silver, he could not detect anything amiss. Yet, for reasons unknown, he harbored a lingering suspicion regarding this teacher. Surely, the officials must have conducted thorough checks on everyone present, leaving no room for oversight. Something is not right. Something is not right. Something is not right. Yuxian lowered his gaze to his noodles. Yet, deep within, a voice persistently echoed, warning him that Yu Wei was indeed suspicious. Throughout the morning, Yuxian continued to observe Yu Wei. However, Yu Wei exhibited no signs of deceit. His scent was that of an ordinary man. and there were no aberrant movements beneath his skin. His heartbeat was remarkably normal, indicating the absence of any foreign object within his heart. Moreover, through prolonged observation, Yuxian discerned that Yue suffered from ailments such as kidney stones, lumbar muscle strain, and rhinitis. In summary, he appeared to be an aging man, exhibiting some signs of physical activity, yet not significantly so. This profile aligned well with that of a physical education teacher for third-year students. Perplexed, Yuxian pondered over the inconsistencies. If Yue indeed possessed something amiss, what could it possibly be? Beside him, Zhang Shou could no longer contain himself and remarked, "If you truly suspect something is awry with Teacher Yu, why not report him directly to the military? Once he is apprehended, a thorough examination will reveal the truth." "Do you think they would take my word for it? What if nothing is found?" Yuxian retorted, then inquired, "By the way, where is Nora?" Zhang Shou opened his mouth, only to realize he could only answer the last question. He informed Yuxian that Nora held a rather unique status. Her father was a diplomatic envoy of the vampire clan, and thus she had been taken away by bodyguards the previous night. Very well, Yuxian sighed, as he had intended to seek Nora's perspective. Although she sometimes appeared dazed, resembling a beautiful, silly goose, she possessed a wealth of ideas. Perhaps it was precisely because she was so intelligent and thoughtful that she seemed oblivious in critical moments. Afternoon. All students were summoned to individual tents for an investigation. Yuxian entered one of the tents, where a male and a female staff member were present. They first reassured Yuxian not to be anxious, and then proceeded with the routine inquiries. Name: Yuxian, with Yu meaning abundance and Xian signifying sage. Gender: male. Age: 17. Ethnicity: human, vampire. Yuxian hesitated momentarily. The female staff member smiled and said, "As long as you believe you are still human, you may identify as human." "Then I shall choose human, for I shall never drink blood again in this lifetime," Yuxian declared resolutely after some contemplation. After completing the basic information, the two staff members urged Yuxian to meticulously recall the events of the previous day and to recount them in detail. Initially, the two staff members appeared relaxed, listening attentively while jotting down notes. However, as Yuxian's narrative unfolded, their expressions shifted to concern. "What? This young man is the first to discover the aberrant insect? What? The Public Security Bureau has been infiltrated? What? He even encountered a suspected leader of the aberrant insects?" After finishing their notes, they exchanged glances filled with apprehension before instructing Yuxian to wait, hurriedly departing with the report in hand. After an hour filled with trepidation, the tent was opened once more. A middle-aged man with a square face entered, accompanied by a particularly imposing young man, both of whom took a seat before Yuxian. The young man spoke, "I am Jin Sheng, and this is Jin Dajuan. We have come primarily to verify a few matters with you." The moment the youth entered, Yuxian experienced an illusion akin to confronting the sun, and the sound of the other's heartbeat resonated like a lion's roar, clearly indicating that he was no ordinary individual. "Very well, I shall speak candidly." Yuxian inhaled deeply, his voice tinged with anxiety. Jin Dajuan could not suppress a laugh, saying, "Do not be so tense. We have gathered a considerable amount of information. You not only unraveled the conspiracy of the aberrant insects, compelling them to act prematurely, but also saved numerous classmates during the calamity. Here, no one dares to make things difficult for you. Yuxian, listen to this voice. Is it not Zhou Tai's?" Jin Sheng produced his mobile phone and played an audio clip. The recording was chaotic, intermittently disrupted by anguished screams. Yuxian listened intently as a disjointed male voice melancholically remarked, "Dean, is this world not wondrous?" Chen Qingsong's office had been discreetly fitted with a listening device by his wife, who intended to uncover evidence of his infidelity to secure a larger share of their assets in the divorce. Unfortunately, both Chen Qingsong and his wife met untimely ends. However, the listening device captured crucial conversations that ultimately fell into the hands of Jin Sheng and his companions. The voice bears approximately 60% resemblance. Yet the tone is nearly identical. "I am certain it is him," Yuxian stated earnestly after listening to the recording. Both Jin Sheng and Jin Dajuan wore grave expressions. Zhou Tai was already perilous as an ordinary person, and now, with those deviant personalities capable not only of controlling the aberrant insects, but even of parasitizing a specific one, the level of danger had escalated significantly. If not resolved swiftly, the consequences would be dire. "May I inquire about the original plan of the aberrant insects?" Yuxian could not help but ask. Jin Dajuan nodded and replied, "Had you not unveiled the invasion of the aberrant insects, they would have gradually consumed the entire Silver City. All ordinary citizens would have become their sustenance and hosts, until Silver City transformed into the lair of these creatures. By that point, I fear we would have lost any chance of eradicating them completely. Yu Xian, do you have any further questions? Jin Sheng cast a glance at Yu Xian, seemingly hinting at something. In truth, both of them were already well acquainted with Yu Xian's circumstances upon their arrival, a young man afflicted with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, who resorted to illicit means to become a wild vampire. Though he struggled for his own survival, he harbored noble aspirations, ultimately making a commendable choice. Thanks to Yu Xian's decision, millions within Silver City were granted the gift of survival, an achievement of monumental significance. With such a golden shield in place, the nation would undoubtedly not neglect him, let alone the bloodline factions. No force would dare to act recklessly. I wish to ask, do I have a chance to join the Qilin? Yu Xian rubbed his hands together, a look of yearning illuminating his face as he inquired. Jin Sheng was momentarily taken aback, then exchanged a glance with Jin Dajuan, who hurriedly distanced himself from the matter, stating, "It wasn't me. I never mentioned it. This is my first encounter with Yu Xian as well." Yu Xian, from whom did you hear about the Qilin? Jin Sheng queried. Jin Dajuan chuckled. No need to ask. If I am not mistaken, it must be the beloved daughter of Marcus, correct? He then could not help but add, Yu Xian, you have indeed asked the right person. This fellow is one of the Qilin, ranked 89, codenamed Lion Light, and I am his father. Ha 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 ha. Jin Sheng looked at Jin Dajuan in silence. The reason he immediately suspected Jin Dajuan was that Jin Dajuan had boasted about all his comrades, incessantly proclaiming to everyone that his son had joined the Qilin. Are you certain you wish to join the Qilin? Jin Sheng sighed, and then turned to Yu Xian. His intention was for Yu Xian to request official protection. The authorities merely needed to notify the Blood Clan, stating, I will vouch for this lad. And as long as he remained within the country, the Blood Clan would not dare to make a move. Although there were persistent rumors in society about the immense power of the Blood Clan, in reality, at the national level, the Blood Clan, lacking even dragon-level warriors, was merely a second-rate force. Most of those wild vampires could be successfully cleansed by the Blood Clan primarily because those who became wild vampires were not virtuous individuals to begin with, and there were even instances of them attacking ordinary people for the sake of blood. The state naturally turned a blind eye to such matters. In contrast, someone like Yu Xian, whose reputation was unblemished and who had saved countless lives in a city, meant the Blood Clan was of little consequence. Unconditional trust on that evening. Several high-ranking officials from the Qilin headquarters descended upon Silver City. Yu Xian, trailing closely behind Jin Sheng, encountered numerous distinguished figures whose presence resembled that of demigods. Despite their warm smiles and amiable gestures, shaking his hand, ruffling his hair, and praising him as a good child, Yu Xian remained rigid with tension, feeling akin to a chick amidst a pride of lions. It is noteworthy that the term descended was meant literally. These dignitaries had flown directly from the capital, arriving as if from the heavens. The following day, the corpse of Yu Wei, along with the aberrant insect captured by Jin Sheng, was taken away by one of these eminent individuals. It is believed that the Qilin headquarters will conduct extensive research on these specimens, potentially leading to methods for identifying victims covertly manipulated by the aberrant insects within the populace. At noon, the sun radiated its searing warmth, and soldiers stood resolutely under the blazing sky, their postures unwavering despite the sweat drenching them. Yu Xian sat outside his tent, basking in the sunlight while perusing his phone, a device exclusively designated for internal Qilin use. This phone was not only waterproof, dustproof, shockproof, fireproof, and electric-proof, but it also maintained signal clarity in most environments. Additionally, it featured several official applications, among which the Qilin app contained a plethora of intriguing panels. Yu Xian's favorite was the records panel, primarily documenting the numerous extraordinary incidents resolved by various Qilin teams. For instance, there are certain nefarious individuals who unexpectedly acquire extraordinary abilities, as well as creatures that indulge in forbidden fruits and engage in malevolent acts. Various teams engage in a battle of wits and courage against these exceptional beings, ultimately resolving the crises they present. Naturally, there are instances where discord among teammates or a leader's lack of trust in their companions results in mission failures and losses among team members. The authorities choose to disclose these cases internally primarily due to the severe and intricate nature of superhuman criminal activity. Continuous learning and broadening one's perspective is essential. Only then can one resist being ensnared by the bewildering array of powers when confronting complex offenders, avoiding the pitfalls of a constrained mindset. Yu Xian is currently expanding his horizons and acquiring extensive knowledge. For instance, he previously believed that obtaining the forbidden fruit would lead to soaring success. However, after perusing one particular dossier, he discovered that the forbidden fruit is not omnipotent and comes with numerous limitations. Among the records is a boy named Chen Xing, who stumbled upon a forbidden fruit on his family's balcony. After consuming it, he ascended to a state of divinity. Yet, as a consequence of acquiring such power, his self-awareness was utterly obliterated. Presently, Chen Xing is confined within the extraordinary containment facility at the Qilin headquarters, designated as 006, codenamed Fortune Deity. Anyone who kneels before him is bestowed with a stroke of luck, but once one begins to kneel, daily sincere reverence is mandatory. Any interruption in this devotion will invite misfortune, with the degree of prior fortune directly proportional to the ensuing calamity. Additionally, there is the entity numbered 001, codenamed Pangu, who finds himself in a similar predicament, albeit in an eternal slumber. It is said that he shall awaken only upon the cataclysm of this world, thereafter to forge the heavens and the earth anew. In the Kirin app, the blood of Pangu available in the merit store originates from this individual. The authorities have discovered a method to extract blood without inflicting harm upon the body. Yu Xian increasingly comprehends the profound depth of the official's resources. Compared to the official power, the blood clan truly pales in significance. He wonders what extraordinary benefits would arise from a single sip of Pangu's blood. Having perused one of the files, a curious expression graces Yu Xian's face. The document details a team that resolved a particular incident, led by an ordinary soldier who, due to his remarkable merits, was able to exchange for the blood of Pangu and subsequently ascended to the rank of a sparrow-level extraordinary being. Just a drop of this blood can forge a skilled sparrow-level practitioner. Indeed, no one can escape the allure of the truth. Although Yu Xian resolutely declared he would no longer consume blood, the truth remains. He finds himself somewhat tempted by the blood of Pangu. In fact, there are warriors in Silver City who have consumed the blood of Pangu. These are the members of the Public Security Bureau's SWAT team. However, most of the SWAT team members have only ingested highly diluted versions of Pangu's blood, resulting in a strength level roughly equivalent to that of low-tier insects, possessing enhanced physical abilities but lacking any extraordinary powers. Currently, the SWAT team is collaborating with the armed police, diligently inspecting all buildings within Silver City to eliminate any potential hidden anomalous insects. With a resident population of approximately 30 million, this task is no small feat historically. Silver City had a population of just over 10 million, but following the outbreak of the Rongqing tragedy, a massive influx of migrants led to a dramatic population surge in Silver City. Currently, Silver City is one of only 2 cities in the country with a residential population exceeding 30 million. It is worth noting that due to the significant influx of residents to Rong City, the several properties in Yu Xian's possession have appreciated in value. However, in light of recent events, it is likely that the remaining 2 properties Yu Xian holds will depreciate considerably. Fortunately, with his recent enlistment in the exorcism squad, he now enjoys a stable income and position, rendering such losses negligible in his eyes. As Yu Xian prepared to open the next file, his classmates Zhang Shou and Chun Ling approached. Zhang Shou leaned in, conspiratorially asking, "Xianyu, there are rumors circulating online that the authorities plan to popularize extraordinary education. Is there any truth to this? Popularizing extraordinary education?" Yu Xian paused, then shook his head, replying, "I don't know. I haven't heard anything about it. In fact, the entire nation is closely monitoring the situation in Silver City, with major cities initiating comprehensive health checks, creating an atmosphere of anxiety and trepidation among the populace. Following this, news of the proposed extraordinary education initiative spread, prompting netizens to shift their focus and engage in fervent discussions regarding its potential merits and drawbacks. If that were the case, I would undoubtedly aspire to become an immortal cultivator. My destiny would be in my own hands," Zhang Shou exclaimed, his face alight with dreams. Yu Xian opened the contact list on the Qilin app and remarked, "I'll ask. Perhaps the captain might know." Over the past few days, he has come to appreciate the significance of the ranking at 89. At the Qilin headquarters, Jin Xing not only has a seat at various meetings, but also possesses voting rights, allowing him to gain advance insight into numerous policy developments. He clicked on Jin Sheng's profile and began typing rapidly. Xianyu, Captain, are you busy? Lion Guang, I have just dealt with a troublemaker amidst the chaos. Do you need anything? Xianyu, there are rumors circulating online that the nation intends to popularize extraordinary education. Is that true? Lion Guang, indeed, discussions are ongoing. In fact, this has been under consideration since the tragic incident in Rongqing. The recent events in Yinqing have merely expedited the process. After all, both instances of the anomalous insects were discovered by students in schools. You and that classmate are both extraordinary individuals, yet I suspect the implementation will not be swift. The government will likely select a few cities as pilot locations first. Xianyu. Oh, I see. Yu Xian looked up at Zhang Shou and said, the captain has confirmed that this matter is indeed in progress, but it will likely begin with a few selected cities. Historically, heroes have often transgressed laws with their martial prowess. While the widespread promotion of extraordinary abilities could unveil numerous latent talents, it would simultaneously empower those with nefarious intentions. Hence, the authorities are undoubtedly cautious and will not make a hasty decision. I have resolved that once the government announces which city will serve as a pilot, I shall relocate there for my studies. Zhang Shou immediately exclaimed with excitement. Chen Ling, however, calmly analyzed. I believe both Yinqing and Rongqing stand a significant chance of becoming pilot cities, as we are victims of the anomalous insects. The nation will surely pay us a bit more attention. If it were indeed Yinqing, that would be wonderful, another female classmate sighed. In recent days, the good news has been scarce, while bad news has been incessantly forthcoming. It is said that the casualties at both the first and second high schools are particularly severe, as the anomalous insects appear to be infiltrating from these educational institutions, with students being the primary targets. This is especially true for numerous elementary schools, where it seems that not a single survivor remains. The extent of devastation for countless families is still unknown. 015. The Majesty of the Lion Nightfall. Yu Xian sat outside the tent, basking in the moonlight. As the clock struck midnight, dark clouds gradually obscured the moon, and a thin mist began to rise from the ground. Realizing that his moonlit respite was futile, Yu Xian tucked his phone into his pocket, turned himself upside down, and commenced doing handstand push-ups. Since joining the Kirin's team of demon slayers, he was supposed to be free from the relentless pursuit of the Blood Clan, suggesting a newfound safety. Furthermore, as a vampire, his lifespan was boundless. As long as he faithfully embraced the sun, he could indeed lead a languorous existence. However, the irony lay in the fact that his name, when read in reverse, spelled salted fish, yet he was far from a hedonist. For the past couple of days, he had been pondering the essence of his existence and the purpose of life. The death of his father instilled a profound fear of mortality within him. Yet it was precisely this fear that fueled his fervent appreciation for life. Memories of school flooded his mind, classmates who diligently studied, those who reveled in merriment. The shy and reticent, as well as the exuberant and cheerful, all ultimately reduced to lifeless forms. The terror etched upon their faces. The faint traces of tears visible amidst the bloodstains were indelibly imprinted upon his soul. After perusing a myriad of documents, he seemed to witness valiant souls silently safeguarding the ordinary lives of others, only to see the vibrant lives of youth extinguished in pools of blood. Why did Jin Sheng place unwavering trust in him? It was because predecessors had paved the way with their lives, imparting invaluable lessons. Ultimately, clarity dawned upon him. He aspired to be a beacon of light, a force to dispel the fears that resided within the hearts of all. He wished to safeguard the smiles on every face. This endeavor required immense strength. Thus he aspired to become stronger, ever stronger. 1005, 1007, 1010, 1020. Yu Xian supported his body with a single finger, executing rapid handstand push-ups. At that moment, Jin Sheng returned from outside, carrying several mice larger than adult farm dogs. He paused to observe Yu Xian. As Yu Xian prepared to switch hands and continue, Jin Sheng stepped forward and invited, "Shall we go over there? To practice?" He gestured towards the playground within the school premises. "Is this part of the team's instructional guidance?" Yu Xian's eyes brightened as he inquired with a smile. Jin Sheng replied with a grin, "You could consider it that way. Are you willing to go?" "Of course." Yu Xian swiftly flipped onto the ground and clapped his hands. After handing over the few mice to the soldiers for handling, Jin Sheng and Yu Xian entered the campus together. As they distanced themselves on the playground, Jin Sheng announced, "I will control my strength to the insect level. Let us begin." "Be careful, Captain." Yu Xian nodded in agreement. He simultaneously flicked his hands, sending numerous silver threads shooting towards Jin Sheng. Standing firm, Jin Sheng enveloped his fingers in golden light. As the silver threads approached, his fingers precisely flicked against them, effortlessly deflecting all the threads in an instant. Is the movement of your fingers necessary? It's quite conspicuous, Jin Sheng inquired curiously, observing Yu Xian's finger movements as he manipulated the silver threads. With deft precision, Yu Xian manipulated the silver threads, their tips swiftly darting towards Jin Sheng, while he explained. This method allows for superior control. Moreover, the agility of the silver threads varies depending on their point of origin. Those emanating from the fingertips exhibit the greatest flexibility, followed by the palm, wrist, forearm, elbow, and upper arm. Threads released from other areas are considerably more challenging to manage. Given the limited amount of silver blood within me, I must focus my efforts on the most dexterous regions. This limitation also accounts for the significant reduction in my abilities after Zhou Tai severed my right arm. The disparity between flexible and rigid silver threads in combat is quite pronounced. It is merely a matter of proficiency. I have witnessed Marcus wielding the same capabilities, manipulating the silver threads with such fluidity that his opponents were left defenseless, even enveloping himself in a suit of silver armor, far surpassing your current prowess. Jin Sheng effortlessly evaded the silver thread assaults, conversing nonchalantly as he dodged. Yu Xian's eyes lit up. Indeed, a vampire's physical defenses were not particularly robust. Should he manage to weave the silver threads into armor, it could provide formidable protection. Perhaps he could learn the art of knitting, as the principles should be quite similar. However, the immediate priority was to compel Jin Sheng into action. Thus far, Jin Sheng had remained solely on the defensive, effortlessly thwarting all his attacks with a mere finger. In the face of Jin Sheng, although the pressure was less intense than with Zhou Tai, Yu Xian acutely sensed the vast chasm in combat experience between them. He continued to launch assaults from various angles, yet Jin Sheng seemed to possess eyes on the back of his head, effortlessly deflecting every attack, regardless of its direction. Upon realizing that continuing the assault would merely deplete his energy in vain, Yu Xian swiftly retracted all of his silver threads. After a moment of contemplation, he deftly manipulated the silver threads to entwine around his hands, crafting a pair of coarse, silver gloves. With determination, he charged towards Jin Sheng, eager to glean further knowledge from him, be it through ranged attacks or close combat. Quite a commendable notion, Jin Sheng remarked, a smile gracing his features as he observed Yu Xian's advance. He then adopted a serious demeanor, his palms emanating a faint golden radiance. When confronted by Yu Xian's fist, he effortlessly deflected it with the palm of his hand. The two engaged in a relentless exchange on the playground, with each encounter culminating in Jin Sheng lightly tapping Yu Xian's forehead with a single finger as a signal of conclusion. Have you studied martial arts? Jin Sheng inquired amidst their sparring. Yu Xian replied candidly, I learned a bit online, but it seems rather ineffective. The fighting techniques found on the internet are designed to combat ordinary individuals. We possess extraordinary powers, rendering many conventional weaknesses ineffective against us. This may lead you to feel as though your training is futile. However, with your extended lifespan, you should embrace a wealth of knowledge. As for techniques, they merely require practice. One will inevitably improve, Jin Sheng said with a smile. Through their skirmish, Jin Sheng had already keenly discerned the significant difference between Yu Xian and the typical vampire. Generally, a newly transformed vampire remains relatively weak for the first century of their existence, able to prey upon ordinary humans yet appearing feeble when compared to the vast majority of extraordinary beings. This is the price of immortality. However, Yu Xian was different. Each of his punches carried an exaggerated force, reminiscent of being struck head-on by a rhinoceros. In simple terms, Yu Xian's strength and speed have reached the level of a low-tier ant, hardly resembling one who has just become a vampire. Rather, he appears akin to those ancient beings who have lived for 2 or 3 centuries. Well then, I have a fairly good understanding of your capabilities, so be cautious now, Jin Sheng remarked with a slight smile as he blocked Yu Xian's thrusting punch. Danger! In an instant, every hair on Yu Xian's body stood on end, prompting him to retreat swiftly. However, it seemed as if Jin Sheng anticipated each of his movements. As Yu Xian stepped back, Jin Sheng swiftly followed, the distance between them remaining unchanged. Jin Sheng then unleashed a flurry of punches, and although Yu Xian clearly saw the fists coming, he was utterly unable to defend himself. One punch after another, Jin Sheng ultimately delivered an uppercut that sent Yu Xian soaring into the air. The ultimate essence of tiger form fist, Lion's Majesty, he declared. In midair, golden particles emanated from within Yuxian, coalescing into a massive golden lion. The lion struck down with a powerful paw, sending Yuxian crashing to the ground. With a resounding thud, he landed heavily, his bones shattered, leaving him immobile. As the dark clouds gradually dispersed, the luminous moonlight cascaded upon the earth. Jin Sheng slowly approached and sat beside Yuxian, playfully prodding Yuxian's hand with his finger, and inquired with a smile, "Are you still alive?" "Well, I'm not dead," Yuxian groaned, struggling to articulate his words. Despite the pain coursing through his body, he was acutely aware that he had not sustained any grave injuries. Evidently, Jin Sheng possessed a profound understanding of the traits of vampires, targeting non-vital areas. Moments later, Yuxian managed to rise from the ground, his wounds healing considerably. "Indeed, something is amiss with you. I initially thought you would be incapacitated for several hours. Yet here you are, up in less than 10 minutes, Jin Sheng observed, feeling that Yuxian surpassed most extraordinary beings he had encountered. "Is this still a typical vampire?" Yuxian glanced up at the moon and replied with a grin, "If it were daytime, perhaps it would take me not even a minute. Are you a vampire or a superhero?" Jin Sheng could not resist the urge to jest. Bemused by the notion of a vampire whose restorative abilities were heightened during the day, a complete inversion of expectations. In their squad, trust was paramount. When Jin Sheng chose to place unwavering trust in Yuxian, the latter had already resolved to reciprocate that trust. Their conversation, seemingly casual, belied Jin Sheng's keen awareness that Yuxian could replenish his strength by absorbing light, a fact that also elucidated Yuxian's lack of need for blood. "Captain, are you an extraordinary being? What was that lion all about?" Yuxian inquired, his curiosity piqued. Jin Sheng raised his gaze towards the sky and replied, "I am not a wielder of supernatural abilities, but rather a pure martial artist. I commenced my training in the Golden Light Youth technique from a young age, and upon mastering it at the age of 18, I transitioned to the Tiger Subduing Divine skill. Approximately 5 years ago, after consuming a drop of Panga's blood, my Tiger Subduing Divine skill transformed into the Golden Light Lion Divine skill, which has become my unique technique. It was from that day forth that I acquired my current codename, Lion Light, realizing he was indeed a martial artist." Yuxian suddenly comprehended the source of his formidable close combat abilities. Jin Sheng, upon hearing this, reacted as if a cat had its tail stepped on, becoming noticeably agitated. He retorted, "What do you mean that martial artists excel in close combat? Many martial artists are actually quite weak in close quarters, relying solely on their abundant inner strength for ranged combat. You will understand this better with experience. The only way to enhance one's close combat skills is through practical engagement. There are no shortcuts." He had been shaped by the rigorous training under the Golden Army since childhood, which endowed him with his solid combat proficiency. This journey was fraught with immense bloodshed and tears, and it could not simply be overshadowed by the mere phrase, "So you are a martial artist." Noticing Jin Sheng's sudden fervor, Yuxian could vaguely sense the lingering bitterness in his words and couldn't help but chuckle softly. "TSK." Jin Sheng glanced at Yuxian, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh, followed by a wry smile and a shake of his head. In the days that followed, the restrictions gradually eased. The aberrant insects within Silver City had been thoroughly eradicated, leaving only some areas outside the city that required continued cleansing. Residents who had taken refuge in various sports halls began to return home in succession. On the 5th day, Yuxian finally returned to his abode. He changed into casual attire and promptly reclined on the chair of the balcony. In recent days, he had been basking in the sun. Perhaps due to the energy expended during his rebirth from the severed arm, he had only managed to gather 9 heartbeats until yesterday. If all went according to plan, he would awaken his second minor talent today. He opened his mobile device and navigated to the task section. With the restrictions on Silver City lifted, he could finally accept tasks. The merit shop boasted a plethora of valuable items, such as Panga's blood, silver, storage equipment, extraordinary weapons, and exceptional armor. All of these required merit for redemption. Although Jin Sheng mentioned that once the Silver City incident was entirely resolved, he would be rewarded with a substantial merit bonus. Yuxian believed that the more merit he accumulated, the better. Additionally, since he had time on his hands, perhaps before the commencement of the new term, he could gather enough merit through task completion to purchase 1 or 2 items. The tasks in the section varied widely, featuring both official missions and those posted by other team members. Yuxian filtered the tasks to include only those of bug and ant levels, immediately obscuring the higher level missions. leaving only the lower-tier tasks. He began to meticulously search for tasks he could undertake. Bug-level task. Capture cold light snow weasel, 10 merit per specimen. Requirement, 100 specimens. Official bug-level task. Collect mutated ghost handgrass, 15 merit per pound. Requirement, 1,000 pounds. Ant-level task. Gather zombie fangs, 25 merit per fang. Requirement, 66 fangs. Official ant-level task. Eliminate the zombies appearing in Feng Shui Town, with a reward of 50 merit points for each defeated. Requirement, total annihilation. UCN observed that tasks provided by official sources typically offered substantial rewards, albeit with significant demands. Moreover, many official tasks overlapped with those released by private individuals, allowing for the possibility of undertaking both simultaneously to reap double rewards. As he contemplated his ability to complete these tasks, an unexpected surge of energy coursed through his heart, causing it to race violently. Fortunately, drawing from prior experience, Yuxian remained composed. He inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and patiently awaited the manifestation of his new ability. After approximately 10 minutes, he slowly opened his eyes, his expression somewhat peculiar. He extended his hand, and a crimson energy coalesced in his palm, resembling both water and fire. This phenomenon, known as blood energy, is arguably the most quintessential and vital ability possessed by vampires. According to the educational segment of the Qilin app, this power can only be awakened by vampires who have lived for over 3 centuries, making it a rare and magnificent talent. The information further advised that members below the Sparrow rank should retreat immediately upon encountering a vampire wielding blood energy. This is because once a vampire acquires blood energy, they gain the capability to learn various blood sorceries, elevating their standing from the lowest tier among supernatural beings. Even among magical practitioners, those vampires who command blood energy are considered formidable adversaries. If ordinary vampires are akin to fragile assassins, then those who master blood energy are akin to noble spellcasters. Their status vastly superior. However, as Yuxian gazed at the sanguine energy in his hands, the foremost question that arose was whom he should seek to learn the art of blood magic from. It is understood that currently only 2 races possess mastery over blood magic, the Blood Elves and the Vampires. The blood magic practiced among the vampires is a legacy passed down from their progenitor, who, having partaken of the forbidden fruit, acquired it instinctively during his maturation. As a mere wild vampire, Yuxian was fortunate that the vampire clan did not seek his demise. It was utterly implausible that they would impart any blood magic to him. As for the Blood Elves, their numbers have dwindled significantly since their progenitor perished centuries ago. They are now predominantly located in Europe and are even more insular than the vampires, rendering it impossible for them to teach him the arcane art of blood magic. Could it be that he must summon forth the extraordinary wisdom he has concealed for many years to forge various blood spells of his own? As Yuxian contemplated the sanguine energy in his grasp, his eyes gradually transformed, reflecting a burgeoning sagacity. Zhang Shou rushed out of his room and hurried into the restroom, standing before the toilet as the sound of running water echoed. A sigh of relief escaped him. Suddenly, he heard a plop and a look of confusion crossed his face. He wasn't relieving himself, so what could possibly create such a sound? He opened his eyes to gaze into the toilet, only to behold a fruit radiating a red glow. The forbidden fruit? Zhang Shou's eyes widened in astonishment as he slapped himself across the face. The pain confirmed it was no dream, but reality. Without a hint of disgust, he bent down and retrieved the forbidden fruit from the toilet. He glanced up at the ceiling, then around the room, instinctively swallowing hard. Should he eat it? Regardless of its origin, no one would know it had been fished from the toilet. Consuming it seemed the only option, to avoid any lingering uncertainties. He hurriedly donned his trousers and, clutching the forbidden fruit, approached the sink to rinse it briefly with water before swallowing it whole. A faint trace of urine lingered, heightening the surreal experience. He reminded himself to temper his desires. He wished for a system, simply a system. Just days prior, he had overheard Yuxian mention that the forbidden fruit was not omnipotent. The greater the wish, the heavier the price. He had no intention of becoming a vegetable or sleeping for a millennium, so he set his sights low. A system would suffice. Ding. Super Nanny system activated. The sound of ding resonated in his mind, igniting a spark of excitement within him. Yet he was left dumbfounded upon hearing the name of the system. Wait a moment. Something felt amiss. What he desired was the Sword Immortal system. How did it transform into the Super Healer system? A male healer? No. Zhang Shou's face alternated between laughter and tears, and after a considerable time with no changes in the system, he could only resign himself to his fate with a bitter expression. Attributes. Zhang Shou lamented sorrowfully. Suddenly, a luminous panel appeared before him, revealing his attributes in swift succession. Name, Zhang Shou. Gender, male. Age, 17. Occupation, super healer. Skills, beginner healing technique. Consumes a portion of stamina to coalesce a light orb that heals the target. Beginner healing touch. Consumes stamina to summon tendrils with the ability to heal, detoxify, and cure ailments. Upon contact with the target, it removes most abnormal states. Passive. Healer does not die from injury. Upon receiving a fatal attack for the first time each day, he instantly revives at full status. Upon receiving a fatal attack for the second time, he retains 1% of his health. Upon receiving a fatal attack for the third time, he dies, only to resurrect in place after 1 hour. Zhang Shou gazed at his attributes with growing excitement. Being a healer was splendid, marvelous, and glorious. 3 lives each day. Who else could boast such fortune? Unable to contain his joy, Zhang Shou laughed heartily, only to be struck by a sudden thought. He swiftly turned and punched the wall. His face quickly transformed from red to blue, and finally to white, as pain overwhelmed him. After a while, he managed to recover, cradling his hand and blowing on it gently. Was it said that consuming the forbidden fruit would start him at the eagle level? How could the eagle level be so weak? Zhang Shou gazed at his swollen, crimson fist, his mind a flurry of questions. He dashed back to his room and retrieved his newly purchased phone from the bedside, promptly dialing Yuxian's number. Meanwhile, at Yuxian's residence, he stood beneath the ceiling, engrossed in exploring the myriad applications of blood energy. Since traditional blood magic eluded him, he resolved to conduct his own experiments. After all, possessing blood energy meant that he could forge his own spells. It was akin to having a generator. Could one not manually create a fan, a rice cooker, an electric vehicle, or even an electromagnetic cannon? At present, Yuxian had already devised several applications for blood energy. Firstly, by adhering it to his body, he could traverse walls like Spider-Man, remaining steadfast even when inverted upon the ceiling. Furthermore, by applying it to silver threads, he could enhance their rigidity and even imbue them with adhesive properties akin to spider silk. Essentially, he was transforming blood energy to possess stickiness, yielding remarkable results. Moreover, he could, through sheer will, induce a corrosive effect in the blood energy. A single drop could erode the floor, creating a substantial cavity. Might spells simply be the alteration of blood energy's properties, resulting in wondrous effects? Could fire be fueled by blood energy? Yuxian endeavored to control the blood energy, envisioning flames, attempting to ignite its essence. Suddenly, the phone rang. He glanced at the blood energy in his hand before descending from the ceiling to answer the call. Yuxian, I've consumed a forbidden fruit. Zhang Shou's voice resonated from the other end of the line. Most of the time, Zhang Shou referred to him as salted fish, while he called Zhang Shou old Zhang. It was only during moments of particular tension and seriousness that Zhang Shou would address him as Yuxian. Yuxian furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, Are you certain it is the forbidden fruit? Surely, you cannot be dreaming? He struck himself across the face, feeling the sharp sting, which confirmed that he was indeed not dreaming. He was now an extraordinary being, albeit seemingly with some complications. Zhang Shou responded earnestly. After pondering for a moment, Yuxian commanded, Do not move about in your home. I shall come to you. With that, he hung up the phone. In truth, he was not entirely convinced that Zhang Shou had consumed the forbidden fruit. He was more inclined to suspect that Zhang Shou had ingested some toxic fungi at home, leading to a hallucination. It felt akin to receiving a call from your best friend proclaiming he had won the lottery, utterly surreal, devoid of any semblance of reality. Yuxian changed his attire and hurried out the door. 5 minutes later, he arrived at the community where Zhang Shou resided, swiftly ascending to the 6th floor and knocking on Zhang Shou's door. Salted fish, come in quickly, Zhang Shou whispered conspiratorially as he opened the door. Yuxian stepped inside, and Zhang Shou promptly closed the door, securing it with a lock, as if this act would grant him a greater sense of security. All right, you claim to have consumed the forbidden fruit. What extraordinary abilities do you possess now? Yuxian inquired, taking a seat on the sofa and observing Zhang Shou intently. Zhang Shou slightly altered the narrative of how he discovered the forbidden fruit, stating he found it in his room rather than the bathroom. And he divulged the rest of the details without reservation. Then try summoning the healing touch. Let me see. After listening, Yuxian spoke. Zhang Shou nodded and immediately activated a skill, causing an ethereal green tentacle to materialize beside him. It resembled an octopus tentacle devoid of suckers, gently swaying as it emerged. Yu Xian's eyes widened in disbelief upon witnessing the tentacle's sudden appearance, compelling him to acknowledge Zhang Shou's incredible fortune. He stood and approached the tentacle, lightly touching it, only to recoil instantly as he discovered his hand had been scalded. The tentacle exhibited a remarkable counter-effect against vampires. "Uh-huh. Do you believe it now?" Zhang Shou inquired with a smug expression. Yu Xian nodded, conceding, "I believe you. However, do you understand why you have yet to attain eagle-level power?" "Indeed, why is that?" Zhang Shou pressed eagerly. Yu Xian's expression turned grave as he retorted, "Because you are too greedy. Do you realize you were on the verge of becoming not just a system user, but the system itself?" Initially, he had dismissed Zhang Shou's words with a chuckle, but now that he confirmed their truth, Yu Xian felt a shiver of dread. Zhang Shou believed his aspirations modest, yet they were, in reality, boundless. The system he acquired bore almost no adverse effects, and the occupational skills were astonishingly exaggerated, particularly that passive ability, which was nothing short of extraordinary. Yu Xian surmised that Zhang Shou had undoubtedly exhausted his lifetime of good fortune in this endeavor. Nevertheless, for the sake of safety, he resolved to contact the captain. After all, the discovery of a forbidden fruit consumer warranted a report, and it would be prudent to arrange a comprehensive health examination for Zhang Shou. In the southern city, adjacent to the Public Security Bureau, lies the office of Qilin, which, like every other city, has established its presence here. The office in Silver City is conveniently located right next to the Public Security Bureau. Inside the office, Yu Xian and Jin Sheng are seated, gazing through the window at the adjacent room where Zhang Shou is undergoing a thorough medical examination by several doctors. Could it be that the friend of a peculiar individual is also peculiar? After understanding Zhang Shou's circumstances, Jin Sheng observes the vibrant figure of Zhang Shou next door, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. In an era dominated by online novels, the imaginative capacity of the populace has been significantly enlarged by the creativity of internet authors. The concept of a system is not an entirely novel idea. Centuries ago, individuals who partook of forbidden fruits desired a system to elevate themselves to divine status. Their aspirations were realized, yet the consequence was a tragic transformation. They became the very system they sought, doomed to parasitize others. Should their host perish, they too would cease to exist. The outcome was all too clear. Both met their demise, failing to attain divinity. Logically, one would presume that Zhang Shou's desires aligned closely with that of the aforementioned individual, suggesting a similar fate for him. However, contrary to expectations, Zhang Shou has neither morphed into a system nor succumbed. Rather, he remains vibrantly alive, which is indeed perplexing. Following the conclusion of the examination, the results will only be available the following day. Upon exiting the room, Zhang Shou encounters Yu Xian, who awaits him in the corridor, and with a hint of anxiety, inquires, "Xian Yu, is my side effect particularly severe?" To which Yu Xian replies, "We shall ascertain that from tomorrow's medical report." Zhang Shou nodded, then smiled optimistically, saying, "Perhaps my extraordinary fortune is the reason I have acquired such remarkable abilities?" "That is unlikely. It would be wise to suppress your wishful thinking. Although your capabilities are only at the lower tier of the insect level, your potential is immense. Attaining such a degree of power through the forbidden fruit must surely come with repercussions," Jin Sheng remarked as he exited the office, casting a glance at Zhang Shou. After Zhang Shou departed, Jin Sheng observed the expressions of the doctors through the glass. Although the report had yet to be released, he surmised the results would not be promising. He retracted his earlier statement, realizing that only Yu Xian was the anomaly. This plump individual was merely an unfortunate soul blessed by luck. Zhang Shou's smile instantly faltered. He had believed he had been quite restrained in his wishes. Yet he was surprised by Jin Sheng's high regard for him. "Captain, is it possible to transfer my merits to Lao Zhang and request the state to intervene and save him?" Yu Xian could not help but inquire. Jin Sheng replied calmly, "He will remain here tonight. You may choose to stay with him or return home to rest. We shall wait for tomorrow's report to determine the next steps." The forbidden fruit can be seen as a fortuitous opportunity, yet it may also be the source of calamity. The vast majority of animals that consume the forbidden fruit become threats to human safety, while humans who partake may either soar to great heights or bring misfortune upon themselves. The progenitors of zombies, drought demons, and ghouls, among others, all lost their self-awareness upon consuming the forbidden fruit, becoming harbingers of chaos in the world. For instance, after the primordial zombie was vanquished by numerous teams of the Kirin, its body erupted with a tremendous miasma of decay. This malevolent energy proved impossible to eradicate entirely, disseminating across the globe with the winds. Should any corpse become tainted by this foul essence, it would undergo a transformation, ultimately becoming a zombie. The Kirin have persistently endeavored to eliminate the newly emerged zombies, while humanity can mitigate the likelihood of such occurrences through prompt cremation. However, the situation with animal zombies is exceedingly troublesome, as they are virtually inexhaustible. Consequently, upon the discovery of any new consumer of the forbidden fruit, the Kirin meticulously arrange for health examinations, ensuring that no one may depart until the results are disclosed. "I will stay with old Zhang," Yu Xian remarked. Jin Xing nodded in agreement. "Yes, your presence is prudent. It will prevent him from overthinking and making irrational choices." In the past, there had been individuals who, after consuming the forbidden fruit, were invited to the office for health assessments. That evening, one such individual succumbed to inner turmoil, becoming increasingly fearful of the impending results. Coupled with a lack of trust in the authorities, he discreetly fled. By the time he was found, he was on the brink of death, having suffered from the backlash of his own abilities. That night, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou shared a double room. "I'm feeling restless," Zhang Shou said, closing his eyes for a while before opening them to gaze at Yu Xian. Yu Xian, suspended upside down from the ceiling, replied nonchalantly, "Do not dwell too much on it. At worst, I could transform you into a vampire. There are always ways to survive. I was so overwhelmed by the forbidden fruit at the time. I should have consulted you first," Zhang Shou sighed. Yu Xian manipulated the sanguine energy to weave threads of crimson blood intertwined with silvery strands, forming an intricate net. Descending from the ceiling, he reclined within the web and remarked, "It is impossible. The forbidden fruit possesses an immense allure for all living beings, and your reason will falter before you even have the chance to inquire further. In the wilderness, should two individuals simultaneously encounter the forbidden fruit, even the closest of friends may find themselves at each other's throats, and instances of fathers turning against their sons have indeed occurred. This is precisely why the forbidden fruit is referred to as the fruit from the abyss. Any creature that encounters it will gradually lose their sanity, and Zhang Shou could not possibly endure for long. Thus, consuming the forbidden fruit while one still retains their faculties is the wisest course of action." The following day, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou sat on a bench in the corridor, with Zhang Shou resembling a defendant awaiting judgment, his face etched with anxiety. At that moment, Jin Sheng emerged from another office, holding a report with a grave expression. He approached Yu Xian and took a seat beside him, handing over the report. Yu Xian accepted it and passed it to Zhang Shou, who waved his hand and said, "You read it first. I need a moment." Upon observing Jin Sheng's demeanor, Yu Xian had already deduced that the outcome was likely grim. After perusing the report, his brow furrowed deeply, his countenance filled with concern. "What is the matter? Is the result unfavorable?" Zhang Shou inquired, noting the distress etched on Yu Xian's face. Yu Xian pressed her lips together and replied, "It is far worse than you can imagine. Your body is currently infused with a peculiar energy, and the rate at which your telomeres are aging is several hundred times that of an ordinary person. Each exertion of your physical strength is akin to burning away your own lifespan. According to the results of your telomere test, you have approximately only 1 week left to live. What if I were to become a vampire?" Zhang Shou immediately inquired. Yu Xian shook her head and said, "The energy within you possesses a remarkably exclusive nature. The blood of a vampire would likely disintegrate the moment it enters your body, rendering any transformation impossible. Similarly, other extraordinary powers that claim to extend life would probably have no effect on you. So, I will die in a week." Zhang Shou's complexion turned pale. "There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What use are 3 lives when the King of Hell decrees your demise at the stroke of midnight? Even 100 lives would not suffice. The forbidden fruit has never been a magic lamp or a wishing pearl. Obtaining its benefits inevitably comes with a price." In the corridor, the three remained silent. Jin Sheng felt a twinge of regret, for extraordinary healing talents like Zhang Shou were exceedingly rare across the globe. Had Zhang Shou not been so deeply flawed, Jin Xing would have undoubtedly welcomed him into the exorcism squad, thus transforming it into one of the few teams within the Qilin that boasted a healer. "Captain, can Panga's blood save old Zhang?" Yu Xian inquired, clutching the report with determination. Jin Sheng shook his head. "Ultimately, Panga's blood is merely a product of forbidden fruit. Considering the severity of Zhang Shou's side effects, it is likely that his condition parallels that of Pangu. The exclusive energy within him is unlikely to be inferior to that of Panga's blood. Thanks, but there's no need for further trouble. For the next week, I would prefer to be left alone, Zhang Shou sighed deeply, offering Yu Xian a forced smile. After speaking, he stood to leave. Yu Xian, unable to quell his concern, rose to follow, but Qin Sheng placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, gently shaking his head. Let him have some personal space. Understood, Yu Xian replied, watching Zhang Shou retreat into the distance, his fists clenched tightly. He yearned to grow stronger, vowing that he would never again feel as helpless as he did today. Zhang Shou wandered aimlessly, eventually finding himself in a nearby park. He settled onto a bench, staring vacantly at the sky, feeling as though the world had turned a shade of gray. The park lay desolate, even in the early morning, with scarcely any elderly individuals partaking in leisurely activities. The lingering effects of the anomalous insect incident were evidently still palpable. Reflecting on his earlier exuberance at the prospect of winning a grand prize, Zhang Shou couldn't help but chuckle at his own folly. The reality was that even a consolation prize eluded him. He sat in the park for a full half-hour before rising to meander through the streets for an extended period, ultimately returning to his home, where he secluded himself in his room. After slumbering until dusk, he descended the stairs, his stomach growling with hunger, and ventured to a nearby steamed vegetable eatery for a meal. As he was nearing the conclusion of his meal, a piercing cry erupted from the innermost part of the establishment. Unable to resist the urge to glance back, he discovered a little girl whose arm had been scalded by a server who had inadvertently spilled steaming tea. Her entire arm was flushed with red. The server was profusely apologizing while the young couple frantically tended to their daughter. The father attempted to console her while the mother dabbed at the burn with a towel. Observing the distressed child, Zhang Shou paused for a moment before stepping forward and declaring, "Allow me. Healing spell." He bypassed the server, directing his fingers towards the girl's injured arm. Drawing upon his own vitality, he activated his skill. An verdant orb of light soared from his fingertips to envelop the girl's arm. As the orb made contact, the formerly inflamed limb rapidly restored itself. Thank you, young man," exclaimed the girl's father, overwhelmed by the sight. The mother and the nearby server joined in with their expressions of gratitude, and the onlookers surrounding them displayed admiration. In that instant, Zhang Shou felt his spirits lift, as if the burdens of his earlier discontent had begun to dissipate. He returned to his seat and took a few more bites of his meal before abruptly laying down his chopsticks. In truth, he understood why his system was that of a caretaker. The aberrant insects had wreaked havoc at the school, causing immense casualties that not only profoundly affected Yu Xian, but also left a deep mark on him. Alongside Chen Ling and others, he scoured through the remnants of countless classmates in search of survivors, striving to bandage wounds and alleviate suffering, hoping to sustain them until help arrived. At that moment, he harbored no desire to become a sword immortal. Instead, he aspired to be a doctor, yearning to save everyone. Did one wish to be a coward contemplating death, or to embrace the mantle of a hero? Zhang Shou gazed at the gradually warming street outside the restaurant, muttering to himself. He rose with a smile and exited the establishment, his steps growing ever more resolute. "Sir, you haven't paid yet." At that moment, the waitress hurried after him, calling out loudly. Zhang Shou paused, swiftly returning to settle the bill before sheepishly fleeing the restaurant. The next day, Yu Xian received a call from Zhang Shou early in the morning. After hanging up, he hastily made his way to the entrance of the nearby vegetable market. From several dozen meters away, he spotted a large banner stretched across the square in front of the market, proclaiming, "Extraordinary Healers, online free treatment for terminal illnesses, stubborn diseases, and complex ailments, healing delivered." Beneath the banner, Zhang Shou sat on a chair, continuously invoking healing spells for those who approached. While employing the touch of healing for particularly challenging ailments, Yu Xian swiftly stepped forward, interrupting Zhang Shou as he continued to cast his spell. With a furrowed brow, he exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? Have you forgotten my words? The more skills you unleash, the quicker your demise. I summoned you here in hopes that you would help maintain order among the crowd. If death is inevitable, at least I wish for my end to bear some significance." Zhang Shou gazed earnestly at Yu Xian and replied, "If you consider me a friend, do not hinder me. Life and death are predestined. Do not let my passing be devoid of meaning." "Very well." Yu Xian clenched his teeth, his eyes reddening. Subsequently, Zhang Shou resumed his ministrations for those seeking medical aid, while Yu Xian upheld order within the queue, chastising anyone who dared to cut in line or cause a disturbance. As the sun ascended from the eastern horizon to its zenith, Zhang Shou, who once bore the visage of youth, now appeared as a middle-aged man. His hair peppered with gray, evoking a sense of sorrow in onlookers. Standing beneath the sunlight, Yu Xian observed Zhang Shou. With each patient he treated, a smile graced his face, and before long, a throng had gathered around them. Some brought sunshades, others offered lunch, while some presented refreshing tea or fans. Many approached with genuine intent to assist in maintaining order, leaving Yu Xian with little to do, as no one dared to disrupt the peace. Everyone patiently queued, awaiting their turn. Across the street, atop a building, Jin Sheng stood watching the long line of people, his grip tightening unconsciously. "Doctor, your hair," a young man interjected. "Perhaps it would be wise for you to take a rest today." "Uncle, we shall cease treatment now. You must rest more. Just look at your complexion." As time progressed, an increasing number of individuals became aware of Zhang Shou's transformation. By 4 in the afternoon, he had already morphed from a middle-aged man into a frail old figure. Concern rippled through those around him, yet Zhang Shou remained resolute, continuing to administer care to his patients. Today, he had healed hundreds of terminally ill patients and restored health to dozens of classmates with physical disabilities, reviving numerous infants afflicted with hereditary ailments. In the face of inevitable death, he yearned to save more lives. With a mere activation of his skill, he could bestow upon someone the gift of health, even altering the course of their existence. He perceived this exchange as exceedingly worthwhile. Time and again, he persevered. Gradually, his vision began to blur, rendering him unable to discern the faces of his patients. Fortunately, he was not a conventional doctor. His treatment merely required the invocation of a skill. Thus, upon seeing someone approach, he could directly activate his ability. As night fell, he noticed the colors around him shifting and raised his hand to invoke his skill, but his body suddenly weakened, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Those nearby promptly supported him as he trembled, directing his skill towards the patient before him. Enough, truly enough. At that moment, Yu Xian hurried forward, embracing the now emaciated Zhang Shou, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. In truth, the onlookers had intervened numerous times, yet Zhang Shou had consistently refused, steadfast in his resolve. Many of the sensitive souls surrounding him had already shed silent tears, and upon witnessing this scene, they succumbed to their emotions once more. "Yu Xian, it is truly perplexing. I clearly do not wish to perish. One would expect that I should harbor a profound fear of death, yet at this moment, I seem to be entirely devoid of such trepidation. Could it be that my conviction in the righteousness of my actions has liberated me from this fear?" Zhang Shou, upon hearing Yu Xian's voice, spoke weakly, a serene smile unexpectedly gracing his countenance. Before Yu Xian could respond, his hand slowly fell, and Yu Xian could no longer contain his anguish, weeping openly. His father had departed, his closest companion had departed. He was left to ponder what, if anything, remained for him to lose. The surrounding crowd bore witness to this poignant scene, some standing in silence while others wept. As time seemed to stand still in that very moment. 020, the 7-day cycle of life and death. 021, Yumerin Monday. Outside the gates of the Superpower Academy, numerous students, laden with backpacks, gather by the wall adjacent to the entrance. The illustrious name of the Superpower Academy has been known to the majority of ordinary students since childhood. Many have even fantasized about attending this prestigious institution one day. However, at this moment, a sense of trepidation envelopes them. They are mere mortals, while the students within the academy are extraordinary beings, creating an insurmountable chasm between the two. The ordinary individuals, unaccustomed to physical exertion, struggle to break even a single brick, whereas the extraordinary can effortlessly obliterate a wall. Some of the more formidable students possess the power to bring down an entire building with ease. The thought of being jostled by such individuals is quite terrifying. A light bump could lead to serious injury, while a more forceful encounter could result in dire consequences. "Xianyu, over here." At that moment, Zhang Shou spotted Yu Xian approaching with his backpack and greeted him with a smile. Yu Xian ambled forward and inquired, "I was wondering why I didn't see you on the way. Did you spend the night at the office?" "Indeed," Zhang Shou replied. "Dr. Chen mentioned that although my body cannot grow through conventional training, it appears I possess a digitized attribute panel. The data on this panel can be enhanced through exercise, thereby augmenting my various abilities." Zhang Shou glanced around cautiously before whispering this explanation to Yu Xian. Yu Xian nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. He surveyed the surroundings and asked, "Aren't they going in?" This is the Superpower Academy. Aren't you nervous? Just then, Chun-Ling, appearing almost out of nowhere, popped her head between the two and, placing her hands on their shoulders, curiously inquired. Yuxian shook his head and replied, "Isn't that still school? Besides, we are not in the same class as the students from the Super Ability Academy. Let us go." He led the way towards the grand entrance of the academy. At that moment, a sleek car adorned with a bat emblem came to a halt at the gates, and Nora emerged from the vehicle. The surrounding students, who had been engaged in hushed conversations, fell silent, captivated by her presence. The allure of the blonde beauty was utterly overwhelming. Ordinary students found it hard to withstand. The students from Class 3 had at least encountered Nora before, but those from other schools had never laid eyes on her, and they were momentarily entranced by this stunning tableau. Just then, a voice pulled everyone back to reality. "Good morning, silly goose." Yuxian, spotting Nora, greeted her with a smile. While she had initially been pleased to see Yuxian and his companions, her expression darkened upon hearing his words. She swiftly stepped forward and playfully stomped on Yuxian's shoe, retorting in a huff, "You're the silly goose." Click. Many boys witnessing this charming encounter felt their hearts shatter. "Nora, are you returning to your original class, or will you be joining us?" Chun-Ling interjected. Nora flicked her hair, realizing she was standing too close to Yuxian, and took a small step back before responding. "I have already transferred, so of course, I'll be in your class." "Then what are we waiting for? Let us go," Yuxian cheerfully remarked, disregarding the imprint on his shoe. He walked ahead, and the others followed suit. Observing Yuxian and his group entering the school, the remaining students eagerly trailed behind. As they stepped through the school gates, they had not ventured far when the trees on either side began to grow wildly, and a profusion of flowers burst into bloom in an instant. A handful of students soared through the air, their hands releasing vibrant bursts of light, creating a dazzling display of fireworks in the sky, with lines of text materializing around them. "Greetings, new students. Welcome to the Superpower Academy. Adversity is the highest institution of personal growth. No matter how long the night may seem, daylight will inevitably arrive. Each fall serves as a precursor to a more triumphant rise." Students from the Superpower Academy emerged from the dense foliage, some presenting flowers to their peers, while others offered small trinkets. At that moment, many students parted to make way for a tall, striking young woman with flowing silver hair, who stepped forward and said with a smile, "I am Umarin, the president of the Student Council. Welcome to Superpower Academy. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to approach me or the Student Council for assistance." Standing at the forefront of the ordinary students, Yuxian politely expressed gratitude on behalf of his peers. However, as he gazed into Umarin's eyes, he experienced an odd sensation. It seemed as though there was no reflection of them, the ordinary students, within her gaze. Was it mere pretense? Yuxian felt a stir of intrigue within, yet maintained his outward smile. Under Umarin's guidance, the group proceeded towards the academic building, where teachers awaited at the entrance. Together, they entered their new classroom. At the door, Umarin reiterated her invitation for anyone in need to seek her out or approach the student council, assuring them that any challenges would be addressed. At last, Umarin departed with all the extraordinary students, allowing Yuxian and others to commence the class divisions. The ordinary classes at the Super Ability Academy for the third year are divided into two groups, namely Class 1 and Class 2. Essentially, all students from the same school were assigned to the same class. Since Yuxian had timely rescued numerous classmates, Class 1 predominantly consisted of students from the third high school, albeit they had not previously shared a class. Due to the anomalous insect incident, everyone had already established connections, and once seated, they quickly grew familiar with one another. In fact, several students brought gifts, eagerly expressing their gratitude to Yuxian and his companions for their life-saving efforts, with a notable number of those treated by Zhang Shou exhibiting profound respect. Yuxian, Zhang Shou, Nora, and Chun-Ling occupied the left side of the classroom, taking the first and second seats of the third and fourth rows, respectively. "I didn't expect the students at the Super Ability Academy to be so warm and friendly. I thought they would look down on us," Chun-Ling remarked with a smile, sitting to the right of Nora. Nora replied, as if it were self-evident, "They are not fools. Why would they engage in such behavior? If any student dared to discriminate against us ordinary students today, they would find themselves trending online by afternoon. And by evening, they would likely face nationwide backlash, perhaps even drawing the quiet intervention of official forces to remind such fools who truly holds power in this country. After all, Their admission to the Super Ability Academy was prompted by the Silver City anomalous insect incident, a matter of national significance that would undoubtedly attract considerable attention whenever mentioned. The Student Council is now fervently welcoming the extraordinary students of the school, extending a warm embrace to the surviving ordinary students. This not only cultivates goodwill among the populace, but also enhances the reputation of the council president. Even if some students harbor dissenting opinions, they will be mercilessly quelled through the means employed by Umarin. At this moment, Nora, seated before Yuxian, turned around and, adorned in gloves, placed an enormous silver ingot upon Yuxian's desk. Previously, she had promised to gift Yuxian 20 pounds of silver, but due to being taken back to the manor by Rocky, she had not found the opportunity to fulfill her promise until now. Wow, what a colossal piece of silver! Zhang Shou exclaimed, his eyes widening. The current market value of silver is nearly on par with that of gold. Not only are blood clans acquiring silver, but various nations are also in the market for it. Professions such as wizards and Taoists similarly require silver for their practices. It is said that wizards can utilize alchemy to transform silver along with several other metals and substances into mithril. Due to these various factors, the price of silver in the international market has been steadily rising each year. Thank you, Yuxian said, biting into the silver to confirm its purity, and then smiled. Rich lady, I'm starving. Let's eat, Zhang Shou remarked, looking at Nora with an ingratiating expression. Nora disdainfully placed a bullet on Zhang Shou's desk, stating, I am a vampire. I do not require food. There is no rice, but a bullet is quite filling. Would you like one? Well done. Chunling immediately chimed in with a laugh. Zhang Shou, feeling defeated, quickly conceded but then slyly pocketed the bullet, knowing it was an exceedingly valuable explosive round. As the four friends engaged in playful banter, both Yuxian and Zhang Shou received text notifications simultaneously. They promptly retrieved their phones, catching Chunling's attention as she noticed that the devices were identical, resembling official government-issued phones. After perusing the message from Jin Xingfa, Yuxian and Zhang Shou exchanged a glance, followed by a subtle nod of understanding. After school at noon, Yuxian and Zhang Shou departed from their institution and made their way to the South City Security Bureau, situated next door. Upon entering Jin Sheng's temporary office, they found him hunched over his desk, indulging in a quick meal. Noticing their arrival, he hastily swallowed a couple of bites, covered his lunch, and wiped his mouth before speaking. Have a seat. I need to discuss something with you. Once both had settled, he regarded them and continued. I must return to Beijing tonight to report on my duties, and I have a task to assign to both of you. Jin Sheng elaborated on the assignment. Recently, the nights in Silver City had been rather tumultuous, with various supernatural creatures lurking and malevolent entities exploiting the chaos. However, thanks to Jin Sheng's relentless crackdown in recent weeks, the majority of high-level supernatural beings and nefarious forces had been dealt with, leaving only a multitude of lower-tier nuisances, akin to ants or insects. Though their strength was lacking, their sheer numbers posed a significant threat to ordinary citizens. Thus, Yuxian and Zhang Shou's task was to patrol the area during Jin Sheng's absence and eliminate these minor threats. Traditionally, such duties fell under the purview of the Security Bureau, with patrol officers canvassing the city during the night. However, following recent operations against anomalous creatures, casualties had occurred among the officers, resulting in a shortage of personnel. Consequently, Yuxian and Zhang Shou were to serve as supplementary forces for this operation. I relish this task. As the Prince of Night Owls, I can finally stay up late with justification, Zhang Shou exclaimed with enthusiasm. Yuxian smiled silently. Ever since he became a vampire, he had only slept once. He held no aversion to this task, as he had little else to occupy his nights. This assignment was also a matter of merit, with 1 point awarded for the elimination of lesser extraordinary creatures, 5 points for insect-level extraordinary beings, and 10 points for ant-level extraordinary entities. Take it easy. Don't overexert yourselves for the sake of merit, Jin Sheng remarked, observing that both individuals had accepted the task. Yuxian and Zhang Shou nodded, with Zhang Shou patting his chest, assuring, Captain, you can rest assured, neither I nor the salted fish will cause any trouble. By the way, with our return to the capital, the incident in Silver City is drawing to a close. The headquarters will surely grant merit rewards, which can be exchanged for other items. Do you have any particular rewards in mind? You may express your desires now, and I will advocate for you, Jin Xing inquired. Zhang Shou exclaimed in delight, Captain, do I also qualify? All students involved in the rescue are eligible, although their rewards will likely be monetary bonuses, honors, and additional points for college entrance exams. As for you and the salted fish, being our own, your rewards will undoubtedly be successfully converted into merit points, Jin Sheng clarified. Zhang Shou quickly interjected, I desire a storage ring, Captain. Can it be exchanged for a storage ring? Having seen the prices of storage equipment in the exchange shop, he noted that even a storage bag with a mere cubic meter of space was priced around 50,000 merit points. He doubted that the headquarters would reward such a hefty sum. Thus, if the merit points could be exchanged for storage equipment, he would consider it a substantial gain. I'll inquire. It shouldn't be an issue, Jin Sheng nodded in response. Upon finishing his words, he turned to Yu Xian. After a brief moment of silence, Yu Xian spoke. Is it possible to acquire storage equipment, silver, and the blood of Pangu? What nonsense are you thinking? Jin Sheng retorted. He had devoted 5 years of merit to the Qilin and borrowed a considerable amount from Jin Dajuan, ultimately exchanging it for the blood of Pangu. He was still repaying Jin Dajuan's loan and did not possess even a single piece of storage equipment. Captain, please don't be hasty in your refusal. It won't hurt to inquire. If it truly comes down to it, I can forego the silver. If that still doesn't work, I can relinquish the storage equipment, Yu Xian said with a smile. Jin Sheng sighed. All right, I will ask, but I suspect the blood of Pangu should not pose a problem. The other 2 items, however, may be a bit tricky. Subsequently, he sent both of them a document via his phone, filled with the names of students. He looked at the 2 and remarked, by the way, these are all students from the Supernatural Academy. Keep an eye on them while at school, but do not let them catch on. Is there something wrong with them? Yu Xian inquired while perusing the list. Jin Sheng examined the names on his phone and replied, they themselves may not be problematic, yet their parents are all extraordinary individuals, many of whom traverse the gray areas. I am concerned they might take advantage of the chaos to stir trouble. In simpler terms, these individuals have parents who operate in the shadows. Previously, when the order in Silver City was stable, they might not have had the audacity, but now, with everything in disarray, it is uncertain. After reviewing the materials in the office, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou rose to return to school. Xinyu, do you think it's better for us to patrol together or to act independently? Zhang Shou inquired excitedly on the road. Yu Xian turned to Zhang Shou and asked, don't you have a driver's license? My father's car hasn't been sold yet. Let us go solo. Over the years, he had been caring for his father, who suffered from ALS, leaving him no time to obtain a license. In contrast, Zhang Shou had pursued his license soon after receiving his ID at the age of 16. Many laws have changed since ancient times, including the legal age for obtaining a driver's license. Upon returning to school, they found they had half an hour before class began. They decided to stand in the corridor, observing the students below. The uniforms of the Superpower Academy were distinct from those of regular schools, making it easy to differentiate the students. The blue uniforms and black uniforms occupied opposite sides, a clear division reminiscent of a chasm. That student with long horns. Do you think he belongs to the Dragon Clan or possesses deer demon blood? Zhang Shou whispered to Yu Xian, pointing at a student walking below. Yu Xian replied nonchalantly. Dragons mostly reside along the coast, don't you think? He gazed at the stark contrast between the 2 groups of students, as if witnessing a microcosm of society. In reality, the extraordinary and ordinary people had long maintained a state of mutual non-interference. Most extraordinary beings lived in the eastern part of the city, while the majority of ordinary citizens resided in the south. Due to this lack of interaction, the anomalous insects had quietly infiltrated Silver City, remaining undetected until Yu Xian's intervention. Naturally, these creatures had learned from the previous failure in Rong City and were proceeding with utmost caution this time. Actions are all taken to avoid the realm of the extraordinary beings. Even the ordinary caretakers in the households of these superhumans are selectively evaded. This is also the reason why the Superpower Academy remains entirely unscathed from the recent invasion of the aberrant insects. Look, Yu Meirin, Zhang Shou murmured at this moment. Yu Meirin is a superpower wielder. She awakened her ability, Beast Mastery of Names, after dreaming of the mythical creature by Zay in her childhood. Many of the extraordinary animals in the school are, in fact, her summoned beasts. As the 2 gazed at Yu Meirin, she lifted her head to meet their eyes, offering a slight smile and a nod of acknowledgement before entering the teaching building. It is said that President Yu oversees the entire school, which seems to hold some truth. At this moment, Chun Ling, standing behind them, spoke in a soft, ethereal tone. Zhang Shou, startled, shifted to the side and exclaimed, Chun Ling, are you human or a ghost? You tread so silently. At that moment, Yu Xian noticed a girl with a gloomy expression, She was wrapped in a scarf even on this scorching day, with most of her face concealed, revealing only a pair of lifeless eyes. Yu Xian's gaze fell upon the book in her hands, which emanated a sanguine aura, the scent unmistakably reminiscent of human blood. 023. The physical prowess of Yu Xian has been steadily enhancing, almost on a daily basis. Accompanying this growth are his heightened senses. Even without the enhancement of his silver blood to sharpen his olfactory perception, he can effortlessly discern a myriad of scents, particularly those associated with blood, to which he is exceedingly sensitive. It seems that the girl downstairs has noticed Yu Xian's gaze, quickening her steps as she swiftly enters the teaching building. Her name is Wang Qian, a member of the witch clan, reputed for her proficiency in curses. You two should not even think of trying to flirt with her, Chen-Ling remarked at that moment. Zhang Shou was taken aback, exclaiming, Chen-Ling, are you truly not an extraordinary being? It seems there is nothing you do not know. Doggy, you have changed. You no longer address me as my queen, Chen-Ling replied, her expression enigmatic as she patted Zhang Shou on the shoulder, her words laden with meaning. Zhang Shou immediately altered his demeanor, smilingly ingratiating himself. Then, my queen, are you an extraordinary being? Yes, Chen-Ling responded with a mysterious smile. In truth, she simply relished gossip and had joined numerous student groups merely for that purpose. Yu Xian possesses the ability to ascertain whether another person is extraordinary through scent alone. He merely smiled silently at Zhang Shou's curiosity, observing the students below with quiet contemplation. Hey, handsome. At that moment, a girl with an innocent yet alluring appearance suddenly looked up and greeted Yu Xian. She sported short, wine-red hair, and beneath her skirt, a tail peeked out. Yu Xian nodded slightly, choosing not to speak. This girl is none other than Hu Tuer, one of the individuals Jin Sheng had asked him and Zhang Shou to pay attention to. She possesses the bloodline of a nine-tailed fox, hailing from a family that operates a bathhouse. Her father, Hu Weijie, is a renowned figure in the gray market, often regarded as a formidable cleaner of sorts. If anyone were to stir up trouble, her father would undoubtedly be a contender. However, today, Hu Tuer's aura exhibited no anomalies. Should her father truly be engaged in any clandestine activities, Yu Xian could discern clues through the scent lingering on Hu Tuer. As the school bell rang, none of the other students appeared suspicious, with the sole exception of Wang Qian from the witch clan. As night descended, Zhang Shou drove while Yu Xian sat in the passenger seat, engrossed in knitting. At 7:30 p.m., codenamed Salted Fish and Death Doctor, they commenced their patrol. Zhang Shou activated the patrol software on his phone and focused on the road ahead. The route near the city wall was sparsely populated, with not a soul in sight on the sidewalks. After an hour of following the patrol route, they encountered no extraordinary creatures, nor even a single ordinary animal. Zhang Shou, feeling somewhat bored, stifled a yawn and remarked, I expected the night watch to be exhilarating. Instead, it's rather dull. If this continues, I fear I might fall asleep. Not to worry, when you doze off, I shall give you a little wake-up shot. You haven't died today, have you? Yu Xian replied with a chuckle. Once Zhang Shou's state refreshed, his day and night rhythms would be disrupted, since his skills recorded his status in the morning upon revival. It would feel as though he had just awakened from slumber, revitalizing his spirit. Indeed, enduring until tomorrow morning, it is likely that he will sleep the entire day. Wow, you have become quite malicious, haven't you? Zhang Shou feigned horror upon hearing Yu Xian's inhumane remark. With a smile, Yu Xian was about to respond when suddenly his ear twitched, and as his fingers, engaged in knitting, flicked, a silver thread shot out of the car window. Stop the car, he commanded. Zhang Shou promptly brought the vehicle to a halt. The two men exited the car and walked to the roadside. In the thicket by the road, a 2-meter-long venomous snake, its head adorned with a drill-like protrusion, lay cut in half, its lower body still writhing. 1 point of merit secured, Yu Xian remarked, first capturing a photograph with his phone, then retrieving a collection bag from the back seat to place the snake inside using tongs. Zhang Shou wielded a powerful flashlight, illuminating the underbrush while his other hand gripped a firearm, poised to shoot at a moment's notice. No need to look further, this is the only snake here. Though it is puzzling how it managed to enter the city, Yu Xian commented with a chuckle. That indeed is quite strange. The outer perimeter of Silver City is fortified by a 15-meter-high wall, and beyond it lies a military barracks. Logically, these creatures should be unable to traverse both barriers to gain entry. Yet, in reality, animals have continuously emerged from unknown origins, as if conjured from thin air. However, this is not entirely surprising. Much like how many people reside in towering high-rises, yet still encounter cockroaches, the origins of which remain a mystery. Perhaps, animals possess an innate ability to discover pathways to survival. As the two individuals entered the vehicle and continued their journey, approximately half an hour later, a dark figure suddenly darted out from the underbrush, prompting Zhang Shou to slam on the brakes. They both leapt from the car in pursuit of the shadowy apparition. It was a rabbit, possibly infested with parasites. "I'll take the lead," exclaimed Yuxian, accelerating and swiftly leaving Zhang Shou behind. After running for a while, Zhang Shou, breathless, came to a halt and lamented, "Turn back. I want to feast on rabbit meat." Before he could catch his breath, another shadow flickered past him. Another one? Zhang Shou's eyes widened in surprise as he turned to look behind. The other side of the road was lined with grass, beyond which lay a river, and past that, a forest that extended to the city wall. Where did this rabbit come from? Zhang Shou murmured to himself, then decided to retrace his steps, determined to investigate whether there was a burrow hidden within the thicket. Meanwhile, the rabbit was swift, but Yuxian was even swifter. The distance between them continued to diminish as a glimmer of blood energy manifested in Yuxian's hand. With a flick of his finger, a silver thread enveloped in blood energy shot forth, piercing through the rabbit in an instant. The silver thread then rapidly twisted, slicing through the rabbit's bones and sinews with precision. The utility of blood energy was vast, a subject Yuxian had long been studying. He had just employed blood energy to enhance the kinetic force of the silver thread, thereby increasing both its speed and potency. However, the sensation he had just experienced felt somewhat amiss. Yuxian gazed at the trembling rabbit, a slight frown creasing his brow. He approached the fallen creature and, using a silver thread, carefully revealed its form. The rabbit bore two prominent fangs and exuded a potent aura of decay. A zombie rabbit. Yuxian was taken aback and quickly tightened the binding of silver thread around it. If this creature were to bite an ordinary person, it could spell disaster. As he carried the rabbit back, he noticed Zhang Shou rummaging through the grass at the roadside. He inquired, "What are you searching for?" "The rabbit hole." "Strange. There's only one here. I saw another one scurry past just moments ago. Did you not encounter it?" Zhang Shou replied, casting a glance at the rabbit in Yuxian's grasp before continuing his question. Yuxian paused, surprised by the mention of another. He hurried to the car, retrieving a corpse collection bag adorned with talismans from the back seat. He stuffed the zombie rabbit into the bag and secured it tightly before dashing back. Typically, he refrained from enhancing his sense of smell with blood from silver, as the world was rife with overwhelming odors that he found difficult to endure. However, this situation necessitated its use. Allowing the zombie rabbit to bite someone would lead to complications, especially considering that some individuals, when bitten, would not seek immediate medical attention, clinging instead to a false sense of hope that they could heal themselves, ultimately causing harm to themselves and others, leading to catastrophic consequences. 024. The Theory of Corporeal Expansion. Zhua Jingzong, a 45-year-old crematory worker and an enthusiast of metaphysics, has harbored dreams of becoming extraordinary since his childhood. He dedicated himself to relentless efforts, delving into a plethora of publicly available extraordinary systems. In the past, he contemplated the notion of becoming a wild vampire. However, during that period, the vampire clan publicly executed several captured foreign wild vampires, leading him to conclude that the risks were excessively perilous. Thus, he chose to abandon that aspiration. From the ages of 20 to 35, he was fervently infatuated with forbidden fruits, investing considerable sums of money in the pursuit of his dreams, only to find them ultimately illusory and fruitless. To repay his debts, he spent the subsequent decade working diligently. Yet he never relinquished his quest to uncover the path to becoming extraordinary. Ultimately, he devised a foolproof plan to transform into a zombie. Naturally, he did not aspire to become a mindless creature. Instead, he sought to become the world's first self-aware zombie. Within numerous ancient texts, he discovered methods to achieve this. He first procured a soul-fixing talisman to firmly anchor his spirit within his corporeal form. Subsequently, he prepared a coffin imbued with the ability to seal the zombie effect. After contracting the corpse poison, he intended to find a suitable burial ground, where he would recline within the coffin and descend into the earth. With his soul anchored to his body, once his physical form metamorphosed into a zombie, his spirit would concurrently evolve into a malevolent specter. As the zombie attained a certain level of strength, it would develop a nascent self-awareness, gradually becoming increasingly astute. At that moment, he would seize the opportunity to consume the consciousness birthed from his zombie form, thus reclaiming his own essence and achieving a perfect amalgamation with his undead self. Thus, when he emerges from the place of reanimation, he shall become the sole conscious and perfect zombie in the world. The plan is splendid. He has even expended a year's salary to procure an authentic soul-binding talisman. As soon as he acquires the fangs imbued with the essence of the corpse, he will commence the execution of his scheme. However, as an ordinary individual, he finds himself utterly unable to locate a means to procure the coveted zombie fangs, thus halting his progress at this juncture. One day, he rode his bicycle home after work. Recently, he has had to deal with an increasing number of corpses, necessitating overtime until 7 or 8 in the evening. Nonetheless, he is more than willing to work extra hours, for the additional pay allows him to continue pursuing his dreams. Who on earth could be so wicked? Upon returning home, Zhuozhengzong noticed a basketball-sized hole in the corner of his front door. He hastily approached, retrieved his keys, and unlocked the door. Upon switching on the light, he was greeted by the sight of a rabbit bouncing incessantly in the corner. Frowning, he grasped a steel rod for self-defense and cautiously advanced. Hey! With one swift strike, the recoil left his hand slightly numb. Realizing he was dealing with a supernatural creature, he gritted his teeth and unleashed a flurry of blows. After exhausting himself and rendering the rabbit motionless, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a brief respite, just as he was about to investigate the nature of this peculiar rabbit, Yu Xian arrived. Be careful, that is a zombie rabbit. Allow me to handle it. Yu Xian promptly interjected. Zhuozhengzong, initially startled but then relieved, turned around, angered, and exclaimed, Who are you? And what business do you have intruding in my home? Leave at once, or I shall call the police. I am a police officer, currently on night patrol, responsible for managing all extraordinary beings. Yu Xian produced his credentials and addressed Zhuozhengzong. Zhuozhengzong fixed his gaze upon the identification in Yu Xian's hand, suppressing the resentment within him, and stepped aside to yield. Thank you for your cooperation. Also, in the future, it would be prudent to report such situations to the authorities first, allowing the special police to handle them. Your actions are quite perilous. It would be troublesome if you were bitten, Yu Xian remarked, exhaling slightly in relief as he approached the zombie rabbit and bound it with silver thread. Before departing, he turned to Zhuozhengzong. Zhuozhengzong could only offer a perfunctory smile, watching Yu Xian leave. Once he turned away, his smile vanished, and his expression darkened considerably. That was the very zombie he had longed for. This was undoubtedly his closest encounter with the extraordinary. Upon returning indoors, he glanced at the spot where the zombie rabbit had fallen. Suddenly, something caught his eye, and he crouched down, cautiously pinching a fragment of bone smaller than a grain of rice. This must be a shard of bone that had splintered off when he struck the zombie rabbit with an iron rod. As he gazed at the fragment, a look of ecstatic delight spread across his face. According to the research report from the Extraordinary Alliance, since the emergence of corpse energy, its scale has only increased. Famously known as the corpse energy expansion theory, a mere speck of corpse energy can create a zombie, and as the zombies grow stronger, they generate even more corpse energy. When a zombie is vanquished, this energy does not dissipate. Instead, it permeates the natural world. Thus, corpse energy will continue to proliferate, ultimately dragging all of humanity into the realm of the deceased. Upon initially encountering this theory, Zhuozhengzong felt as though the entire world was collapsing around him. He subsequently fell into a prolonged state of depression. Ultimately, he stumbled upon the ancient wisdom left by venerable sages online. If one cannot defeat the enemy, one should join them. In that moment, he felt a profound awakening, realizing that since this world inevitably belongs to the deceased, perhaps it would be better for him to embrace death in advance. As Yu Xian walked along the road, he was struck by the pungent odor of decay emanating from the man he had just seen, which sparked a flicker of suspicion within him. He retrieved his phone and logged into the Public Security Bureau's app, swiftly uncovering the man's identity through the housing number. He paused for a moment, then shook his head, dismissing his earlier concerns. Indeed, he had been overthinking. It was entirely normal for a cremator to carry such an odor. Yu Xian hastened back to the road, where he found Zhang Shou still searching for the elusive hole. After securing the zombie rabbit, he positioned himself at the edge of the grass and inquired, Old Zhang, have you found anything? Zhang Shou, puzzled, replied, No, this is quite strange. Where could they possibly have come from? Yu Xian smiled and remarked, This is one of the 3 great unsolved mysteries of the world. If I could answer it, I would surely gain fame. In a world of the extraordinary, numerous enigmas remain unsolved, with the sudden appearance of animals being one such mystery. Some speculate it is a glitch in the fabric of reality, while others attribute it to the effects of some forbidden fruit. Regardless, discussions abound, yet the origin of these animals' sudden emergence remains elusive. The two men returned to their vehicle, with Zhang Shou resuming his driving. As they journeyed onward, extraordinary creatures occasionally made their appearance along the road. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou ambled, stopping intermittently, until their vehicle finally arrived in the bustling eastern part of the city. In stark contrast to other districts, the east was undeniably vibrant, with throngs of people still traversing the streets even past 11 o'clock, and all the shops remained open, a sight unseen in the other areas. "Look, Xianyu. It's Hu Tuer," Zhang Shou murmured quietly. Initially engrossed in knitting, Yu Xian lifted her gaze towards the window, and indeed, Hu Tuer was mingling with a group of young men, occasionally flashing smiles that enchanted them profoundly. "Truly a vixen. She possesses remarkable charm," Zhang Shou remarked with admiration. Yu Xian, sensing no unusual presence, merely responded with a hint of indifference. "Let us proceed with our patrol." In truth, the Eastern District hardly required their vigilance, for the residents included extraordinary beings, some even of the eagle rank. Should any extraordinary creatures emerge, they possessed the means to handle the situation independently. Nonetheless, bound by duty, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou dutifully continued their patrol in the vehicle. The neuroworm of the brain, a night of sleeplessness. During their inaugural patrol, the two encountered neither surprises nor dangers. However, this was merely the first of many patrols. One cannot stand by the river without getting one's shoes wet, and future outings may prove more perilous. Zhang Shou parked the car near the school and then proceeded to have breakfast, while Yu Xian, not in need of a morning meal, made his way to school ahead of time. "Early bird today, huh?" Chen Ling remarked, her eyes glued to her phone as she perused gossip in the classroom. Upon noticing Yu Xian's arrival, she exclaimed in surprise, "Good morning. You're here quite early as well." Yu Xian took his seat, responding with a subtle smile. He placed his hand within the drawer, and with a mere thought, a silver thread swiftly manifested, weaving itself into a glove in the blink of an eye. Compared to knitting a sweater with wool, the silver thread, crafted from silver blood, was far easier to manipulate. With the correct weaving technique, he could conjure the desired protective gear with a mere thought. Thus, he practiced repeatedly, summoning silver gloves that appeared and disappeared from both hands with increasing speed. After achieving the feat of weaving gloves in just 0.1 seconds, he began to extend their length. "Hey, did you know?" Chen Ling suddenly turned around. Just as she finished speaking, she blinked in curiosity at Yu Xian. Upon his entrance, he had been clad in their blue school uniform, yet now he donned a silver trench coat, complemented by a silver vest beneath. "Surely, you didn't change clothes behind me?" Chen Ling asked, her expression one of astonishment. In the fleeting moment when Chen Ling blinked, Yu Xian retracted all the silver threads, leaving Chen Ling momentarily dazzled. When she looked back at Yu Xian, she found him clad in a school uniform. "Could it be that I didn't sleep well last night?" Chen Ling murmured to herself. Yu Xian, with a smile, inquired, "What were you about to say just now? By the way, did you hear? The Dragon King of Donghai has announced his intention to venture into the realm of mundane protective gear, aiming to create equipment capable of withstanding attacks from extraordinary beings for ordinary people." Chen Ling scrutinized Yu Xian's attire with suspicion, yet her curiosity got the better of her. The Dragon King of Donghai is merely a moniker. His true name is Li Donghai, a direct descendant of the dragon ancestor and a wealthy magnate. The illustrious Donghai Dragon Palace Group is his enterprise. Previously, he exclusively catered to extraordinary beings, but it appears he now seeks to profit from ordinary folks as well. Yu Xian commented, "He is likely just making grandiose claims. The Dragon King is notorious for his loose lips. Netizens have dubbed him Big Mouth Dragon for his penchant for capitalizing on every trending topic. Undoubtedly, this announcement is intended to siphon traffic from Silver City." "How disappointing," Chen Ling responded upon hearing this. She had genuinely hoped to purchase practical protective gear. Her parents had equipped her with pepper spray for wolves, bear spray, and even a stun gun. While these items might suffice against ordinary threats, they would likely prove ineffective against extraordinary beings. If there were indeed equipment available that could defend against attacks from such creatures, she would be more than willing to make a purchase. However, extraordinary equipment would undoubtedly come with a hefty price tag. Even with cost reductions, it would likely amount to several million. The cost of materials is evident. What are your thoughts? Yu Xian is well aware of the rarity of extraordinary materials, Even the extraordinary individuals do not possess a piece of equipment, let alone the ordinary populace. Alas, I was naive to believe the words of the great-mouthed dragon. After listening to Yuxian, Chunling completely lost hope. She held her phone, conversing while typing, clearly preparing to unleash her frustration on Li Donghai's account. Yuxian smiled faintly at this, took out his phone, and while continuing to refine his knitting skills, opened the Qilin app to see if there were any significant updates. Flying zombies have been spotted at Gemini West Mountain. A search is currently underway. Members below Eagle level are advised to keep their distance from Gemini West Mountain. The internal ranking assessment will commence on the 1st of next month. Members confident in improving their ranks are encouraged to register promptly. The Qilin Research Department has devised a detection method for the aberrant insect variant, the brain-hugging neurobug, with a nationwide inspection scheduled in 3 days. Upon reading the third trending piece of news, Yuxian's eyes brightened. About 2 days prior, he had come across related reports, wherein the scientists within Qilin had thoroughly studied this new aberrant insect form. Naming it the brain-hugging neurobug, this variant of the aberrant insect transforms its body into a structure remarkably akin to human neural tissue, infiltrating the target's brain and replacing their nerves. Much like a multitude of tentacles tightly encircling the human brain. At this moment, the host's brain remains alive. However, all incoming information is meticulously filtered by the parasitic neuroworm. In simpler terms, the neuroworm dictates what the host perceives visually and audibly, rendering the host a mere puppet, devoid of any resistance. Furthermore, once successfully parasitized by the neuroworm, despite the host being technically alive, the condition is indistinguishable from death, as current methods are insufficient to ensure the host's survival post-separation from the neuroworm. After all, the neuroworm feasts upon the host's neural tissues. Without that portion of the nervous system, survival becomes impossible. Yuxian now finds himself in a state of ambivalence. He is relieved that the nation has finally devised means to prevent the invasion of aberrant worms and neuroworms. Yet he is troubled by the uncertainty of how many families will face disintegration as a result of this investigation. Doghead Gold Mountain. Named for the discovery of a massive gold nugget resembling a dog's head. However, with the increasing presence of extraordinary beings, the human inhabitants near Doghead Gold Mountain have long since relocated to urban areas, transforming the region into a sanctuary for wildlife. In a man-made cave halfway up the mountain, a multitude of animals congregate, including wolves, bears, and tigers, along with several humans. This coexistence is evidently abnormal, as such creatures cannot harmoniously dwell together. Suddenly, the earth trembles violently. A colossal white ape, towering at 3 meters, descended from the mountain peak to the valley below. It turned and tore open one of the cave's walls, gazing at all the creatures with a grin, exclaiming, "This body is truly powerful. It feels magnificent. Lao San, you mustn't ruin this body. It is our vital instrument." Zhou Tai sat upon a stone, his legs swinging as he spoke. A tiger nodded in agreement, remarking, "Indeed. It's not every day we acquire such an extraordinary being. If you damage it, your fate will be sealed." Extraordinary beings possess heightened sensitivity. Any foreign intrusion into their bodies is swiftly detected, making it exceedingly difficult for the aberrant insects to parasitize them. However, following the devastating defeat in Silver City, Zhou Tai understood that relying solely on parasitizing ordinary humans would never allow the aberrant insects to flourish. Thus, upon realizing that this gigantic ape was a solitary entity, he sacrificed a substantial number of aberrant insects, exhausting the ape to the brink of collapse, which ultimately enabled him to successfully usurp its form. Once endowed with human intelligence, the aberrant insects exhibited a natural instinct for self-preservation, rendering unity among them a formidable challenge. However, with Zhou Tai as their leader, the aberrant insects could now coordinate their actions. Even if driven by fear, they had no choice but to comply, thus achieving a significant breakthrough from nothing to something. Once they managed to parasitize more extraordinary beings, they may encircle cities from the wilderness, ultimately realizing their ambition of world domination. 026. The uses of blood energy at the Superpower Academy. The afternoon was once again devoted to self-study. The content that the senior students could discuss had already been reiterated by the teachers countless times. Now, aside from various assessments and examinations, all that remained were self-study sessions. The primary reason for this was that many teachers had either passed away or were incapacitated, leaving only a few who could still attend classes. In the classroom, Zhang Shou was sprawled across his desk, soundly asleep with his head buried in books, the sound of his snoring audible. Sunlight streamed through the window as Yuxian, seated beside Zhang Shou, was playing with blood energy. His hands were positioned beneath the desk, each gathering a sphere of blood energy, which he then manipulated to form two indistinct humanoid figures. These figures, composed of blood energy, engaged in a mock battle, wielding long spears that clashed incessantly. The vampire race possesses two primary sources of power, one of which is blood energy. Any vampire who awakens the talent for blood energy is prioritized for training within the clan. Yuxian was acutely aware of the significance of blood energy. Furthermore, during his middle school years, he had perused numerous online novels related to the vampire clan. The one that left the most profound impression on him was titled After Awakening Blood Energy, I Ascend to the Pinnacle of Life. In this narrative, the protagonist inadvertently saves a significant figure within the vampire clan and is granted the opportunity for initial transformation. However, due to his lackluster first talent, he is looked down upon and ridiculed by other vampires. Ultimately, his foremost talent turns out to be blood energy, leading him to be regarded as a once-in-a-century genius of the clan. In the end, he not only avenges those who scorned him, but also rises in status and wealth, ultimately winning the affection of a prominent vampire heiress and reaching the zenith of his life. It is worth noting that this novel showcases a plethora of fictitious blood magic. During his second year of junior high, Yuxian became utterly captivated by this book, even imagining himself as the protagonist. Little did he realize, at that time, that one day he would not only become a vampire, but also possess the third innate ability of blood manipulation, a concept more fantastical than any light novel. It must be said that the wisdom of ancient sages continues to gain value over time. Sometimes, reality is even more absurd than fiction. For while fiction operates within a certain logic, reality often defies all rationality. Since awakening his blood manipulation ability, Yuxian has been engrossed in studying blood magic. The Qilin app contains a wealth of audiovisual materials showcasing vampires utilizing blood energy, such as summoning gigantic scythes of blood, conjuring chains of blood to seal environments, employing blood wings for flight, using blood cloaks to shield against daylight, and even the red cloud black sky technique employed by ancestors during daytime battles. Many of these blood spells are incomprehensible in their execution merely by observing their effects. Ultimately, Yuxian focused his attention on the blood scythe. Although this spell is also complex, he felt capable of attempting a close imitation. Currently, his manipulation of blood energy to create miniature figures for combat serves to hone his ability to shape blood energy. While the spears wielded by these figures are intended to train the stability of weapons constructed from blood energy. Lacking guidance, he remains uncertain of the validity of his thoughts and the extent of the disparity between his abilities and those of the Blood Clan's magic. In fact, he has even developed an additional application, bubbles. After rendering the blood energy viscous, a slight introduction of air allows it to easily form bubbles akin to chewing gum. By controlling a multitude of bubbles beneath his feet, he can generate immense elasticity, significantly amplifying his speed. Furthermore, he envisions lining the inner layer of armor woven from silver blood with numerous tiny bubbles to serve as a cushioning barrier. This should provide commendable defense against formidable adversaries. As the school bell rang, Yuxian withdrew the blood energy back into his body and pulled out his phone to peruse various trending news stories, seeking a moment of mental respite. Although he did not feel fatigued under the sun's rays, sustained concentration could lead to a different kind of weariness. Much like working in a factory where, despite physical ease, one inevitably grows weary. It is best to maintain a balance between work and rest, allowing oneself to relax when needed. Xian Yu, are you free tonight? Qinling inquired softly after a brief conversation with Nora, turning to Yuxian. He nodded, responding, yes, I'm free. What is up? Night patrols are not a daily obligation. He and Zhang Shou are required to patrol only twice a week, with the remaining shifts managed by the security team. Since he and Zhang Shou had already completed a night patrol last night, they certainly would not be assigned again today, granting him genuine free time. There's a grand performance at the Beast Arena tonight. Nora wishes to invite us to witness the show. Are you and Zhang Shou interested in attending? Qinling asked. Yuxian glanced at Nora, noticing her feigned indifference, and couldn't help but chuckle. Since the silly goose is treating us, I certainly cannot miss out. The beast fighting arena essentially involves extraordinary beings capturing various supernatural creatures in the wild, subsequently pitting these creatures against the extraordinary beings within a cage, akin to bullfighting. with the ultimate outcome being the demise of these extraordinary creatures. Although Yuxian had never witnessed a live match, he had watched numerous paid videos online in the past. The renowned beast fighters are essentially celebrities. They not only endorse various products, but also boast a vast fan base, earning substantial income from merchandise alone. Had he not joined the Qilin, Yuxian believed it quite probable he would have become a beast fighter once he grew powerful enough to no longer fear the Blood Clan. You are the silly goose. Upon hearing this, Nora shot Yuxian a significant eye roll, though the corners of her mouth betrayed a subtle smile. In truth, during this period, due to her association with Yuxian, her status within the Blood Clan had not only remained intact, but had risen remarkably. If she had once been merely dubbed the Blood Clan Princess by the Superpower Academy, she was now on the verge of truly becoming the Blood Clan's little princess. Yuxian's utilization of her blood to become a vampire, equally unafraid of sunlight, marked a monumental leap. Should all vampires she embraced share this immunity to sunlight, the Blood Clan would no longer be confined to nocturnal activities, asserting their existence even in daylight. It could be said that Nora embodies the new hope of the Blood Clan, drawing the attention of even the progenitor, who contemplated bestowing upon her the blood of the ancients. The next class would be a study period. After the three individuals agreed upon a meeting place for the evening, they fell into a tranquil silence, each engrossed in their own tasks. Yuxian continued to conceal his hand beneath the desk. However, this time he materialized a blood-red dagger, pressing it against his palm to gauge its hardness and sharpness. As he contemplated further compressing the blood energy, Yuxian discerned through tactile sensation that the blade he had forged was merely on par with ordinary iron tools. Consequently, he began to concentrate, channeling his will to condense the blood energy. While it is often said that most vampires possess fragile constitutions, Yuxian was a remarkable exception, for reasons unknown. His physique had conformed closely to that of a typical vampire, slender and even somewhat gaunt. Yet, upon observing his face and muscular contours, one would never surmise that he could effortlessly lift objects weighing 1 or 2 tons. To accommodate his own strength and speed, his skin and bones had become exceptionally resilient. Especially after awakening his blood energy, common kitchen knives could no longer pierce his skin, and weapons such as iron rods found it difficult to inflict any substantial harm upon him. In this moment, the originally 15-centimeter blade was compressed to a mere 10 centimeters. With a gentle stroke, a crimson line appeared on his palm, but under the sun's rays, it vanished instantaneously. Around 8:30 in the evening, the four individuals convened at a nearby tea shop, not far from the school, before proceeding together to the beast fighting arena in Silver City. Situated on the outskirts of the eastern part of the city, the arena had been a source of fervent cheers and exclamations, which Yuxian and Zhang Shou had heard while patrolling the previous night. Nora had purchased a private box ticket, and upon their arrival at the arena, they were swiftly escorted by a dedicated attendant. As they settled into the opulent box, an array of fruits, snacks, and beverages was promptly served. This was my first visit to such an extravagant venue, and I felt a wave of nervousness wash over me. Zhang Shou, seated beside Yuxian, took in the lavish decor and exquisite delicacies, and quietly remarked to Yuxian. In response, Yuxian shifted his portion of fruits and snacks towards Zhang Shou with a smile, reassuring him, "There's no need to worry. I'm a bit nervous too, but it will be fine once the beast fighting begins. Nora, those delicacies are specially crafted extraordinary foods. You should give them a try," she suggested, holding a piece of pastry. The bloodlines of the extraordinary beings were diverse, encompassing a myriad of peculiar races, including some who possessed orc bloodlines and had a penchant for raw meat. Their palates differed significantly from that of humans, often finding cooked food unappealing. The private box tickets at the beast fighting arena were reserved for the affluent, and thus, the arena ensured that such rudimentary oversights were avoided. Upon the purchase of tickets, the staff had already ascertained the guests' preferences, and a dedicated chef would be on hand to provide tailored service that very day. For instance, if Nora is a vampire, then this evening, the majority of the delicacies available are extraordinary foods that vampires can consume, devoid of any insipid flavors. Well, I shall give it a try. Yuxian nodded, then pinched a piece of pastry and placed it into his mouth. Immediately, an exquisite taste, unlike anything he had ever experienced, unfurled across his palate. He chewed gently and swallowed, his eyes lighting up in delight. Curiously, he inquired, "What is this made from?" "It comprises the blood lipids of various animals. Blood contains fat, and for some unknown reason, vampires cannot digest fatty meat. yet they can absorb the lipids found within blood. Thus, these blood lipid pastries came into existence. Nora explained while savoring her food. Yuxian had been pondering a particular matter. Normal vampires refer to themselves as the bloodkin or our kind. But Nora consistently identifies as a vampire, never once mentioning the term bloodkin. May I pose a question? Yuxian could not restrain himself from asking. Nora shot him a glance of disapproval and replied, "Speak properly. Don't call me names. I will answer as I see fit. I noticed that other vampires refer to themselves as bloodkin, our kind, or the clan. Why do you consistently use the term vampire?" Yuxian asked with curiosity. Nora responded with a sense of certainty, "Because I am indeed a vampire. My mother affectionately calls me Little Vampire, and I see no issue with it. Rather, it is you. You are a silver vampire." Upon hearing Nora's retort, Zhang Shou and Chun Ling burst into laughter simultaneously. Yuxian had not anticipated that his innocent query would result in him acquiring the nickname of Silver Vampire. To this day, Nora still believes that he sustains himself on silver, unaware that his true sustenance comes from light. Were she to discover this truth, he might well earn the moniker of Light Sucker. At this moment, staff members outside the private box begin to methodically inspect the protective equipment in the arena. Yuxian delicately lifts a pastry to his lips, and upon enhancing his sense of taste, he savors a myriad of flavors. Aside from lipids, there are likely inorganic salts and various elements whose names elude him. Clearly, these elements are extracted from the blood of animals. It must be said that as long as one possesses wealth, even as a vampire, one can indulge in exquisite delicacies beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. As the clock strikes 9, the performances in the arena commence. Greetings, everyone. I am your host, Fei Chuan. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to all spectators present at the Silver General Arena. Now, let us usher in the first match, two formidable ant-class Black Wolves versus our old acquaintance, the Jackal Hu Junjie. As the host's spirited introduction resonates, two enormous black wolves are released into the arena, followed by a robust figure with two tails protruding from his rear. The arena erupts in jubilant cheers. Hu Junjie seems to be the uncle of Hu Tuer, Zhang Shou remarks, observing the man in the arena. Yuxian nods in agreement. Indeed, Hu Tuer has a rather extensive family. According to the information provided by Jin Xing, Hu Tuer's father has 6 brothers, collectively known as the 7 talents of the Hu family. However, the 7 talents do not operate as a single entity, but rather pursue diverse careers. Hu Junjie is a professional beast warrior and a part-time online streamer, enjoying considerable fame in Silver City. Following the host Fei Chuan's introduction, the beast battle commenced. In fact, the arena features 2 types of performances: beast fights and human competitions. The former involves a confrontation between man and beast, while the latter is a contest between individuals. Currently, it is a beast fight. Hu Weijie, possessing immense experience, is acutely aware of the inherent dangers when 2 black wolves confront one another. Therefore, he first created distance, and as the 2 black wolves charged towards him, he adeptly adjusted his angle. With this shift, the previously parallel running wolves quickly transformed into a staggered formation. And in the fleeting moment they drew near, he delivered a powerful kick to the closer wolf, sending it flying. Utilizing the reaction force, he swiftly retreated, widening the gap from the other black wolf. "Impressive. I've learned something," Zhang Shou remarked, his eyes wide with astonishment. Yuxian nodded thoughtfully. This technique is not particularly difficult to master, yet it requires a keen sense of rhythm and timing, which can only be honed through extensive beast fighting experience and sharp judgment. Do not underestimate the intellect of the 2 black wolves. Their apparent vulnerability is entirely due to Hu Junjie's exceptional control of the pace, leading the wolves unknowingly into his meticulously laid trap. Subsequently, Hu Junjie skillfully integrated the battle into his rhythm, leaving the 2 black wolves disoriented. He even utilized his tail to confuse them, darting left and right, effortlessly manipulating the 2 wolves as if they were mere playthings in his grasp. Ultimately, the outcome of the battle was unmistakable. After a playful display, Hu Junjie effortlessly executed 2 black wolves with the guillotine, eliciting resounding cheers from the audience. The bloodline of the 9-tailed fox, it seems, grows stronger with an increasing number of tails? Chun Ling inquired, gazing at Hu Junjie's tails. Nora, observing the competition, replied, "Indeed. The strength of one possessing the 9-tailed fox bloodline can be discerned by the number of tails. 1 tail signifies insect level, 2 tails ant level, 3 tails bee level, 4 tails sparrow level, 5 tails serpent level, 6 tails eagle level, 7 tails wolf level, 8 tails tiger level, and 9 tails dragon level. And what of the divine level? 10 tails? Zhang Shou asked curiously. Yu Xian chuckled. When the progenitor of the 9-tailed fox ascends to the divine level, you shall find out. Currently, the fox ancestor possesses only 8 tails, still far from reaching dragon level, let alone the divine level. Doubt lingers as the subsequent matches unfold consecutively, each lasting approximately half an hour. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou are thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, primarily due to the formidable beast warriors who grace the arena. Although their strength and speed may not surpass that of Yu Xian, their wealth of experience is unparalleled. The artistry of their positioning, the precision of their angles, the mastery of rhythm, and their anticipatory skills render the combat process breathtakingly exhilarating. The experience of witnessing it live is utterly distinct from merely watching it on video. Particularly the nuances of their exertion are nearly imperceptible unless one is present. Dear audience, was that battle not thrilling? The host proclaims, eliciting laughter and agreement from the crowd. Fei Chuan also finds the matches of the beast warriors to be extraordinarily captivating, igniting a fervor within. However, the pinnacle of the evening is yet to come. The grand finale features a super monster, a creature of extraordinary intellect. An extraordinary white ape captured by our hunting team today. As the host's voice resonates, a cage slowly ascends, revealing a robust white ape standing at 3 meters tall. Its head is bowed, and its eyes are shrouded in shadow, creating an overwhelming sense of presence despite its relatively low tier among extraordinary beings. Yet, this creature commands respect. Our competitor for this match is the renowned King of Victories, the Iron God, Bai Jinlong. On the opposite side, a burly man standing at 1.9 meters strides forward. He surveys the audience with a slight smile, raising a hand to wave at the spectators. In an instant, the arena erupts in cheers for the Iron God. Meanwhile, in the private box, Yu Xian is engrossed in reviewing Bai Jinlong's profile. This information is provided by the arena, and the power cord connected to the tablet on the chair allows for easy access. Bai Jinlong, 32 years old, of the B rank, is an extraordinary individual whose ability allows his entire body to transform into a black alloy. Not only is he experienced in combat, but he also possesses tremendous strength. Should he encounter an adversary that he can counter, he is capable of fighting beyond his rank. This fellow is indeed formidable. Yu Xian mused as he perused the information. He estimated that, despite his best efforts, he would struggle to breach Bai Jinlong's defenses, although Bai Jinlong would not be able to eliminate him either. Then, the match commenced. The electric cage slowly opened after a power cut, and the colossal white ape raised its gaze towards Bai Jinlong. Zhou Tai could never have imagined that. Merely a day after dreaming of world domination, he would be effortlessly captured by a team of extraordinary hunters. Meanwhile, his other physical forms, which had come to his aid to facilitate his escape, were easily dispatched by these brutes. Now, his 9 personalities resided within weak creatures such as mice, rabbits, his original form, sparrows, and the like, with the most powerful body now reduced to a human captive, forced to perform like a jester. Come on, everyone. Bai Jinlong called out to Zhou Tai with a wave and a smile. Zhou Tai felt an overwhelming surge of rage erupting from his chest, wishing to tear apart all humanity. Among all his personalities, the third one was the most domineering, with a dream of world domination. Unlike those simpletons who merely sought to kill or play games, he understood that only by becoming the king of the world could he act as he pleased. Regardless of whether it involved skinning, murder, or arson, during that time, no creature dared to thwart him. With a thunderous roar, he immediately unleashed a punch towards Bai Jinlong. However, Bai Jinlong anticipated his move as he leaped and effortlessly evaded the attack. Moreover, to demonstrate his prowess, he did not even resort to using his superpowers while dodging. Zhou Tai's punch shook the very ground, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the surrounding spectators, which, ironically, felt like mockery directed at him. Come again. Bai Jinlong chuckled at Zhou Tai. It is worth noting that Zhou Tai was not controlling a mutated insect, but rather a neuroparasitic creature. Thus the white ape was indeed alive, albeit completely under Zhou Tai's command. Human, you have utterly enraged me. Zhou Tai glared at Bai Jinlong, his voice a peculiar distortion. Bai Jinlong paused for a moment, only to be struck by Zhou Tai's sweeping arm, sending him hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the alloy steel cage, from which he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Die. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Tai charged forward, launching a flurry of rapid strikes, intent on finishing off Bai Jinlong while he was wounded. Yet, he soon sensed an unsettling change. Stepping back, he beheld Bai Jinlong transformed into a shadowy iron figure, rendering Zhou Tai's recent assault merely a tickle. To think you can speak, this truly exceeds my expectations. Bai Jinlong rose from the ground, surveying Zhou Tai's imposing physique as he addressed the audience. Indeed, there exist remarkable creatures capable of articulating the language of humans, such as certain parrots that not only speak but do so with remarkable fluency, as well as the cunning weasel, which also possesses the ability to mimic human speech. Bai Jinlong had simply not anticipated that the white ape would be capable of conversing in human language. It was only through a sudden ambush that he fell prey to its unexpected attack. Now, however, he is prepared, and the white ape poses no threat to him whatsoever. Within the private room, Yu Xian and the others were equally startled by the white ape's speech. Particularly Yu Xian, who, for reasons unknown, felt an uncanny familiarity in the way the white ape spoke. Yet, it was not an exact match. It was more akin to two brothers, where he had heard the voice of the younger sibling, thus finding the elder's voice somewhat recognizable. He furrowed his brow, attempting to recall where he had encountered such a voice, but the rough and peculiar timbre of the white ape's voice rendered it impossible to pinpoint. It felt more like an instinct, one that could not be discerned through mere comparison. Yu Xian, do you not have the impression that its voice seems familiar? Nora inquired, her brow knitted, her gaze fixed on the white ape. Yu Xian paused, taken aback, and responded, you sense it too? Indeed, but I cannot recall where I have heard it. Nora nodded in agreement. Yu Xian scrutinized the white ape and speculated Zhou Tai. He had encountered many individuals alongside Nora, but there was only one who seemed suspicious, prompting him to think of Zhou Tai first. Zhou Tai? The voice does not quite match. Yet there is an essence that feels somewhat similar, Nora replied uncertainly, as Yu Xian observed the fierce battle between the white ape and Bai Jinlong. His suspicions grew ever more pronounced. The white ape's fighting style, characterized by ambushes and unexpected assaults, only intensified his doubts. Were it not for Bai Jinlong's body being transformed into an alloy of iron, he might not have stood a chance against the white ape. It was evident that he was Zhou Tai. Could it be that this white ape had succumbed to the control of the mindworm? Yu Xian's gaze turned increasingly serious, his pupils shimmering with a silvery light. He was assured that beneath the white ape's skin, no tendrils lurked, leading him to ponder silently. Thus far, there have been no recorded instances of aberrant worms parasitizing extraordinary beings. If this white ape truly was Zhou Tai, the implications would be dire. Once the match concluded, he resolved to examine the white ape's carcass. Should he ascertain that the white ape was indeed Zhou Tai, he would promptly report to the Qilin Bureau. 029. As Zhu Yin awakened, Bai Jinlong showed no urgency to conclude the battle. Instead, he continuously provoked the white giant ape, enduring its assaults time and again, showcasing his formidable defense to the audience. To him, this was nothing short of a performance. He felt compelled to consistently steal the spotlight, becoming the focal point of the entire spectacle. In truth, he succeeded spectacularly. The spectators in the arena erupted in chants of his name, and he reveled in the adoration and esteem from the multitude. Notably, this admiration could indeed translate into monetary gain. A feeble punch. If your strength is merely this, does it truly matter whether you are enraged? Bai Jinlong gazed at the giant ape, now under Zhou Tai's control, a contemptuous smile gracing his face as he effortlessly deflected Zhou Tai's blows with one hand, mockingly taunting him. As anticipated, his words only fueled the giant ape's fury, causing its strikes to come more swiftly. Yet, the giant ape, despite its might, was but flesh and blood. Its blows against Bai Jinlong's metallic form were nothing more than a gentle caress, while the giant ape itself began to sustain injuries. Damn it, damn it, damn it, die. Under Zhou Tai's manipulation, the giant ape's eyes blazed crimson, adrenaline surging through its veins, rendering it impervious to pain. However, Bai Jinlong's transformation into a metallic alloy rendered the giant ape's once proud strength utterly ineffective. His body, capable of withstanding bullets, had become seemingly fragile. The giant ape could shatter rock and pierce steel, yet it could inflict not a scratch upon Bai Jinlong. Kill, kill, kill. Zhou Tai's heart surged with murderous intent. Even if he could not inflict harm upon Bai Jinlong, he was determined to strike. Unbeknownst to him, under his manipulation, the blood within the white ape began to heat up, releasing a multitude of extraordinary factors from its veins. Interestingly, his own temperament resonated more harmoniously with the extraordinary bloodline of the white ape than that of the creature itself. It seemed that hidden strength lay beneath the surface. Bai Jinlong, sensing the surge in the giant ape's power, expressed his surprise. In the next moment, he noticed a hint of red appearing on the white giant ape's arms. Bloodline awakening? Ladies and gentlemen, the white ape before us has indeed awakened its bloodline. Would you care to witness this? It promises to be a spectacle rarely seen in a century, so let us cheer and revel in the excitement. Bai Jinlong quickly grasped the transformation occurring within the white ape and called out to the audience. Instantly, a wave of cheers erupted from the stands. And when he posed the question, "Would you like to see it?" countless voices responded affirmatively, exclaiming, "Yes." A smile crept upon his lips as he resolved to fulfill the audience's wishes. With his prowess, what could the awakening of the white ape's bloodline possibly mean? Bloodline awakening? Zhou Tai also heard Bai Jinlong's words and, utilizing the neuroworms of his brain, sensed that the white ape's body was indeed undergoing a monumental transformation. However, based on the release of extraordinary power within, even with the bloodline awakened, it would be unlikely to rival Bai Jinlong. Unless, of course, I can guide the white ape's bloodline to a profound awakening. Zhou Tai was not a mindless brute. Amidst the boiling bloodlust, he maintained a clear and rational mind. The spirit of battle and the essence of killing intertwined within him. He swiftly grasped the essence of the white ape's bloodline awakening. Subsequently, he incessantly transmitted messages of fury and slaughter to the ape's brain. Under the overwhelming onslaught of rage and murderous intent, the structure of the white ape's brain began to undergo a transformation. Originally, the ape's brain possessed a conventional structure, yet under Zhou Tai's stimulation, a crimson substance was rapidly secreted, causing the neuroparasitic worms to merge profoundly with the white ape's brain. Simultaneously, the temperature of the blood within the ape surged to 1,000 degrees. In the face of such terrifying heat, its bones, meridians, and internal organs underwent a frenzied aberration. Externally, the pure white fur of the ape ignited with streaks of fiery red, particularly evident in its arms and legs, which had entirely transformed from white to a deep crimson hue. Bai Jinlong, initially brimming with confidence, believed he could suppress the awakening of the giant ape's bloodline. However, with each powerful punch from the giant, he soon realized that resistance was futile. The force behind its blows was astounding, and the speed with which they came was increasingly frantic. The giant ape's strength evolved too rapidly for him to react adequately. Just as he contemplated a counterattack, another fist came crashing toward him, leaving him with no choice but to defend. As he attempted to maneuver, another punch barreled forward. This was a grave miscalculation. Bai Jinlong's heart sank as he sought to retreat, yet the white ape seemed to anticipate his intentions, closing the distance relentlessly. He gazed into the fiery eyes of the ape, which seemed to encompass the calamities of the world. Zhu Yin bloodline, Bai Jinlong exclaimed in shock. In the next moment, he was sent flying by a single punch from Zhou Tai, crashing heavily against the cage, his once formidable steel body now rendered unrecognizable. The expressions of all present morphed into sheer astonishment. The cheers abruptly silenced, as every gaze fixated upon the white ape, which now appeared strikingly transformed from its earlier state. Is its physique expanding? My heavens, its eyes are ablaze. I can feel my heartbeat quickening. Flee! That is Zhu Yan, run. Suddenly, someone realized the gravity of the situation, rising to shout. After yelling, the individual turned to escape, with several astute spectators promptly following suit. Thud, 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 thud. The rhythm of heartbeats resonated like war drums, as some slower reacting audience members recognized that the pulsating sound emanated from the giant ape, triggering their own acute panic. In the next instant, a collective surge of frenetic heartbeats erupted, followed by an explosion. Many spectators expelled blood with a puff sound, collapsing onto the stands, while some of the more resilient, extraordinary viewers began to withdraw. The incident unfolded with shocking swiftness. At that moment, four extraordinary beings burst forth from the arena's passage, one of whom penetrated the cage and launched a direct assault on Zhou Tai, aiming for a lethal strike to the heart. He possessed the ability to traverse matter. During combat, his arm would pierce through his target's body, seizing their heart and pulling it out with ease, effortlessly dispatching the majority of foes. However, this time he miscalculated. As his hand penetrated the white ape's body and grasped its heart, an intense heat instantly scorched his palm. His body suddenly could no longer sustain its strength. He let out a harrowing scream, attempting to retreat, but in the next instant, he was seized by the colossal ape. The temperature of the giant creature was extraordinarily high, Being touched by it felt akin to being scorched by fire. The man emitted an even more agonizing cry, and then, in a swift motion, the giant ape opened its maw and swallowed him whole. The giant ape, originally frail from a profound awakening of its bloodline, immediately absorbed energy and began to regain its robust form. It turned its gaze to the three individuals standing outside the cage and spoke. "Come in." The trio instinctively recoiled. Inside the private box, it seemed as though there were materials that insulated against Zhu Yan's powers. Thus, the recent wave of heart-pounding attacks had failed to affect the four within. "This is bad. Something has gone awry. Old Zhang, check if there are any survivors in the audience." "I will. Buy us some time." Yu Xian rose, his gaze fixed on the arena, addressing Zhang Shou. Everything transpired far too swiftly. From the moment the giant ape retaliated to the slaughtering of numerous spectators, barely more than 10 seconds had elapsed. By the time Yu Xian realized this was no mere performance, the audience had already suffered countless casualties. Nora stood up, declaring, "I will go too." "No. You stay with Qinling. If there is genuine danger, evacuate immediately," Yu Xian insisted. The current white ape was evidently not something firearms could contend with. Had he not diligently honed his abilities during this time, he would have fled at the first opportunity. His willingness to confront the threat stemmed from his confidence in his ability to retreat unscathed. 030, in silver armor. Yu Xian did not harbor any illusions about defeating the current white ape. His objective was merely to buy time. Nora glanced at Qinling and eventually nodded, saying, "All right. Just be careful." She could not bear the thought of leaving Qinling alone here. Should any misfortune arise, Nora would never forgive herself. Thus, despite her desire to assist Yu Xian, she dutifully remained behind. As Yu Xian stepped out of the booth, his body instantaneously transformed into a crimson hue. Subsequently, numerous minuscule bubbles erupted, covering his entire form, a sight that would undoubtedly induce screams in those afflicted with trypophobia. Following this, silver threads, composed of blood silver, swiftly wove together, enveloping all the bubbles and forming a suit of silver armor. This time, the threads Yu Xian crafted were exceptionally fine, once tightly woven. The armor appeared seamless, not only possessing sharp angles, but also a mirror-like smoothness, exuding an aura of invulnerability. "Wow, you're looking incredibly cool," Zhang Shou exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he beheld Yu Xian's transformation and the dazzling armor. This suit of armor was undoubtedly every boy's dream. Zhang Shou believed that donning such a magnificent ensemble would boost his courage by 1,000%, allowing him to stand tall even in the face of an ancestor. "All right, let us proceed with our respective tasks. You go save the people, and I will hold off the giant ape." Yu Xian clenched his fist, ensuring that the armor would not hinder his movements, then addressed Zhang Shou. "This is not the time for jesting." Zhang Shou nodded and immediately turned to leave, while Yu Xian headed in the opposite direction. Inside the arena's cage, Zhou Tai held the severely injured by Jin Long in his grasp. He pondered momentarily, a malicious smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "I am truly grateful. You have illuminated the path to genuine strength for me. In return, allow me to demonstrate the essence of power and speed." With that, he hurled with immense force. Bai Jin Long shattered the alloy cage in an instant, his body hurtling towards the audience. Just as he was about to collide with the ground, a fleeting silver shadow darted past, rescuing Bai Jin Long from certain impact. Zhou Tai furrowed his brow, gazing at the figure clad in silver armor who cradled Bai Jin Long. At that moment, he could not discern the depth of the opponent's capabilities, prompting him to refrain from any rash actions. The two parties remained locked in a tense silence. Yu Xian had previously overestimated the strength of the giant ape, yet it was only upon catching Bai Jin Long that he comprehended the extent of his underestimation. The instant he intercepted Bai Jin Long, the silver threads adorning his body nearly snapped, and bubbles formed from blood beneath the silver strands erupted in a flurry. After 2 layers of cushioning, his hands, which had caught Bai Jin Long, still suffered fractures. Fortunately, these were merely minor fractures, and with his robust physique, the injuries healed almost instantaneously. Thankfully, he had designed his armor to be as striking as possible, drawing inspiration from a plethora of cinematic portrayals of armor, thus crafting his own to exude an aura of formidable strength. Standing still, it was impossible for anyone to ascertain his true prowess. Clearly, his imposing presence intimidated Zhou Tai, and neither side was willing to initiate an attack. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals outside the cage discreetly retreated, although they possessed the strength of bees. They felt utterly devoid of safety in the presence of the giant ape. However, their movements disrupted the delicate equilibrium between Yu Xian and Zhou Tai. No formidable power arises without a foundation. And although Zhou Tai successfully activated the bloodline of Zhu Yin within the colossal ape through the unique properties of the brain-attacking nerve worm, it led to a significant depletion of the giant's energy reserves. Presently, the giant's physique craved a replenishment of energy. With an adequate supply of sustenance, the giant could grow even stronger, potentially reaching the level of an eagle. His eyes narrowed as he swiftly focused on a middle-aged man, and in the next moment, he lunged towards his target. Yu Xian had been closely observing him, and as soon as Zhou Tai moved, he followed suit. A silver thread shot forth, ensnaring the man identified by Zhou Tai and yanking him backward. The middle-aged man felt a terrifying gust of wind from the approaching fist, and just as he was about to be crushed, his body instinctively recoiled, landing him in a chair. Gasping for breath, he was suddenly aware of the peril he had narrowly escaped, his body drenched in cold sweat as he heaved for air. As the giant lunged, the other two individuals wisely retreated, leaving the area devoid of any presence by the time Zhou Tai regained control of the giant's form. "You shall contend with me. Do not think to harm the innocent," Yu Xian declared, his voice altered through the dual layers of armor. He was apprehensive that Zhou Tai might recognize his voice, which could lead to the revelation of his true strength, a scenario he wished to avoid. Bang! Bang! As the rhythmic pounding echoed, Zhou Tai glanced at Yu Xian, narrowing his eyes slightly. The sound of war drums resonated immediately, a testament to Zhu Yan's prowess. However, Yu Xian remained utterly unfazed. Had Zhou Tai managed to elicit even a single heartbeat from him, he would have felt compelled to express gratitude. Alas, vampires do not possess a heartbeat in their typical state, rendering Zhu Yan's ability utterly ineffective against them. Is it futile? Zhou Tai mused inwardly, casting a more respectful glance toward Yu Xian. It must be said, Yu Xian's stillness exuded an air of mastery. Clad in armor that gleamed like polished silver, coupled with a subtly fluttering cloak, he emanated an impressive presence. The red lenses of his helmet obscured his eyes, preventing Zhou Tai from discerning his emotions through mere gaze. In truth, those crimson lenses were forged from blood energy, providing substantial defense while simultaneously enhancing Yu Xian's vision. Fortified by both silver blood and blood energy, his dynamic eyesight was remarkably acute, allowing him to perceive Zhou Tai's movements with clarity. Under different circumstances, Zhou Tai might have possessed the patience to engage Yu Xian in a standoff. However, the present moment permitted no such luxury. This was the arena, a territory belonging to humanity, and the longer he lingered, the more perilous his situation became. Furthermore, the colossal ape's hunger was insatiable, demanding immediate sustenance. Leaving Zhou Tai with no time to waste, he commanded the white ape to grasp the metallic cage, suddenly exerting force to hurl it with great vigor. Astonishingly, the cage, once securely anchored to the ground, was uprooted entirely, soaring through the air towards Yu Xian. To be frank, the spectacle was utterly dramatic, leaving Yu Xian momentarily startled by Zhou Tai's audacious maneuver. However, Yu Xian reacted swiftly. The blood beneath his feet provided ample elasticity. With his legs bent, he leapt upward, and at the very moment the cage descended, he pressed his hands against it and forcefully pushed away, using that momentum to propel himself backward. Several silver threads instantly wrapped around the chandelier above, narrowly evading the cage's assault. A deafening roar echoed as the cage crashed heavily onto the audience stands, shaking the entire arena. The areas struck by the cage were indented, and numerous cracks appeared in the walls. Had the cage landed squarely on Yu Xian, it would have likely split his body in two. While he might not have perished, the agony would have been unbearable. It was utterly terrifying. Gazing at the distorted cage below, Yu Xian felt a greater dread than when facing Jin Sheng. Meanwhile, the colossal ape exhaled a plume of steam. The previous outburst had drained considerable energy. Unfortunately, it failed to strike its target, wasting its strength in vain. Yet, through Yu Xian's maneuvers, Zhou Tai discerned that the giant ape's attacks were being evaded by Yu Xian rather than met head-on, indicating that Yu Xian's strength was indeed inferior. Now, the focus shifted to speed. If his speed and strength far surpassed Yu Xian's, this battle could be resolved swiftly. The first step was to expand the range of the assault. Zhou Tai surveyed his surroundings before maneuvering the colossal ape's body to approach beneath the arena, directly dismantling the barriers in front of the audience. With the two panels grasped in his hands, his range of attack surged from a mere 2 meters to an impressive 10. As long as Yuxian entered this 10-meter radius, Zhou Tai could effortlessly crush him. On the other side, Yuxian raised an eyebrow at the sight of the giant ape removing the barriers. In the next moment, Zhou Tai commanded the giant ape to powerfully launch itself, its body soaring like a cannonball toward Yuxian, while simultaneously wielding the panels to flank him. However, Yuxian deftly maneuvered his hands, causing 4 silver threads to dance like serpents, gliding across the barriers. These silver threads, composed of silver blood, were not made solely of silver, but also intertwined with Yuxian's own blood. Thus, after receiving Nora's promise of 20 pounds of silver, his silver threads became exceptionally abundant, allowing him to construct armor and still possess surplus threads for both offense and defense. Of course, it was impossible to unleash a dense swarm of silver threads as he had previously against Zhou Tai. In his armored state, he could only allocate 4 to 5 threads at most, with a maximum attack range spanning between 50 to 350 meters. Nevertheless, this was more than sufficient. In an instant, the panels crossed over Yuxian, disintegrating into fine fragments. Amidst the shower of debris, Yuxian's armor remained resplendent, exuding an undeniable aura of grandeur. With a fierce roar, Zhou Tai witnessed his weapon being obliterated in an instant and promptly discarded the shield in his grasp. Like a cannonball, he harnessed his formidable explosive power, charging recklessly towards Yuxian. It must be noted that this aggressive tactic intensified the pressure on Yuxian. The colossal ape was nothing short of a numerical behemoth, possessing extraordinary strength, speed, and explosive force. Had Yuxian not been endowed with the enhanced reflexes granted by his silver blood, he would likely have been crushed within a mere second. The giant ape emanated searing heat, approaching like a blazing fireball. Without the protection of armor, one would be scorched merely by proximity to its fiery aura. Whoosh! Yuxian unleashed 2 silver threads from his hands, ensnaring the chair behind him, while a bubble formed at his toes to provide propulsion. With a swift downward press of his toes, he rapidly retreated. A massive fist grazed past him, and even through the visor, he could distinctly feel the terrifying heat wave. Boom! A punch struck the ground, creating a sizable crater. Yuxian executed a backflip, landing on the backrest of a chair. Before he could catch his breath, the giant ape, propelled by the force of its previous punch, lunged at him once more, its other arms sweeping horizontally towards him. Such a direct assault demanded a comprehensive mastery of skills, and Yuxian's nerves were taut, leaving no room for relaxation. He focused intently on Zhou Tai's movements, quickly evading as the arm of the giant ape descended upon him. Utilizing the elasticity provided by the blood energy bubble, the missed strike prompted the giant ape to swiftly seize a chair and hurl it. In midair, Yuxian ingeniously utilized silver threads to maneuver himself in ways that were typically beyond his capabilities, narrowly evading the chair's assault. It turned out to be merely a small fly. After a flurry of attacks, Zhou Tai finally discerned the truth. He realized that Yuxian was not formidable at all. His appearance was merely an illusion, cloaked in an air of mystery. Once his confidence was restored, Zhou Tai unleashed his full offensive. He commanded the giant ape's body to rise from the ground, its muscles propelling it like a mountain crashing down upon the just-landed Yuxian. A single hit would surely obliterate him. Yuxian retreated repeatedly, leaping from the audience stands into the arena, then back again, continuously evading and shifting. Suddenly, both combatants halted, their gazes fixed upon the ceiling. Something was descending. A thunderous roar echoed as the floor erupted. A 5-meter-tall, bull-headed giant plummeted from above, shattering the ceiling like a deity descending from the heavens, landing heavily in the arena. Intrigued, Zhou Tai noted the unexpected awakening of such magnitude. The bull-headed figure cast a glance at the white ape, its voice deep and commanding. In that instant, Zhou Tai felt a twinge of fear. Compared to the blusterous Yuxian, this bull-headed being was genuinely powerful. Yet, before he could act, the bull-headed giant surveyed the arena and, with a tone laced with fury, declared, "You shall perish." A terrifying wave of black, demonic flames surged from the bull-headed figure. Zhou Tai barely registered the giant's movement before his head was severed by a swift axe blow. Zhou Tai widened his eyes, utterly unable to believe that he had been defeated so effortlessly, so helplessly. After the Minotaur's axe severed the white ape's head, it crashed heavily onto the ground, sending tremors throughout the arena, with countless fissures radiating from the point of impact. Hiss! Yuxian, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The situation had shifted too rapidly. One moment he was being pursued, and the next, the mighty ape lay dead. Such overwhelming strength. Truly, the great Strength Bull King. The foremost expert of Silver City. This individual, known widely in Silver City by his true name, Tang Dali, bore the bloodline of the Bull Demon King and was indeed the most formidable, extraordinary being in the region. He possessed numerous enterprises, yet he only held stakes without managing them, indicating that he likely had shares in this arena as well. After slaying the white ape, Tang Dali's imposing aura immediately diminished. Thank you, young brother, for holding off that monkey. Otherwise, I would have incurred significant losses this time. I am truly grateful, he said, his demeanor warm and unassuming. Let us share a meal together soon. I would love to foster a closer connection. Tang Dali approached Yu Xian with brisk steps, presenting a beaming smile, devoid of any pretentiousness, as he grasped Yu Xian's hand and bowed repeatedly in gratitude. No need for thanks, it is merely my duty. However, do not blame me for being businesslike from here on, Yu Xian replied, struggling to free his right hand from Tang Dali's grasp. Ultimately, he resorted to using his left hand to retrieve his identification. Upon seeing the credentials, Tang Dali sheepishly released his hold. Yu Xian then proceeded to summon the battle police to secure the scene. After completing the necessary formalities, he put away his phone and immediately concentrated his blood energy, conjuring a blood-red long sword in his hand. He slowly approached the great ape's head, fully aware that there must be parasitic cerebral worms within. Yet he deemed it essential to dissect it for irrefutable evidence before reporting to headquarters. Tang Dali, witnessing this scene, refrained from interrupting Yu Xian and instead hurried over to Zhang Shou, who was attending to the injured, offering a cascade of gratitude. Just as Yu Xian raised his knife to incise the great ape's brain, the creature unexpectedly opened its eyes, glaring at Yu Xian with a gaze full of resentment. Had its throat not been slashed, it likely would have uttered something. Undeterred by the beast's hostile stare, Yu Xian plunged the knife into the center of its brow, meticulously slicing through the thick skull. Indeed, the great ape's bones were exceedingly dense, and it took considerable effort for Yu Xian to breach the cranium. Upon unveiling the brain, his eyes widened in astonishment. Unlike a typical brain, the patterns on the great ape's brain formed ancient characters. Combatants? Yu Xian captured the inscriptions with his phone, pondering within. He then drove the knife into the brain, and at the moment of breaching the outer layer, numerous nerves shot forth violently. However, he was well prepared and swiftly employed silver threads to restrain the neural strands. It was, as suspected, the parasitic cerebral worms. He took photographs with his phone and sent them to Jin Sheng, while simultaneously recounting the unfolding events in the arena. Within mere seconds, Jin Sheng responded, "Preserve the body. Await reinforcements." "Understood," Yu Xian replied, glancing at his phone. In less than a minute, the combat police arrived in their vehicle. In truth, from the moment Zhou Tai erupted until he was slain by Tang Dali, the entire episode transpired in a mere 3 minutes. The sequence of events unfolded with remarkable rapidity. Yu Xian and Zhou Tai faced off for just over 10 seconds before Zhou Tai began his relentless pursuit. Had it not been for Tang Dali's timely intervention, Yu Xian would have had no choice but to devise a means of escape within mere moments. The riot police were not summoned by Yu Xian's call. Rather, they arrived in response to calls made by fleeing spectators. Upon encountering the team leader, Yu Xian presented his credentials and instructed him to seal off the entire arena, prohibiting any entry or exit. With Zhang Shou present, those who could be saved would undoubtedly receive assistance, while those who could not be saved rendered further intervention unnecessary. Consequently, when the ambulance arrived, the riot police directed it to wait aside. Approximately half an hour later, a golden light descended from the heavens, precisely entering the arena through the gaping hole created by Tang Dali's descent. "Greetings, I am a member of the Qilin Support Unit, codename Ether. Here are my credentials." As the golden light settled on the ground, it dissipated to reveal a youth, whose demeanor exuded an air of irreverence. Approaching Yu Xian, he introduced himself and presented his identification. After Yu Xian scanned the credentials with the Qilin app on his phone and confirmed their authenticity, he nodded and said, "Hello. I am a member of the Exorcism Squad, codename Salted Fish. I hereby formally transfer this colossal ape and the cerebral worm to you. Please ensure their delivery to headquarters. Rest assured, there won't be any errors." Ether replied with a hearty laugh, patting his chest. He then gazed at the colossal body of the giant ape, and with a flick of his sleeve, the immense corpse vanished without a trace. Subsequently, he retrieved a box and placed the neuro worm within it, before finally tucking the box into his sleeve. "Is there a universe within your sleeve?" Yu Xian inquired, intrigued by Ether's actions. Ether, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "The concept of a universe within the sleeve is a grand sorcery. I merely stitched storage bags into my sleeve." As he spoke, he lifted his sleeve, revealing several storage bags sewn within. "Well, I must return to restore my clarity. Farewell." Perhaps feeling a tad bashful, Ether hastily bid farewell. His body enveloped in golden light as he soared into the sky, swiftly disappearing through the gaping hole in the ceiling. 032, Dragon-level crisis at the Qilin headquarters. Ether transported the remains of the giant ape and the mind worm back, and the entire research department immediately engaged in an all-night study of the two corpses. By morning, a plethora of data was delivered into the hands of the senior executives at Qilin, each of whom, upon reviewing the information, swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. An urgent meeting regarding the anomaly worm crisis was convened. Concurrently, at the Eastern District Security Bureau in Silver City, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou sat together, facing Tang Dali. Name: Tang Dali. Gender: male. Age: 98. Rank: lower wolf level. Where were you when the incident occurred at the Silver General Arena? Upon hearing this question, Tang Dali's expression faltered, and he murmured, "Could we forego this question? Please answer truthfully." Yu Xian, somewhat exasperated, regarded Tang Dali and maintained a professional demeanor. If it were a routine inquiry by an ordinary officer, Tang Dali would undoubtedly attempt to evade the question with ease. But the credentials laid out by Yu Xian and Zhang Shou bore the insignia of Qilin. Even if their ages far surpassed his own great-grandsons, he dared not treat them lightly, particularly in the case of Yu Xian, who, during the initial descent of the big shots, was acutely aware of the unfolding events. While most were left in the dark, Tang Dali understood too well. This young man had already caught the attention of the elite. In ancient terms, this would be akin to being favored by the emperor. No matter how weak one's abilities, one could not afford to underestimate such a connection. At that time I was enjoying a foot bath at the Listening Rain Pavilion. Tang Dali sheepishly scratched the back of his head and chuckled awkwardly. Yu Xian nudged Zhang Shou, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity as he recorded Tang Dali's words. After posing a few fundamental inquiries and receiving responses, he rose and stated, "Very well, should further questions arise, we shall seek your insights. Thank you for your cooperation." In truth, it was not solely Tang Dali who had been summoned for questioning. All stakeholders, staff, and security personnel of the arena had also been called forth, and it was anticipated that there would be subsequent accountability, fines, and compensation issues to address. As Yu Xian and Zhang Shou exited the room, the leader of the combat police unit, Zhang Kaichao, approached them with gratitude. Primarily because the combat police struggled to contain formidable individuals like Tang Dali, routine inquiries were likely to be met with indifference. With Yu Xian and Zhang Shou engaging, the matters could be resolved more effectively. Under ordinary circumstances, they would not overstep their bounds, but given the significance of the anomalous insects, they decided to intervene, also wishing to glean the latest intelligence. Half an hour later, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou received the report from the hunting team. The location, Doghead Gold Mountain, appeared to be a distant mountain beyond Silver City. Is it necessary to travel such a distance to capture extraordinary beings? Zhang Shou inquired curiously as he studied the report. Zhang Kaichao explained, one of the missions of the garrison outside Silver City is to eliminate nearby extraordinary beings that pose significant threats. The surrounding hills no longer harbor substantial dangers, consisting primarily of minor threats such as insect-level and ant-level creatures. The arena aims to capture beings that present a certain level of challenge, thus necessitating a journey to more remote locations for a chance to encounter them. Yu Xian analyzed. The aberrant insect lingered near the Doghead Gold Mountain just yesterday. Even if they are remarkably swift, it is unlikely they could traverse a significant distance within a single day. Allow me to consult the captain regarding the possibility of executing a remote strike on all regions surrounding Doghead Gold Mountain. He retrieved his mobile phone and promptly contacted Jin Sheng, sharing the latest intelligence. Xian Yu, the situation is likely to be even more intricate. I shall provide you with some documentation for your perusal, Jin Sheng replied. Moments later, Yu Xian received the information sent by Jin Sheng, opening it to discover a medical record. Nowadays, the vast majority of hospitals store their medical files in the cloud. Thus, even after the records room of Songshan Psychiatric Hospital was compromised, the authorities managed to retrieve all medical documentation through cloud storage. The information Jin Sheng forwarded was, in fact, the medical record of Zhou Tai. Zhou Tai possesses multiple personalities, His primary persona is relatively untroubled and could even be deemed benevolent, yet his other personalities present substantial issues. Based on Chun Song's repeated assessments, it has been confirmed that there are 8 distinct personalities, all of whom are aware of one another's existence and refer to themselves in order of their emergence: the eldest, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, and the eighth. The eldest is the primary persona, which, according to recordings left by Chun Song, has now been supplanted by the aberrant insect. The current state of this persona remains unclear. The second personality has a penchant for collecting fingers. During his time in the hospital, he nearly severed Chun Song's finger and is characterized by his taciturn nature, evoking an air of inscrutability, suggesting a rather introverted disposition. The third personality is playful and emotionally volatile, capable of experiencing intense joy one moment and profound sorrow the next. He is also the most loquacious among them, with much of the intelligence that Chun Song possesses being actively provided by him. The fourth personality is rather somber, referring to himself as appealing artist. He displays an obsessive fascination with beautiful exteriors, sometimes appearing lecherous and at other times exuding a distinctly sordid aura. The fifth personality is erratic and resembles a psychopathic killer. When Zhou Tai is under the influence of this persona, his gaze is filled with a frenzied, murderous intent, often accompanied by a strong tendency for self-harm. This persona is nearly impossible to communicate with, yet seems to heed the commands of other personalities. The sixth, seventh, and eighth personalities, having emerged relatively recently, remain enigmatic to Chun Song due to the scant information available regarding their traits and preferences. After reviewing the documentation, Yu furrowed his brow. If Zhou Tai is already so troublesome with just one personality, what then of the 8 he possesses? Moreover, Zhou Tai's personalities have the ability to traverse within the bodies of aberrant insects, allowing him to switch forms at will. This implies that unless all aberrant insects are exterminated, it is virtually impossible to eliminate Zhou Tai. According to the data provided by Jin Shang, Zhou Tai's danger level was initially categorized as serpent level, but due to the latest intelligence supplied by Yu Xian, it has now escalated directly to dragon level, surpassing even the threat posed by the entire aberrant insect collective. Should Zhou Tai unlock the potential of all extraordinary beings, humanity may soon find itself confronted by an army composed of various formidable monsters. Just take a look. Yu Xian handed his phone to Zhang Shou. After reviewing the information, Zhang Shou remarked solemnly, "In such circumstances, it is virtually impossible to eradicate them entirely, is it? The aberrant insects can parasitize any living organism. If they were to infest cockroaches or rodents, which possess astonishing reproductive capabilities, the human race would stand no chance of exterminating all aberrant insects." "Do not fret," Yu Xian replied earnestly. "Given the current situation, the higher-ups must have already taken notice. I believe that soon, formidable individuals will be assigned specifically to deal with Zhou Tai. We shall await their arrival. The dragon-level crisis will undoubtedly receive utmost attention from the Qilin headquarters." Yu Xian was quite curious about how many experts the headquarters would dispatch to resolve the issue with Zhou Tai, and it was highly likely that this time they would succeed in completely annihilating all aberrant insects. After all, as long as the aberrant insects exist, Zhou Tai will never find peace. The following day, an aircraft discreetly landed at the military camp outside Silver City. Upon finishing their classes, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou received a message from Jin Shang, prompting them to drive through 2 checkpoints and successfully enter the camp. "Captain," Yu Xian and Zhang Shou exclaimed in unison upon entering a room, where they found Jin Shang. He was alone, exuding an aura akin to that of the sun, fiery and commanding, reminiscent of a lion among men. He regarded the two with a smile, saying, "I initially thought I would remain in Yanjing for 6 months, but it appears you two have accomplished something significant. However, given the complexity of the witnesses involved this time, headquarters hastily sent me back to ensure your safety." "Ensuring our safety?" Yu Xian inquired, curiosity evident in his expression. Jin Shang nodded, his smile fading as he turned serious. "The struggle among nations within the realm of the extraordinary has never ceased. You made quite an impression the other day. Do not think that donning armor has rendered your identity unknown. It is possible that foreign hostile forces have already identified you as a substantial future threat, eager to eliminate you at once. The infiltration of foreign forces into our nation often occurs through the simplest means, bestowing extraordinary powers upon certain ordinary individuals and manipulating them through various contracts and curses. effectively binding them. Many spies, in truth, fall victim to their own greed, ultimately compelled to serve their adversaries. Typically, these spies not only gather intelligence, but also take on the responsibility of extinguishing emerging talents before they can rise. The intensity of the battle between Yu Xian and Zhou Tai, despite Yu Xian's continual evasion, was remarkable enough to attract the attention of some foreign hostile entities. My goodness, isn't that salted fish quite perilous? Zhang Shou expressed his concern after listening to Jin Sheng. Jin Sheng calmly replied, "That is precisely why I returned ahead of time. By the way, regarding the items you requested, now." Attention. The two promptly stood at attention, straightening their backs and gazing at Jin Sheng. With a serious demeanor, Jin Sheng retrieved a box and took out a medal. Addressing Yu Xian earnestly, following a thorough evaluation by the Qilin headquarters, Comrade Yu Xian has played a pivotal role in the Silver City incident, successfully thwarting the infiltration plan of the aberrant insects and significantly contributing during the insect uprising. Therefore, on behalf of the Qilin headquarters, I am honored to present you with a first-class merit medal in recognition of your outstanding contributions and remarkable achievements. At that moment, Yu Xian felt a slight sting in his eyes as he rendered a profound salute while Jin Sheng pinned the medal to his chest, and Jin Sheng immediately returned the gesture. Subsequently, Zhang Shou also received a second-class merit medal. After the medal ceremony, both were awarded a storage ring, and Yu Xian discovered that his ring contained 100 pounds of silver. Originally, the commendation ceremony was intended to be held at your headquarters, but as you are aware, the current situation necessitates urgency. According to research conducted by the scientific department, Zhou Tai has already acquired the ability to activate the extraordinary biological bloodlines. We cannot afford to give him any more time. Henceforth, our timeline will be exceedingly tight, Jin Sheng informed the two. Zhang Shou's eyes widened as he inquired, "Does that mean, Captain, you will be responsible for eliminating Zhou Tai?" "No, this operation is under the direct command of General Zhao Yi from headquarters. All barracks in Yincheng, Rongqing, Xiangqing, Jiancheng, and Huaqing are to be sealed off, centered around the Doghead Gold Mountain, covering an expanse of 13,800 miles. Subsequently, our exorcism team, the evil slaying team, the crime eradication team, and the demon hunting team will assemble and enter the blockade from various directions to eliminate all anomalous insects and suspicious creatures." Jin Sheng replied. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou were taken aback. This was undoubtedly a significant operation. "All right, Death Doctor, you may step out for a moment. I have some matters to discuss with the salted fish," Jin Sheng continued, casting a glance at Zhang Shou as he spoke. Zhang Shou paused, then nodded and exited. "Captain, is there something that old Zhang cannot hear?" Yu Xian inquired curiously as he watched Zhang Shou close the door. Jin Sheng revealed a look of envy and remarked, "I wonder if you have indeed struck lucky. Headquarters has actually agreed to your request." As he spoke, he approached the table, lifted a metallic briefcase, and entered a series of passwords. After validating his identity, the briefcase slowly opened, causing the temperature of the room to drop instantaneously. Yu Xian glanced inside the briefcase. It contained a pen-like syringe. "This is the panga blood you applied for. The Qilin headquarters, after careful consideration, has decided to grant your request. Now, you are to inject it in my presence. This is a supreme treasure that even the progenitor of the blood clan cannot attain," Jin Sheng elucidated. He was genuinely envious. For a single drop of panga blood, he had not only exhausted his savings, but also incurred substantial debt, while Yu Xian acquired it without the burden of debt. "Captain, may I not use my teeth to suck it?" Yu Xian asked, glancing at the panga blood within the syringe, a hint of guilt evident in his voice. His curiosity about the taste of panga blood was purely innocent. He had no intention of injecting it. Jin Sheng, observing Yu Xian's greedy demeanor, felt a sudden throbbing at his temples. He pinched the bridge of his nose and replied irritably, "Do you not realize that injecting panga blood is highly likely to enhance your bloodline abilities and even diminish your weaknesses? Should Yu Xian introduce panga blood into his system, he would likely transform from an ordinary vampire into a super vampire, acquiring powers distinct from those of typical vampires. Moreover, Yu Xian currently harbored fears of garlic, crosses, and energies of a holy nature. After the injection of panga blood, it is quite probable that one or two of those weaknesses would be mitigated. At that point, aside from overpowering him through sheer force, it would be exceedingly difficult to inflict harm upon him through cunning means." Yet, Yu Xian remained resolute. "I still wish to taste it. After all, I am a vampire." Despite Jin Sheng's warnings, he did not waver in his decision. His talent had awakened so swiftly that he could very well develop strange abilities such as garlic blood, cross-consumer, or holy energy absorber at any moment. Thus, he paid little heed to these minor weaknesses. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that should this application succeed, future attempts would be arduous, evidenced by Jin Sheng's current predicament. For gaining approval through merit was exceedingly challenging. Hence, the opportunity was fleeting, and he was determined to discern the difference between Pango blood and ordinary blood. Seeing Yu Xian unwavering, Jin Sheng closed his eyes in frustration and sighed after a while. Very well, after all. The blood of Pangu is a reward from headquarters to you. How you choose to utilize it is entirely your prerogative, as long as you do not leave this room. You may dispose of it as you wish. Thank you, Captain, Yu Xian exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Jin Sheng watched as Yu Xian picked up the pen-like injector, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Since you have made your decision, be sure not to regret it." "Indeed, I shall not regret it," Yu Xian affirmed with a nod. He then positioned the injector against his fang and applied a slight pressure, causing blood to surge forth. Instinctively, he began to absorb the flowing blood. Once the blood of Pangu was assimilated, he felt an intoxicating rush, while his previously dormant heart began to thrum with fervent intensity. 034, 2 hearts. Yu Xian felt as though he were ensnared within a realm of chaos. He flailed his limbs, desperately attempting to dispel the tumult before him. Yet, no matter how vigorously he waved, his efforts proved futile. Each patch of chaos he managed to clear was swiftly replenished by another, an endless cycle, inexhaustible and relentless. In his frustration, he began to thrash about wildly, wishing fervently for an axe to cleave through the obscurity surrounding him. In truth, vampires possess an exceedingly rare gift, the ability to siphon the blood of their targets to glean their memories. This extraordinary talent is exclusive to but 2 vampires within the entire bloodline, apart from the progenitor. It cannot be awakened through the passage of time. One either possesses it upon their transformation into a vampire or does not. There is no room for latent development. Yu Xian and his cousin Nora, who is intoxicated by blood, share a fragmented version of this ability. Thus, after feeding, they find themselves inebriated, experiencing a hazy sensation wherein they can vaguely perceive certain fragments of information within the blood. Alas, upon awakening, they forget all that they sensed. However, after absorbing the blood of Pangu, this incomplete gift within Yu Xian was violently perfected. Simultaneously, he received a plethora of information embedded within Pangu's blood, propelling his already extraordinary body towards an even more extraordinary state. In the room, Yu Xian stood swaying when suddenly, a crimson bubble manifested above his head. This bubble detached from his form, hovering suspended in midair. One by one, additional bubbles emerged, encircling Yu Xian in a surreal spectacle. Jin Sheng, observing this scene, cautiously retreated, fully aware that Yu Xian could succumb to a drunken stupor. However, after Yu Xian's previous intoxication, he had merely succumbed to slumber. Jin Sheng had presumed this instance would unfold similarly, yet it appeared that an anomaly had arisen. Suddenly, Yu Xian began to flail his arms chaotically, as if attempting to expel some unseen entity. A bizarre spectacle ensued. The surrounding bubbles began to manifest a myriad of peculiar images, as Yu Xian waved his hands. These bubbles transformed from a mere sanguine hue into a vibrant kaleidoscope of colors. Particularly striking were the newly emerged bubbles surrounding Yu Xian, which radiated an exquisite brilliance. Entirely devoid of the sinister and oppressive aura typically associated with blood energy. Abruptly, Yu Xian leaned back, his body plunging into one of the bubbles, where he fell into a deep slumber. This bubble, rather than descending to the ground, floated gracefully in the air, surrounded by countless other bubbles that swirled around it. Jin Sheng gazed at this extraordinary scene, rendered utterly speechless. No matter how one viewed it, Yu Xian bore little resemblance to a conventional vampire, especially now, as he exuded an indescribable sanctity. After waiting for a considerable time, and observing no signs of Yu Xian awakening, Jin Sheng approached slowly, his hand emanating a golden light as he gently caressed one of the bubbles. The sensation was peculiar. He had anticipated a texture akin to glass, plastic, or gemstones. Yet it felt more akin to the energy encountered when a spatial barrier is activated. Consequently, he began to exert more force. The bubble remained unyielding, and he incrementally intensified his power, gradually escalating from the initial level of a mere insect. As the level ascended to the sparrow stage, The bubbles exhibited only a faint ripple. It was not until reaching the serpent stage that they began to morph. Jin Sheng's expression turned earnest, his strength gradually elevating to the eagle stage, causing the bubbles to tremble violently, suggesting that with a slight increase in power, they might burst. He withdrew his hand, refraining from further testing. The potential of this ability was immense. Should Yuxian continue to grow stronger, this capacity might evolve into a formidable group defensive mechanism. Jin Sheng was intrigued, pondering the current state of Yuxian. If it were indeed akin to intoxication, what peculiar visions might he have encountered in his dreamlike stupor to manifest such an unusual ability? Never mind, let him rest. Jin Sheng dismissed further thoughts, shaking his head before turning to leave the room. Outside the door, Zhang Shou stood vigil, and upon seeing Jin Sheng emerge, he promptly stepped aside, his eyes subtly peeking into the room. "You may enter, but the sleepy head is resting. Do not disturb him," Jin Sheng advised. Zhang Shou nodded and proceeded into the chamber. Upon witnessing Yuxian enveloped in a kaleidoscope of bubbles, himself nestled within one, an inexplicable question crossed his mind. Are these bubbles breathable? If not, Yuxian could risk suffocation. A night of restful slumber ensued. Upon awakening, Yuxian felt a refreshing sensation enveloping his entire being, accompanied by a peculiar and indescribable feeling. As he sat up, he belatedly realized he was encased within a vibrant bubble, one that felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of the sensation he experienced while manipulating blood energy. Higher. A thought sparked within Yuxian, and the bubble indeed began to ascend. He skillfully manipulated the bubbles, causing them to rise and fall, and eventually allowing them to drift around the room. Once he had thoroughly familiarized himself with the bubbles, he directed one to descend to the floor. Stepping out from within it, he retracted all the bubbles back into his body, then raised his right hand, where a glimmer of golden energy manifested at the tip of his index finger. This energy responded to his will, swiftly generating a multitude of tiny bubbles that dispersed in an instant, swirling in midair according to his intentions. The blood energy had mutated, seemingly acquiring a spatial attribute. Yuxian, no longer the novice ignorant of the extraordinary world, frequently accessed various information on the Qilin app, while Jin Sheng still needed to touch the bubbles to discern their properties. As their master, Yuxian could directly perceive everything about them. These bubbles did not float in the air due to buoyancy, but rather through spatial coordinates. In simple terms, they were fixed at a certain spatial coordinate. As long as Yuxian did not disturb them and no one exerted force to destroy them, they would remain eternally fixed in that position. Reflecting on a dream from the previous night, his expression turned peculiar. Could it be that in his dream he attempted to create the heavens and the earth, only to find himself lacking in power, resulting in this multitude of unfinished products? Strictly speaking, these bubbles indeed constituted independent spaces, meaning each bubble could be considered a world in its own right. Rounding that off, Yuxian had indeed succeeded in creating the heavens and the earth. Well, although this was far from the true act of creation, it was not merely a trivial difference. After delving into the study of blood mutations, Yuxian placed his right hand upon his heart. It was beating, albeit at a considerably slower pace than that of an ordinary person, approximately 30 beats per minute. Nonetheless, it was indeed pulsating. The question then arose, what of his innate abilities? He meticulously sensed the changes within his body and, aside from a newfound vigor, he did not discover any new talents until he perceived, through the silver blood, the presence of an additional heart within him. I have two hearts? As he became aware of this inner heart, Yuxian was utterly astonished. He focused intently on this second heart and gradually comprehended its function, a smile blossoming upon his face. With this consumption of Pangu's blood, he realized he had struck a remarkable fortune. 035. The immortal power of Pangu within this narrative. Two hearts are of paramount significance. One, the heart of a vampire, and the other, the heart of Pangu. Each heart embodies its respective talent skill tree, reflecting the unique abilities of vampires and Pangu. When one heart lies dormant, it signifies that the nutrients absorbed by the protagonist Yuxian will be stored within that particular heart. For instance, at present, the vampire heart pulsates while the heart of Pangu remains still, indicating that the energy Yuxian accumulates will be contained within the latter. Once sufficient energy is amassed, the dormant heart will begin to beat. However, unlike the vampire heart, which awakens a talent after 10 beats, the heart of Pangu requires 36 beats to activate one of its powers. Yuxian now possesses the autonomy to choose which heart to animate and which to keep still. Previously, he could only ascertain the awakening of his talents by counting heartbeats. Now, he can sense the energy stored within each heart to determine the optimal moment for awakening. Currently, the heart of Panga harbors energy equivalent to approximately 34 heartbeats. This residual energy likely stems from his transformation after consuming Pangu's blood, suggesting that with 2 more beats, he may unlock a skill associated with Pangu. What powers might Panga bestow? Yu Xian, seated upon a bubble, retrieves his mobile device, intent on investigating whether the Qilin app holds any pertinent records. The study of Pangu by Qilin is not a recent endeavor. Numerous abilities of Pangu have been documented through the experiences of those who have ingested Pangu's blood. Originally, Yu Xian's authority was insufficient to access this information. However, his account has now been marked with a first-class merit badge, granting him access to a plethora of data. Thus, after he clicked to apply, he swiftly obtained this portion of information. He opened the documents and read them meticulously. Pangu's abilities are referred to as divine powers, for these capabilities are innate to Pangu himself, requiring no additional conditions for their utilization. However, these powers are exceedingly formidable for ordinary individuals, as the consumption of most abilities is considerable, necessitating careful application. The following are all the divine powers acquired by those who have ingested Pangu's blood. Pangu's mighty divine power. Those who obtain this power at the sparrow level can possess a colossal strength of over 100 tons, rendering their bodies indestructible, capable of overcoming 10 adversaries with sheer force. Among all of Pangu's divine powers, this is the foremost. Pangu's space-rending divine power. Those who acquire this power at the sparrow level can tear apart space, forming blades of spatial energy to attack foes. However, this ability entails immense consumption for ordinary people, categorizing it as a high-cost, high-damage skill. Pangu's transformation divine power. Those who gain this power at the sparrow level can transmute various creatures into other forms, such as transforming a human into a sheep, a dog into a person, animals into plants, and fungi into animals. Most terrifyingly, the effects produced by this ability are permanent. The immortal Pangu divine power. Those who acquire this divine power will possess an unimaginable vitality, capable of surviving with only their head remaining. And even if half of the brain is severed, it results merely in temporary amnesia. In later stages, it becomes nearly impossible to extinguish their existence. Blood rebirth and breath regeneration become mere commonplace feats. The solar Pangu divine eyes. Those endowed with this divine power can transform their eyes into solar orbs, emitting rays that contain the true fire of the sun. The Pangu spirit pearl divine power. Those who attain this divine power can condense a spatial spirit pearl within their dantian, with even the lowest level possessing a space of 50,000 cubic meters. Panga's abilities are myriad, encompassing almost everything conceivable. Yu Xian suddenly found the vampire's innate talents rather unappealing, primarily due to the overwhelming strength of Pangu's powers, particularly the immortal Pangu divine power, which he ardently desired. For someone like him, who harbors an intense fear of death, the immortal Pangu divine power represents the ultimate aspiration. Moreover, as a vampire, he already possesses formidable self-healing capabilities. Combined with the immortal Pangu divine power, it offers an unparalleled safeguard. Should he acquire this ability, he would dare to traverse even the most perilous of places. In truth, a person's character holds little significance. Whether they are rash or cautious, what truly matters is their abilities, not their temperament. It is one's capabilities that influence their actions, not their personality. For instance, a person with billions in assets would still venture into a high-end restaurant, regardless of their cautious nature. Conversely, an impulsive individual with only a few coins would not dare to dine in an expensive establishment. Similarly, when one possesses the capacity, even a timid soul like Yu Xian can muster the courage to venture forth and strive with fervor. Yet, in times of incapacity, a mere dog suffices to send him retreating in trepidation. Yu Xian stowed away his phone, having resolved that during this period, he would steadfastly pursue the heart of Pangu. He vowed that unless he acquired the Pangu's divine power, he would not revert to the vampire skill tree. Upon comprehending the capabilities of the two hearts, he came to a realization. The bloodline abilities of vampires are not boundless, but rather finite. The two abilities he had previously awakened corroborated this notion. The first ability, Silver Blood, had been mentioned to him by Jin Sheng, who noted that Nora's father possessed the same capability, thus indicating its origin within the vampire skill tree. The second ability, blood energy, similarly stemmed from the vampire skill tree. Hence, apart from Light Eater, the abilities he had awakened were merely those that a vampire might potentially manifest, rather than being uniquely his own. As for the Light Eater, it likely bore a connection to Nora's mutation. After all, Nora was the first hybrid vampire unafraid of sunlight. While he emerged as the first wild vampire transformed not through the traditional embrace, but via blood injection. If Nora represented a mutated hybrid vampire, then he was an anomaly amongst anomalies, a unique entity among the exceptional. Thus, the emergence of an extraordinary talent was indeed a natural occurrence. After thoroughly assessing his condition, he rose and departed the room, emerging from his chamber as dawn's light barely pierced the horizon. He was met by the sight of soldiers stationed at attention outside his door. Upon noticing his presence, they immediately saluted, and one spoke. Report. Sir, Colonel Jean has instructed me to inform you that the operation has commenced. You are to awaken and join the mission forthwith. Please retrieve the classified orders from the operational team. Report concluded. Very well, thank you. Yuxian responded promptly, returning the salute with gratitude. He then activated his mobile device and accessed the Zhuxia team, where he subsequently received the orders to enter the restricted zone. From his pocket, he retrieved his Bluetooth headset and donned it, tapping into the voice channel of the team. Captain, codename Salted Fish, requesting to rejoin the team, Yuxian announced. Jin Sheng replied, now that you are awake, I grant your request to rejoin. Proceed swiftly to the location I have marked for you. That area is under your command. I will dispatch Qing Miao for support. Understood, Yuxian replied without further ado. Then, under the astonished gazes of the soldiers, he conjured a bubble around himself and swiftly ascended into the air. The classified orders on his mobile were now in effect, allowing his position to be automatically recognized by satellites, ensuring that he could fly into the restricted zone without the threat of being targeted by friendly missiles. Although Yuxian and Zhang Shou share a commendable rapport, their abilities are far from complementary. Zhang Shou possesses formidable healing powers, yet the skills he deploys are detrimental to Yuxian. Conversely, Yuxian boasts an exceptionally robust self-healing capability, allowing him to recover from most injuries in a remarkably short span, rendering the presence of a physician unnecessary. Consequently, during this operation, Jin Sheng deliberately chose not to pair the two together. Yuxian floated within a bubble, occasionally glancing at his phone, which drifted nearby. Checking his location on the mapping application, the app displayed both his current position and the destination he needed to reach. Notably, the bubble he created was impervious to gravitational forces. The interior was a realm of weightlessness, akin to the vastness of outer space, causing both him and his phone to float serenely within it. Upon exiting the military camp's confines, he swiftly entered a mountainous region. How breathtaking! As the sun rose in the east, Yuxian hovered in his bubble, gazing at the horizon. The expanse of heaven and earth stretched infinitely, the dimly lit sky and land converging in the distance to form an uneven black line. The sunlight gradually dispelled the last remnants of darkness, revealing a sky as blue as a washed canvas, with a few white clouds lazily drifting by. The mountains rose and fell, layered and textured, showcasing the exquisite artistry of nature's handiwork. Yuxian closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if the entirety of the world harmoniously merged with each inhalation and exhalation of his being. In that moment, he experienced an unprecedented sense of tranquility and freedom, as if his soul, confined within a corporeal shell for 17 years, had been liberated into the boundless expanse of the universe. Having lived in Silver City since childhood, this marked his first departure from its familiar confines. An indescribable wave of emotion surged within him, prompting tears to stream down his face. Strangely, he recalled the words, "As I contemplate the vastness of the universe, I cannot help but weep." While Chun Xiang shed tears out of sorrow, Yuxian wept in awe of the grandeur of existence. "Father, I am truly happy now. You have not burdened me. Thank you for giving me life and nurturing me." In a moment of inspiration, Yuxian stood upright on the bubble and called out to the distance. He then wiped his eyes, a smile illuminating his face, as he felt an overwhelming lightness enveloping him. The world is vast, and one day, he would explore even more distant and expansive skies, capturing every beautiful sight with his own eyes. Suddenly, a cerulean bird alighted above the bubble. It spoke in a feminine voice, awkwardly inquiring, "I am the bluebird. Have I arrived at an inconvenient time?" "No, your timing is impeccable," Yuxian replied, acknowledging that he had indeed been somewhat poetic moments before. Yet he felt no shame in being witnessed by his companions. In fact, he found solace in the presence of another, relishing the happiness he felt and wishing to share it with those around him. The bubble swiftly descended to the ground, and as Yuxian emerged, he turned to the bluebird and introduced himself with a playful grin. "Greetings, I am the lazy fish, the vampire. I look forward to your guidance." "Greetings. I am the azure bird, a being endowed with extraordinary powers. Please, be kind enough to offer your guidance." The azure bird unfurled her wings and descended gracefully to the ground, swiftly transforming into a woman clad in a verdant military uniform. The two individuals first utilized their mobile devices to verify each other's identities, and after a firm handshake, they proceeded onward. They were now in close proximity to the coordinates provided by Jin Xing. My ability allows me to metamorphose into an azure bird, achieving velocities that can reach 10 times the speed of sound, akin to that of a cruise missile. In my avian form, my defensive capabilities are significantly enhanced. You can surely envision my combat style, the azure bird introduced herself. Yuxian nodded, and vivid images of the azure bird piercing through adversaries like a bullet naturally surfaced in his mind. He then spoke. "At present, I believe I stand at the upper echelon of the sparrow rank or the lower tier of the serpent rank. My current strength hovers around 10 tons, and my regenerative abilities are remarkably potent, allowing me to heal the vast majority of injuries within mere minutes. Furthermore, I can conjure a silvery thread, which can be employed to sever targets or intricately woven into armor for protection. Additionally, I possess the mutated blood energy, a power that enables the creation of bubbles with spatial properties." The azure bird, initially composed, grew increasingly incredulous as she listened, ultimately gazing at him with disbelief. "Xianyu, you cannot be jesting, can you?" she interjected, unable to restrain herself. Yuxian met her gaze earnestly and retorted, "We are on a mission. Do you truly believe I would jest with you? Very well, please continue." The azure bird pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. However, upon hearing all of Yuxian's capabilities, she was left with a singular thought. Where did this monster come from? Within the Qilin organization, there were only a handful of peers from the past whom she truly admired, while the majority of younger team members still required her guidance. This time, Jin Sheng had assigned her to be Yuxian's teammate, and she had mentally prepared herself to play the role of a caretaker. Instead, she discovered that Yuxian seemed extraordinarily formidable, and it appeared that she herself was the one in need of assistance. The two swiftly arrived at the coordinates designated by Jin Xing, and upon confirming their arrival at the target location, they promptly reported back. "Good. You two remain on standby there," Jin Sheng replied. Thus, they found themselves standing at the foot of a mountain in a daze. After a while, Yuxian whimsically conjured a bubble and sat down upon it. "Do you need one, Qing Niao?" Yuxian inquired. Qing Niao shook her head, retrieving a chair from her storage ring and seating herself, subsequently producing a table. Remarkably, she then took out a tea set and began brewing tea, leaving Yuxian utterly astonished. "Did you not review the operation plan?" Qing Niao asked, unable to contain her curiosity at Yuxian's wide-eyed expression. Yuxian shook her head, belatedly pulling out her phone to access the Zhu Xie team, opening the operation plan for a meticulous perusal. This operation plan could be described as straightforward and unyielding. First, the entire area was to be sealed off, with all personnel positioned at their designated locations on standby. At noon, General Zhao Yi would unleash a devastating strike at the center of the area, aiming to eliminate all higher-level extraordinary beings, while the remaining minions would be dealt with by various teams. At last, an additional layer of defense is entrusted to the soldiers of each barrack, ensuring that not a single insect escapes this designated area. Does the battle plan seem somewhat simplistic? Qing Niao inquired with a smile. Yuxian shook his head, responding, "No. The more straightforward the plan, the more effective it tends to be. As long as General Zhao Yi possesses sufficient strength, this plan is indeed the most suitable one." "Indeed, quite astute of you to grasp the essence so swiftly," Qing Niao remarked, taking a sip of tea. Yuxian glanced at the rising sun. It was barely past 6 o'clock. Were they to remain idly until noon? What if Zhou Tai detected their movements and decided to retaliate? When faced with a problem, one must seek guidance from their elders. Yuxian articulated his concerns, to which Qing Niao replied with a smile. "Isn't that precisely why we are waiting here? To be on standby is not to be lost in thought. If any aberrant insects were to begin their flight now, it would indicate that our operation is indeed on the right track." Eternally 17, the sun had risen to a rather warm embrace. With idle time at hand, Yu began to practice the newfound abilities he had acquired. Positioned sideways to the azure bird, his gaze fixated on a tree not far ahead. A bubble materialized at his fingertips, which he directed toward the tree, effortlessly piercing through its trunk. With a mere thought, the bubble circled around and created a smooth cavity in a nearby rock. The bubble remained unaffected by gravity, devoid of kinetic energy. Its velocity was entirely contingent upon the swiftness of Yuxian's mind, while its striking force depended on the magnitude of impact it could endure. As he manipulated the bubble, he increased its speed until it reached several times the speed of sound, only for it to suddenly burst and vanish. The energy membrane constituting the bubble could no longer withstand the escalating wind resistance, leading to its rupture. Yuxian pondered. It was not that the bubble could not go faster. Rather, it was the energy membrane's inability to bear the wind pressure. Had the membrane possessed infinite rigidity, Yuxian could have propelled it at subliminal speeds, or even at the speed of light. Subsequently, he conjured 2 additional bubbles, intentionally diminishing their hardness while enhancing their elasticity. When he pressed the surface of the bubbles, they indeed became more resilient. However, without his manipulation, the 2 bubbles remained fixed in their coordinates, resulting in concentrated elasticity. In simpler terms, they became exceedingly springy, potentially yielding unexpected effects at times. What if he were to increase their stickiness? Yuxian was suddenly struck by inspiration. Although the blood had mutated, the effects he had originally developed had not diminished. In fact, they had intensified. He created an extraordinarily adhesive bubble, and upon pressing his finger against its surface, he found it instantly ensnared. He then exerted all his strength to withdraw his finger, yet despite his efforts, he remained firmly stuck. Unless he was willing to sever his finger, he would be completely bound to the bubble. The solution to this predicament was deceptively simple. One merely needed the power to shatter the bubble, thus enabling movement. The issue lay in the rarity of such abilities, as only those of at least eagle-level strength might possess the capability to break it. If Yuxian prepared several bubbles, he could potentially immobilize some formidable individuals of eagle-level strength by obstructing their points of force. At that moment, a bird alighted upon a nearby tree, its eyes fixed intently on the 2. Yuxian concentrated, and a bubble swiftly encircled, adhering to the bird's back before it flew back into his grasp. Observing the bird's frantic struggles, he inquired, "Qing Miao, if the anomalous insects have already infested the avian species, does our action still hold significance?" Trust the headquarters. The think tank must have contemplated every conceivable scenario. Since this decision has been made, there must be sound reasoning behind it, Qing Miao replied nonchalantly. Yuxian directed the bubble to soar into the distance and nodded, saying, "Yes, I understand. It's just that this is my first time participating in such a grand endeavor, and I find myself a bit overly anxious." He continued to hone his abilities, such as causing bubbles to spin or attempting to alter their shapes. The sun gradually ascended in the sky, its warmth intensifying. Qing Miao, unfazed, retrieved a parasol and opened it, observing Yuxian as he practiced under the sun. "You truly are a vampire, aren't you?" Qing Miao inquired, gazing at Yuxian, who appeared invigorated beneath the sunlight. Yuxian nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Do you drink blood?" Qing Miao pressed. Yuxian nodded once more, stating, "Of course I do. Just yesterday, I consumed blood. Blood of Pangu is still blood." Having ingested it, he could not deny it, even though the experience of drinking Pangu's blood was far from pleasant. The memories of Pangu were laden with anguish, and he often wondered if Pangu was eternally trapped in a ceaseless cycle of dreaming about the creation of the world amidst chaos. Suddenly, Yuxian recalled that he had a considerable amount of silver within his storage ring. He extracted a piece of silver and, opening his mouth, inhaled it as if sipping soy milk. Qing Miao watched Yuxian's actions, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. What kind of absurd vampire is this, sunbathing and consuming silver? The scene was utterly disconcerting. "By the way, how old are you?" Qing Miao inquired, a thought crossing her mind. Yuxian replied, 17. "And you?" "I am 24. By the way, it seems that a newly embraced vampire's body remains fixed at the age of their transformation. Does that mean you will forever be 17? Qing Miao posed the question, and then clarified, "In truth, both newly embraced and wild vampires remain at the age they were transformed." Yuxian nodded with a smile, affirming, "Indeed, it is so. Thus, regardless of how many years pass or who inquires, I shall forever remain 17. At that moment, Qing Miao displayed a look of skepticism, pondering the veracity of Yuxian's previous statement. Suddenly, Xian paused, struck by a significant thought. He turned to Qing Niao and inquired, Qing Niao, it appears that viviparous vampires do grow, do they not? Indeed, while the reproductive capacity of vampires is notably low, there exist certain naturally born vampires who emerge as infants. They cannot remain in that state indefinitely, as they seem to cease growing after reaching a certain age. Qing Niao nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Yu Xian's mind instinctively conjured an image of himself retaining his current form, while Nora blossomed into a tall and mature young woman. Standing side by side, they resembled siblings, or perhaps even mother and child. What would Nora look like as she matured? Would she still retain her current innocence? As he drifted into these musings, the heart of Pangu within him pulsed momentarily. He dispelled the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, pressing a hand against his chest, and with hopeful anticipation mused, tomorrow, I should be able to awaken my first Pangu divine ability. Ideally, I would achieve a soul-stirring success and directly acquire the immortality of Pangu. Of course, if that proves elusive, I would not be averse to the Pangu strength ability. Well, if not the Pangu strength ability, I would find the Pangu void-splitting ability quite acceptable as well. As he envisioned the future, deep within a cave nestled in the mountains, several manifestations of Zhou Tai convened. Their expressions grave as they deliberated. It appears we are encircled, remarked the second Zhou Tai. The third Zhou Tai, rarely serious, added, this indeed poses a significant dilemma. Our adversaries have likely discerned our vulnerability. Then let us annihilate them, eradicate them all. The fifth Zhou Tai exclaimed, rising with fervor, exuding an aura of menace. The second Zhou Tai furrowed his brow, stating, our immediate priority is to devise a means of extricating the main body, as long as the core remains unharmed. We shall endure. Although the leader had been supplanted by the aberrant insect, their very essence stemmed from the leader's affliction. Thus they shared a fundamental root, the aberrant insect version of the leader. Should this aberrant insect be vanquished, their existence would cease. Naturally, such a substantial weakness would never be divulged to Qin Song, nor had it ever been spoken of before. Zhou Tai and his companions found it incomprehensible how humans had come to uncover this secret. Suddenly, a golden metallic orb inexplicably fell from the cave's ceiling. Zhou Tai, designated as number 2, immediately rose to his feet, adopting a defensive stance, while the other Zhou Tais positioned themselves protectively in front of him. For number 2 was currently utilizing his original body. The metallic orb rolled across the ground, and suddenly, numerous golden threads emerged on its surface. The orb began to unfold layer by layer along these golden threads, ultimately transforming into a radiant golden lotus. Countless golden threads emanated from the lotus, partitioning the entire cave into myriad small compartments. Good morning, everyone. A golden-haired foreign youth appeared behind number 2 Zhou Tai, resting his hand on his shoulder as he spoke. Number 2 Zhou Tai, regaining his composure, replied, you are not an official, are you? If you believe we could be of use, please do not hesitate to say so. We will certainly cooperate. I relish conversing with intelligent individuals. The golden lotus barrier created by Abe no Saimai can only last for 5 minutes, so I shall be brief. I am Plato, the 12th member of the Ancient Sage Society. Our goal is to ascend to true divinity, rather than merely becoming hollow pretenders. So, would you all be interested in joining us? The golden-haired man inquired. Number 2 Zhou Tai responded with a smile. Of course, I am intrigued. The choice between life and death is not difficult to make. Excellent. Then come with me, Plato exclaimed with a grin. Upon witnessing the consensus reached between the two parties, Zhou Tai number 3, regaining his vivacity, interjected, wait a moment. Number 2 can accompany you, but we must remain here. This game has yet to begin. Indeed, allow me to offer you a modicum of assistance. The ancient ideals of Pangu, Nuwa, the river diagram, the Luo book, and the primordial 8 trigrams are the aspirations of our esteemed society. If we could cause them even the slightest inconvenience, it would certainly be a delightful prospect. Plato gazed at number 3 Zhou Tai and slowly extracted a golden chalice from the void. He gently swirled the cup, revealing a crimson liquid that emitted a faint red glow. He introduced it, saying, this is the blood of the death curse. When consumed willingly, the user will acquire formidable demonic power, albeit at the cost of a drastically shortened lifespan, reduced to merely 1 day. The silver lining is that it affects only the body and spares the soul and consciousness from harm. I wonder if it suits you? Number 3 Zhou Tai, observing the liquid within the chalice, exclaimed with excitement, I must say, this is magnificent. I adore it. Very well, Time is of the essence. Drink up, Plato said with a cheerful smile as he regarded the remaining Zhou-Tai. With so many willing subjects eager to imbibe the blood of the death curse, he was curious about the surprises that awaited, and the risk of lingering for a moment longer was undoubtedly worth it. Number 3 Zhou-Tai took the chalice and took a generous sip before passing it to number 4 Zhou-Tai. In an instant, aside from number 2 Zhou-Tai, who was utilizing his true form, the remaining personalities of Zhou-Tai drank the blood of the death curse. Their trust in Plato stemmed from their awareness that should he desire, it would be all too easy for him to eradicate them. Moreover, without Plato intervening, their fate was undoubtedly grim, rendering any further complications unnecessary. With a crack, the body currently inhabited by the third Zhou-Tai was formed by the parasitism of an aberrant worm on a middle-aged driver. At that moment, the aberrant worm tore through the man's skin, its myriad tendrils intertwining to create an indistinct humanoid shape. A profusion of red light emanated among the tendrils, which then coalesced into a singular entity, sprouting a pair of demonic horns from its head, its body cloaked in a dense layer of chitinous scales, transforming into a formidable demonic warrior. The sensation was exhilarating, my strength, my speed, and it was astonishing to discover such depth in this world. The third Zhou-Tai opened his eyes, glowing crimson, surveying the cavern with excitement. His eyes were mere crimson orbs devoid of pupils. Yet he perceived a world rich in layers and witnessed scenes beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. It seems you have acquired a remarkable ability, Plato remarked with a smile. Zhou-Tai turned his gaze towards Plato, and in his vision, an ethereal hell appeared behind him, where countless restless souls writhed and wailed. He bared a mouthful of sharp teeth and chuckled. Indeed, it is a commendable ability, but alas, it lasts only for a day. I shall continue to refine the blood of the death curse. In the future, it may extend far beyond a mere day, so stay tuned. Plato smiled in response. At that moment, the other Zhou-Tai also completed their transformations, each taking on distinct forms, varying in strength, yet all possessing unique abilities. Time is of the essence. With this drop of blood, we must depart. Plato glanced at his watch, then turned to pick up the metallic lotus from the ground, addressing number 2 Zhou-Tai. No. 2 Zhou-Tai nodded and cast a glance at the other Zhou-Tai before approaching Plato. After the blood was shed, Plato placed the lotus on the ground and spoke to the others. This lotus shall serve as a substitute for him, as he has been marked by the Huaxiao authorities Hichu and Luoshu. If you wish to avoid an untimely demise, it would be prudent to keep your distance. Subsequently, Plato grasped number 2 Zhou-Tai's arm and led him into the void. From number 2 Zhou-Tai's perspective, it felt as though he had passed through a delicate membrane, arriving in a world resplendent with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. The sun shone brilliantly in the sky, surrounded by a breathtaking sea of blossoms, with numerous sprites frolicking in the air, joyfully playing. Mr. Plato, are all the members of the ancient sage society as formidable as you? Number 2 Zhou-Tai inquired. Plato smiled and replied, there exists a spectrum of strength among us. However, only 15 surpass me, while the rest may be near my level or perhaps even beneath it. What does the ancient sage society see in us? Number 2 Zhou-Tai continued to ask. Plato responded, in truth, your presence had already captured our attention from the very beginning, yet at that time, you lacked any notable qualities worthy of an invitation. There is an adage in the ancient Eastern kingdoms, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The silver arena proved to be a magnificent spectacle, showcasing your potential, which is why I am here. I see. Zhou-Tai, the second, comprehended that the ancient sages valued their remarkable ability to profoundly awaken the extraordinary bloodlines within supernatural beings. This indeed constituted a formidable power. Once they activated the bloodlines of those extraordinary entities, the adversaries could harvest their blood to mass-produce more creatures of equivalent caliber. However, Zhou-Tai, the second, harbored no fear of being exploited. Rather, his greatest dread lay in the possibility that they might be deemed devoid of utility, which would represent the direst of predicaments. If they possessed value, they were akin to allies. Lacking value, they could very well become mere guinea pigs on the laboratory table. Meanwhile, Zhou-Tai, the third, observed Plato and Zhou-Tai, the second, venturing deeper into the inferno, surrounded by a landscape of jagged mountains and rivers of fire, where grotesque and terrifying corpses crawled about. One woman, in a desperate attempt, reached for Zhou-Tai, the second's foot, only to have her arm severed by a knife, leaving her to writhe in agony and scream. Plato, is this your ideal state? How intriguing. How delightful. What sheer amusement. Ha! As Zhou Tai, the third, watched Plato and Zhou Tai, the second, fade from sight, he silently mused and erupted into a series of boisterous laughs. This world is truly captivating. He had only just begun to indulge in its wonders. A shooting star at 11:50 p.m. Yu Xian and Qing Miao sat together in their bubble, gazing at the distant Emerald Mountains. With 10 minutes remaining until the operation commenced, both were prepared for battle, now awaiting General Chen Yi to make his move. Qing Miao, what are General Chen's abilities? Yu Xian inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Qing Miao shook her head, replying, I am unaware. The capabilities of high-ranking officials above the dragon level are classified. Even if known, one cannot disclose them. She then recalled an amusing tale, unable to suppress a laugh. Looking into the distance, she remarked, it is said that long ago, the formidable warriors from the island nation were particularly fond of flaunting their abilities during combat, even kindly elucidating the principles behind their powers to their opponents. Consequently, they became the subjects of focused research by various nations, resulting in the demise of many extraordinary beings. They eventually learned their lesson and refrained from indiscriminately revealing their intelligence. Upon hearing this, Yu Xian's expression turned peculiar before he burst into laughter. It was indeed rather humorous. As the two exchanged light-hearted banter, the clock struck midnight. Suddenly, they both noticed an additional figure in the sky, standing at an elevated height, though not particularly imposing. The individual emanated an indescribable aura. It has finally begun, Qing Miao murmured, her gaze fixed on the towering figure. Yu Xian looked up and asked, is that General Chen? Yes, pay close attention. The scene that follows is quite rare, Qing Miao affirmed, her tone turning earnest. In the distant sky, Chen Yi stood upon an atom, quietly gazing at the mountains below. His ability was exceptionally unique, known as reference point of the micro and macro, just as he could tread upon an atom. He could also endow small entities with grand characteristics and grant larger objects with diminutive traits. Essentially, he could not enlarge or diminish objects. Yet he could impart relative magnitude or minuteness to them. A meteor. With a gentle flick, a speck of dust in the air plummeted toward the ground. At the moment the dust touched the earth, the entire world seemed to lose its sound. The ground crumbled layer by layer, followed by a terrifying flash of white light. And a shockwave erupted in its wake. This spectacle resembled a colossal meteorite colliding with the earth. The surrounding mountains were instantly obliterated. Countless beings transformed into wisps of smoke in the radiance, leaving only dark shadows behind. The mushroom cloud slowly ascended, and Yu Xian, upon witnessing the light, soon felt a gust of wind sweep past, creating slight ripples in the energy membrane of the bubble. It is worth noting that they were actually quite far apart, and their ability to see General Chen Yi was solely due to their extraordinarily keen eyesight. After the initial wave of impact, the second and third waves followed in quick succession. Within a mere half an hour, the terrain within the entire restricted area underwent a fundamental transformation. Billowing black smoke rose to the heavens, and the earth lay in ruins, with a surface marred by undulating pits and bubbling magma. Undoubtedly, once the magma cools and a torrential downpour occurs, a vast lake will emerge here. Although Yu Xian had mentally prepared himself, he was still rendered speechless by the exaggerated scene before him. He could not discern how General Chen Yi had launched his attack. He was utterly perplexed by the general's capabilities. Judging by the degree of the ground's depression, it seemed something had struck the earth, yet he had noticed nothing at all. What, then, was this ability? Yu Xian was certain that such a power, which he could not even perceive the trajectory of, could only be countered by relying on defensive strength. It left him with no means of response. In other words, against a formidable opponent like Chen Yi, he stood no chance whatsoever. Is this what it means to be at the dragon level? Yu Xian mused, gazing at the scene before him. Beside him, the bluebird regained her composure and remarked, no, General Chen Yi has not exerted his full strength. After all, this is our homeland, and he is reluctant to cause excessive destruction. How do you know? Yu Xian inquired with curiosity. The bluebird smiled and replied, it's a secret. Now, we should get to work. Below them, numerous wild animals were frantically fleeing. Their location was beyond General Chen's strike zone, allowing them to survive. However, after being startled, they instinctively began to escape. Unfortunately, this operation could not leave any survivors, and thus their fate was sealed. Allow me, Yu Xian said. Observing the wild animals rushing toward them over the hills, I have a small idea. He extended his hand beyond the bubbles, and soon, Numerous tiny bubbles began to emerge incessantly from his fingertips. These bubbles were resplendent in a kaleidoscope of colors, remarkably beautiful, shimmering as if woven from dreams under the radiant sunlight. After creating an abundance of bubbles, he commanded them to swiftly descend towards the ground. Below, wild boars, leopards, wolves, snakes, tigers, squirrels, herds of deer, pheasants, bison, and mice fled in a frenzy, predators and prey racing side by side. Suddenly, a multitude of bubbles cascaded from above, halting before these animals. Many of them, unaware of the unfolding events, toppled over, only to be trampled by their frantic companions. Yuxian fixed the majority of the bubbles along the escape route of the animals, employing a principle akin to a motorcyclist speeding toward a taut wire, resulting in a fatal encounter. The fallen creatures had inadvertently collided with the bubbles, which were anchored in that spatial coordinate. Unless the energy membrane of the bubbles was sufficiently solid, any collision was tantamount to certain death. However, some of the smaller animals managed to evade the bubbles, prompting Yuxian to manipulate one bubble to weave through them. Mice, snakes, and squirrels all succumbed, their bodies punctured by small, bloody orifices as though struck by bullets. "Xian Yu, your power is truly terrifying," Qing Miao remarked, gazing at the hundreds of beasts that vanished in mere seconds below. She mentally envisioned a scenario where she battled Yuxian, ultimately despairing as she realized that no matter the extent of her efforts, she would likely be no match for him. The spatial bubbles alone would suffice to place Yuxian in an invulnerable position during their confrontation. Of course, the primary reason was that her attacks had yet to reach the eagle rank. Should she attain such a level, perhaps she might stand a chance against Yuxian. Below the eagle rank, unless one possessed extraordinary abilities akin to the might of Pangu, engaging Yuxian would be tantamount to courting death. Upon hearing Qing Miao's words, Yuxian cast his gaze toward the immense pit in the distance and humbly remarked, "It's nothing compared to General Chen Yi's capabilities." Qing Miao rolled her eyes, not perceiving Yuxian's humility, but rather viewing it as a display of false modesty. At that moment, a sudden loud explosion erupted nearby, prompting both of them to turn toward the source of the sound. A team member was engaged in combat. Qing Miao, with her superior eyesight compared to Yuxian, quickly spotted a towering, menacing creature with crimson skin pursuing two team members, who, it appeared, were not part of the exorcism squad, but belonged to another team. 040. The unfounded reality. 041. The eye of the demon is formidable. As Zhoutai number 3 astonished Yuxian with his rapid growth and strength, Yuxian was equally taken aback by Zhoutai number 3's remarkable development. Had Zhoutai no. 3 retained the same abilities he had possessed during their initial encounter at school, Yuxian would have easily dispatched him within mere seconds. However now, no matter how Yuxian attacked, Zhoutai number 3 seemed to possess a preternatural foresight, effortlessly evading every strike. In comparison to Zhoutai number 5, Zhoutai no. 3 was evidently a far more formidable adversary. "Young sir, behold my mighty tree." Zhoutai number 3 leaped from the ground to a tree, then from one tree to another. Suddenly, he pivoted and delivered a powerful kick, severing the trunk of a tree, which he then sent hurtling toward Yuxian with a swift motion of his other leg. What an opportunity! Yuxian's eyes brightened as he allowed the tree to collide with the protective bubble surrounding him, immediately directing the bubble towards Zhoutai number 3, who was suspended in midair without any means of support. "I shall bounce." Zhoutai number 3's eyes flickered as he placed a foot upon one of the bubbles. Utilizing its elasticity, he deftly evaded the other bubbles, seamlessly weaving through them before landing atop another tree on the opposite side. He could discern the properties of the bubbles. Yuxian's brow furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated that his little trick would inadvertently provide Zhoutai number 3 with an advantage. In truth, the numerous bubbles he had conjured were not all of the rigid variety. Among them were those imbued with stickiness, elasticity, and even corrosive properties. Yuxian had intended to exploit the unique characteristics of these bubbles to surprise Zhoutai number 3, only to find that Zhoutai no. 3 had seen through his scheme. He precisely discerned the resilient bubbles amidst the myriad of effervescent orbs and sought to exploit their unique properties. How enlightening. My eyes. So this is their true purpose. Zhoutai number 3 perched upon a branch, a smile gradually curving at the corners of his mouth, lost in a moment of unrestrained joy. In his eyes, each bubble was a distinct entity. Some exuded a foul odor, others quivered incessantly, while some were annoyingly sticky. The recent act of severing the mighty tree was not an assault on Yuxian, but rather a silent endeavor to utilize the leaves and wood shavings for experimentation, aiming to uncover the varied effects of the bubbles. The noxious bubbles possessed corrosive properties. The sticky ones exhibited formidable adhesion. Once ensnared, escape was futile, while the vibrating bubbles showcased elasticity. All was laid bare. The eye of the demon. This was the infernal power he had acquired. It was an ability imbued with intense malevolence, distorting the world as perceived by the user into a grotesque tableau. Yet, within this twisted realm, the eye of the demon revealed truths that ordinarily eluded perception. This was the essence of the so-called untruth in truth. For instance, the monstrous visage Zhou Tai perceived upon Yu Xian was an illusion. Yet the fact that Yu Xian was perpetually consuming sustenance was irrefutable. Plato's ideal state, akin to a hellish nightmare, was false. Yet the emergence of the ideal state from a sea of corpses was indeed true. The discernment of reality rested solely upon the wisdom of the eye's wielder. Clearly, Zhou Tai had begun to acclimate to the eye of the demon, extracting genuine and valuable insights from the multitude of illusory images. I have witnessed it all. Number 3. Zhou Tai twisted his ways to evade the assault of the bubbles, a grin splitting his face to reveal a mouthful of sharp teeth. Suddenly, he spun around, unleashing a powerful punch upon one of the bubbles, followed by a swift kick that deftly avoided numerous other bubbles' attacks. With a backward lean, he struck the very bubble that had just been struck by his fist. Spin, attack, dodge, then spin again, and attack once more. These seemingly minute movements effectively evaded Yu Xian's onslaught, culminating in a rapid series of counterattacks that resulted in one of Yu Xian's bubbles being shattered by Zhou Tai's fist. The entire sequence transpired in a mere second or two. To Yu Xian, it appeared as if number 3 was merely spinning at high speed. Yet, bizarrely, he evaded his strikes and retaliated with a series of impactful blows, leading to the destruction of a bubble. Young man, the roles of offense and defense will soon be reversed. Suddenly, Zhou Tai darted through the bubbles, the scales on his body emitting an unusual sound. Boom! Before Yu Xian could fully comprehend the situation, Zhou Tai charged forward, delivering a punch that struck the protective bubble, causing ripples to spread across its surface. Realizing the gravity of the moment, Yu Xian's pupils constricted sharply. The sensation of being pursued by Zhou Tai back in school flooded back. His mind raced as his gaze fell upon one particular bubble, which exhibited a sticky quality and bore a scale on its surface. In an instant, he comprehended how Zhou Tai had maneuvered with such remarkable speed to appear before him. On the third round, Zhou Tai ingeniously employed resilient bubbles to accelerate himself, subsequently sacrificing a scale to alter the angle of his attack with sticky bubbles. The synergy of these two techniques allowed Zhou Tai to launch a sudden assault from an unexpected direction, so swiftly that Yu Xian found himself unable to react. Ironically, his own offensive strategies had been turned against him. As Yu Xian contemplated his next move, all the sticky and elastic bubbles around him were swiftly retracted, replaced by a barrage of harder bubbles that relentlessly pursued the evasive Zhou Tai. "It's futile, young sir. I have seen through all your tactics," Zhou Tai remarked with a smile, deftly evading numerous attacks from the hard bubbles. Indeed, as he indicated, Yu Xian's assaults no longer posed a threat to him. While the hard bubbles possessed formidable striking power, Zhou Tai was capable of predicting their trajectories, even going so far as to stand atop one, allowing it to carry him along. Yet, Yu Xian remained composed, continuing to command a multitude of hard bubbles to attack from various angles, though it appeared his options were dwindling. With a resounding boom, Zhou Tai, eager to validate his assertion, began to counterattack frequently while evading, landing blow after blow upon the protective bubble shielding Yu Xian. Regrettably, the frequency of his strikes was insufficient to breach the defenses. Moreover, it was evident that Yu Xian would not afford him any opportunities. Should he engage the surrounding bubbles, they would immediately converge upon him. With no option but to flee, he faced a dead end, while retreating would mean all his efforts would be in vain. The two sides were locked in a stalemate, as if neither could gain the upper hand. Number 3, Zhou Tai, had acclimatized to the onslaught of numerous hard bubbles, deftly evading dozens of them shooting in from various angles. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself upward, stepping on several rigid bubbles, and instantaneously launched himself in front of Yu Xian, delivering a powerful punch toward the bubbles. Although he could not shatter them, this was merely a game. His ability to counterattack signified that he had not yet succumbed to defeat. However, at the moment he unleashed his punch, Yu Xian spread his hands wide, and in an instant, Countless silver threads shot forth from his fingertips. The two were now perilously close, less than 30 centimeters apart. Number 3, Zhou Tai, felt his eyes widen in shock, as if he were witnessing the Grim Reaper wielding its scythe in his direction. In an instant, his body was ensnared by the silver threads, resembling a mummified figure. Had there been only 1 or 2 threads, he might have managed to break free, but now, enveloped in a dense web of them, he could only squirm like a worm. What is the matter? Have you forgotten that I possess this ability? Yu Xian inquired with a smile, gazing at Zhou Tai. Upon realizing that the bubbles posed no threat to Zhou Tai, he conceived this plan. Knowing that if Zhou Tai became overconfident, he had a 90% chance of capturing him alive. It was clear that in this confrontation, he had emerged victorious. As the battle raged on, with Yu Xian engaged in combat against the third Zhou Tai, the other Zhou Tai launched their own assaults. The fourth Zhou Tai, after consuming the blood of the death curse, transformed into a half-human, half-spider form. His hands morphed into scissor-like appendages, and 6 legs granted him remarkable agility. Amidst the dense forest, he spun his web, but upon finding no prey, he decided to take the initiative, leaving his intricate web behind. He traversed through a thicket of trees and was suddenly captivated by the sight of a lovely young girl with bright eyes and pearly white teeth, squatting by a stream, roasting chicken wings. Such exquisite human flesh. The fourth Zhou Tai gazed at the girl, his face contorting with desire as 6 eyes glimmered with obsession. Visions of dancing with her in a duet filled his mind, and he imagined himself adorning her skin, admiring his reflection in a mirror. By the stream, Gong Qian swallowed hard, gently turning a stick over the fire. The golden layer of fat on the chicken wings exuded an irresistible aroma. Just a little longer, and they would be ready to eat. Gong Qian closed her eyes, murmuring a heartfelt gratitude. I wish to thank Brother Chicken for his selfless contribution, the gifts of nature, and myself for diligently honing my grilling skills. Now, I shall indulge. She opened her mouth wide, but before she could savor the roasted wings, a sudden strike hit the back of her head. The air fell into an eerie silence. The fourth Zhou Tai stared wide-eyed at his own hand. Though his hands had transformed into incredibly sharp and hard scissors, when he attempted to snip at the little girl's head, not a single strand of hair was severed. How could this be? Number 4, Zhou Tai, contorted his face in disbelief. He exerted all his strength, attempting to crush Gong Qian's skull, only to discover that he was utterly incapable of doing so. Her head was horrifically solid, akin to a diamond. Nay, even harder than diamond. It must be a head of superalloy. Damn it, do not disturb my enjoyment of roasted chicken wings. Gong Qian bared her teeth, her forehead veins protruding as she swiftly turned and unleashed a punch. Boom. Before number 4, Zhou Tai could react, his body was obliterated by Gong Qian's blow. A torrent of viscous fluid and remnants scattered in the wake of her fist, littering the ground. Damn it, Gong Qian cursed, crouching down as her gaze returned to the roasted chicken wings, preparing to savor her finest creation. She opened her mouth, poised to take a bite, when suddenly, she heard the sound of rushing footsteps from afar. With a sigh, she slowly rose to her feet. Captain, help! A brown-haired girl, tearful and distressed, dashed out from a thicket, racing towards Gong Qian. Hot on her heels, a massive black tiger burst forth from the forest. This black tiger was unrelated to Zhou Tai and his companions. It had merely been caught up in the chaos and fled here, reacting instinctively upon encountering the brown-haired girl, launching an assault directly at her. At this moment, the black tiger was merely a few hundred meters away from the girl, and with its speed, it could close the distance in mere strides. The brown-haired girl gazed at Gong Qian, as if on the verge of an emotional farewell. In a moment of fury, Gong Qian appeared before the black tiger, delivering a devastating slap that shattered a significant portion of his face, resulting in a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh. With a thunderous crash, the black tiger, now deprived of most of his brain, collapsed lifelessly. As Gong Qian turned away, she was suddenly enveloped in the arms of the brown-haired girl. The girl sobbed, Captain, I thought I would never see you again. You scared me to death. Standing at 1.7 meters tall, she held Gong Qian, who was only 1.46 meters, as if embracing a child, despite having been terrified just moments before. Her heart now danced with joy, akin to a little sprite celebrating in glee, exclaiming, Hooray! I've hugged the captain. Gong Qian, caught in the embrace, felt a sense of helplessness. She wished to struggle but feared causing harm to the girl, so she sighed and said, It seems there are quite a few extraordinary beings around. Come, let us stretch our limbs a bit. At your command, Captain, the brown-haired girl replied, loosening her grip with care and responding with a bright smile. Although Gong Qian was merely at the eagle level, she possessed the aura of a supermodel, instilling a profound sense of safety for those around her. Among all the talented youth at the Qilin headquarters, Gong Qian held the top rank. Codenamed First, anyone aware of her existence recognized her as a veritable marvel. For she was the sole individual to have acquired the might of the Panga deity after consuming the blood of Pangu. At the sparrow level, her strength reached 100 tons. At the serpent level, it soared to 1,000 tons. Now, having attained the eagle level, she wielded an astounding force of 10,000 tons. The overwhelming majority of carbon-based life forms in this world cannot withstand the full force of her strike. Most assaults leave no mark upon her delicate skin. Meanwhile, number 6, Zhou Tai, gazes intently at a man and a woman below the mountain. After consuming the blood of the cursed, Zhou Tai's physique has grown slender, and he has sprouted a tail that can extend and retract at will, gaining the demonic power of invisibility. This is a highly advanced form of stealth. Upon activating this ability, he can completely obscure his form, scent, light, shadow, and sound, leaving no trace upon the ground. Zhou Tai takes great satisfaction in his capability, as long as he does not take the initiative to strike. No one can detect his presence. Unfortunately, this body is destined to last only a single day. In gratitude for humanity's relentless pursuit, Zhou Tai decides to bestow a surprise upon everyone, specifically to eliminate all the weaklings in this area. Silently descending the mountain, his elongated tail stretches towards the heads of the man and woman. The tip of his tail possesses a structure akin to a dagger, not only hard and sharp, but also coated with a potent poison. Once it strikes its target, even if it does not deliver a fatal blow, it will swiftly incapacitate the opponent. At that moment, he maneuvers his tail to pierce the crown of the woman's head. Clang! The woman is struck by the tail, producing a clear, metallic sound. Subsequently, her figure becomes ethereal, akin to a wisp of smoke contracting, transforming into a sharp sword. The long sword, Emosia. The man then grips the sword, unsheathes it, strikes, and resheathes it. In an instant, numerous minute bloodstains appeared on the body of Zhou Tai, designated as number 6. He gazed incredulously at the man before him, confounded by the stark contrast between the apparent feebleness of his adversaries and their sudden, overwhelming strength. Regrettably, the man showed no intention of providing any explanation, leaving Zhou Tai to succumb to an abyss of confusion as he collapsed. At that moment, the long sword transformed back into the figure of a woman. The two individuals, armed with their mobile devices, approached Zhou Tai's lifeless form to capture photographs, subsequently uploading them. Codename Ganjiang, codename Emosia, successfully eliminated a target suspected to be Zhou Tai. Codename First, terminated a target suspected to be Zhou Tai, as well as a suspected serpent-class extraordinary being. Codename Salted Fish, apprehended Zhou Tai, designated as number 3, and Zhou Tai, designated as number 5. Codename Lion's Light, eliminated Zhou Tai, designated as number 7, along with a multitude of extraordinary beasts. Yu Xian returned to his original position, holding a mobile phone and observing the incessantly refreshing notifications, a sense of unease gnawing at him. He tapped on each notification, scrutinizing the photographs one by one. And as he did so, a frown creased his brow. His senses were heightened. The Zhou Tai depicted in these images bore no resemblance to the Zhou Tai he had encountered previously in the arena. Which number was that Zhou Tai? Could it be that there were still undiscovered personas lurking within? In the depths of a secluded mountain, within a cave, 9, known as Zhou Tai, was meticulously inscribing a summoning array. The demonic power he had acquired was solely for the purpose of summoning demons. Although he harbored some dissatisfaction with his abilities, he regarded them as transient, destined to vanish after today. Thus he remained indifferent. Let me go, third. I never consented to cooperate with you. Should you dare to use me as a sacrifice, the others will undoubtedly avenge me. 8. Also Zhou Tai was pinned beneath a colossal rock by 9, persistently resorting to threats and inducements. It is uncertain whether his character influenced the nature of his mutation, but 8, who had a penchant for deceit, did not grow stronger after his transformation. Instead, he became frail, his only demonic power being his loquacity. His mouth had morphed into a shape reminiscent of a trumpet, capable of producing thunderous sounds. Silence. If you wish to avoid becoming a sacrifice, you must exchange your body. I shall claim this one. 9 asserted with an air of dominance. Inherently domineering, he felt justified in his authority, for the first was unassailable, and the second seemed merely ornamental. Thus, he resolved to usurp the position of third. Fortunately, third was astute enough to relinquish his role willingly, otherwise a fierce conflict would have ensued. Once he completed the summoning array, he slashed his wrist, allowing his blood to drip onto the intricate design, which gradually absorbed the crimson fluid, emanating a radiant red glow. Remember this, 9. Sooner or later, I will have you begging on your knees. 8 bellowed in a fit of rage as the array began to activate. He hastily withdrew his consciousness, returning his body to the original aberrant insect. Number 9, Zhou Tai, curled his lip, dismissing the threat posed by number 8, Zhou Tai. As inconsequential, after all, he was number 3, and the misnaming only underscored the absurdity of the threat. At that moment, the array enveloped the entire cave in a crimson glow, and swiftly, the body of number 8, Zhou Tai, withered. A colossal arm emerged from the formation, effortlessly striking away the rocks that pinned down number 8, before gradually widening the fissure in the array to allow its head to protrude. Speak your desires, creature, it intoned. Addressing number 9, Zhou Tai, in a language unfamiliar yet comprehensible. Number 9, Zhou Tai, responded with a grin, my wish is simple, annihilate everyone here. Anyone you encounter may be slain. A reasonable request, I grant it. Invoke my name. I am Deimos. The demon revealed a toothy grin, addressing number 9, Zhou Tai. Should the request have been unreasonable or if Deimos had shown disinterest, he would have withheld his name, signifying a failed summoning with both a loss of offerings and no results. Deimos now divulging his name indicated that a pact had been forged. Arise, Deimos. Number 9, Zhou Tai, exclaimed with a smile, his voice booming. The fissure at the heart of the array expanded, and the fearsome form of Deimos emerged, shattering the cave's ceiling with his head and swiftly rupturing the mountain itself. The head of Deimos resembles a grotesque amalgamation of a baboon and a crocodile, while its physique is akin to that of an orangutan, adorned with bat-like wings on its back and a tail that is a menacing cobra. Its colossal form is truly imposing. Upon emerging, it emits a prolonged howl before seizing number 9 Zhou Tai in its grip. You and I shall remain until the end to slay, Deimos remarked with a smile directed at number 9 Zhou Tai. Unfazed, number 9 Zhou Tai responded with a grin. It matters not, but I wish to witness rivers of blood. I hope you unleash a massacre. As Deimos stepped forth from the formation, each squad promptly activated their alert systems, for Deimos' stature was overwhelmingly massive, dwarfing even a mountain, making its presence unmistakable from afar. Jin Sheng, positioned merely 3 mountains away from Deimos, texted while keenly observing the creature, his eyes filled with gravity. Tiger level? Dragon level? Evacuate. The situation has drastically changed. All members below the serpent level must retreat immediately. The Qingyu soared swiftly through the mountains, calling out to the members of various squads it encountered. Many began to gather their belongings and withdraw from the restricted area. Yuxian perched atop a bubble, gazing at the terrifying aura emanating from Deimos, exclaimed in astonishment. Which number Zhou Tai is he? Ha ha ha, he is the true number 3 Zhou Tai. I am, in fact, number 9 Zhou Tai. Surprised, aren't you? No. 3 Zhou Tai replied with a series of hearty laughter. Yuxian released his grip, allowing the words to flow forth. Having discerned that the 3rd Zhou Tai was indeed a notorious blabbermouth, incapable of concealing even the slightest secret, the names Zhou Tai 3 and Zhou Tai 9 echoed in his mind, provoking an inexplicable recollection of the colossal ape he had previously encountered. Could it possibly refer to that Zhou Tai? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. Initially, Yuxian believed that his own rapid ascension in strength was remarkable, yet now he felt a stirring desire to further enhance his abilities, even if just by a fraction. He resolved to soar to the heavens and bask in the sunlight. At that moment, Deimos exerted tremendous force through his legs, propelling himself skyward in an instant. He then opened his mouth, condensing a crimson energy orb that radiated a brilliance surpassing that of the sun. Alarmed, Yuxian witnessed this scene and promptly directed the bubbles to retreat swiftly. Simultaneously, he extended his hand, releasing a multitude of bubbles. His bubbles possessed the capacity to withstand speeds up to 5 times the speed of sound, and now he pushed their velocity to the limit. Many of the team members, caught unawares, were instantaneously enveloped by the bubbles and carried away to safety. Initially, some mistook the sudden enveloping for an attack, only to realize, as they distanced themselves from the epicenter, that they were aided by their allies. Boom. The crimson energy orb coalesced with astonishing speed, descending with equal ferocity. In a heartbeat, a pillar of red light surged from the ground towards the sky, followed by an increasing number of light columns erupting from the earth. This spectacle was entirely different from what Yuxian had envisioned as an explosion, yet its destructive potential was equally terrifying. As each beam of light emerged, the terrifying heat and shockwaves wreaked havoc in the surroundings, instantly reducing those who could not protect themselves to mere ashes. Damn it, perish! At that moment, a petite figure swiftly darted from a mountain towards Deimos, landing a powerful punch on his cheek. Boom! The flesh on Deimos's cheek quivered violently, his eyes rolling back in response. However, in the next instant, he gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to withstand the girl's assault. He then retaliated with his tail, striking the girl, who was sent flying backward, crashing through 3 mountains before finally coming to a halt. Lion's Majesty! A resounding roar echoed as a golden lion, entirely composed of energy, manifested. Its mane radiated a scorching brilliance akin to the sun. Boom! The golden lion collided with Deimos, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that swept away everything in its vicinity. In the following moment, Deimos let out a low growl, using both hands to lift the golden lion and hurled it forcefully. The golden lion soared through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, exploding in a shower of golden light, revealing the figure of Jin Sheng. Jin Sheng spat out a mouthful of blood, the brilliance in his pupils dimming instantaneously. As the formidable Demicles pressed his advantage, he leaped into the air, his massive form casting a shadow over the ground where Jin Sheng lay. In a swift motion, a flash of sword light grazed the earth, and Demicles' fist struck the ground, creating a tremendous crater. His gaze shifted to the left, where Ganjiang held Mo Xie in one hand, while supporting Jin Sheng with the other, retreating hastily. Little insect, seeking death, he bellowed, as he forcefully clawed at the ground, transforming vast amounts of soil into solid rock. He then hurled a colossal boulder towards the direction of the fleeing trio. In that instant, Ganjiang was enveloped by a looming shadow and looked up to see the rock descending from above. Mo Xie. He could not afford to hesitate. He released Jin Sheng and was propelled upward by the sword, striking the boulder with a powerful slash. The rock proved to be exceptionally resilient, imbued with some arcane magic. As Ganjiang swung his sword, his body spun, and in a seamless transformation, he became a broadsword while Mo Xie morphed into human form. Wielding the broadsword to strike the rock, a gash appeared upon the surface of the stone, yet it was evidently insufficient. In a heartbeat, Ganjiang and Mo Xie whirled like the blades of a fan, alternating positions in a breathtaking dance. One moment, Ganjiang wielded the elongated Mo Xie, and the next, Mo Xie brandished the broad Ganjiang, their blades intertwining in a relentless flurry of strikes. As the boulders struck the ground, countless fissures emerged upon their surfaces, and upon contact with the earth, they shattered into myriad tiny fragments. Ganjiang and Mo Xie fell simultaneously, both breathless. Before they could catch their breath, Deimos appeared before them, towering and poised to unleash a powerful punch. Ganjiang, Mo Xie, bound by life and death, grasping each other's hands. Ganjiang and Mo Xie exerted their strength, transforming into an intersecting duo of long and broad swords that launched towards Deimos. The swords collided with Deimos's fist, resulting in a violent backlash that sent them spiraling away, their blades marred by numerous cracks. The swords reverted to human form upon hitting the ground, both spitting blood in response to their grievous injuries. Deimos was overwhelmingly powerful. A mere brush against it had left them gravely wounded. "Quick, annihilate them," shouted number 9. Zhou Tai, with fervor. Deimos paid little heed to Zhou Tai's exclamations. It held a greater disdain for Jin Sheng than for Ganjiang and Mo Xie, for the radiance emitted by Jin Sheng in his golden lion form subtly restrained its might. The two were irreconcilable foes, making Jin Sheng its primary target. With a menacing grin, Deimos gazed at Jin Sheng on the ground, relishing the prospect of eliminating this nascent threat. However, just as it raised its hand, strands of golden threads swiftly ensnared its body, immobilizing it instantly. At the other end of these golden threads stood a group of robed men and women, their hands forming intricate seals, each face etched with solemnity, gritting their teeth as they channeled their spiritual energy. Fortunately, we arrived just in time. Captain Ganjiang, Captain Jin Sheng, can you still move? At this moment, one of the Taoists shouted towards Jin Sheng and Gan Jiang, yet neither responded. The Taoist's expression instantly turned grave. Trouble was imminent, for they could not confine Demos for long. Currently, among the 4 teams involved in the operation, 2 captains were gravely injured, and 1 captain's fate remained uncertain, leaving only his demon-slaying team capable of continuing the fight. The dilemma was that the demon-slaying team's expertise lay in vanquishing and capturing demons, while Demos, being devoid of demonic energy, posed a challenge for their specialized skills. Among the assembled teams, the exorcism team excelled at dealing with zombies, vengeful spirits, and ghosts. Jin Sheng's lion's radiance wielded unparalleled power against such entities. When he emanated light, malevolent beings would disintegrate into nothingness. The slaughter team was more adept at confronting colossal monsters. These enormous creatures often met their demise at the hands of Ganjiang and Mo Yi, akin to livestock awaiting slaughter, quickly dismembered. The leader of the crime eradication team, Gong Qian, possessed exceptional prowess against various nefarious and criminal superhumans, dispatching foes like the infamous Karami with a single punch. Finally, there was the demon-slaying team, which typically managed and resolved the hidden demonic entities lurking within urban settings, such as fox spirits, beings transformed from animals into humanoid forms. It is worth noting that although Hu Tuer bore the bloodline of a 9-tailed fox, she was human and not a true fox spirit. Suddenly, Demos' body trembled slightly, and numerous golden threads began to crack. Not good. Tian Xian, you must swiftly escort the 2 captains and Mo Yi away from here. We may not last much longer. The leading Taoist urged. The demon-slaying squad consists of 7 members, their codenames mirroring the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. The captain, Tian Shu, leads the team, with the remaining members being Tian Xian, Tian Ji, Tian Quan, Yu Hang, Kai Yang, and Yao Guang. Captain, can you hold on? Tian Xian hesitated. At present, the 7 of them combined barely managed to confine Dimos' thoughts. Even so, Dimos' instincts continued to resist. Should she withdraw? A mere flicker of thought from Dimos could spell doom for the remaining 6. As long as we stand while they lie, how can we stand idly by? Go now, Tian Shu declared resolutely, his expression serious. He had already steeled himself for the possibility that Dimos might break free. If that were to happen, he would burn his essence to ensure its confinement, leaving no chance for retaliation. The binding rope of demons, a dragon-class artifact crafted from numerous precious materials, had proven effective in past demon-slaying missions. Had Dimos not been a specialist, it would have succumbed without hesitation. Tian Xian gritted her teeth and nodded, immediately ceasing her flow of spiritual energy. However, the moment she paused, Dimos trembled violently, and the golden threads of the binding rope began to snap one after another. Spirit light, shake the heavenly pillar, red dragon, stir the vital gate. With this breath, 5 fires burn the navel. At this juncture, Tian Shu rapidly formed seals with his hands, then struck his abdomen, chanting incantations. The expressions of the other team members shifted dramatically, and Tian Xian, her eyes reddened with emotion, cried out, "Brother, you? Enough chatter, execute the mission." Tian Shu emanated an aura of terror, the veins on his forehead bulging, as a continuous stream of spiritual energy coalesced into a golden dragon that entwined itself around Demos. Tian Xian gritted her teeth and swiftly turned, racing towards Jingsheng. 1 minute earlier, Yu Xian had rescued a multitude of team members, relocating them to a safe haven. He then grasped Zhang Shou, who had also retreated, and they soared towards several towering mountains that had been obliterated. They were acutely aware that they had no right to approach the frontline battlefield. Even the slightest residual force could spell their demise. However, this did not imply that they were powerless. They still had the capacity to save lives. The duo descended in a bubble beside the 3rd mountain that had been devastated. Yu Xian stepped out of the bubble, sniffing the air, and then commanded a multitude of adhesive bubbles to begin shifting the stones. As the sticky orbs removed the rocks, a girl, her entire being suffused with a green hue, emerged before them. Upon first encountering the abyss, Lao Zhang, is there still hope for her? Yu Xian inquired anxiously while gazing at the girl whose eyes remained tightly shut. This time, Zhang Shou hesitated to make any promises. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "I do not know, but I will do my utmost." With that, he summoned the healing touch, enveloping the girl within its embrace. As the healing touch made contact, it emitted a crackling sound, and a substantial amount of white smoke began to billow forth. Ah, what a terrifying poison. Xian, you had best keep your distance. That smoke is entirely toxic. Zhang Shou gasped, quickly advising Yu Xian. Yu Xian nodded and retreated, encasing himself in a protective bubble. In the past, Zhang Shou's healing touch could effortlessly cure even the gravest of ailments. Yet this was the first time he witnessed such an exaggerated reaction from his skill, indicating the truly horrifying nature of the poison afflicting the girl. Ultimately, the healing touch melted away as if an ice cube were placed upon a hot iron plate, vanishing in mere moments. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Shou clenched his teeth and continued to wield the healing touch, conjuring another tendril with unwavering resolve. Before long, the girl was entirely ensnared by the tendrils, creating an unsettling visual. Crackle. The girl was enveloped in smoke as the poison battled against the healing touch. Each time a tendril was dissolved, Zhang Shou promptly activated his skill to summon another. He felt the ravages of time upon himself, his appearance rapidly aging to that of a middle-aged man. This poison is truly horrifying, he remarked to Yu Xian, observing the fading green toxicity on the girl's body. Yu Xian nodded in agreement. If that poison were to afflict him, he would likely be dissolved into liquid in an instant. However, this also indicated the formidable strength of the poisoned girl. It was unfathomable that such a terrifying toxin had not claimed her life. Half a minute later, the girl slowly opened her eyes, furrowing her brow upon seeing the tentacles on her body. Do not be alarmed. We are members of the exorcism squad, and we are here to assist you in detoxification, Yu Xian said, his gaze fixed on her. Gong Qian suppressed her discomfort and inquired, "How long was I unconscious?" "Approximately 5 minutes," Yu Xian replied. Gong Qian immediately attempted to rise, but Zhang Shou interjected, "The poison within you has not been completely eliminated. Please endure a little longer. That creature is too powerful. The others cannot hold it back." "I must return at once," Gong Qian asserted, her determination evident. She understood all too well that the remaining 3 captains would not stand a chance against a being she herself could not defeat with a single blow. What about General Zhao Yi?" Zhang Shou could not help but ask. Gong Qian sat up and responded, "General Zhao Yi was directly transported here by the teleportation array. He needs to guard a rift to the abyss, so after launching his attack, he was sent back." "Abyss rift? Is it not possible to teleport him back now?" Zhang Shou activated his skill once more, appearing even more aged. Gong Qian, with a sense of helplessness, shook her head and remarked, "The space near the abyssal rift is exceedingly chaotic. Just to prepare for a single teleportation takes over a day. Do you think we would delay our actions until noon if we wish to resolve the issue sooner? Are there any other dragon-level beings available for support?" Yu Xian inquired thoughtfully. Gong Qian shot Yu Xian an exasperated glance and retorted, "Dragon-level beings are not as common as cabbages. The minister must guard Yinjing, while other generals are tasked with defending the abyssal rift and deterring foreign powers at the borders. Even if there were reinforcements, the earliest we could expect them would likely be by tomorrow noon. Are there any dragon-level experts among the civilian population?" Yu Xian pressed. Gong Qian fell into silence, prompting Yu Xian to quickly interject. "Now is not the time for hesitation. If there are dragon-level experts among the civilians, we must summon them immediately. We are far too close to Silver City. The consequences of any misstep could be dire." "Very well, I shall attempt to make a request," Gong Qian said, contemplating the implications of Silver City's fall. She promptly took out her mobile phone, only for it to be corroded by the toxins emanating from her palm. Both she and Yu Xian fell into a stunned silence. Zhang Shou, witnessing this scene, could not help but inquire, "With such a terrifying toxin, how come your clothing remains unharmed? Are you so eager to see my clothes dissolve?" Gong Qian replied, her face flushing as she glared at Zhang Shou. Zhang Shou, though appearing mature, was still a clear-eyed high school student. His expression turned awkward, and he hastily explained, "I was merely curious. My clothing is made of dragon-level material. How could it possibly dissolve so easily?" Gong Qian retorted with irritation. She possessed immense strength, rendering ordinary clothing utterly incapable of withstanding her vigor with the slightest movement. Her garments would be reduced to mere rags. Consequently, the headquarters of Qilin expended considerable resources to craft her current attire. This ensemble not only perfectly endures her formidable power without sustaining damage during her movements, but it also boasts various resistances, making it impervious to mere toxins. "So now, what should we do?" Yu Xian gazed at Gong Qian, still more concerned about the matter of seeking assistance. Gong Qian pressed her palm against a tentacle and remarked, "Do not fear, for I tend to break things easily. Hence I possess hundreds of mobile phones. Once my palm is free of toxins, I can promptly summon help. She pressed her hand firmly against the tentacle, a sizzling sound continually emanating. Does it not hurt? Zhang Shou inquired with curiosity. Gong Qian replied calmly. This toxin is indeed peculiar. Even I find it challenging to develop immunity. However, it does not inflict pain. It merely hinders my movements. Perhaps it is merely that you do not feel pain, Yu Xian retorted. The toxin from demos dissolves even mobile phones in an instant. How could an infected person not suffer? Any ordinary individual would likely be consumed in agony, melting into liquid. At last, with Gong Qian's active cooperation, the toxins on her palm were thoroughly eradicated. Once assured that no remnants of poison lingered, she swiftly retrieved her phone and powered it on. After a series of communications, her face flushed crimson as she cursed. You scoundrel! Why go now of all times to the abyss? How infuriating! What does that mean? Yu Xian inquired. Gong Qian, with an expression of indignation, remarked, the dragon level represents the pinnacle of strength. Even the authorities would hesitate to offend such figures. Among all unofficial dragon-level warriors, only the great sage equal to heaven is relatively amenable, as he can be persuaded to assist if offered sufficient benefits. However, he has ventured into the abyss. What is the abyss? Zhang Shou, filled with curiosity, quickly inquired. Gong Qian, visibly flustered, responded, the abyss is simply the abyss. Its origins remain a mystery. However, it is certain that all forbidden fruits emanate from the abyss, due to the chaotic nature of the space surrounding the abyssal rift. Any forbidden fruit that appears in proximity to it is randomly transported to various corners of the world. Why has the great sage gone to the abyss? Yu Xian asked. Gong Qian replied, naturally, he seeks treasures. The vast majority of materials above dragon level originate from the abyss. Once you reach eagle level, you will be eligible to apply to the headquarters for permission to journey to the abyss. What shall we do now? Zhang Shou queried. Both Gong Qian and Yu Xian fell silent, realizing that for the moment, the three of them could only await further developments. When Gong Qian awoke, she indeed wished to offer assistance, but upon sitting up, she discovered that her lower body was completely numb. It was precisely for this reason that she obediently accepted Zhang Shou's treatment. Otherwise, she would have rushed to confront Demos long ago. Just as the three of them found themselves at an impasse, Gong Qian's phone rang. She glanced at the screen, immediately answered the call, and spoke. Minister, Xiaoyi, are you all right? On the other end, Yulai inquired with concern. Gong Qian hastily replied, I am mostly unharmed. I am currently receiving treatment and will soon be able to move again. Good. Please focus on your treatment. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. Yulai reassured her from the other side of the line. Gong Qian then asked, Minister, what exactly is that monster? Although she was aware of Zhou Tai's unique ability to unearth the potential of extraordinary beings, that creature was astonishingly powerful. That is Demos, a high-ranking demon from the abyss, classified as a dragon-level entity. If it had not been summoned, encountering it in the abyss would mean that the vast majority of dragon-level beings would stand no chance against it. It seems that external forces have intervened, Yulai responded. Upon hearing this, the three of them were taken aback. Until just moments ago, they had thought it was Zhou Tai. Now they realized that the adversary was no longer Zhou Tai, but rather Demos. How infuriating! Gong Qian clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Her father had been slain by external forces, and she, as a descendant of the Lai clan, had only received a drop of Panga's blood. Thus, her greatest disdain was directed towards the foreign forces that had infiltrated, and the criminal suppression squad primarily targeted the minions spawned by these entities. All right, you can rest assured. Everything will be fine, Yulai advised. After ending the call, Gong Qian stowed her phone away, frustration bubbling within her as she struck the ground with her fist, causing a tremor that sent a stone flying into Zhang Shou's cheek, leaving a crimson mark in its wake. Realizing her actions, Gong Qian hurriedly offered her apologies. While Zhang Shou wiped the blood from his face, swallowing hard as he forced a smile, It's nothing, my skin is tough, and this minor injury is no bother. Inwardly, he mused about the potential consequences if anyone were to marry this fierce woman. Should a careless bump occur during slumber, it could lead to dire repercussions. Ouch! Best to steer clear. Meanwhile, Tian Xian was carrying Mo Xia on her back, each hand gripping Jin Sheng and Gan Jiang, swiftly advancing towards the periphery. Anxiety gnawed at her. She understood that the longer she delayed, the more intense the backlash would be for Tian Xiu. She needed to find a physician to tend to the three of them without delay before returning to the group. Although on the surface it appeared that Gan Jiang and Mo Xie were more severely injured, the reality was that Jin Xing's injuries were far graver. This was primarily due to Jin Sheng's power clashing violently with the demonic force of Demos, when Demos lifted the golden lion formed from Jin Sheng. The demonic energy surged like lightning into Jin Sheng's body, resulting in a devastating blow. As Tian Xian hurriedly navigated the terrain, she suddenly spotted a middle-aged man clad in military attire approaching. "Uncle!" Tian Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed. Jin Dajuan stepped forward, glancing at the golden victory in Tian Xian's hand, and said with a smile, "It seems this lad has suffered a significant loss. Tian Xian, please escort them for treatment first. I shall confront the formidable demon from the abyss shortly." Despite being merely of the Tiger-class upper tier, he knew that on Earth, even if he could not defeat Daimos, he could buy some time. The plan of the Qilin headquarters was straightforward, to delay as long as possible. Once noon arrived tomorrow, Zhao Yi would be teleported back. Moreover, several other generals would also be brought forth to join forces in vanquishing Daimos. This was a remarkable opportunity to eliminate a great demon from the abyss. Should Daimos be slain, its entire being would be a treasure trove, potentially yielding numerous dragon-class artifacts. And its blood could be utilized for various research endeavors, even paving the way for the development of a new extraordinary system. Jin Dajuan bid farewell to Tian Xian and continued onward. He twisted his neck, producing a sharp crack, then flexed his fists. Although he appeared calm and untroubled regarding his son, a fierce rage was igniting within him. "Daimos, how amusing." Jin Dajuan let out a low, sardonic laugh as he removed his military uniform, stowing it away in his ring. He then shed his shirt, revealing a muscular torso. As his skin gradually transformed to a crimson hue, his hair igniting in flames, and his eyes radiating a golden light. The Flame Gold Titan Technique. This is a transcendent cultivation technique, one that, when mastered, renders the practitioner impervious to harm, resistant to all poisons, and immune to the elements, possessing boundless strength. Jin Dajuan has not only attained a state of great mastery, but has also fortified himself with the blood of Pangu, elevating his power to unprecedented heights. With a powerful thrust of his feet, he transformed into a flash of crimson light, swiftly approaching the battlefield ahead. In the midst of the conflict, although Daimos was immobilized, the figure of number 9 Zhou Tai, perched upon its shoulder, remained able to move, albeit hindered by a golden thread ensnaring his foot, rendering him momentarily unable to extricate himself. He exerted tremendous effort to free himself, yet no amount of force could dislodge his foot from its binding. After a protracted struggle, he abandoned his attempts, drawing forth the blade he had used to sever his wrist, and decisively amputated his own foot. Truly futile, it seems my intervention is required. No. 9 Zhou Tai first cast a scornful glance at Daimos before swiftly sliding down its back to the ground. He landed on one foot, turning to face Tian Shu and the others, who, upon noticing number 9 Zhou Tai, were struck by a wave of apprehension, their faces betraying the gravity of the situation. They had already exerted their utmost to confine Daimos. Even Tian Shu had resorted to burning his essence. Now, they found themselves unable to move. Should anyone falter in their supply of spiritual energy, Daimos would effortlessly break free from its constraints. Yet, maintaining that supply meant they remained motionless, vulnerable like lambs to the slaughter before number 9 Zhou Tai. Fear, tremble, who shall I slay first? Number 9 Zhou Tai limped toward the group, his voice dripping with malevolence. Tian Shu did not even glance at number 9 Zhou Tai before speaking. Tianji, Tianquan, you shall expend your essence. Yuheng, you go deal with him. Understood, Captain. Tianji and Tianquan exchanged fierce glances, responding in unison. Upon hearing this, number 9 Zhou Tai immediately surged forward, roaring, you shall not succeed. Prepare to meet your demise. Time was of the essence. The expressions of Tianji and Tianquan shifted dramatically. Burning essence required a moment to gather. It was hopeless. The members of the demon-slaying squad felt a rising tide of despair as number 9 Zhou Tai drew closer. At that moment, a streak of red light shot through the distance like a meteor. A manic expression spread across number 9 Zhou Tai's face as his arm muscles bulged, poised to strike down Tianchu with a lethal blow. Yet, in the next instant, an overwhelming heat surged from behind him. As he turned to look, the red light erupted, and he was instantly crushed by immense pressure. Boom. The Golden Army landed, one foot resting upon the mangled form of number 9 Zhou Tai, and laughed, Ha! Fortunately, it is not too late. You all should retreat quickly. I will handle things from here. As you command. The members of the demon-slaying squad breathed a sigh of relief and promptly carried Tianshu away. As they fled, the golden threads binding Deimos snapped one by one, eliciting a furious roar from him. 047. The raw violence. How to infuriate a great demon. The answer is remarkably simple. Disrupt its malevolent schemes. In contrast to the cunning and cowardly nature of lesser demons, a great demon embodies a fierce and ruthless entity, endowed with an extraordinarily formidable capacity for execution. Once a great demon reaches a decision, it would rather perish in a charge than concede defeat. After being summoned by the ninth Zhou Tai, Deimos had devised a plan to annihilate every creature within its sight before gradually crushing the summoner, ninth Zhou Tai, to ascertain whether the latter truly feared death. However, this plan was thwarted by the Golden Army, resulting in the premature demise of ninth Zhou Tai. Ants, you seek death. Deimos roared at the Golden Army, its eyes ablaze with fury. Within the culture of great demons, insults are stratified. Insects constitute the lowest tier, while ants are slightly elevated above them. Deimos discerned the undeniable strength of the Golden Army. Is he your son? My apologies for inadvertently trampling your offspring, the Golden Army jested, giving ninth Zhou Tai's head a playful kick as it addressed Deimos with a smirk. In a flash, Deimos' rage surged forth, its tail sweeping towards the Golden Army. Yet, the Golden Army was prepared, executing a formidable Iron Mountain technique that collided with Deimos' tail. Boom! The ground trembled violently. The Golden Army sank slightly, and a web of cracks spread across the earth beneath its feet. Despite the Golden Army's smaller stature compared to Deimos' tail, the impact sent Deimos' tail soaring away. With a scoff, on the left side of Jin Dajuan, every segment of the tail of Deimos that made contact emitted an emerald flame. Had Gongqian witnessed this spectacle, she would have comprehended how she had been poisoned. Each scale of Deimos' tail harbored a lethal toxin, and mere contact would result in infection by this potent venom. Deimos was not taken aback by the tail being sent flying, for it had not exerted much force, merely intending to employ the tail's toxicity to eliminate Jin Dajuan. At that moment, observing the ineffectiveness of its venom against Jin Dajuan, Deimos' golden slit-like pupils narrowed slightly, and in an instant, its colossal form loomed before Jin Dajuan, delivering a powerful punch akin to a battering ram. However, Jin Dajuan was quick to react, retreating proactively before the fist could strike him. Thus ensued a dance of advance and retreat. Deimos unleashed a flurry of punches, raining down upon Jin Dajuan, yet each time, Jin Dajuan deftly evaded the onslaught, resulting in Deimos' fists relentlessly crashing into the ground. The resounding explosions reverberated throughout the vicinity. In the distance, Yu Xian, upon hearing the continuous barrage of sounds, swiftly ascended in his bubble and was met with the sight of Jin Dajuan and Deimos engaged in combat. It dawned on him that the reinforcements Minister Yulai had spoken of were none other than Captain Jin's father, Uncle Jin. Yu Xian realized with clarity that Jin Dajuan was not merely evading. Rather, he was counterattacking while skillfully dodging Deimos' strikes. His fighting style was entirely distinct from Jin Sheng's. Where Jin Sheng's techniques were grand and imposing, Jin Dajuan's approach was marked by steadiness and subtlety, each move meticulously crafted and refined. The distance between them was scarcely 3 meters, and yet, despite the formidable size of Deimos, whose punch could easily cover a broader range, he deftly maneuvered without even brushing against Jin Dajuan's hair. Instead, it was Jin Dajuan's fist that struck repeatedly at the same spot on Deimos' wrist. With a surge of excruciating pain coursing through his wrist, Deimos opened his mouth and unleashed a crimson energy orb towards the ground, while the cobra at the tip of his tail also released a verdant energy projectile skyward. Devil's Cage. The green energy orb exploded in the sky, transforming into a myriad of emerald lines that cascaded down, while the ground erupted with red pillars of light ascending. In an instant, a prison formed of green lines and red columns enveloped the surroundings. Jin Dajuan decisively created distance, scanning his environment for an escape route, but found none. It was evident that Deimos had devised a strategy, and this cage was designed to thwart his escape. Corrosive Swamp. The cobra at the end of Deimos' tail lowered its head and released a torrent of green venom onto the ground, rapidly converting the terrain into a swamp, where bubbles incessantly emerged from the toxic mire. Hiss! Green flames erupted from Jin Dajuan's body, transforming him into a fiery figure. The toxin was dreadfully potent. Stepping onto the ground was an invitation to inevitable poisoning. Ants, you are now surrounded by my corrosive poison. As long as you remain within this cage, you shall continue to be poisoned, dissolving slowly in your despair. As Demos gazed at Jean Dajuan, a cruel smile crept across his face. As if he could already envision Jean Dajuan's tragic fate, a sense of dread washed over Yu Xian, who began to worry for Jean Dajuan. He was acutely aware of the lethal potency of Demos's poison, especially after witnessing the effects it had on Gong Qian. Yet, he found himself powerless, unable to intervene. Not only was he barred from approaching, but even if he could enter the cage, it would merely be a futile sacrifice. However, just as his anxiety peaked, Jean Dajuan's body began to swell within the green flames, rapidly expanding from his original height of around 1.8 meters to nearly 5 meters. This toxin certainly packs a punch, Jean Dajuan exclaimed, his veins bulging and a ferocious grin plastered across his face as he addressed Demos. Upon witnessing this transformation, Demos let out a furious roar and swung a powerful punch towards Jean Dajuan. In response, Jean Dajuan retaliated with a punch of his own, their fists colliding without either party yielding an inch, revealing an astonishing parity in their strength. You are the first to provoke me into entering the Fury Titan form so swiftly. Now, prepare to savor my blows. Jean Dajuan cackled, initiating his assault. His combat style had shifted dramatically. Once characterized by measured restraint, he now unleashed a torrent of violence with every strike. Demoros let out a low growl, immediately retaliating with fierce determination. The two combatants unleashed a relentless barrage upon one another, abandoning all semblance of strategy and formality, engaging in a brutal melee within the confines of the cage. The scene was overwhelmingly intense. Yu Xian swallowed hard, envisioning the clash of two ancient beasts locked in a life-and-death struggle. How formidable! Is this truly the realm of the powerful? After consuming the blood of Pangu, he had ascended from the lowest ranks to a higher echelon, and while he once believed himself to be quite strong, today's encounter instilled within him a profound sense of urgency. He was still woefully inadequate. However, as he continued to watch, Yu Xian found it increasingly unbearable. For the battle between Jean Dajuan and Demoros devolved into a repetitive exchange of punches, tumbling and crashing into the marshy ground, splattering toxic liquid everywhere. There was no finesse to be found, only the rawest form of violence. As time passed, the sun slowly dipped below the horizon, and the moon quietly ascended into the sky. Yu Xian descended to the ground, where Zhang Shou and Gong Qian immediately inquired about the situation. Upon relaying the conditions of the battlefield, both Gong Qian and Zhang Shou fell into a heavy silence. In other words, even if I were to detoxify now, I would still be unable to assist. Gong Qian clenched her fists for a long moment, murmuring to herself. She simply could not withstand Demoros' toxins. The battlefield was saturated with venom. Though she might survive entering, she would undoubtedly be paralyzed, ultimately becoming a burden to Jean Dajuan. In this situation, we can only gather our strength and observe the unfolding events. Yu Xian had no alternative. Some matters are within one's capability, while others are not. And he was acutely aware of the harshness of reality, which is why he refrained from offering platitudes. Instead, he pulled out his phone and remained in his bubble, continuing to peruse various documents from Qilin. Strength can be categorized into hard power and soft power, and enriching one's intellect is indeed a means of empowerment. He was eager to enhance his abilities. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Given that he could now fly, he could potentially chase after the sun, perhaps even awaken the powers of Pangu ahead of time. However, when he shared this notion with Zhang Shou and Gong Qian rolled her eyes and said, "Chasing after the sun? Although I am not entirely certain of your intentions, I must inform you that once you cross the national borders into other countries, you could easily be shot down by their peculiar abilities. Other nations also have dragon-level experts. China has dragon-level masters safeguarding its borders, and other countries possess them as well. Moreover, even if some smaller nations lack dragon-level warriors, they still have tiger-level ones. Well then, that idea is off the table." Upon hearing this, Yu Xian promptly abandoned the plan. He had no desire to be regarded as an invader and shot down from the sky. He had not yet lived enough. Subsequently, he resumed his focus on his phone, while Zhang Shou, having committed suicide before midnight, completed his revival and continued to assist Gong Qian with her treatment. Upon her first encounter with Zhang Shou's suicide, Gong Qian was taken aback. It was only when Zhang Shou reverted to his youthful form that she realized he was not the lecherous old man she had presumed him to be. As the night wore on, Gong Qian, succumbing to both poisoning and boredom, inadvertently drifted into slumber. In contrast, Zhang Shou, having refreshed his state, felt as if he had merely enjoyed a brief nap, thereby brimming with energy. Yu Xian engaged in a casual conversation with Zhang Shou, continuing their dialogue until approximately 5 in the morning. A thought struck him. Even in the vast expanse of Huaxia, time zones existed, resulting in some areas basking in sunlight while others remained shrouded in darkness. Now, with the clock approaching 5, he could seize the opportunity to greet the dawn ahead of time. Informing Zhang Shou, he swiftly ascended into the skies, flying eastward. After about 10 minutes, he witnessed the sun gradually rising on the horizon. As the sunlight enveloped him, he comfortably closed his eyes, his blood of silver enhancing his capacity to absorb the sun's rays, transforming him into an obscured silhouette. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, Yu Xian absorbed an increasing amount of sunlight. By around 10:30 in the morning, the temperature of the Panga heart within his chest surged rapidly. Having stored energy equivalent to 35 heartbeats the previous day, he finally amassed enough energy for 36. The Panga blood within him constricted violently before pulsating powerfully, detonating the accumulated energy in his heart. Fortunately, with the enhancement of his physique, Yu Xian's resilience had significantly improved. Even as the colossal energy surged within him, he remained unperturbed. As this surge of energy erupted, it simultaneously invigorated his muscles and enhanced his physical condition. Subsequently, this energy gradually transformed into a delicate, translucent essence, swiftly coalescing towards the location of his dantian. Yu Xian immediately discerned the nature of his awakened talent, the Pangu Spirit Pearl Divine Art. This ability allowed him to condense a spirit pearl within his dantian, thereby creating an expansive space. To his dismay, it was the lowest tier of blessings. Yu Xian had yearned for the Pangu Immortal Divine Art, and next in line was the Pangu Mighty Divine Art. The last thing he desired was the Pangu Spirit Pearl Divine Art, especially since he already possessed a storage ring and had no need for an even larger repository. Amidst his disappointment, the energy intended for condensing the spirit pearl and expanding the space unexpectedly collided with another force residing in his dantian. Previously, his blood energy coursed through his veins, but after consuming the blood of Pangu, the mutated blood energy inexplicably settled in his dantian. However, the speed of mobilization had accelerated, and thus, Yu Xian paid it no mind. Yet, he was unprepared for the collision of these two energies. He could only observe silently, wary of meddling and inadvertently complicating matters. The two energies continued to clash and intertwine within his dantian, gradually transforming into a pure white energy. Perhaps due to the mutation of the blood energy being linked to the blood of Pangu, the entire process was surprisingly smooth, even amid the energy's collision, which unfolded without turmoil. Once the mutation concluded, tranquility returned to his dantian. Wait, Yu Xian was taken aback, unable to suppress a murmured exclamation. Something's amiss. Where's my spirit pearl? He meticulously attuned his senses to his dantian, leaving no corner unexplored. In the end, he had to concede that although he had awakened the Pangu Spirit Pearl's divine ability, he truly possessed no spirit pearl due to the fusion of the energy used to condense the pearl and open up space with the mutated blood energy. Thus, he was likely the only one in all of Huaxia without a spirit pearl. Well, if he did not have it, so be it. Yu Xian sighed, comforting himself. For this divine ability had never been his ultimate goal. He then attempted to manipulate the energy within his dantian, discovering that this energy was even smoother than the mutated blood energy. In an instant, he transferred this energy to his hand. With a mere thought, a bubble swiftly formed. Aside from its transformation from a kaleidoscope of colors to transparency, it seemed unchanged. Yu Xian scrutinized the new bubble. Nothing appeared amiss. He then plunged his hand into the bubble, and in the next moment, his eyes widened slightly. Within his sensory realm, he could distinctly perceive the presence of his hand. He withdrew his hand and repeated the motion, continuously alternating, ensuring that this sensation was not a mere illusion. However, a question arose. What purpose did this serve? He manipulated the bubble, rotating it before releasing it to test its various attributes. Firstly, the spatial barrier of the bubble had become more stable, capable of withstanding speeds of 20 times that of sound. Moreover, its original abilities had not vanished. In fact, its offensive power had significantly increased. Was it merely an enhancement? Yu Xian felt a tinge of disappointment. He maneuvered the bubbles back into his right hand, and then, instinctively, His left hand conjured another bubble. Two basketball-sized bubbles whirled in his palms, prompting him to plunge both hands into the orbs. In the next moment, an expression of disbelief washed over his face as he gazed down at the two bubbles. Slowly, he extended his hand forward, and in an instant, his left hand and right hand exchanged places. His left hand found itself inside the bubble of the right, while the right hand occupied the bubble of the left. To his astonishment, the internal spaces of the two bubbles were interconnected. He swiftly enlarged both bubbles, allowing himself to dive into one, while simultaneously retracting the older bubble. With a mere thought, he found himself within the other bubble. Indeed, the spaces within the two bubbles could facilitate mutual transportation. Yu Xian sat within the bubble, gazing at the one opposite him, his heart brimming with delight. Unlike the Pangu Lingzhu's ability, which merely offered an additional storage capacity, this extraordinary transformation was undoubtedly a life-saving skill. It was truly an auspicious sign. Yu Xian could not contain his joy and burst into laughter. This ability was remarkable. He would never trade it for the authentic Pangu Lingzhu. Subsequently, he continued to generate bubbles, and the sky filled with an increasing number of them. Originally, the mutated blood energy within him could only sustain the creation of 102-meter diameter bubbles, but now, the newly generated energy within him allowed for the fabrication of 500 such orbs. Furthermore, the mutated blood has the ability to generate bubbles. If these bubbles are not collected, the recovery rate of the mutated blood within the body slows significantly, while the newly produced energy regenerates at an astonishing rate, almost tenfold compared to before. Even if these bubbles remain uncollected and are anchored in certain locations, he can still recover in a remarkably short period. It is time to return. Yu Xian flickered continuously among the various bubbles, due to the rapid speed of his teleportation. It appeared as though he existed within each bubble simultaneously. After mastering this technique, he gazed towards the distant battlefield, feeling that it was not as terrifying as it once seemed. 049, the best support in the sky above the mountain. Where Yu Xian had returned after being struck by Gong Qian, Zhang Shou and Gong Qian were locked in a tense standoff on the ground. As Yu Xian descended, he curiously observed the two. Finally, you're back. You need to persuade her. She actually wants to help, but it could be counterproductive, Zhang Shou remarked upon Yu Xian's arrival. Gong Qian, indignant, retorted, what do you mean by counterproductive? I don't intend to get close. I'm merely curious to see if I can break the cage from the outside. That is indeed a feasible approach. Yu Xian nodded in agreement, then turned to Zhang Shou, eager to hear his thoughts. Zhang Shou frowned. But what if she gets poisoned again? Yesterday was undoubtedly the most exhausting day for me, even more so than that dreadful time at the market. The effort to detoxify Gong Qian drained my healing touch at an alarming rate, necessitating constant replenishment. I was busier that afternoon than I had been all day. Although Daimos is currently engaged in close combat with Jin Dajuan, I have just witnessed Daimos utilizing his tail for long-range attacks from a higher vantage point. I truly wish to avoid detoxifying Gong Qian once more. Both of your points are valid. However, I have an idea that might be worth exploring. Yu Xian proposed with a faint smile. Upon his return, he had been mentally simulating various applications of new abilities. The simplest involved traversing between different bubbles, yet there existed numerous intricate maneuvers that could be employed in battle. For instance, launching a throwing knife into one bubble and then transferring it to another, thus altering the trajectory of the shot. One can even harness the power of multiple bubbles, intertwined with threads of silver derived from the essence of silver blood, to create an elusive guillotine. Yu Xian extended his hand, and one by one, bubbles rapidly formed. He then maneuvered these bubbles high into the sky, encircling the prison of Deimos. He conjured another bubble and smiled at Gong Qian, saying, now, pick up a stone and hurl it with all your might into the bubble. Though puzzled, Gong Qian complied, picking up a stone and launching it forcefully at the bubble. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed as the stone was instantly engulfed by the bubble, followed by a resounding crash from afar. Both Zhang Shou and Gong Qian were momentarily stunned, rushing to higher ground to investigate the source of the noise. Within Deimos's cage, a sizable crater had formed on the ground. That was a bit off due to inexperience. Let's try again, Yu Xian remarked with a smile. Zhang Shou, astonished, exclaimed, Xianyu, your bubbles possess such capabilities. They are truly remarkable. Spatial abilities are rare across the nation, and one like his is indeed unprecedented. If the headquarters were to learn of this, his ranking would undoubtedly rise. Gong Qian nodded in agreement. This morning, having nothing to occupy her time, She had perused information on the new members of the exorcism squad via her mobile phone, thus gaining some understanding of Yu Xian and Zhang Shou. Such knowledge is typically reserved for those above the rank of captain. Subsequently, Yu Xian and Gong Qian continued their collaboration, persistently launching rocks into the cage. Initially, 8 out of 10 missed their mark, but gradually, 9 out of 10 began to strike Demos with precision. However, Demos remained unfazed by this minor disruption. The battle with Jin Dajuan had reached an impasse, leaving no surplus energy to defend against Gong Qian's assaults. Of course, the primary reason was that Gong Qian's attacks consisted merely of throwing stones. Regardless of her strength, the very nature of the stones limited the intensity of her strikes. When they struck Demos, they merely caused slight discomfort, failing to inflict any real harm. What a pity! I should have prepared some projectile weapons. Gong Qian lamented as she picked up a stone. Yu Xian grasped a stone in his palm, and suddenly he flipped his hand, making the stone vanish from his right hand and reappear in his left. He practiced this maneuver repeatedly, chuckling, "No need to rush. I have another idea. But it requires further practice." He discovered that the teleportation capability of the new bubbles could be adjusted according to his intent. For instance, the first stone thrown by Gong Qian emerged from the very center of the bubble, yet it missed its target, Demos, as he was not within the bubble's designated range. Later, when Yu Xian intentionally made adjustments, the stones no longer appeared solely from the center. They could emerge from various positions within the bubble. This newfound ability sparked an innovative idea, although he knew he needed to hone his skills to ensure precision. The two of them continued to coordinate their attacks on Demos. And after half an hour of practice, Yu Xian mastered the ability to manipulate stones to appear at any location within the bubble, achieving a perfect accuracy rate. All set. Everything is in place. Yu Xian dispelled the two bubbles in his hand, and subsequently conjured a multitude of smaller bubbles, each the size of Gong Qian's fist. He deftly maneuvered these bubbles into the confines of Dimos's demon cage. Although the cage was typically impenetrable to ordinary individuals, objects the size of a fist could traverse the mesh freely. A plethora of bubbles floated within the cage. Dimos, though aware of their presence, lacked the energy to destroy them due to the constraints imposed by Jin Dajuan, and moreover, it did not perceive these bubbles as a threat. Captain Gong Qian, step into the front bubble and strike with conviction. As for what follows, leave it to me. Yu Xian instructed Gong Qian. She had been hurling stones at the front bubbles, so upon hearing Yu Xian's words, she instantly grasped his intentions. Very well, I shall strike with all my might. Gong Qian replied with a smile, stepping into the bubble. Inside the demon cage, Jin Dajuan landed a punch on Dimos's face, who retaliated with a blow aimed at Jin Dajuan's abdomen. Just as Dimos attempted to lash out with its tail, a bubble suddenly drifted close. Boom! A tiny fist burst forth from the diminutive bubble, delivering a substantial blow to Dimos's cheek. The impact caused Dimos to roll its eyes back in pain, a sensation all too familiar. That little brat is still alive? Before it could comprehend the situation, another bubble approached, and Gong Qian unleashed a punch to its chin. As the first blow struck Dimos, it momentarily lost its composure. The second punch sent it soaring into the air. Another bubble approached in mid-flight, and Gong Qian delivered a powerful strike that sent it crashing to the ground. Awaiting below was yet another bubble, which struck it once more, propelling it away. With a resounding crack, the immense force of 10,000 tons caused Dimos' spine to fracture instantly. Then, another punch landed atop its head, shattering the skull and producing a sound that only a well-formed head could emit. All transpired in a fleeting moment, in the blink of an eye. Dimos was akin to a punching bag, tossed back and forth by the coordinated efforts of Gong Qian and Yu Xian. It had no opportunity to retaliate, let alone contemplate its next move. Aware that Dimos' tail harbored deadly venom, the bubbles deftly avoided it, targeting only its head, abdomen, and arms. Gong Qian's strength was overwhelming. Dimos' eyes rolled back, and its mind buzzed with confusion, rendering it incapable of thought. After approximately a minute, the colossal figure of Dimos crashed to the ground. What a splendid opportunity! Jin Dajuan exclaimed upon witnessing this scene, rushing forward. He mounted Dimos and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon its abdomen, causing its massive body to convulse violently, blood spewing from its mouth. Yet neither Gong Qian nor Jin Dajuan relented. They continued their relentless assault. With the unwavering determination to reduce Dimos to a mere pulp, each punch grew more forceful and impassioned than the last. In the aftermath, the resilience of the great demon was astonishing. Even after a relentless barrage of over 10,000 punches from Jin Dajuan and Gong Qian, Demos finally succumbed to his injuries. Throughout this ordeal, Demos feigned death multiple times, yet the duo persisted, reviving him from his pretended demise only to pummel him back into unconsciousness. This cycle repeated several times until Demos ultimately perished completely. However, the two did not cease their onslaught. They continued to strike until Demos's eyes were dislodged from their sockets before they finally paused. Is he dead? Jin Dajuan questioned, giving Demos's lifeless body a kick, standing resolutely, unwilling to lower his guard. Meanwhile, Gong Qian, drenched in sweat and feeling as though her arms had transformed into leaden weights, bore a satisfied smile despite her exhaustion. It was her first experience of such exhilarating combat. Each blow landed with palpable force. There was no need to consider the surrounding environment, no need to dart about, no need for precision. She merely closed her eyes and unleashed her full strength. In this state, she found her movements harmonized, allowing her to unleash her maximum power. Demos was the first opponent to truly experience the full impact of her punches, each delivering a staggering force akin to 10,000 tons. At that moment, the personnel responsible for transporting General Zhao Yi and others exchanged bewildered glances. With Demos now dead, was there still a need to proceed? The team leader immediately contacted superiors, who in turn reached out to higher authorities. Soon, a new directive arrived. Transport operations were to be suspended. The headquarters of Qilin began to verify the information, and after a series of calls, it was ultimately confirmed that the dragon-level demon, Demos, had indeed been slain. However, it was not solely the work of Jin Dajuan. He was aided by Gong Qian and others. Jin Dajuan could recognize Gong Qian by her punch, yet he had never encountered Yu Xian's ability, thus unaware that the bubbles were a manifestation of Yu Xian's powers. Soon, the higher-ups gleaned from Gong Qian's call that Yu Xian possessed an MVP-level support ability. Within the conference room of Qilin's headquarters, the senior officials gathered. Minister Yu Lai ended a call and turned to the other vice ministers, exhaling in relief. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been confirmed that the dragon-level threat, the demon Demos, has been jointly eliminated by Jin Dajuan, Gong Qian, and Yu Xian. It is not surprising that Gong Qian, with her panga-like strength, could intervene in a dragon-level battle, but Yu Xian, isn't he merely an ant-level? One vice minister questioned, recalling how he had previously patted Yu Xian's head upon arriving in Silver City to ascertain his rank. Indeed, not only did he engage, but he also proved to be pivotal in the defeat of Demos. We ought to deliberate on how best to reward him, Yu Lai remarked, a faint smile of exasperation playing on his lips. Having thwarted the aberrant insect plan and saved millions in Silver City, they had already conferred all possible rewards upon Yu Xian. Just days prior, he had discovered that Zhou Tai possessed the ability to excavate the bloodline potential of extraordinary beings and reported it promptly, bringing the latent dragon-level crisis to light. Now, they were still deliberating whether this constituted a first-class or second-class merit. Who would have thought that before they could reach a conclusion? Yu Xian had once again achieved a remarkable feat? As the crowd exchanged glances, ultimately revealing bitter smiles, it became evident that the supply of Panga's blood was limited each year. The Kirin faction had to allocate its share internally, while externally, there were other brother departments such as the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise vying for their portions. The headquarters was truly unable to spare any more resources. If it comes to it, we might as well reward him with weapons. Perhaps we could forge a dragon-grade weapon for him? Remarked a vice minister with a pained expression. Yu Lai pondered. Let's later have Jin Sheng inquire what Yu Xian desires, and we shall decide then. Although everyone was troubled by how to reward Yu Xian, they all understood in their hearts just how many resources Yu Xian had conserved this time. Were it not for Yu Xian, they would have had to expend vast resources, risking much to transport several generals. If an unknown creature from the abyss had slipped through into the earth, it could have triggered yet another crisis akin to the insect anomaly. Thus, if the demand for Pangu's blood were not so pressing, rewarding Yu Xian once more would not be out of the question. The extraordinary beings derive their might from within, and mere deception or empty promises will not retain talent. The Kirin faction has always been clear in its rewards and punishments. Merit must be acknowledged with appropriate rewards, proportional to the contributions made. Only in this manner can loyalty be fostered, ensuring unity within the ranks. Following the demise of Deimos, the demon prison gradually disintegrated, yet the ground was permanently transformed into a toxic swamp. Presently, aside from the Golden Army, no one else can enter the marsh. Thus the task of dismantling Deimos now rests upon the Golden Army. It is anticipated that the entire quarantine zone will remain sealed for a long time, potentially designated as a permanent restricted area. Upon their return to the barracks outside Silver City, Yu Xian and his companions found the entire camp in a state of frenetic activity. Upon noticing that one of her team members had lost a leg, Gong Qian hurriedly bid farewell to Yu Xian and Zhang Shou, rushing off to ascertain the situation. Where is Captain Qing Miao? Yu Xian soon spotted Qing Miao amidst the throng, her pallor indicating distress, as if she had recently wept. He inquired gently, Xianyu, the captain is still in the midst of a rescue operation, and our team is down to just us, Qing Miao replied, her voice thick with emotion as she looked up at Yu Xian, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Initially, the exorcism squad had swelled to 7 members with the addition of Yu Xian and Zhang Shou. However, due to the unexpected assault by Demos the previous night, 3 members had tragically perished. Sister, what about you, Bo? Zhang Shou asked anxiously, his heart racing. Qing Miao cast a sorrowful glance at Zhang Shou, shaking her head in despair, leaving him utterly stunned. Just the day before, Yu Xian had been on a mission with Qing Miao, while Zhang Shou had partnered with Yu Bo, the eldest member of the exorcism squad. Yu Bo, though amiable and seasoned, possessed a wisdom tempered by life's harsh realities. He had been sharing laughter and imparting valuable experience to Zhang Shou as they traversed their path. When Demos appeared, Yu Bo had urged Zhang Shou to retreat immediately while he sought out the captain. Their separation, however, turned out to be a fateful parting. The image of Yu Bo, smiling as he turned to leave, flooded Zhang Shou's mind. They had promised each other that nothing would happen. Wasn't Yu Bo experienced? Hadn't he faced countless dangers before? Clenching his fists, Zhang Shou felt the sting of tears in his eyes. Wiping them away, he queried, what about the captain? I am the medic for our team. Follow me. Upon hearing this, Qing Miao rose and led the way. Yu Xian, burdened with a heavy heart, followed closely behind the two. Upon arriving at the military physician's quarters, they encountered a multitude of anxious individuals awaiting assistance. 4 or 5 men and women, clad with swords and daggers, approached Yu Xian promptly to express their gratitude. They were among those rescued by Yu Xian's efforts. After engaging in conversation, Yu Xian learned that they were members of the Evil Slayers team, currently present because their captain, Gan Jiang, and vice-captain, Imo Xia, were still undergoing treatment. Among the 4 teams, the Evil Slayers and Demon Hunters could be deemed relatively fortunate, having suffered no casualties, though both captains bore grave injuries. The most unfortunate was Gong Qian's Justice Annihilation team, which, apart from Gong Qian herself, had only one survivor, while the rest of the members had perished. When Yu Xian found Gong Qian, she was crouched behind a tree outside the barracks, weeping softly. Although they had known each other for less than a day, Yu Xian recognized that beneath Gong Qian's strong exterior lay a tender and kind heart. To her, the members of the Justice Squad were not merely comrades. They were akin to family, like older brothers and sisters. According to the information provided by the evil-slaying team, the members of the Justice Squad treated Gong Qian as a cherished younger sister, especially the female members, who often sought excuses to embrace and kiss her. While Yu Xian was deeply concerned about Jin Sheng, he believed that with Zhang Shou providing treatment, Jin Sheng would likely be all right. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, he resolved to seek out Gong Qian, who needed companionship more than ever. He crouched beside her, offering his silent presence. I specifically ordered them to retreat. I told them not to look back. Gong Qian murmured, burying her face in her knees and shielding her forehead with her hands, her voice laced with tears. The members of the Justice Squad had witnessed her being struck and thrown by Deimos, and in their distress, they had altered their course, intending to bypass Deimos to reach her. Ultimately, they were caught off guard by a sudden pillar of fire that erupted from the ground, annihilating them instantly. Only one girl survived, having been injured by falling rocks, but aided by a teammate who managed to pull her out of the fire's reach. Yu Xian listened in silence, devoid of words of comfort, nor did he desire to speak any. He simply remained there with her, offering his quiet support. After an hour had passed, Gong Qian rose, sniffled, and softly said, "Thank you. I am going to see Sister Finfin." With that, she walked away. After a short while, Yu Xian finally stood up, a bubble forming in his palm. He stepped into the bubble, and in an instant, found himself at the military doctor's office. Emerging from the bubble, he took a seat on a chair outside the operating room, quietly awaiting news. In the afternoon, Zhang Shou emerged from Jin Sheng's operating room, fatigued, and sat beside Yu Xian, his aged face devoid of any semblance of a smile. Is the captain's injury very severe? Yu Xian inquired. Zhang Shou nodded gravely. Not merely severe, but exceedingly critical. Far worse than Captain Gong Qian's poisoning. According to Dr. Wang, the demonic energy within the captain is extraordinarily potent, clashing violently with the captain's own energy. As a result, they are entangled in a relentless struggle. I can only tend to the external injuries. This fragile balance must be managed by the captain himself. Should it be disrupted, the captain's fate would be sealed most swiftly. His healing touch indeed facilitates the gradual expulsion of the demonic energy from Jin Sheng's body, yet such intervention would shatter the delicate equilibrium, risking Jin Sheng's life at any moment. Thus, he was confined to treating only the external wounds, closely shadowing Dr. Wang throughout the process, absorbing knowledge on how to navigate this dire predicament. By the way, Xianyu, has Zhou Tai perished? Zhang Shou suddenly recalled the true objective of their mission and promptly inquired. Yu Xian shook his head. I am uncertain. Did not the minister mention that external forces were involved? The two Zhou Tai he captured were handed over to the relevant authorities yesterday, and he is unaware of their current whereabouts. However, he suspects that Zhou Tai has not met a complete demise. Do not let me discover who it is, otherwise I shall ensure their annihilation. Zhang Shou clenched his fists and spoke earnestly, asserting that had it not been for external forces intervening, Yu Bo would not have perished, and the captain would not have sustained such grave injuries. Yu Xian acknowledged this with a quiet affirmation, silently committing the matter to memory. He was acutely aware that the entity capable of breaching the encirclement and circumventing the barriers was undoubtedly formidable, and currently, he was no match for them. However, with time and continued development, that might not remain the case. Around 4 o'clock, Dr. Wang summoned Zhang Shou to treat Gan Jiang and Mo Yi. Although both were significantly injured, the absence of any energy interference made their recovery rather manageable. With the execution of 4 consecutive skills, both individuals were completely restored. As the Silver City lacked the means to treat Jin Sheng's wounds, he was taken by military transport to Yanjing for further medical attention, accompanied by the captain of the demon-slaying team, Tian Shu. Tian Shu too bore severe injuries, having been carried by his own teammates. However, his afflictions stemmed from the repercussions of expending his potential and life force to burn vital essence. The treatment conditions in Silver City were insufficient, but once in Yanjing, remedies for such exhaustion were plentiful. That evening, Zhang Shou and Yu Xian traveled back to Silver City, their hearts weighed down yet enriched by their experiences. As their vehicle entered the city, they gazed at the myriad of lights illuminating the homes. Zhang Shou felt compelled to stop the car, staring at the distant glow of the buildings. In the past, he had perceived no issues with this scene, but now, he was imbued with a newfound understanding. The tranquility enjoyed by the residents of Silver City was safeguarded by the countless lives devoted to their protection. Xianyu, consider how we have safely grown to this age. How many individuals have borne the weight for us, and how many, like Boj, have sacrificed their lives. Zhang Shou gazed at the shadows cast by distant lights on the curtains and spoke to Yu Xian. Yu Xian shook his head and replied, I do not know. But undoubtedly many. I can't sleep. Shall we go out for a midnight snack? Zhang Shou wiped his eyes and continued to address Yu Xian. With a faint smile, Yu Xian responded, I happen to know a delightful place. Let us go. In the night, while other districts remained closed, only the streets in the eastern part of the city, where extraordinary individuals congregated, had establishments open. The two of them arrived in the eastern district and stopped at a bustling eatery. They ordered an array of stir-fried dishes and skewers, even specifically requesting a spicy hot pot suitable for vampires, savoring the lively atmosphere around them. Gradually, they began to feel a sense of returning to the human realm, as if the events of the past few days were a distant memory. After indulging in their meal, the two decided to take a drive around Silver City. Zhang Shou took the wheel while Yu Xian opened the window to let in the cool breeze, and they both remained silent, savoring a moment of tranquility. Suddenly, Yu Xian caught a glimpse of the grass, and a bubble swiftly emerged, bringing back the lifeless body of a yellow weasel. He continued to effortlessly collect the extraordinary creatures he discovered, unknowingly filling a large bubble. It seems there are quite a few extraordinary beings tonight, Zhang Shou remarked. Observing the various bodies within the bubble, Yu Xian speculated, it may be related to the lockdown zone. Such a significant disturbance should impact numerous creatures. But where did they come from? Zhang Shou remarked. Yu Xian speculated, perhaps it is some form of spatial ability, for instance. I can effortlessly utilize bubbles to enter and exit Silver City. Before returning to the city, he had placed bubbles in numerous locations, and with the camp commander's approval. He had also set up 3 bubbles within the barracks, thus allowing him to bypass the city gate inspections and exit at will. At that moment, a rugged vehicle emblazoned with the insignia of the battle police approached, halting as the two parties met. Zhang Kai, the leader of the battle police unit, leaned out of the window and, upon spotting Yu Xian, exclaimed with a smile, "Yu Xian, Zhang Shou. I wondered who was wandering this road at such an hour. I thought I might have encountered a big catch. Good evening, Captain Zhang. We simply couldn't sleep and decided to take a stroll. By the way, these extraordinary creatures are just a few we encountered along the way. Please consider them a treat for your brothers and sisters in the unit." Yu Xian replied cheerfully, simultaneously handing over the extraordinary beings from the vehicle. Zhang Kai's eyes sparkled with delight as he opened the rear window to receive the creatures, grinning. "Wow, so many? You're too kind. I can't possibly accept this. If it's too much, then don't take it." Yu Xian and Zhang Shou chuckled at Zhang Kai's playful act. After exchanging pleasantries, they bid each other farewell as their vehicles passed by. It's not easy for Captain Zhang and his team, Zhang Shou reflected, watching the police car recede in the rearview mirror. The tranquility of Silver City is a result of the battle police's considerable efforts. Each year, numerous officers sacrifice their lives nationwide. Previously, he had only admired their dedication, but now he could truly appreciate the challenges they face. No longer distant news, nor mere cold figures, but rather each individual, vibrant, and full of life. The following day, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou attended their classes as usual. Due to the enchantments surrounding the restricted area, the majority of Silver City remained oblivious to the fierce battle that had transpired the day before. However, within the confines of the Supernatural Academy, rumors began to circulate, tales of treasures appearing outside the city, igniting a chaotic clash among numerous extraordinary beings, each more fantastical than the last. Particularly, the gossip queen Shenling cryptically shared her findings with the two, to which they could only respond with polite smiles. For the next 3 days, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou continued their routine of attending school and returning home. They remained vigilant, monitoring the latest updates on the Qilin app, especially concerning the return of Jin Sheng. Yu Xian expanded his network significantly by adding numerous friends, thanks to introductions from members of the Evil Slayers team, connecting with various teams from across the nation and joining multiple mutual aid groups. After becoming acquainted with the members of these groups, a young lady residing in Yanjing delivered some unfortunate news to Yu Xian. Jin Sheng's injuries were more severe than initially anticipated, and he would likely be unable to resume normal activities in the near future. Both Yu Xian and Zhang Shou felt a heavy weight in their hearts, uncertain of the future of the exorcism team. On the 4th day, they received a text from Qing Niao, summoning them to the South City Public Security Bureau. Upon their arrival at the office, they found Qing Niao waiting for them in the corridor, and the 3 of them proceeded together into the temporary office that once belonged to Jin Sheng. Inside, Gong Qian occupied Jin Sheng's seat, though her stature meant that only her head was visible above the desk. The 3 individuals observed the scene, struggling to suppress their laughter. Once everyone had gathered, Gong Qian spoke up. "As Captain Jin Sheng is temporarily unable to lead the exorcism squad, Minister Yu Lai has appointed me as the vice captain, responsible for all matters pertaining to the squad." "A demotion, then," Zhang Shou remarked, unable to contain his teasing. Gong Qian's expression darkened instantly as she shot a fierce glare at Zhang Shou. He quickly averted his gaze, whistling innocently, pretending he had not just spoken. However, it was indeed true that Gong Qian had been demoted, despite her significant contributions in the elimination of Demos, which surely warranted first-class merit. The near-total annihilation of her squad weighed heavily against her. The loss of so many talented individuals was a source of considerable pain for the headquarters. Merit and fault are distinct. The concept of balancing them does not apply here. Consequently, after discussions, the Qilin headquarters assigned her to the position of vice captain of the exorcism squad. Furthermore, they believed that her collaboration with Yu Xian could yield greater combat effectiveness. Hence this arrangement. In fact, there had been considerations to promote Yu Xian to the position of temporary captain, with Gong Qian assisting him. However, the headquarters ultimately decided against it, as Yu Xian had only recently joined the exorcism squad. Had he been a member for over a year, it would undoubtedly be him seated in Jin Sheng's position rather than Gong Qian. "What is our squad's mission now?" Yu Xian inquired, noticing Gong Qian's glare directed at Zhang Shou and taking the initiative to ask. Gong Qian withdrew her gaze and replied, There are currently no collective tasks. The minister's intention is for us to first adapt to one another and familiarize ourselves with each other's capabilities. In fact, Yulai had earnestly advised her to heed Yu Xian's opinions when faced with challenges, emphasizing the importance of avoiding impulsive decisions. Although Yu Xian had recently joined Qilan, his performance during this brief period had been remarkably impressive. He possessed both strength and strategy, proving to be exceptionally reliable in critical moments. After the memorial service, it was anticipated that Yu Xian's ranking would rise, accompanied by various rewards and benefits. Does the deputy team have any plans? Yu Xian inquired, gazing at Gong Qian. She shook her head, prompting Yu Xian to smile and suggest, since there are no plans, why don't we go catch some mice tonight? Catching mice? The rest of the assembly was taken aback, turning their attention toward Yu Xian. He conjured a bubble the size of a pinhole with his fingers and elaborated. You all are aware of my abilities. My bubble space is interconnected. Thus, in theory, sounds can also be transmitted through these bubbles. Over the past few days, I have placed several of these bubbles in various corners of the city at night, allowing me to overhear some intriguing tidbits. For instance, tonight, a group of bumbling thieves is planning to target a silver shop. We could lie in wait and apprehend them all at once. As he spoke, Yu Xian swept his hair aside to reveal a bubble nestled in his ear, resembling an earplug. It can be utilized in such a manner, Zhang Shou exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the bubble in Yu Xian's ear. With a faint smile, Yu Xian remarked that this was just the beginning. He had not needed to sleep at night, spending the past few days contemplating the myriad applications of bubbles and experimenting with a plethora of intriguing techniques. Moreover, by adjusting the size of the bubbles, his energy consumption remained remarkably low. The bubbles he released typically maintained a size akin to a pinprick, and when expansion was required, he could transmit energy to the minute bubbles through the principle of spatial connection, instantly transforming a pinprick-sized bubble into one with a diameter of 2 meters. This approach not only conserved energy at each transmission point, but also ensured a high degree of secrecy, serving as an effective means of gathering information, truly a multifaceted advantage. Additionally, the bubbles no longer required his constant mental control for movement. He could attach a bubble to a specific object, allowing it to move in tandem with that object. The bubble in his ear operated on this principle. Otherwise, he would have to exert considerable effort to ensure it followed his movements, which would be rather taxing. Subsequently, Yu Xian affixed a bubble to the ears of the 3 individuals, enabling seamless communication at any time and place. Can you hear me? Zhang Shou whispered as he stepped outside the office. Inside the room, the 3 could distinctly hear Zhang Shou's voice. Qing Miao curiously inquired, Xianyu, why is it that we can hear the voice of the dead doctor so clearly, even though it is not loud? Because the bubbles in our ears are elastic. Their internal space possesses a stronger resonance capability. Once we set the sound outlet of the bubble to face inward, the sounds we hear become exceptionally clear and resonant. Yu Xian elucidated. Initially, he had not contemplated this issue. His auditory perception, having been enhanced by the silver blood, was remarkably acute. He could discern even the faintest of sounds with crystal clarity. It was only later, during his time at school, that Zhang Shou realized, after several instances of not comprehending conversations due to overwhelming noise, that not everyone possessed hearing as keen as his own. This revelation prompted him to conduct further research and implement numerous adjustments. Moreover, there was an aspect he had not disclosed. He had the ability to dictate which sounds could penetrate his protective bubble. These bubbles were inherently dual purpose, serving both offensive and defensive roles. Without his consent, no other beings could breach the surface, even if they possessed the strength to shatter the barrier, resulting only in the bubble's obliteration. By developing this capability more thoroughly, Yu Xian could specify whose voices were permitted within the bubble, effectively isolating all other sounds from the exterior, thus achieving a pristine auditory experience devoid of interference. Once Zhang Shou returned from outside, the 4 of them discussed the time for their gathering that evening before dispersing. As Yu Xian exited the makeshift office, a bubble materialized before him. Upon entering, he found himself home the very next second, while the office bubble rapidly diminished in size, settling inconspicuously into a small indentation in the ground. The power could be cultivated towards the large or the small. Sometimes, the diminutive could prove just as formidable as the vast. Particularly with adept micromanipulation, one could triumph over greater strength through skill, turning the tide of a situation in mere moments. As Yu Xian continued to practice diligently, his mastery over the energy within him became increasingly adept. enhancing his control over the bubbles to an extraordinary degree. Through the minuscule bubbles concealed within the indentations of his fingerprints, he was able to execute a myriad of astonishing maneuvers, manipulating spatial bubbles to achieve a variety of remarkable effects. For instance, he could place a bubble in the void of space, even banishing adversaries directly into the cosmos. Moreover, he conceived a rather audacious tactic, establishing a teleportation point at the Chilean headquarters, allowing him to send formidable foes there to experience the collective wrath of justice. However, he quickly dismissed this reckless notion, fully aware that the formidable figures descending from Silver City would undoubtedly seek retribution for such an audacious act. In the stillness of 2 o'clock in the morning, in the eastern part of the city, lies the establishment known as Whispering Silver. This shop specializes in acquiring silver, which is then refined into secret silver, elixir silver, and orb silver before being sold to customers. Due to its unique characteristic of 3 years without opening, yet thriving for 3 years once it does, the shop is located on the 2nd floor of an equipment store. Though the storefront is modest in size, the interior is remarkably expansive, equipped with a Dan room, an alchemy room, and a vast silver treasury. Tonight, a group of extraordinary individuals, having escaped from Rome City, has set their sights on the silver treasury of Whispering Silver. Each member of this group possesses considerable talent, with their criminal records and the recent insect incidents in Silver City prompting a citywide health inspection in Rome City. They fled to avoid exposure. After deliberation, they concluded that the most perilous locations often provide the greatest safety, and thus they infiltrated Silver City once the restrictions were lifted. If they successfully pilfer a substantial amount of silver from Whispering Silver, they could swiftly exit the city, allowing them to enjoy their ill-gotten gains for an extended period. Such transient criminal activities are notoriously difficult to trace. Without the presence of Yucien, the likelihood of their success would be significantly heightened. However, Yucien now remains concealed above Whispering Silver, shrouded in darkness, rendering him invisible to any who might glance upward. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters away, on a high-rise building, Zhang Shou and Gong Qian peer through binoculars, intently observing the movements surrounding Whispering Silver. Additionally, perched atop a utility pole to the right of the shop, a bluebird, in its avian form, sits discreetly, blending seamlessly into its surroundings. At that moment, a van approached from the front and halted beside a utility pole. After 5 minutes, 5 individuals disembarked and stealthily made their way towards a narrow alley adjacent to the equipment store. At the end of the alley, on the right side, stood a door. One of the men pressed his hand against it, and the door immediately deformed, creating a large opening sufficient for an adult to pass through. "It's time to act," Yucien remarked with a smile upon witnessing this scene. The assailant's attempt to breach the door constituted undeniable evidence in the realm of the extraordinary. Thus Yucien and his companions saw no need to wait for them to enter the shop before taking action. In fact, different countries hold varying attitudes toward extraordinary criminals. In some nations where extraordinary beings are scarce, even offenders might receive leniency, such as being utilized for breeding. However, since the emergence of extraordinary beings in Huaxia, the stance towards extraordinary crimes has remained steadfastly severe. In the face of irrefutable evidence against extraordinary criminals, the special police forces are granted unfettered authority to employ lethal force. Essentially, they are justified in executing those who deserve it. It is precisely because of the stringent domestic laws concerning extraordinary individuals that Yucien, Zhang Shou, and their peers, during their time as ordinary citizens, have never encountered harassment or bullying from extraordinary beings. At this moment, upon hearing Yucien's words, Qing Yao was the first to take action. She dove from the top of the utility pole and, as she entered the alley, transformed into human form, delivering a kick at 3 times the speed of sound to one of the criminals. The sound of cracking ribs resonated as the man was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the wall at the end of the alley. "Trouble. The authorities are here, run." The remaining 4 criminals' expressions changed dramatically. 3 of them dashed out of the alley, while the one who had just opened the door gritted his teeth and fled back inside. As the trio emerged from the alley, one veered to the left, while the other 2 rushed towards the van. Suddenly, Gong Qian descended from the sky with a piercing speed. Her petite frame radiated immense power. She crashed down upon the van, resulting in a thunderous explosion that ignited a fierce blaze. The 2 criminals, standing at a distance, gazed up at her atop the van. Unfazed by the flames, their fists clenched tightly in trepidation, instinctively crouching down to protect themselves. This fierce young girl was not to be trifled with. Another criminal, having barely covered 50 meters, found a bullet striking the ground before him, causing him to freeze in place. As bullets rained around him, panic seized him, and he quickly raised his hands in surrender. Meanwhile, Zhang Shou, armed with a sniper rifle, wore a look of exasperation. He had aimed for the criminal's legs, but had not managed to hit a single shot. Inside the Whispering Silver House, a masked criminal charged forward, frantically searching for an escape route through the windows. Suddenly, he spotted someone inverted on the ceiling. Before he could react, he felt a tightening grip around his neck. And in a whirlwind, he found himself outside on the street, sprawled on the ground with a foot pressing down on his head. Best not to move, or you will bear the consequences, Yu Xian warned, standing over him. He did not appear on the ceiling to show off. Rather, it was due to the bubble he had previously placed in the secret language of silver brilliance, which was situated on the ceiling. If he emerged from that bubble and wished to avoid plummeting to the ground, he could only affix his energy to the soles of his feet, allowing himself to adhere to the ceiling. The subsequent battle unfolded with simplicity. He maneuvered a minuscule bubble to float behind the criminal, and then transported himself to seize the criminal by the neck, subsequently teleporting them both to the street. The criminal would experience a sense of disorientation, a result of the bubble's lack of gravity and the oxygen deprivation caused by the grip on his neck. Next, he secured the 5 individuals with Supwella handcuffs and contacted Zhang Kai to come and take them away. The 5 criminals squatted against the wall. And as Yu Xian and his team congregated, Zhang Shou remarked, "Is that it? I expected to confront a more vicious foe." With the criminals apprehended, he declared his intention to return home for rest. Gong Qian yawned and added, "I'm heading off to sleep now." Yu Xian nodded in agreement. "All right, deputy team leader. You've worked hard. You too. Take care." Gong Qian murmured sleepily, her eyelids growing heavy. She seldom stayed up late. In her pursuit of growth, she had always maintained a regular routine, rarely staying awake past 2 in the morning. Concerned for Gong Qian, Qing Miao informed Yu Xian and Zhang Shou before accompanying her back to the office dormitory. The two had no residence in Silver City. Thus, they currently resided in the office dormitory, the very rooms Yu Xian had once shared with Zhang Shou. After Gong Qian and Qing Miao departed, the criminals began to exchange furtive glances. In truth, what they feared most was Gong Qian, whose formidable strength could obliterate a van without suffering a scratch. They realized that even if they resorted to their most desperate measures, they would still be no match for her. However, apart from Gong Qian, the remaining adversaries, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou, did not seem particularly formidable. With the use of their trump cards, they might not be insurmountable. 5 against 2 presented a considerable advantage. Should they proceed? Indeed. The 5 men exchanged glances, reaching a silent consensus. Then, one of the burly criminals let out a thunderous roar, rising to charge at Yu Xian with both hands. As the group leaned against the wall, Yu Xian evaded the attack, causing the shackled hands of the assailant to smash against the wall. Another criminal swiftly approached from behind, retrieving a syringe from the waistband of the burly assailant and injecting it into his back. Upon receiving the mysterious substance, the muscles of the burly man turned crimson, and he rapidly expanded in size, effortlessly breaking free from the metallic handcuffs. 054, the Great Fish. Ha ha ha, I am invincible. The burly criminal felt an explosive surge of power coursing through his body, raising his gaze to the heavens, arms outstretched, reveling in his newfound exhilaration. Suddenly, he lowered his head with fervent laughter, fixating on Yu Xian, and charged forward, throwing rapid punches. Yet, Yu Xian effortlessly evaded each strike with mere sidesteps, barely shifting his position. The stout criminal remained blissfully unaware that his every attack had been thoroughly deciphered. He was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of confidence, under the delusion that he could obliterate the earth with a single blow. This man, known as Sun Youhu, was a martial artist, taken in by a master who had honed his physique from a young age. However, like many, he failed to appreciate the value of what he had, fixating instead on what he lacked. He possessed no real interest in martial arts. His sole ambition was wealth, the pursuit of riches. Due to his lack of diligence in training and repeated descents into gambling, he was ultimately expelled from his master's tutelage upon reaching adulthood. Thereafter, he sought fortune and indulgence, leveraging the strength he had acquired through years of negligence to oppress the ordinary, hoping to amass wealth. However, after being reported, he faced severe retribution from the law enforcement, culminating in a 20-year sentence for the theft of a mere $10. Within the confines of prison, he encountered like-minded companions. And upon his release, the five of them united in purpose, embarking on a spree of crimes across various cities. At 38 years of age, he possessed only the strength of a mere insect, akin to a feeble creature. Yet, after injecting a mysterious substance, he felt as though he could fell a bull with a single punch. Such a sensation was utterly euphoric. Death, 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 death. Sun Yohu, realizing he had failed to strike Yu Xian, instinctively resorted to the tiger fist he had practiced for decades, albeit without significant mastery. In response to Sun Yohu's sudden change in technique, Yu Xian simply reclined onto the ground, creating a small spatial bubble that rapidly expanded. He traversed this bubble, emerging within the air, and then deftly placed a foot upon Sun Yohu's head. What substance did you inject? Yu Xian inquired, casting a glance at Sun Yohu beneath him. Had it not been for his curiosity about the injection, he possessed the capability to dispatch Sun Yohu with a single kick. However, Sun Yohu could hardly respond to Yu Xian's question. He immediately grasped at his own head, but Yu Xian effortlessly propelled himself into the air, vanishing in an instant. Before Sun Yohu could fully comprehend the situation, he was struck in the cheek, sending him crashing heavily against the wall. In the next moment, Yu Xian turned his attention to the criminals who had begun injecting themselves with the drugs. One particularly diminutive criminal propelled himself off the wall and lunged at Yu Xian. With a slight furrow of his brow, Yu Xian conjured a multitude of bubbles, one of which collided with the advancing criminal, causing him to roll his eyes back and lose consciousness instantly. In the shroud of night, the spatial bubbles were nearly invisible. The remaining three criminals had not yet registered the danger before being struck by the bubbles, all incapacitated within a mere 5 seconds. At that moment, Sun Yohu staggered to his feet amidst the debris of the collapsed wall, seizing a handful of shattered bricks and hurling them at Yu Xian. Yet, Yu Xian's form vanished instantaneously, reappearing behind Sun Yohu, delivering a decisive kick to the back of his head, rendering him unconscious on the spot. During the course of the battle, Yu Xian had already affixed a bubble to Sun Yohu's nape. He could have eliminated him in an instant had he desired to attack. However, Yu Xian had been diligently practicing the art of rapid teleportation, using this opportunity to hone his skills. At present, he had managed to compress the entire teleportation process to within 1 second, with aspirations to achieve this feat in a mere 0.01 seconds. At that point, his movements would become exceedingly swift and fluid, enabling him to execute even more extraordinary techniques. Approximately 10 minutes later, the police car of the SWAT team arrived. After Zhang Kai disembarked, he instructed his subordinates to load the unconscious criminals into the vehicle. He then approached Yu Xian and Zhang Shou, inquiring with curiosity, "Aren't you two planning to sleep tonight? Zhang team, given those dark circles under your eyes, do you really have the audacity to question us?" Zhang Shou replied with a lively smile. Over the past few days, he had been persuading the doctors at the Qilin office to prepare some painless refreshment potions for him. Each night, just before midnight, he would proactively refresh his state, theoretically only beginning to feel drowsy by noon the following day. Yu Xian explained, "I simply happened upon the movements of these foolish thieves and decided to keep watch, and it appears I have indeed captured some big fish." As he spoke, he informed Zhang Kai about the drug he had injected into Sun Yohu and the tenfold increase in strength it conferred. "Tenfold? Are you certain?" Zhang Kai exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yu Xian nodded affirmatively. "I have tested it thoroughly. Otherwise, I would have already kicked that hulking brute to death. With my current strength, it would not matter if Sun Yohu's power were increased tenfold or even 20-fold. I could still dispatch him with a single kick. It is indeed necessary to delve deeper," Zhang Kai stated solemnly. The three of them then resolved to return to the security bureau, awaiting the awakening of Sun Yohu and the others, so they could conduct a thorough interrogation to ascertain the origin of the drug. 10 times, how outrageous. If it proves effective at any level. Zhang Kai pondered incredulously as he drove. Yu Xian, seated in the back, calmly remarked, "It is unlikely to be effective at all levels. Otherwise, it would be utterly extraordinary. While it may be manageable at lower levels, if it is effective against tiger or dragon ranks, it would be truly terrifying." Upon their return to the security bureau, the 5 individuals were promptly escorted to separate interrogation rooms. Yu Xian accompanied Zhang Kai into Sun Yohu's interrogation chamber. "Wake him up," Zhang Kai instructed the young police officer beside him. The young officer then struck Sun Yohu several times, causing his face to swell, yet Sun Yohu indeed stirred awake. Sun Yohu, 38 years old, released from prison 6 months ago, has since collaborated with former inmates Zhong Fa, Kong Jimiao, Wang Hao, and Su Long in numerous robberies and thefts, inflicting injuries upon 15 witnesses. Am I mistaken? Zhang Kai selectively recited from Sun Youhu's file. Sun Youhu felt a burning pain in his cheek. Casting a glance at Yu Xian, he scoffed, since you are all so well informed, whether to kill or to maim. Do as you please. I ask you, where did the drug you injected today come from? Zhang Kai pivoted the conversation, posing his question. Sun Youhu defiantly held his silence, glaring viciously at Yu Xian. Given your dismal economic circumstances, purchasing is undoubtedly out of the question. So, tell me, from where did you pilfer? At this moment, Yu Xian gazed at Sun Youhu, inquiring with a smile. Zhang Kai sternly interjected. Confess, and you shall be treated leniently. You are well aware that we have never shown mercy towards extraordinary criminals. If you wish to avoid our methods, it would be prudent to respond honestly. In an instant, Sun Youhu was reminded of his initial encounter with the Public Security Bureau, where he obstinately refused to admit guilt. He had thought that without evidence, the armed police would be powerless against him. However, they had no intention of discussing evidence. Reflecting on that experience now caused his legs to tremble involuntarily. In the Cloud Warehouse in the northern part of the city. Which warehouse? 35. No, wait. It's the 32nd warehouse. We merely intended to steal some food, but to our surprise, we found numerous high-end devices inside. We dared not meddle and fled with a briefcase, which contained these agents. What became of the briefcase? We discarded it. Where did you throw it? In a garbage bin on the outskirts of the southern district. How did you ascertain the efficacy of the drugs? A feather, no. It was Kong Jimiao who administered it to a dog, and we observed the dog became stronger, though it suffered from lethargy for 2 days as a side effect. After Yu Xian and Zhang Kai had posed their inquiries and exchanged glances, they issued a warning to Sun Youhu before promptly exiting the interrogation room. In the northern part of the city, at the Cloud Warehouse, warehouse number 32, 3 police vehicles came to a halt before the entrance. Zhang Kai, Yu Xian, and Zhang Shou disembarked, while numerous SWAT officers swiftly encircled the warehouse. Several officers, armed with nearly 10-centimeter thick superalloy shields, formed a protective barrier and cautiously advanced, with one holding a battering ram positioned behind the shielded formation. They arrived at the warehouse door, awaiting the command to breach. Yu Xian observed their movements, suddenly feeling a buzzing in his head as the heart of the vampire within him began to race. Wait, Captain Zhang, allow me to proceed. I have a rather ominous premonition, Yu Xian said, grasping Zhang Kai's hand that held the communicator, his expression grave. Noticing the seriousness etched on Yu Xian's face, Zhang Kai promptly commanded the officers to retreat. Once everyone had withdrawn to a safe distance, a bubble the size of a basketball materialized in Yu Xian's hand. He deftly maneuvered the bubble to float toward the door, gradually pushing it open. With a crack, the door splintered, and an ominous sound echoed forth. In an instant, the entire warehouse erupted in a violent explosion, sending a terrifying shockwave rippling outward. Even at a distance of several dozen meters, the SWAT officers, despite their heavy shields, were swept off their feet. Yu Xian had anticipated this moment. At the instant of the explosion, he enveloped himself and those nearby in protective bubbles, employing 3 layers this time, rendering them completely unscathed by the blast. Damn! Zhang Shou exclaimed, regaining his senses. Meanwhile, Zhang Kai's countenance darkened considerably. Had it not been for Yu Xian's intervention to prevent the officers from forcibly breaching the door, those brave men would likely have perished on the spot. Damn it! We must investigate whose warehouse this is and uncover the individuals behind it. If we do not get to the bottom of this, I shall not call myself Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai seethed through clenched teeth. Yu Xian also sensed that the matter was becoming increasingly complicated. What initially began as a simple endeavor to catch a few mice at night had unexpectedly unraveled into a significant case. They likely anticipate our arrival. This serves as a warning to cease our inquiries, Yu Xian remarked thoughtfully. After Sun Youhu and his associates absconded with the briefcase, the adversary had already foreseen this scenario. After all, Sun Youhu and his crew operated clandestinely, donning hats and masks upon entering the warehouse, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to ascertain their identities. However, as long as Sun Youhu and his gang continued their petty thievery, it was highly probable that they would fall into the hands of the law enforcement. Once the syringe was discovered, the exposure of the warehouse would merely be a matter of time. Many might assume that organized crime or malefactors could easily track down Sun Youhu and his crew, but the reality is quite the opposite. They operate as a tight-knit team, continually moving from city to city, harboring profound distrust towards others. Even the local criminals may be unaware of their existence. Furthermore, after successfully executing a theft in one city, they refrain from disposing of the stolen goods there. Instead, they wait until they reach the next city, or even the subsequent one, to sell their ill-gotten gains, ensuring they do not engage in further criminal activities in the same city. This implies that it is exceedingly challenging for ordinary forces to apprehend them, unless a citywide search is conducted before they can migrate to another locale. However, with the recent lifting of restrictions in Silver City, it is not merely the nefarious forces lurking in the sewers that must tread carefully. Even the prominent figures in plain sight are compelled to abide by the rules for a time. Thus, the presence of Sun Yohu and his associates in Silver City indeed offers them a remarkable degree of security. Under these preconditions, the likelihood of Sun Yohu and his group exposing the drugs rises to over 80, making it understandable why the original owner of the drugs acted in such a manner. A team of riot police was left to conduct inspections around the warehouses while Yu Xian and his colleagues returned to the Public Security Bureau. Shortly thereafter, the riot police responsible for investigating the temporary hideouts of Sun Yohu and his companions returned, bringing back several vials of the concealed drugs. The briefcase contained a total of 10 vials. One had been used for their dog, and each member took one for themselves, leaving 4 vials at their temporary hideout. Yu Xian and Zhang Shou each took a vial to store in their storage rings as backups. Of the remaining 2 vials, one was designated for testing the composition at the Public Security Bureau, while the other was taken by Yu Xian to the adjacent office for inspection by the Qilin members. Once they exited the office, Yu Xian sat in the green belt between the Public Security Bureau and the office, with Zhang Shou joining him. He inquired, "Xian Yu, are you waiting for the other party to make a move?" Yu Xian nodded, responding gravely, "Indeed, with the warehouse explosion, they must be aware that the thief who stole the briefcase has been apprehended. Given their audacious nature, do you think they might opt for silencing witnesses?" Yu Xian acknowledged this, stating seriously that if it were merely the Public Security Bureau that captured Sun Yohu, the other party would likely resort to such drastic measures. Now it remains to be seen how much the other party truly knows. If someone arrives tonight, it would indicate that the Public Security Bureau is functioning properly. However, if no one intervenes, it would certainly necessitate another thorough investigation by the Bureau. Nevertheless, Yu Xian retains faith in Jin Sheng's capabilities. Previously, when the Bureau was infiltrated by anomalous insects, Jin Sheng had meticulously scrutinized the entire Public Security Bureau of Silver City. If, under such circumstances, there were still issues, it would indeed signal a grave concern. At 4 o'clock in the morning, both Yu Xian and Zhang Shou were wide awake, one gazing at the stars while the other was engrossed in his mobile phone. Suddenly, Yu Xian sprang to his feet, prompting Zhang Shou to rise and scan their surroundings. In that instant, an enormous fireball, exceeding 300 meters in diameter, materialized abruptly above the Public Security Bureau, an occurrence so sudden that no one had time to react. Should this fireball descend, it would likely obliterate the entire bureau, resulting in the demise of all within. However, in the next moment, a colossal bubble manifested above the bureau, swallowing the fireball whole. If the extraordinary being responsible for the fireball could gaze hundreds of kilometers beyond Silver City to a certain vast lake, they would witness the fireball suddenly appearing at the lake's bottom, only to be promptly extinguished by the water. Approximately 200 meters away, Scott stared in disbelief at the spectacle above the Public Security Bureau. Clutched in his hand was a magical scroll, which he had already torn open. The spell for the Sunfire Ball should have been successfully cast. This was a high-level spell capable of vaporizing the entire bureau. The troubling question remained: where was his fireball? This was not good. It seemed that the bureau might possess formidable experts. Scott regained his senses, his intellect returning to his mind. He realized the gravity of the situation and hastily retrieved the teleportation scroll, tearing it open to escape in an instant. Just 5 seconds after his departure, Yu Xian descended from the heavens, his form cloaked in shadows. Has he fled? Yu Xian surveyed his surroundings, a slight frown creasing his brow. The opponent appeared to be even more affluent than he had anticipated. The air bore no trace of their presence, not even a scent. He could ascertain that the individual was undoubtedly well-equipped, and the abilities employed were likely not derived from their own system. In simpler terms, the adversary had revealed nothing of their identity, except for their wealth. Could it be a vampire? This thought inexplicably crossed Yu Xian's mind, only to be dismissed with a shake of his head. It would be illogical to conclude that the vampires were the culprits solely based on their affluence. 056. The defect of ability, a five-star hotel. Scott stood in the shadows and spoke. Master, an incident has occurred at warehouse number 32. A shadow swiftly coalesced into a humanoid form, and the entire room seemed to descend into darkness. The shadow conveyed an androgynous voice. By now, you should comprehend that warnings hold no deterrent power over the people of Huaxia. They will not cease their investigation, and the leads have already been severed. Master, all traceable clues have been meticulously eradicated by my subordinates. Regrettably, there are experts within the Public Security Bureau, and my subordinates failed to ensure complete silence. They will likely continue their pursuit. Scott bowed his head. The shadow remained silent for a moment before responding. Let them continue their inquiries then. Utilize all counter-surveillance measures. And do not expose yourselves. Understood. Scott immediately replied. Yu Xian returned to the Public Security Bureau, which was now under heavy armed guard by the SWAT team. At the forefront, Zhang Kai, upon seeing Yu Xian's return, immediately inquired with a tense expression, Yu Xian, was that the Sunfire Sphere technique that just appeared in the sky? This wolf-level advanced spell is renowned internationally. Although its attack range is relatively limited, its temperature is exceedingly high, capable of turning everything within its vicinity into magma. Thus, many criminals favor this spell for obliterating evidence. Despite its presence above the Public Security Bureau lasting no more than 5 seconds, the roof is already charred, and many top-floor facilities have been damaged by the intense heat. Indeed, it was the Sunfire Sphere technique, Yu Xian affirmed with a nod. Zhang Kai furrowed his brow and pondered. Could it be related to the warehouse over there? Indeed. That is why our exorcism team has taken over this case. You may withdraw your involvement, Yu Xian replied, nodding earnestly. He continued. Had I not been on guard just now, the entire Public Security Bureau would likely have fallen into chaos, with all the law enforcement officers reduced to ashes beneath the scorching flames of the fireball technique. The law enforcement personnel were predominantly at the lowly levels of insect or ant rank, clearly unsuited to engage further in this matter, especially given that their adversary wielded attacks of wolf-level proficiency. Sheer numbers would avail them little. Very well, then. The individual Sun Yohu and his associates should be handed over to you as well, Zhang Kai acknowledged calmly. Though he was seething with anger, he recognized his responsibility for the safety of his subordinates. The criminals lurking behind this case were of an alarmingly high caliber, and further involvement from the law enforcement officers would be perilously reckless. All right, let them all be transferred. I shall also arrange for a thorough examination of their health to ascertain whether the administered drugs truly lack significant side effects, Yu Xian concurred. After all, the notion that the side effects were minimal was merely Sun Yohu's assertion, and Kong Jimao's observation had only been of a single dog, rendering his conclusions potentially unreliable. The subsequent handover did not necessitate Yu Xian's direct involvement. It was managed by the staff of the office in coordination with the law enforcement team. Yu Xian floated in a bubble above the Public Security Bureau, meticulously reflecting on his recent actions. Had there been two adversaries employing a tactic to draw him away, his impulsive decision to leave the Bureau in pursuit of the enemy could have led to disastrous consequences, leaving the entire establishment in ruin upon his return. He remained excessively impulsive. Shall we awaken Sister Qingniao and the deputy captain? Zhang Shou's voice emanated from the bubble in his right ear. Yu Xian replied, There's no need. We can inform them tomorrow. Let's wait for the test results before making any plans. By the way, could you ask Brother Li to investigate who the current tenants of Warehouse 32 in the cloud storage are? Initially, the combat police had been probing into the ownership of the cloud warehouse, but since everything was now entrusted to Qilin, it was only fitting that the inquiry be conducted by them. The office was staffed with numerous clerks, who were essentially aides to various teams. The brotherly mentioned by Yu Xian was one of the clerks they were relatively familiar with. Understood, Zhang Shou responded. Subsequently, Yu Xian continued to remain vigilant while honing his abilities. He remotely controlled 2 bubbles outside Silver City, continuously exchanging underwater stones, river water, and even fish that found their way into the bubbles. One bubble floated in the river while the other was situated in the lake, separated by several kilometers. Many fish were fortunate enough to embark on an impromptu journey. He was well acquainted with the interior of the bubbles, yet the external environment remained a mystery to him. Manipulating the bubbles from a distance felt akin to groping forward with closed eyes. It was only by encapsulating objects from the water into the bubbles that he could discern what lay ahead. In his spare moments, He pondered how he might glimpse the scenes beyond the bubbles. The following day, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou once again requested leave. Fortunately, the instructors at the Superpower Academy were aware of their affiliation with the Public Security Bureau, thus they did not impose any difficulties on the two. At 8:30 in the morning, Gong Qian and Qing Miao emerged from their quarters. In fact, they had awakened once when the fiery sun sphere was unleashed, but its swift disappearance left them in a state of uncertainty, coupled with the absence of notifications from Yu Xian and Zhang Shou. They mistakenly believed that there was no significant issue, allowing them to continue their slumber with a sense of ease. In the office, as they savored the breakfast procured by Zhang Shou, Gong Qian and Qing Miao listened attentively to Yu Xian recounting the events of the previous night. They were astonished that a simple case of theft could unravel into such a grand affair. An assault on the Public Security Bureau by a wolf-level spell was a capital offense, non-negotiable. The moment the assailant was identified, the consequences would be severe, with rewards for their neutralization. So, how many leads do we currently possess? Qing Miao inquired after swallowing a mouthful of century egg and lean pork congee. Yu Xian, glancing at the messages from Brotherly on his phone, replied, "The test results for the syringe's contents will not be available until the afternoon. However, we have already ascertained the identities of the owner and tenant of warehouse number 32. The proprietor is Ling Shi, the master of the Lion Gate in the eastern part of the city and a serpent-level martial artist. We have dispatched personnel to summon him for questioning. The tenant is Hu Weijie, one of the 7 heroes of the Hu family, who is notorious in the underworld as a purger of filth. We have similarly sent for him to come in for interrogation. Then we shall await the arrival of Ling Shi and Hu Weijie before we continue our investigation along the established leads," Gong Qian concluded. As the bluebird tidied up the breakfast remnants, she remarked, "However, I must admonish you, salty fish. In the future, should such an incident arise, you ought to rouse both me and the vice-captain at once. What if the adversary has ulterior motives? We cannot presume that, simply because we are women. We require protection. We are seasoned warriors, after all. Indeed, next time, please notify us immediately. Strength lies in numbers, and it would be far more challenging for them to execute their schemes of diversion," Gong Qian concurred. Yu Xian had already reflected on the matter the previous night, and thus nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, I acknowledge this oversight, and I shall ensure to inform you promptly next time." Around 10:30, several clerks returned, accompanied by Ling Shi, Hu Tu Air, and a woman strikingly similar to Hu Tu Air. After knocking, Brotherly entered the office and announced, "Esteemed leaders, Ling Shi has been brought in. However, Hu Weijie is currently unaccounted for. His wife, Hu Xian Air, and daughter, Hu Tu Air, have voluntarily come forward to assist with the investigation, hoping we can aid in locating Hu Weijie." "Thank you, Brotherly. Let us proceed to meet Ling Shi and hear his account," Gong Qian suggested. The group then made their way to the reception room, where they encountered the imposing figure of Ling Shi. Upon seeing him, Yu Xian felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, soon realizing that Ling Shi's demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Jin Sheng, both exuding the presence of lions. However, there exists a distinction between the two. Jin Sheng resembles a dazzling lion, while Ling Shi embodies an old lion, content to protect his own territory. At the venerable age of 98, Ling Shi, being a serpent-level martial artist, has maintained his physique remarkably well, appearing akin to a man in his 50s. It is likely that in a few years, if he fails to ascend to eagle level and wishes to evade death, he may have to contemplate transforming into a vampire or a similar immortal being. 057. The River Diagram and the Luo Book. It is uncertain whether one is free from guilt or has been well prepared. Ling Shi displayed remarkable cooperation, revealing everything he knew about warehouse number 32. The issue, however, is that he does not actively manage the assets under his name. Warehouse No. 32 was merely a gift from a wealthy merchant on his 90th birthday, and it has always been overseen by his chief disciple, Wang Xiaohu. Fortunately, Wang Xiaohu accompanied him for the investigation, allowing Yu Xian and the others to meet him once again. Regrettably, Wang Xiaohu did not provide any valuable leads either. Currently, the leasing of the warehouse is simply handled through an application called Treasure Tenant, eliminating the need for personal meetings with potential lessees. After bidding farewell to the two, Zhang Shou inquired, "Do you think their statements are trustworthy?" "There should be no issue," Qing Miao replied. "Although the Lion's Gate is not an exceptionally strong faction, it possesses considerable assets. Ling Shi is unlikely to take much interest in a warehouse given as a gift." At this point, Yuxian calmly suggested, "All right. Let us meet with Hu Weijia's family and see if they can provide any clues. If Hu Xiener and her family are as uninformed as Lu Yingshi, then this line of inquiry will be severed." The group entered the adjacent reception room, where Hu Tuer, upon seeing Yuxian, brightened up and exclaimed joyfully, "Handsome guy. It's you. Do you know each other?" Qing Miao asked curiously. Yuxian glanced at Hu Tuer with mild exasperation and replied composedly, "We attended the same school and have met once. Handsome guy, I need to report to the police. My father is missing." At this moment, Hu Tuer gazed at Yuxian with bright, sparkling eyes, her tone devoid of sorrow. Zhang Shou, intrigued, inquired, "How many days has your father been missing?" "Officer. He disappeared on the day when Brother Jia's detention ended," replied Hu Tuer's mother, Hu Xiener. Although Hu Xiener was a married woman with a 17-year-old daughter, she appeared remarkably youthful, standing alongside Hu Tuer as if they were sisters. Her demeanor exuded an enchanting charm, captivating the attention of any young man who might cross her path. To describe her allure, one might understand why Cao Cao favored married women upon seeing her. "Brother Jia, aren't you his wife?" Yuxian nudged the dazed Zhang Shou and turned to Hu Xiener with a question. Hu Tuer, perhaps wanting to divert Yuxian's gaze from her mother, interjected, "Handsome, I've heard my mother call my father that since I was little." "Well then, could you share if there were any peculiar behaviors exhibited by Hu Weijia before his disappearance? Perhaps something out of the ordinary?" Yuxian chose not to dwell on the previous inquiry, recognizing it might simply be a playful dynamic between husband and wife. Hu Tuer shook her head, saying, "No, my father is rather taciturn, with a low presence at home. He often vanishes for a time, only to return later." "Then why do you believe he is truly missing this time?" Qing Miao asked, perplexed. Hu Tuer gazed at Yuxian and the others in confusion, retorting, "Isn't it because you are searching for him? Although my mother and I were unaware of his whereabouts, as officers, you should know, right? Now that you are all looking for him, it must mean he is indeed missing." Such reasoning was utterly indisputable. Gong Qian and the others fell silent, astonished by the simplicity of Hu Tuer's answer. In truth, they were uncertain if Hu Weijia was actually missing. Their search was motivated by a particular inquiry. "Do you know if he ever rented warehouse number 32 at the cloud storage?" Yuxian coughed softly before continuing. Hu Tuer, her curiosity piqued, shook her head. "I haven't heard of it. Why would he rent that warehouse?" The group fell into a contemplative silence, equally eager to uncover the answer. Qing Miao turned to Hu Xiener, who also shook her head in uncertainty, and spoke. "Brother Jia is a wayward soul. He only returns to rest. Neither Tuer nor I are privy to his activities outside. Doesn't he earn a living to support the family?" Zhang Shou interjected, unable to restrain his curiosity. Hu Xiener clarified, "Our bathhouse is a gift from Brother Jia. With the bathhouse to oversee, Tuer and I have never lacked for money. So we've never asked him for anything. She was solely responsible for managing the bathhouse, with Hu Weijia playing no part in it. Are there any of Hu Weijia's belongings at home, or items he frequently used?" Yuxian, reluctant to let the lead slip away, inquired. Hu Xiener shook her head, but Hu Tuer chimed in, "There's a pair of his slippers." Yuxian's expression darkened, and he felt a surge of frustration, unwilling to speak further. He intended to utilize his extraordinary sense of smell to seek out some clues, but sniffing someone else's slippers, perhaps that was best left unconsidered. A minute later, the four of them sent off the mother and daughter from the Hu family, standing at the office door, exchanging puzzled glances. The trail of clues had, as expected, come to an abrupt halt. Upon returning to the office, Zhang Shou sat in a chair, his brow furrowed in suspicion. "Do you think Hu Weijia might be engaged in cleaning? The internet is rife with peculiar knowledge, all remarkably accurate, such as the notion of a cleaner dealing with corpses and erasing traces of crime, a practice colloquially referred to as cleaning up in the underworld. Typically, after such tasks, a cleaner would choose to hide for a time, only re-emerging once the heat had dissipated. There is indeed a possibility. Usually, cleaners have their own safe houses. Alternatively, we could contact the city's security bureau, enlisting all security personnel in the search for him," suggested Qing Miao. Security personnel are ordinary individuals, primarily tasked with managing cases involving common folk. However, when it comes to searching for someone, they possess an advantage over the extraordinary, simply due to their numbers. Could it be that Hu Weijia has already been silenced, and thereafter, his assailants rented warehouse number 32 using his phone? Zhang Shou speculated. Yuxian glanced at his phone and remarked, "Warehouse number 32 was already rented by Hu Weijia prior to the incident. This is proving exceedingly difficult. We have no leads whatsoever. How on earth are we to investigate this? Zhang Shou lamented. Gong Qian remained remarkably unperturbed. Observing Zhang Shou nearly rolling on the ground before she spoke, it appears there has been a misunderstanding. We are not mere security personnel. We do not need to proceed step by step in our investigations. We are the exorcism squad, affiliated with Qilin. In situations such as this, we simply need to request assistance. But the issue lies in our complete lack of leads. Is it truly effective to seek aid? Zhang Shou inquired skeptically. Gong Qian replied with confidence. Certainly, it is effective. At the very least, we now know that the individual renting Warehouse 32 is Hu Weijia. We can request our headquarters to pinpoint Hu Weijia's location. Once headquarters utilizes the Hichu Luoshu to identify him, they will send us the coordinates, and we shall be able to locate him. However, requesting assistance is quite costly. We must ensure we do not incur losses, Yu Xian interjected, furrowing his brow. The Hichu Luoshu is a unique dragon-grade artifact, resembling a colossal tortoise shell adorned with a map of China. The Qilin headquarters can employ it to pinpoint any target within the nation. However, activating the Hichu Luoshu requires a significant expenditure of spiritual energy. Thus, applying for its use as a squad necessitates considerable merit points. Should the rewards for solving the case yield insufficient merit, the squad would ultimately suffer a loss. Typically, squads prefer to avoid making such requests, opting instead to conduct their own investigations to conserve merit points. Natural disaster or man-made calamity. Whatever the loss, I shall compensate. Gong Qian turned to Yu Xian and boldly took on the responsibility. This was her inaugural mission with the exorcism squad, and she preferred to incur a loss than to tarnish her efforts. Moreover, she was not in want of merit points. Her Pangu blood was a compensation for her father's sacrifice, her storage ring was her mother's relic, and the garments she wore were rewards from a commendation several years prior. She lacked for nothing, and hoarding merit points served no purpose. It was far better to utilize them in solving this case. Let us not act rashly. We should await the potion's analysis report this afternoon, for it may yield new clues, Qing Niao interjected, smiling to pacify the two who were overly eager. Zhang Shou nodded in agreement. Indeed, we still have the potion lead. Let's not rush. Gong Qian concurred. The four then dispersed, and Yu Xian departed the office. Instantly returning home, he settled onto the balcony, basking in the sunlight while contemplating the clues at hand, his fingers deftly manipulating several tiny bubbles that spun in circles. Compared to the initial acquisition of this ability, he now possessed a remarkable proficiency in controlling multiple bubbles to execute various rotations and spins. Each bubble comprised two layers, an outer layer formed of spatial energy membranes, and an inner space constituted of the universe's intrinsic spatial energy. Both layers exhibited spatial attributes. Yet the former was entirely Yu Xian's domain, while the latter was not absolute. He could discern the distinction between the two. The outer layer was easily controlled, while the inner layer eluded direct manipulation, only susceptible to influence through indirect means. This endeavor is not without its challenges. However, through relentless perseverance, he has made notable progress. Initially, the bubbles existed in a state of weightlessness, which later evolved to incorporate gravity, and ultimately, the gravity was inverted, culminating in the ability to manipulate objects within. His objective in honing this skill is to achieve absolute dominion over the internal space of the bubbles. While its current utility may be limited, should he succeed in creating an enormous bubble capable of engulfing the entire Earth, he would wield complete control over it, thus underscoring the value of developing this ability. In the afternoon, Yu Xian was summoned back to the office by Zhang Shou. Upon entering, he found the room occupied by Gong Qian, Qing Niao, Zhang Shou, and a young man clad in a white lab coat. Esteemed officials, I am Lin Yun, a level 3 researcher, and I will be presenting the results of our analysis today. Should there be any shortcomings, I kindly ask that you point them out. The researcher stated with a demeanor that was both respectful and assertive. Gong Qian nodded and replied, "Very well, everyone is present. Let us commence the report. Firstly, we have detected a high concentration of nutrient solution in the unknown liquid within the syringe. This nutrient solution typically requires a dilution of 100 times for safe human absorption," Lin Yun informed as he held the report. Zhang Shou interjected, "What would happen if it were not diluted? Most biological entities would be at risk of bursting," Lin Yun responded. Zhang Shou furrowed his brow. "That cannot be right. Sun Youhu and his team injected it directly last night without any explosions occurring." "Let us allow researcher Lin to continue," Yu Xian interjected calmly. Lin Yun, receiving a nod from Yu Xian, continued. Moreover, this liquid contains 3 unidentified elements, which, due to their initial discovery, have been temporarily designated as Q1, Q2, and Q3. Additionally, we have found that the liquid comprises approximately 1/10 of a substance known as the aberrant insect essence. What is the relation between the aberrant insect essence and the aberrant insects? Yu Xian inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. Lin Yun replied, the aberrant insect essence exists solely within the eggs of the aberrant insects and is a liquid of remarkably peculiar properties. The professors in Yanjing are still conducting research on it, and its specific function remains unclear. What are your thoughts? Yu Xian turned to Gong Qian and the others, posing the question. Qing Niao, keenly sensing the concealed rage beneath Yu Xian's calm demeanor, speculated, Xian Yu, do you suspect that the multitude of aberrant insects in Yin City is due to someone deliberately breeding them? Otherwise, where would all that aberrant insect essence come from? Yu Xian retorted, the eggs of the aberrant insects are exceedingly minuscule, even smaller than a grain of rice. For a syringe to contain 10% of the liquid as aberrant insect essence, how many insect eggs would that require? A moment's reflection reveals that it necessitates an immense quantity of insect eggs to produce sufficient aberrant insect essence. In that moment, everyone grasped the gravity of the situation. If the invasion of aberrant insects in Yin City was orchestrated by someone behind the scenes, that individual would undoubtedly deserve the harshest of fates. By heavens, if that is indeed the case, I shall see to it that they meet their end. Zhang Shou, recalling the tragic fates of his classmates, was immediately filled with fury. Yu Xian turned to Lin Yun and asked, is there a possibility that the aberrant insect essence could be artificially synthesized? The likelihood is minuscule. The liquid in question, involving extraordinary elements such as primordial embryos and egg fluid, is often a product of exceedingly complex origins, rendering artificial synthesis virtually impossible, Lin Yun remarked, shaking his head. However, he then glanced at the data and hesitated before adding, nevertheless, esteemed officials, I do not believe that the anomaly infestation crisis in Silver City is a result of deliberate cultivation. It is far more probable that it was an accidental leak. Why do you say that? Gong Qian inquired. Lin Yun elucidated, the anomaly insects are not limited to parasitizing humans. They can inhabit nearly all animals. So why not utilize insects, which offer a greater cost-effectiveness? Insects reproduce rapidly and have short lifespans, producing eggs that also contain the anomaly insect fluid. Theoretically, one could amass a substantial quantity of eggs in a short time, which would be far cheaper and more efficient than using humans as a resource. That makes sense. Zhang Shou agreed. Qing Niao stated solemnly, let us temporarily set this topic aside. Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, identifying the perpetrator is essential. Attacking the Public Security Bureau is a grave offense. Since the syringe contains no further clues, we should apply for the Hichu and Luoshu, Gong Qian suggested at this juncture. Zhang Shou responded, this time, I concur with the application for the Hichu and Luoshu. I sense that this case is not simple. Finding the creator of the agent would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. I agree as well, Qing Niao affirmed. Yu Xian turned to Lin Yun and asked, Researcher Lin, is high-concentration nutrient solution expensive, and are there many purchasing channels? General Yu, it is known that many alchemists are capable of concocting high-concentration nutrient solutions, with prices ranging from 300,000 yuan per milliliter. The channels for purchase are exceedingly numerous, making it quite challenging to trace the origins of the mysterious liquid's high-concentration nutrient components, Lin Yun replied. Yu Xian turned to Gong Qian and remarked, then I too concur with the application for the river map and Luo book. With that, esteemed officials, I shall take my leave, Lin Yun said with a faint smile, sensing that his presence was no longer required. After Lin Yun's departure, Gong Qian promptly retrieved her phone to apply for the use of the river map and Luo book. However, before her application was approved, Minister Yu Lai called to inquire about the reason for the request. After all, Gong Qian had only just joined the evil extermination squad, and it was merely the second day. Yet, when Gong Qian recounted how they had apprehended a thief and subsequently followed the leads to uncover a potential clandestine breeding of aberrant insects, using their eggs as materials for developing mysterious pharmaceuticals, Yu Lai was taken aback. Yu Lai immediately considered the possibility of someone engaging in the breeding of aberrant insects. However, once Gong Qian finished her account, he too grasped the situation, realizing that while the likelihood of breeding may be minimal, the probability of aberrant insect leakage was indeed substantial. Regardless, The crisis of aberrant insects in Silver City was likely a man-made disaster rather than a natural calamity, a fact that warranted Yu Lai's utmost concern. Am I an immortal or a deity? The subsequent application naturally proceeded without hindrance. After utilizing the river diagram and Luo Shu for the application, Gong Qian entered Hu Weijia's name, gender, and identification number into the interface, then clicked search. Far away in Yanjing, at the headquarters of Qilin, a 9-meter-long, 5-meter-high tortoise shell gradually emanated a luminous white jade glow under the diligent efforts of numerous qi refiners. Countless luminous points materialized on the map inscribed upon the shell, each representing a city. A venerable old Taoist with a white beard swiftly procured a yellow talisman, inscribed Hu Weijia's birth date and time. And with a flick of his wrist, the talisman soared into the interior of the tortoise shell, igniting spontaneously. On the shell's back, a red luminous point slowly emerged near the point representing Silver City, which swiftly transformed into a beam of light. The recorder promptly converted the luminous point's location into coordinates and inputted them into the electronic map, ultimately clicking send. At the Silver City office, Yu Xian and the others waited for approximately half an hour before Gong Qian stood up and declared, "We have located him. Hu Weijia is at the Xingyao airport just outside Silver City." In fact, Silver City was once grander and more expansive than it is now, with a subway connecting to several cities, including Rong City, and an airport further afield. However, since the advent of the forbidden fruit, these facilities have gradually fallen into disrepair. Although Yu Xian and the others had never ventured beyond Silver City during their time as ordinary individuals, they were somewhat familiar with the airport's location due to historical maps from their history lessons. So what are we waiting for? Let us depart. Zhang Shou stood up and proclaimed. Yu Xian was toying with 2 bubbles in his hands, akin to cracking walnuts. When he spoke up, "There is a teleportation point not far from Xingyao Airport, and we can head there directly." Wait a moment. I need to fetch some weapons and ammunition from the equipment room, Qing Niao hurriedly interjected. Zhang Shou also realized the necessity and expressed his intent to acquire weapons. For he was even weaker than Qing Niao. Without arms, he would merely serve as a healer, his offensive capabilities nearly negligible. Let's go together. We'll set off once we've collected our weapons. Yu Xian rose from his chair, keen to visit the equipment room for the first time and broaden his horizons. Ultimately, the 4 of them made their way to the equipment room, where the staff in charge promptly opened the warehouse doors upon their arrival, allowing the group to enter and select their gear. Those signatures were required post-selection. In truth, each city's office housed a substantial arsenal. Yet these arms were not intended for use against humans. Many of the firearms possessed such tremendous recoil that a typical individual would suffer fractures after a single shot, or even sustain severe injuries from the recoil. Nonetheless, the firepower of these weapons far exceeded that of standard firearms. Yu Xian held little fascination for guns. He opted for 10 standard alloy steel knives and subsequently requested over 500 explosives, including flashbangs, stun grenades, incendiary devices, and fragmentation grenades. In the end, he also took more than 50 alloy shields. While none of these were top-tier equipment, they could potentially yield unexpected surprises if employed in a moment of need. After signing in, he placed all his equipment into a storage ring and then sat aside, waiting for Zhang Shou and the others to select their gear. Once everyone was prepared with firearms and ammunition, Yu Xian exited the equipment room. He extended his hand slightly forward, and a small bubble froze in midair. Subsequently, he infused energy into the bubble and stepped inside it. In the next instant, he found himself atop a mountain, gazing to the right from the summit. He could still see the remnants of the Starbird Airport. "Xian Yu, your ability is truly convenient. I am utterly envious," Zhang Shou remarked as he emerged from the bubble, surveying the surroundings. Qing Niao and Gong Qian also stepped out of the spatial bubble, with Qing Niao exclaiming, "Our team may very well be the strongest in history, and certainly the most well-rounded. For teleportation, we have Yu Xian. For healing, Zhang Shou can bring anyone back to life in an instant. For reconnaissance, we have her. And finally, we have Gong Qian, our foremost attacker capable of taking down even dragon-level foes. I can't fathom what kind of monster could pose a threat to us. Indeed, if the captain were here, our capabilities would be even more robust," Gong Qian added. "She is immensely powerful, yet even she has her weaknesses, particularly against entities such as phantoms and malevolent spirits that are less susceptible to physical attacks. If Jin Sheng were present, His Lion's Majesty would obliterate such creatures in an instant. Deputy, shall we commence our mission now?" Qing Niao inquired, casting a smile at Gong Qian. Gong Qian nodded, saying, "Let us commence. Qing Niao, you shall scout Xing Niao Airport and locate Hu Weijia's hiding place. Be cautious not to alert the enemy. Xianyu, ascend to the heights and establish several teleportation points. If necessary, transport me into the air to launch a direct strike on the ground of Xing Niao Airport. Ci, prepare yourself. Should Xing Niao or I sustain injuries or become poisoned, you must promptly collaborate with Xianyu to administer antidotes from afar. I shall take my leave first." As soon as Gong Qian finished speaking, Xing Niao transformed into a bird and soared towards Xing Niao Airport. Yu Xian nodded at Gong Qian, then conjured a bubble and entered it, also heading in the direction of Xing Niao Airport. However, he ascended while Qing Niao descended. Once the bubble rose into the clouds, Yu Xian gazed down and, akin to playing Go, sent bubble after bubble cascading towards the ground, centered around Xing Niao Airport, creating a network of bubbles that supported one another. He then closed his eyes, attentively listening for sounds from Qing Niao's vicinity. Although he had yet to discover a method to see the outside of the bubble, he devised a plan to utilize sonar principles, discerning the circumstances beyond the bubble through sound. While his current accuracy was not optimal, it was certainly better than being entirely oblivious. From above, Xing Niao Airport resembled a fusion of the letters Y and H. Having been neglected for 7 or 8 centuries, the entire area was overgrown with weeds, and even a tree had sprouted from within the airport, forming an immense canopy. The bluebird alighted on a branch, sensing an eerie stillness enveloping the airport. Past experiences alerted her to the unsettling atmosphere, hinting at an imminent peril. The absence of any wildlife was strikingly abnormal. With a slight flutter of her wings, she descended swiftly to a damaged section of the airport's roof, peering through the shattered glass to glimpse the interior. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and while the daylight remained relatively bright, the grimy windows rendered the space rather dim. Shadows revealed numerous animal skeletons scattered about, alongside broken syringes. The bluebird hopped through the broken window, landing atop a barely discernible sign that read baggage claim. She surveyed her surroundings, but detected no signs of life. However, the pervasive odor within the airport was profoundly unpleasant. It reeked, mingling with the unmistakable stench of canine urine. The ground was littered with cages, all violently torn apart, and amidst the heaps of bones lay many more, likely belonging to dogs or foxes. Suddenly, the bluebird froze, a chill creeping up her spine as she sensed an immense pair of eyes fixated upon her diminutive form. Her pupils quivered in trepidation, and through the misty glass, she discerned the hazy reflection of a fox, towering at approximately 10 meters. Its back adorned with a multitude of tails. A 9-tailed fox? Hu Weijia? The azure bird's eyes revealed an expression of incredulity. The issue at hand was that although Hu Weijia possessed the bloodline of the 9-tailed fox, he was not a demon. How could he transform into a monster? At that moment, the creature behind the azure bird fixed its gaze upon her and inquired, each word enunciated with deliberate emphasis, "Do you consider me an immortal or a deity?" Its voice bore an unsettling power capable of shaking the very essence of one's soul, causing the azure bird to freeze in place. Her body rendered immobile and her lips trembling as they parted slightly. Seeking a title? How could that even be a consideration? Hu Weijia was merely human, not a genuine fox. What need was there for such an appellation? However, the azure bird found herself utterly unable to govern her own body, acutely aware that to respond would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. You resemble yourself. All the monstrous beings in the world originate from the progenitor of demons. In folklore, this progenitor is reviled by all, often referred to as a wretched creature. This disdain primarily stems from her cold-hearted cruelty towards her kin, juxtaposed with her maternal affection for animals, particularly dogs. After fortuitously consuming the forbidden fruit, she became the world's first half-demon. She possessed the ability to bestow demonic energy upon other beings, awakening their consciousness and enabling them to embark on the path of demonic cultivation. Consequently, she nurtured hundreds of formidable demons, and in her quest to assist them through tribulations, she transformed into a human form and actively assaulted human settlements, capturing numerous innocents to serve as expendable resources for the demon's ascension. Ultimately, the fate of the progenitor was grim. She was stripped of her human status and subsequently slain by a coalition of powerful beings, her remains scattered to the winds. Regrettably, with her birth, demonic energy was unleashed, granting any fortunate beings the chance to awaken their consciousness and embark on a cultivation journey to become terrifying demons. It was over. The bluebird understood clearly that the demon's quest for ascension was essentially a means to extract everything from their targets, thereby enhancing their own essence and elevating their wisdom, all to achieve the goal of transforming into human forms. After answering the questions, her body would be instantaneously drained, leading to her untimely demise. However, just as her body involuntarily began to speak, the bubbles that served as her headphones suddenly expanded, enveloping her in a protective sphere. In the next moment, the scenery around her shifted, and she was teleported back to the original mountaintop by Yuxian. She felt a wave of relief wash over her, and immediately began to breathe heavily, experiencing a sensation akin to having narrowly escaped death. "Qingniao, are you all right?" Yuxian inquired as he transmitted back, observing her intently. Initially, he had not discerned the peril Qingniao was in. It was only when confronted by the creature resembling Hu Weijia, who questioned whether she appeared more like a fairy or a deity, that he realized she might have been ensnared or controlled. Consequently, he decisively utilized the bubble within her ear to teleport her back. Regaining her composure, Qingniao responded, "I'm fine, but there is a monster at the airport. I suspect it to be Hu Weijia." No sooner had she finished speaking than a tremendous roar erupted from the vicinity of Qingniao Airport. In the next moment, a fox with 9 tails, its body adorned with bizarre muscles, burst forth from within the airport. It scanned its surroundings and abruptly raised its head, locking onto the position of Yuxian and the others. Following this, its peculiar muscles bulged, and it sprinted forward with an awkward gait, charging recklessly towards the mountains. The musculature of that fox is exceedingly strange, with many protruding muscles appearing entirely superfluous, Gong Qian remarked, observing the swiftly approaching 9-tailed fox with a furrowed brow. Yuxian frowned, saying, "If he truly is Hu Weijia, we may not extract anything of value from him. Its speed is astonishing. We must first subdue it. We can contemplate other matters later," Zhang Shou said, retrieving a gun from his storage ring, his palms beginning to sweat as the 9-tailed fox drew ever closer. Though he harbored no fear of death, the overwhelming presence of the colossal fox charging forth was undeniably daunting. Without hesitation, Gong Qian clenched her fists, propelled herself forward, and swiftly descended the slope. Simultaneously, Yuxian took a step back, weaving through a bubble, and in an instant, he appeared high above. He gazed down at the 9-tailed fox on the ground, and with a flick of his fingers, unleashed a multitude of tiny bubbles that cascaded downward, encircling the 9-tailed beast in a circular confinement. Boom! At that moment, Gong Qian collided with the 9-tailed fox, delivering a powerful punch that struck its head, causing its massive form to explode instantaneously. A single punch to annihilate? Everyone was momentarily stunned, only to witness blood, remnants, and fur rapidly reconstituting in midair. And in the blink of an eye, the 9-tailed fox was resurrected. If it truly were Hu Weijia, its 9 tails would signify it should possess dragon-level prowess, which seemed remarkably feeble, Zhang Shou remarked to the group. Qingniao interjected, "Moreover, it had just solicited a title from me. This is exceedingly peculiar. Is there a possibility that it too has been injected with the same serum as Sun Youhu and the others, albeit in a significantly higher dosage?" Yuxian observed the reformed 9-tailed fox, a contemplative expression crossing his face. The primary observation was that during its bodily reconstitution, the flesh and blood reassembled layer by layer, revealing the intricate muscle fibers. The radiant lines emanating from its muscles bore a striking resemblance to the luminosity exhibited by Sun Youhu's muscles post-injection. Subsequently, Gong Qian delivered a powerful punch that obliterated the body of the 9-tailed fox. However, as expected, the creature reassembled once more. Yuxian observed intently and noted that the muscle definition of the 9-tailed fox bore a striking resemblance, up to 90% similarity, to the musculature of Sun Youhu and his companions after their injection of the serum. Boom, boom, boom. Gong Qian relentlessly struck the 9-tailed fox from various angles, each blow effortlessly exploding its form. Yet, her assaults appeared to have little effect. The 9-tailed fox tirelessly resurrected, launching immediate attacks on Gong Qian upon its rebirth. It exhibited no fear, perhaps even lacking self-awareness. Nevertheless, with each charge, it muttered to itself, questioning Gong Qian whether it resembled a deity or a celestial being. A spark of inspiration struck Yuxian, who transported himself via a bubble to a nearby location and shouted at the 9-tailed fox, "You are neither a deity nor a celestial being. You are simply yourself, Hu Weijia." Instantly, the once ferocious nine-tailed fox seemed to be immobilized, its pupils wildly fracturing and trembling. Subsequently, its massive body appeared to be drained by an unseen force, its flesh and blood beneath the skin rapidly desiccating. Gong Qian intended to seize the opportunity to vanquish it, but Yu Xian gently stayed her hand. "Do not rush. Let us see if it can regain its identity," he advised Gong Qian. If Hu Weijie could restore his consciousness, they might glean further secrets regarding the serum from him, which was the crux of their mission. Slaying Hu Weijie would sever their leads, yielding no advantages for them. At that moment, the body of the nine-tailed fox withered completely, yet a humanoid figure slowly sprouted from the apex of its head. The lower half of this being was covered in fluffy fur, while the upper half resembled a human, though its chest bore a colossal eye. "I am like myself, but who am I? Am I an immortal? A deity? What am I?" "Hu Weijie," the humanoid murmured, leaping from the fox's head to the ground. Instantly, 9 tails of varied colors, entirely composed of energy, manifested behind it, resembling flames that blazed fiercely, emanating an astonishing heat. It appeared to have transformed into a true dragon-level entity. "This is serious," Gong Qian remarked gravely. Though the 9-tailed fox originally possessed 9 tails, it was by no means dragon level. Its strength was estimated to be at most wolf level. However, this humanoid monster's power had undoubtedly reached true dragon level. "You are Hu Weijie, father of Hu Tuer, husband of Hu Xianer," Yu Xian spoke, observing the figure. The humanoid immediately tilted its head, its lifeless eyes gazing askew at Yu Xian. Suddenly, one of its tails morphed into a gigantic hand, reaching out to seize Yu Xian. Yet, in an instant, Yu Xian and Gong Qian teleported away, leaving the hand to grasp nothing but air. 061. The perfect being miscalculated. Yu Xian initially believed that his actions could awaken Hu Weijie's consciousness, only to inadvertently enhance his abilities instead. At this moment, Hu Weijie, unable to locate Yu Xian, searched frantically around him. Gradually, 4 additional eyes sprouted from his head, and a human face emerged from the back of his skull, accompanied by 6 more eyes. His entire body was inundated with eyes, ultimately locking onto Yu Xian, who hovered above. Boom. In an instant, he propelled himself with his legs, emerging from the bubble, shattering it with each punch. However, the moment he leapt, Yu Xian sensed his approach and promptly teleported away. He gazed down at the distant bubble, and with a swift flap of his tail, which transformed into wings, he appeared before the bubble once more, delivering another punch. The bubble burst immediately, and Yu Xian, along with Gong Qian, teleported away yet again. This time, Hu Weijie seemed to have adapted to Yu Xian's combat style. With the multitude of eyes adorning his body, he could swiftly locate Yu Xian, who had appeared in another direction. He smashed the bubble with a punch and then, propelled by his wings, reached Yu Xian at a speed 100 times that of sound. However, as he drew near, a petite yet formidable fist appeared to his right. Boom. The punch landed squarely on his cheek, sending him flying, leaving a distinct imprint on his face. "His defense has significantly increased," Gong Qian remarked with a furrowed brow. Once the 9-tailed fox, she could easily overpower with a single punch, but now, against Hu Weijie, she found her strength insufficient to break through. At this moment, Hu Weijie anchored itself firmly to the ground with its tail, casting its gaze towards the direction of Yu Xian. With a sudden surge of power, it propelled itself forward, launching another assault against Yu Xian. "Let us employ that move. Be prepared," Yu Xian declared with a serious expression, immediately addressing Gong Qian. In an instant, Gong Qian comprehended Yu Xian's intentions and nodded in affirmation. "Come." Hu Weijie was exceedingly formidable, while it was manageable for Gong Qian to engage. A single hit from Hu Weijie could spell disaster for Yu Xian, potentially leading to an instant defeat. The danger was palpable. Yu Xian swiftly commanded a multitude of bubbles to converge toward Hu Weijie. As Hu Weijie swept its tail, shattering numerous approaching bubbles, a fist materialized above its head, delivering a powerful blow that sent it crashing into the earth. With a resounding thud, the ground was abruptly gouged, creating a long trench as Hu Weijie lay before the mound of dirt, attempting to rise, only to be struck again by a punch, which left a large crater where its head had impacted the ground. Subsequently, Gong Qian unleashed a barrage of punches without the need for precise aim. Fists emerged from various bubbles at different angles, rendering Hu Weijie utterly immobilized beneath the onslaught. Despite several attempts to push itself up, Hu Weijie was met with Gong Qian's relentless blows, and under the immense weight of her strikes, it was forced back down, deepening the pit in the ground. However, Huwejia was not to be underestimated. Unlike Demos, its multitude of eyes quivered frantically, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Yet, as it struggled to find the right moment, these eyes gradually turned crimson. Suddenly, beams of red light shot forth from these scarlet orbs. Countless bubbles were shattered by the crimson light. Yuxian furrowed his brow slightly and promptly conjured more bubbles to fill the void. With a mere thought, he transmitted a voice through one of the bubbles to Huwejia. You are Huwejia, the father of Hutuer, the husband of Huxiener. Awaken. Huwejia instinctively grasped at the bubble, but his resistance was so vigorous that a new arm sprouted from his elbow, incessantly clawing at the air ahead. Awaken. You are Huwejia. Observing his reaction, Yuxian's eyes brightened, and he began to repeat the phrase incessantly. Suddenly, Huwejia ceased his struggles, as if he had succumbed to a state of stillness, lying motionless upon the ground. Yuxian and Gong Qian exchanged glances, halting their interference and attacks. After all, neither of them harbored the intention of killing Huwejia, but rather sought to unravel the mysteries of the potion from him. The weight of a reputation that cannot match one's abilities is akin to an excessively burdensome crown, capable of suffocating a person. Despite being one of the renowned 7 heroes of the Hu family in Silver City, Huwejia harbored profound inner turmoil. For the other 6 brothers enjoyed considerable success in their endeavors, casting him as refuse amidst a refuse heap. Particularly, Hujunjia basked in boundless glory whenever he was mentioned. Admiration would flow forth, accompanied by a resounding, "What a man!" In stark contrast, Huwejia seemed merely a placeholder, included among the 7 heroes of the Hu family solely for the sake of fulfilling the requisite number. He is a man of few words, lacking in both wit and charm, whose very existence seems to be overlooked even by his wife and daughter. He often feels like a mere extraneous presence, simply existing without purpose. One fateful day, a year ago, after disposing of a corpse, he rescued an elderly gentleman on his way back to the city. In gratitude, the old man extended an olive branch, inviting him to partake in a grand experiment. This enigmatic figure possessed a mysterious elixir capable of enhancing the innate bloodline and strength of living beings, as well as merging the bloodlines of other creatures to transcend their own limitations. His role was to eliminate the failed specimens. As a seasoned cleaner, he discreetly assisted this mysterious elder, quietly transporting grotesque corpses, the results of failed experiments, out of Silver City. At long last, their endeavor bore fruit. They succeeded in creating a flawless being, one that could transform at will, possessing a multitude of extraordinary genes, invulnerable and nearly omnipotent. However, unforeseen consequences ensued. This perfect creature effortlessly breached the laboratory's stringent security, vanishing into the night and even causing the aberrant insects within the lab to escape. At the moment of the insect outbreak, Huwejia realized the gravity of the situation. Seizing the chaos, he acquired a substantial supply of the flawless elixir and slipped away from Silver City under the cover of darkness. His ambition was singular, to achieve self-evolution and become an existence more formidable and perfect than the fox ancestor. He aspired to be the most distinguished among the illustrious 7 of the Hu family. At Starbird Airport, he meticulously prepared everything, even installing numerous recording devices to awaken his self-awareness. He stripped off his garments and injected the serum from the syringe into his body, one dose after another. As he continued this ritual, an overwhelming surge of power began to emanate from within him. Originally possessing only 2 tails, he now felt additional tails sprouting forth. Surrounding him, the recording devices incessantly echoed his name, while the fox in the cage emitted frantic cries of fear whenever the intensity of his burgeoning strength threatened to engulf his identity. These sounds would invariably draw him back, reminding him that he was undergoing a magnificent evolution. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated from outside Starbird Airport, just as he sensed the emergence of his 9th tail. To his astonishment, he beheld the fleeing perfect being materialize at the entrance. The gaze directed toward him sent a chill down his spine. To protect them, please kill me. Huwejia, think of your wife, think of your daughter. Awaken swiftly. Yuxian stood behind Gong Qian, calling out loudly to the motionless Huwejia on the ground. His nostrils flared. A profound transformation occurred in Huwejia's scent. If moments ago he reeked of a wild beast, now he bore the essence of one recently revived from slumber. Huwejia, Huwejia, Huwejia. His eyes brightened as he continued to call out the name. At that moment, Huwejia stirred, slowly rising from the ground. His body resembled a glitching model, flesh and blood flickering and morphing. At times, a fox's head sprouted from one side. At others, his mouth transformed into that of a bird, and his arms shifted into serpents. Yet, his face began to bear a semblance to Hu Weijia's own visage. He gazed at Yu Xian and stated, "I am Hu Weijia, but I am already dead." Dead. Yu Xian and Gong Qian exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the implications of Hu Weijia's words. Clearly, Hu Weijia had awakened. So why did he claim to be dead? Hu Weijia regarded the two with a neutral expression, neither sorrowful nor joyful, and said, "You are here to investigate Pengzu, right?" "I apologize. All I know is that his nickname is Pengzu. Beyond that, I possess no further knowledge. Despite this, your wife and daughter are deeply concerned. They reported your disappearance in hopes that we could locate you," Yu Xian replied earnestly, observing Hu Weijia. He could sense a profound resignation in Hu Weijia's tone, reminiscent of his father's former desire for death. Perhaps it is due to a shared sense of empathy that he instinctively sought to comfort the other, aiming to rekindle a spark of will to live within them. "They would not fret over my existence. Cease your fabrications, for I am merely a failure, an inconsequential being, a superfluous individual." Hu Weijia lowered his gaze, his voice devoid of enthusiasm. Yu Xian shook his head, adopting a serious tone. "No, I am not lying. Although I cannot fathom why you would misconstrue their feelings, they undoubtedly love you." As he spoke, he retrieved his phone, accessing a recording of a previous conversation with Hu Xiener and Hu Tuer, and began to play their words. As the recording unfolded, Hu Weijia gradually fell into a stupor. Though not a single word within the recording explicitly declared love for him, nor did it express sorrow over his absence. The dialogue of his wife and daughter wove together the tapestry of their shared life, illuminating a profound realization. Was it that his father was merely a man of few words? A wayward soul? It dawned upon him how they perceived him. Through the conversation, Hu Weijia perceived the genuine sentiments his wife and daughter harbored for him. His daughter had always believed him to be taciturn and had grown accustomed to his silence, interpreting it not as a lack of love. Likewise, his wife regarded him as a wayward spirit, thus enduring his whims and neglect, not out of indifference, but rather from love. And he had been ensnared in his own world, preoccupied with the weight of the named 7 heroes. In his quest to validate himself against their esteemed legacy, he had recklessly engaged in one foolish act after another, ultimately to the detriment of his own being. Yet, it was all far too late. The clarity arrived only when it was too late. Hu Weijia's eyes streamed with dark tears as his body suddenly erupted in chaos, grotesque organs sprouting from his lower half. He gazed at Yu Xian, despair etched across his face, and pleaded, "Please, end my life. This body is a monstrosity. It must not be allowed to continue its existence." As he lamented, he was, in truth, already deceased. The vessel he inhabited was no longer his own, but rather a perfect being created by Pengzu. On the day he was injected with the serum, the perfect being sought him out, and he was utterly powerless to resist, ultimately becoming its prey. Due to the vast quantities of serum he had received, rich in concentrated nutrients, even the perfect being found it difficult to digest him in a short span. During this time, the perfect being devoured the numerous foxes he had prepared, leading to an infection of demonic energy, which drastically altered its form. Influenced by this energy, it instinctively began to seek a seal. Should it succeed in this endeavor, it would become even more formidable and flawless. However, Yu Xian, under the misconception that the perfect being was Hu Weijia himself, continued to call out his name, inadvertently disrupting the being's sealing process and granting Hu Weijia a fleeting opportunity to awaken. Yet, Hu Weijia was acutely aware that the perfect being was instinctively resisting. He could not sustain this for long. Soon, his consciousness would be utterly obliterated by the perfect being, which would then become a much greater threat, potentially endangering Silver City. Silver City, the home of the two people he cherished most. The perfect being must not be allowed to survive. "Kill me now?" Hu Weijia thrust his arm into his chest, forcibly extricating his heart, and shouted at Yu Xian and Gong Qian. However, just as he cast his heart away, a new heart rapidly grew within his chest, upon which appeared an eye, cold and devoid of emotion. "Die, perish!" Hu Weijia tore at his flesh with both hands, flinging the bloody remnants everywhere. Yet despite his relentless tearing, his body healed at an astonishing rate. 100 meters away, Yu Xian and Gong Qian stood in stunned disbelief. Gong Qian, her face a mask of shock, exclaimed, "Why is he inflicting harm upon himself?" "I do not know." but it seems he is striving to protect something of great significance. I can sense his emotions, Yu Xian replied, his tone laden with complexity as he observed Hu Weijie. The look in Hu Weijia's eyes mirrored that of his father, who had suffered from amyotrophic lateral sclerosis and quietly sought death. Could it be that he too wished to spare someone from burden? Instinctively, Yu Xian clenched his fists, his eyes slightly reddening. Gong Qian hesitated, pondering, should we intervene? The Peng Zui mentioned must be the person we are seeking. If he can capture that individual's likeness, our chances of finding them will increase significantly. Kill me. This body is not mine. I was consumed by a monster. This is the monster's body, and it is about to awaken. Hu Weijie bellowed, as an arm uncontrollably sprouted from his back, seizing the hand that sought to extract his heart. In truth, only a mere half-minute had elapsed since Hu Weijie inflicted harm upon himself. Both Gong Qian and Yu Xian were taken aback by his revelation. This body did not belong to Hu Weijie, but was possessed by another. In a flash of insight, Yu Xian's mind seemed to awaken, and he shouted, Vice Captain, take action and cover me. With that, he deftly manipulated a multitude of silver threads, weaving them into a suit of armor that enveloped him completely. He then teleported through a spatial bubble to Hu Weijie's right side, exclaiming, Hu Weijie, do not let it distract me. Assist me. An arm lunged toward Yu Xian. Yet Hu Weijie seized that uncontrollable limb with another. Yu Xian promptly lifted the visor of his helmet and exposed his fangs towards Hu Weijie's neck, sinking them into the flesh with ferocity. Hu Weijie, understanding the necessity, softened that section of skin. Otherwise, Yu Xian's formidable teeth would have been unable to penetrate. While Hu Weijie was unaware of Yu Xian's intent, he found himself with little choice but to trust the two individuals before him, Yu Xian and Gong Qian. Thus, as Yu Xian drank deeply, causing Hu Weijie pain, he gritted his teeth and continued to shield Yu Xian from the encroaching limbs intent on assault. After ingesting the blood of Pangu, Yu Xian had acquired the rare ability of a vampire, enabling him to absorb memories through blood consumption. He aimed to glean Hu Weijie's memories before his demise, seeking understanding of Peng Zhu. If he did not eliminate Peng Zhu, tragedies like this would perpetually recur. At that moment, a colossal arm transformed into a great serpent, lunging towards Yu Xian. Yet, before it could reach him, it was struck down to the ground by a powerful punch from Gong Qian. Following this, Gong Qian landed gracefully and began to leap around Hu Weijie, systematically dismantling, shattering, and breaking every limb that remained beyond his control. The skill tree of the perfect being is almost complete. I can hardly hold on any longer. A minute later, Hu Weijie's face twitched, and a smaller visage emerged on his cheek. Unable to contain himself, he slapped his face and shouted loudly. Yu Xian immediately exerted all his strength, gulping down the blood voraciously. Suddenly, an aged visage flashed through his mind. It belonged to a bald man with a tuft of white, curly beard. His features bore a slight resemblance to those of a mixed-race individual, and his eyes, filled with the weight of experience, glimmered with ambition. This was Peng Zhu. Yu Xian promptly released his grip, leaping backward as a bubble materialized behind him, transporting him instantly to a distance of 100 meters. No, attack me. Kill me. Hu Weijie, misinterpreting Yu Xian's retreat as an attempt to flee, bellowed in fury. However, he then witnessed Yu Xian retrieving a plethora of explosives from his storage ring, placing them all into a single bubble. At that moment, Zhang Shou and Qing Niao were also transported over. They had gathered even more explosives than Yu Xian in the equipment room, and they too began to extract an astonishing number of bombs from their storage rings. Technology is not without merit under normal circumstances. Even insect-level monsters would not foolishly remain in place to be bombarded. In truth, if extraordinary beings chose not to evade, a simultaneous detonation of thousands of enhanced explosives could severely injure, if not annihilate, most extraordinary beings. Hurry, hurry. It senses the danger. I can barely contain it any longer. Hu Weijie shouted in desperation. After Yu Xian made the necessary preparations, he nodded at Hu Weijie, and in the next instant, transported everyone away, leaving behind only a bubble filled with explosives that swiftly soared towards Hu Weijie. Xianer Tuer, farewell, live well, and live joyfully. At that moment, Hu Weijie did not retreat or flee. Instead, he opened his arms to embrace the explosive-laden bubble, completely lowering his defenses. In the final instant, his mind was flooded with thoughts of Hu Xianer and Hu Tuer, filled with longing and reluctance, devoid of any fear. From a distance, on the hillside, Yuxian pulled the pin from a burning bomb and tossed it into a small bubble. In the next heartbeat, a terrifying explosion erupted from the large pit far away. Although the equipment room of the office was not stocked with high-level weaponry, the weapons were specifically designed for extraordinary beings, far surpassing the power of ordinary explosives. A single burning bomb possessed a potency exceeding that of a typical incendiary device by more than tenfold. Moreover, the bubble intended to contain the explosives did not vanish. Instead, it expanded at the last moment, transforming into a 50-meter-wide sphere. Within this grand bubble, the explosion occurred, instantly amplifying the force of the blast as if it were a pressure cooker. Though the bubble shattered in less than a second, the high pressure generated at the moment of detonation was sufficient to enhance the overall power of the explosion. At the epicenter, flames roared. Suddenly, a charred creature burst forth from the flames, fleeing at an astonishing speed towards the direction of Xingyao Airport. Is it still alive? Yuxian and the others gasped in astonishment, and Yuxian promptly transported Gong Qian to a higher altitude. As the perfect creature sprinted, it was abruptly struck by an unusual sound from above. Raising its head, it beheld the descending fist of Gong Qian, and in the next moment, its head was struck by her powerful blow. A resounding boom echoed, causing the earth to tremble as the perfect creature was flattened, lying like a mass of mud at the center of a crater. Subsequently, Gong Qian unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon the creature, vowing not to cease her assault until its flesh was utterly reduced to a pulp. Yuxian stood atop a rocky outcrop, observing as Gong Qian subdued her opponent. Thus he refrained from intervening hastily. Having absorbed a substantial amount of the creature's blood, he not only acquired fragments of Hu Weijia's memories, but also gleaned insights from the perfect creature's own recollections. Moreover, his body seemed to be undergoing a silent transformation as it digested the peculiar blood. The perfect creature had developed from an egg, which had been injected with copious amounts of serum during its embryonic stage, ultimately maturing into its formidable form. Consequently, while it possessed great strength, it lacked intelligence. With its actions driven almost entirely by instinct, it exhibited astonishing hunting prowess and was remarkably adept at camouflage, even with the laboratory employing an array of isolation and confinement measures, including formations, barriers, high-voltage electricity, and aqua regia. The creature effortlessly escaped. Through its memories, Yuxian could perceive that its brief existence was consumed by the pursuit of sustenance, until the moment it caught the scent of Hu Weijia, leading it to sprint several kilometers to the starboard airport, where Hu Weijia was concealed. After consuming Hu Weijia and the fox that Hu Weijia had prepared for himself, it became infected with demonic energy. Yet, it instinctively sensed that this energy was beneficial rather than harmful, thus it decisively embraced the demonic essence. In truth, should it successfully attain a position of power, it would rapidly evolve into a being of remarkable intelligence, ultimately becoming a genuine threat to humanity. Regrettably, due to the overly rich nourishment provided by Hu Weijia, its hunting instincts significantly diminished as it succumbed to hunger and fatigue. Consequently, it chose to linger at the starboard airport, awaiting the digestion of Hu Weijia before seeking out humans to complete its ascension. This delay led to the arrival of the exorcism squad. Yuxian felt a sense of relief, grateful that they had discovered the creature in time, preventing the perfect being from further development. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly have become humanity's greatest adversary. With boundless potential and the ability to transform, its only apparent weakness was perhaps a lack of intelligence. Had it not been for Hu Weijia's reckless act of absorbing the explosion, the perfect being possessed the capability to defend itself effectively. However, in a moment of extraordinary willpower, Hu Weijia completely dismantled the defensive capabilities of this body, resulting in severe injuries to the perfect being itself. Thud, thud, thud. Yuxian pressed against his chest, feeling his heart mutate. The blood of the perfect being contained a wealth of extraordinary biological genes. Under the intense stimulation of these genes, both the vampire heart and the pango heart were affected, giving rise to a new heart emerging from the intersection of the two. The memories of Hu Weijia and the perfect being are merely trifles. The essence of a vampire lies in the vital nutrients extracted from blood. Yet, Yuxian, as a vampire that has undergone mutations upon mutations, is fundamentally different from ordinary vampires. His capacity for absorption surpasses even that of the progenitor of the bloodline. When a new heart sprouts, Yuxian closes his eyes, and in his mind, a skill tree flourishes like a thriving entity, with each branch symbolizing a unique skill. If the skill trees of the Heart of Pangu and the Heart of the Vampire are filled with question marks, allowing only the fortuitous activation of innate abilities, then this newly emerged skill tree reveals all its skills transparently, granting Yuxian the freedom to activate the abilities at his discretion. A perfect skill tree. The first branch represents the ability of Super Stomach, bestowing upon its host formidable digestive capabilities, whereby any food ingested is swiftly broken down and absorbed by the super gastric juices. The second branch signifies the power of super healing. Provided the body's energy is sufficient, every cell can undergo infinite division, enabling rapid healing of all injuries within a short span. The third branch embodies the ability of super scent. This is not mere olfaction, but an extraordinary superpower, allowing one to detect distant scents from several kilometers away, even if those scents have not traversed such distances. As Yuxian examines each branch and its associated abilities, his astonishment deepens, and he increasingly comprehends why both Hu Weijie and Peng Zhu regard the perfect being as the epitome of perfection. Due to its exceptionally refined capabilities, it possesses no genuine weaknesses whatsoever. In the future, the heart resembles a cluster of grapes. The skill tree of perfect beings is akin to that of vampires, with the ability to activate a talent skill every 10 days. The challenge lies in the fact that this skill tree encompasses hundreds of thousands of abilities, making it impossible to activate them all within a short span of time. Therefore, one must selectively activate certain crucial capabilities first. For instance, the super stomach ability likely enables one to consume food without the risk of indigestion, while super taste should enhance the flavor experience, preventing it from being as bland as chewing wax. Ultimately, at the tender age of 17, there exists an abundance of culinary delights yet to be savored. Losing the sense of taste and the ability to digest would significantly diminish the joys of life. Given the opportunity to rectify this, one would naturally seize it. 20 days is a small price to pay. After assessing the changes within, he lifted his gaze towards the distant battle. Relying solely on brute strength would render it nearly impossible to vanquish a perfect being. This is due to the perfect being's ability known as photosynthesis, which bears a striking resemblance to his own light eater, as long as there is light in the vicinity. It will continuously regenerate its stamina, though this power does not confer a sense of satiety, despite being gravely injured in the explosion due to Hu Weijie's interference. As long as this ability continues to function, Gong Qian's frequency of attacks is insufficient to annihilate it entirely. Conversely, although Gong Qian possesses ample stamina and formidable strength, sustaining maximum effort indefinitely is unfeasible. Once fatigue sets in and her attack speed diminishes, it will be the perfect being's turn to counterattack. Yuxian was acutely aware that, absent external interference, a one-on-one confrontation between Gong Qian and the perfect being would ultimately culminate in the latter's triumph, even in its currently injured state. The entity was simply that formidable, a veritable legend of resilience. He retrieved his phone and dialed the number of the minister at the Qilin headquarters, having secured this contact during their initial meeting. However, he refrained from reaching out to the minister unless a significant issue arose or when the captain and vice-captain were occupied. The necessity to connect now stemmed from the inadequacy of relying solely on Gong Qian and their relatively weak forces, who were hardly sufficient to contend with the perfect being. Little fish? Yulai answered the call and inquired. Yuxian stood upright and responded, "Minister, it is I. I have pressing matters to report." After receiving Yulai's consent, he succinctly recounted the events of their operation, detailing the encounter with the perfect being that had devoured Hu Weijie, and how, through awakening Hu Weijie's consciousness, he successfully siphoned the perfect being's memories with the latter's cooperation. The perfect being? The actions of the exorcism squad were indeed fraught with twists and turns. Upon hearing Yuxian's report, Yulai found himself momentarily speechless by the circumstances faced by Yuxian and his team. However, upon grasping the terrifying nature of the perfect being, he quickly recognized the monumental threat such a creature posed to the nation. This time, only one had been created. What might follow? Once this monstrosity can be mass-produced, the consequences will be unimaginable. In Silver City, at the five-star hotel, Scott remained in slumber until suddenly, darkness enveloped the room, plunging it into an abyss of pitch black. Scott immediately opened his eyes, rose, and knelt on the floor, respectfully stating, "Master, what are your commands?" The perfect being had been located first by the Qilin faction. It must not be allowed to fall into their hands. A cold voice emerged from the shadows. Scott furrowed his brow and replied, "But master, my strength alone may not suffice to retrieve the perfect being. In 10 minutes, Nightwing will provide you with support. Remember to act swiftly and retreat immediately after reclaiming the perfect being," the Shadow intoned gravely. To confront the Chelan faction directly, Scott took a deep breath, bowed his head, and affirmed, "As you wish, my master." The rapid spread of this news was largely due to the immense commotion caused by the clash of dragon-level beings. Unlike the lockdown zone, Yuxian and the others had not set up formations, and the tremors were perceptible in the periphery of Silver City. Each of Gong Qian's punches resonated powerfully, reaching far and wide. Had Scott not been asleep, he would have likely sensed the disturbance of their battle. As the surrounding darkness dissipated, Scott returned to the hotel. Rising from the floor, he promptly donned his trench coat, wrapping himself tightly in black bandages before swiftly exiting through the window. Upon leaving Silver City and arriving at an abandoned village outside the city, a masked man emerged from a dwelling armed with 2 large machetes. "Let us depart." The man cast a glance at Scott, then coldly remarked. Meanwhile, Yuxian hung up the phone, waiting with a sense of assurance for further assistance. Since Gong Qian could not single-handedly deal with the perfect being, the simplest solution was to summon more individuals to aid her. For instance, Jean Dajuan, who was still handling the corpse of Daimos, the naval colonel stationed along the coast, and the recently arrived Demon Slayer team in Rongqing all were called upon for support. With their assistance, the perfect being could be adequately addressed. Given that his involvement here was likely at an end, he could focus on his own matters. He conjured a bubble, reclining within it, and began to reflect on his circumstances. So far, he had consumed blood 3 times. The first was instigated by Nora, wherein he ingested synthetic blood. That occasion left him merely intoxicated, without any acquisition of skill trees. The second instance involved the blood of Pangu, which not only completed his vampiric abilities, but also granted him Pangu's skill tree, endowing him with a second heart. Now, in this third instance of blood consumption, he had acquired the skill tree of the perfect being, manifesting a third heart. This indicated that his blood-sucking could likely yield the target's skill tree. This was evidently not an innate ability of vampires, however. He could not discern whether this power was an inherent trait acquired upon becoming a vampire or a unique ability that emerged after absorbing Panga's blood. Furthermore, he pondered whether this capability was effective against all beings. If so, could he potentially gain the abilities of any creature simply by consuming their blood? For instance, could the bluebird transform into a small avian creature after it has fed? Moreover, one must ponder whether its heart would multiply. Currently, it possesses 3 hearts, 2 of which are rhythmically pulsating. If this continues, might it not sprout an abundance of hearts? A vivid image unfurls in his mind, envisioning his hearts resembling a cluster of grapes, with each grape symbolizing a heart. Suddenly, he furrows his brow, his attention drawn to a particular bubble. In that fleeting moment, this minuscule bubble, concealed beneath the ground, was trampled upon. He can distinctly perceive the internal composition of each bubble, thus confirming that the material that crushed it was plastic. In other words, it was not an animal, but a human who traversed over the bubble. This bubble is situated between Xingyao Airport and Silver City. On the side of Xingyao Airport, only their demon-slaying squad is present, which implies that someone is advancing from Silver City towards Xingyao Airport. Could it be the enemy? In an instant, a realization dawns upon Yuxian. After all, none of the reinforcements he summoned were located in Silver City. The only plausible conclusion is that the adversaries are making their way from Silver City. In the dimly lit jungle, Scott and Nightwing advanced swiftly. They needed to arrive at the scene before the perfect organism was captured by the Kirin and retrieve it. Suddenly, an inconspicuous silver thread appeared before Scott, and in an instant, his neck was severed by it. Meanwhile, Nightwing reacted with remarkable speed, drawing his blade and slicing through the silver thread just as it was about to decapitate him. Be cautious, there's an ambush. Scott's body was separated from his head, yet the blood gushing from the severed neck seemed to tether him to his head, a manifestation of his ability, blood manipulation. He harnessed the blood to rotate his head, and upon closer observation, he discovered that the jungle was riddled with silver threads, each thread connected to an exceedingly tiny bubble, resembling miniature meteor strings. The most alarming aspect was their mobility. Before he could devise a countermeasure, 2 bubbles linked by a silver thread swiftly severed one of his arms from his blind spot. He had no choice but to reconnect it with his blood, but with the nerve severed, that arm would be rendered useless until reattached. Swish, swish, swish. The dense network of silver threads moved in tandem with the bubbles, launching relentless assaults from every conceivable angle, leaving no respite for Scott and Nightwing. What kind of ghastly ability is this? Where's the enemy? Scott's body gradually succumbed to dismemberment. Had he not possessed the power to control blood, he would have perished from excessive bleeding long ago. In contrast, Nightwing, accompanied by his twin blades, effortlessly countered all assaults from the Silver Threads. His weapons, evidently of extraordinary caliber, capable of severing the strands with a single stroke. High above, Lucien observed the duo's performance with unwavering calm, harboring no belief that they were truly ensnared in a desperate struggle. The logic was exceedingly straightforward. These two were undoubtedly drawn towards the perfect creature or their demon-slaying team. Perhaps even both. The tumult of Gong Qian's battle was so pronounced that they had no reason to misjudge their opponent's prowess. Thus, their audacity in approaching signified a firm confidence in their ability to prevail. If they could not navigate even his modest tricks, were they truly courting death? Acknowledging the premise that the two were superior to him, Lucien had no intention of engaging them head-on. Combat is not merely a contest of levels or numerical values. It is a measure of adaptability, instantaneous response, and tactical acumen. At that moment, Scott and Nightwing realized that their hidden adversary would not be easily deceived. They exchanged a knowing glance, and with Nightwing leading the charge, they surged forward to break free. It was true that Scott had been decapitated by the Silver Threads. The initial assault had indeed been too sudden, severing his neck. However, the subsequent strike that injured his arm was false. The series of attacks from Lucien allowed him to selectively endure blows that appeared lethal, yet inflicted minimal harm. Logically, having found themselves at a distinct disadvantage, the enemy ought to have emerged to inquire about their identities or investigate their affiliations. Yet, the assailants showed no inclination to reveal themselves. As the initial strategy faltered, Scott and Nightwing resorted to a more overt approach, determined to press forward and compel their adversaries to reveal themselves. It was evident that the enemy sought to prevent them from approaching the battleground where the perfect being resided. Thus, they charged ahead recklessly, forcing their opponents to confront them. Nightwing danced with his twin blades, a whirlwind of lethal precision, cleaving through silver threads and trees alike, advancing in a straight line and leaving destruction in his wake. Scott, concealed in the shimmering light of Nightwing's blades, pressed his hand against the jagged wound, his blood acting as an adhesive, binding the severed flesh together. In mere moments, the wounds across his body were mended by the congealed blood, leaving only the scars of his injuries. He retrieved an arrow from his storage ring, lamenting, "Damn it, to waste a precious wolf-grade artifact." With that, he smeared his blood upon the arrow and launched it skyward. Gazing upward, he declared, "The enemy is in the air." No sooner had he spoken than the arrow vanished abruptly. As he took a step forward, his other foot barely lifted off the ground. The arrow he had fired erupted from the earth, piercing through the sole of his foot. "Ah!" Scott cried out in agony, his body suspended by the arrow, swiftly hurtling toward the direction of Lucien. Among those endowed with spatial abilities, those who wield their powers adeptly can remain invincible, even if they are unable to vanquish foes of a higher caliber. After Lucien enhanced his vision with the blood of silver, he diligently observed the two individuals from a lofty height, capturing every subtle movement of theirs without fail. Scott's slightest actions were utterly transparent to him. Upon spotting the arrow, he deftly maneuvered a bubble concealed underground to swiftly approach Scott, subsequently utilizing another bubble to intercept the arrow and deliver it beneath Scott's feet. In theory, any attack he could perceive could be redirected. Only assaults that surpassed his reaction speed posed a genuine threat. For instance, certain attacks from the perfect beings were executed with such swiftness that he could not react in time, resulting in the bubble being shattered instantaneously, leaving no moment for him to act. Compared to the perfect beings, Scott's speed was significantly slower, allowing Lucien to effortlessly deflect all of his attacks. Fool! Nightwing cursed silently upon witnessing Scott injured by his own assault, yet he swiftly pivoted and leaped, severing the arrowhead with a single stroke. Upon landing, he quickly cut through the encroaching silver threads, granting Scott a precious opportunity for healing. Scott extracted the arrow shaft devoid of its tip from his foot, hastily removed his shoe, and, racing against time, applied a healing spray before donning a fresh pair of shoes. The entire process consumed approximately 4 to 6 seconds. Once they had completed their tasks, the two seamlessly resumed their escape. Their synergy was not born from frequent collaboration or familiarity, but rather from a wealth of combat experience that fostered a shared understanding of warfare, a tacit consensus between them. Now both individuals are acutely aware of their adversary's presence above them, yet they lack the ability to soar through the skies. Among the extraordinary, the capacity for flight is not exceedingly rare, though it is not universally possessed. Approximately 30% of these individuals can fly unaided, while an additional 20% can harness their powers in conjunction with technology or ride upon their companions to achieve flight. The remainder are relegated to traversing the ground. Scott and Nightwing possess certain aerial countermeasures, but their lack of true flight capability renders their margin for error perilously slim. As they sprint, they remain vigilant for opportunities to retaliate, knowing that their response must be swift, precise, and ruthless. Otherwise, the enemy may effortlessly redirect their offensive efforts back upon them, as exemplified by the lesson learned from Scott's own missteps. 066. The combat intelligence of Yuxian in the midst of their quest for opportunities. Yuxian heard Zhang Shou's voice emanating from the bubble in his ear. Zhang Shou had previously been dispatched back to the office, tasked with retrieving more explosives from the equipment room. Yuxian had discovered the remarkable efficacy of these bombs, particularly when combined with his spatial bubble, leaving enemies with no chance to evade. The bombs manufactured by Qilin possess formidable power, yet their primary drawback lies in their inability to accurately strike targets. Should one use them from too close a distance, there is a significant risk of inflicting harm upon one's own allies. Conversely, if deployed from too far away, they become conspicuously obvious, allowing most extraordinary beings the opportunity to escape prior to detonation. Hence, these explosives are typically only effective against creatures of lesser intelligence or sluggish, large-scale extraordinary beings. Unless one finds themselves in an environment with unique terrain, utilizing them against extraordinary humans proves to be rather ineffective. Currently, the naval forces are the most frequent users of these bombs. This is due to the fact that the extraordinary creatures inhabiting the ocean often possess immense sizes, and a mere few well-placed explosives can easily overturn them. All right, transmit all of them over, Yuxian promptly responded. He had previously expended all the explosives he had on annihilating the perfect beings. Moments later, an increasing number of bombs were transmitted to him, and he swiftly stored various types of explosives in his storage space. With these new munitions at his disposal, he effectively mitigated his shortcomings in lethality. His silver lines could scarcely eliminate the weaker Scott, let alone the dual-blade wielding Nightwing. Even he harbored doubts that Nightwing, even without his dual blades, could be penetrated by the silver threads forged from the blood of the silver, just as one instinctively feels trepidation upon encountering a fully grown tiger. So too did Nightwing exude an aura of intimidation with every movement. It was evident that his prowess was formidable. While he may not reach the caliber of a tiger, he certainly possessed the strength of an upper-tier wolf. At that moment, the two individuals on the ground suddenly diverged, one sprinting to the right, the other to the left. Their strategy was deceptively simple. Once separated, the adversary above could focus on only one target, allowing the other to seize the opportunity to strike. Sometimes, the simplest of plans yield the greatest efficacy. Unless Yuxian possessed an extensive range of perception, he could genuinely only fixate on one of them. Typically, he would direct his attention to the more threatening Nightwing, yet an instinct warned him that Scott was, in fact, the more perilous foe. Consequently, after the two split, he set his sights on Scott, manipulating the surrounding silver threads to swiftly ensnare him. Damn it, he is targeting me, Scott thought, avoiding an oncoming silver thread attack. His brow furrowed in contemplation. As Yuxian had surmised, although Scott's strength was inferior to Nightwing's, the arsenal and tools at his disposal far surpassed those of Nightwing. Given a single opportunity, he could unleash devastation that eclipsed that of Nightwing. The issue at hand is that Yuxian has locked onto him, leaving him no opportunity to utilize those props and equipment. Even if he attempted to do so, Yuxian would have ample time to react, redirecting the attack towards him with his spatial abilities. Now, he can only place his hopes on Nightwing. Suddenly, a figure clad in silver armor appears ahead, swiftly charging with a steel blade in hand. Scott did not anticipate that the enemy would dare to approach so closely. He let out a cold sneer as a dagger materialized in his grasp. As they drew near, both struck simultaneously, with the dagger effortlessly severing the steel blade. Following this, Scott instinctively drove the dagger into the chest of the armored figure. Something felt amiss. The moment the dagger pierced, the smile on Scott's face quickly vanished, and in the next instant, the armor erupted in a thunderous explosion. Boom! Scott was hurled backward, crashing violently against a rock. which instantly became marred with a spiderweb of cracks. In the air, Yuxian, sensing the tide of battle had turned, revealed a hint of a smile. Combat had never been about sheer strength, but rather wits. He had woven an armor from the silver threads of silver blood, placing a multitude of explosives within the hollow shell, effortlessly deceiving Scott. Spurt. On the ground, Scott coughed up a mouthful of blood. There was no time for healing. He looked down to find 50 bombs lying in wait for him, seizing the moment of his weakness to claim his life. Boom. This explosion was far more powerful than the last. In an instant, Scott's body was reduced to a shattered sack, trembling amidst a rain of blood and flesh. The combination of a spatial ability user and advanced technology proved to be devastatingly lethal. In the final moments, Scott inexplicably thought to himself, and then darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. After the explosion subsided, numerous silver threads swiftly extended from countless tiny bubbles. After dismembering Scott, one of the silver threads cautiously retrieved the storage ring from his finger, while another located the dagger propelled away by the blast. This dagger was undoubtedly an extraordinary piece of equipment, its value considerable. Once the spoils were collected, Yuxian unleashed another 100 bombs, utterly reducing Scott's remains to dust. Most extraordinary beings possess vitality far surpassing that of ordinary humans, particularly vampires, werewolves, or those fortunate enough to wield abilities akin to Pangu's immortality. At higher levels, even a mere head could survive. The Kirin has amassed substantial evidence that one must eradicate threats thoroughly. Leaving no opportunity for these adversaries to rise again is imperative. Otherwise, regret is certain to follow. Having confirmed Scott's demise was absolute, Yuxian turned his gaze to the right. It was time for another target. In an instant, he vanished from the bubble, reappearing in another. Although he lacked the energy to monitor another foe directly, he could maneuver a bubble towards the enemy's direction. As long as the adversary did not change course erratically, his bubble should remain within proximity. Where are they? The enemy remains concealed while he strikes them down one by one. In the shadows where foes lurk and I tread cautiously, Yuxian sat within a bubble, gazing down at the ground, yet he failed to detect the presence of Nightwing. Instantly, he sensed an ominous signal of danger and swiftly relocated, transporting himself to a bubble of space closest to the perfect being. Regardless of the adversary's schemes, he resolved to remain unresponsive. Ultimately, their goal was either the exorcism squad or the perfect being. However concealed their intentions might be, they would inevitably converge upon him. There was no need for Yuxian to engage in a game of hide-and-seek, placing himself in peril. Meanwhile, Nightwing, camouflaged as a stone, intently observed the sky. Due to Scott's arrows, Yuxian had recently changed his position, necessitating some time for Nightwing to locate him in the elevated expanse. He had unwavering faith in Scott's prowess. Believing that even if the enemy proved formidable, Scott would not fall to them, he had ample time to seek out his airborne adversary. The enemy was well concealed. Nightwing's expression was grave as he scanned the heavens, knowing that once he locked onto his target, he was confident he could vanquish this troublesome foe with a single strike. Having a formidable ally is indeed a delightful experience. Whether it is the Eagle-level Ascendant Scott or the Wolf-level Ascendant Nightwing, both belong to the ranks of seasoned warriors who have endured countless battles. The number of extraordinary beings who have perished at their hands is not merely in the hundreds, but perhaps even thousands. Their ability to execute seamless coordination stems from their extensive experience in combat. The reason they are manipulated by Yuxian lies primarily in the shadows where he operates, while they remain in the light. Nightwing now seeks to reverse this dynamic, intending to conceal himself in darkness and await Yuxian's exposure in the open. Once he identifies his adversary, armed with his vast experience in slaughter, he possesses a myriad of methods to eliminate his foe. Half an hour swiftly elapsed. Nightwing failed to locate the elusive Yuxian hidden in the sky, and he realized that the enemy seemingly had no intention of seeking him out. A surge of murderous intent welled up within him, his hands gripping the hilt of his blade tightly. Just as he was ready to abandon his disguise, a formidable presence rushed past overhead. It was the Golden Army. Nightwing's heart sank, prompting him to retreat into concealment, unwilling to make any hasty movements. While he held confidence in his own strength, even possessing weapons capable of inflicting significant damage on dragon-level foes, those were designed to counter perfect beings. Not the tools needed for dealing with the Qilin side, which resided with Scott. After the Golden Army had departed, he lay in wait for a full 10 minutes. When he finally rose to make his exit again, a massive seagull soared overhead. Nightwing instinctively recoiled once more, That seagull was none other than Rear Admiral Ohuchin, a formidable opponent in his own right, possessing tiger-level prowess. As the night unfolded, Nightwing began to harbor concerns regarding Scott's situation. Should Scott encounter the formidable beings summoned by the Kirin, his demise would be inevitable unless he resorted to his hidden trump cards ahead of time. The likelihood of successfully completing their mission dwindled with each passing moment. Initially, the plan entailed a surprise assault where he and Scott would strike simultaneously. Scott would unleash a treasure capable of subduing dragon-level adversaries, while he wielded a dragon-class weapon designed to inflict severe damage on perfect beings. Once they incapacitated the perfect being, they would swiftly eliminate the Kirin's personnel and retreat with their prize. However, before they could reach their intended target, they were ambushed, caught in a precarious predicament. Activating their treasures would spell failure for their mission, yet refraining from doing so made it difficult to subdue their foes. Ultimately, their entire strategy was thrown into disarray. 5 minutes elapsed, and upon confirming that the Kirin had no reinforcements en route, Nightwing prepared to emerge from concealment. At that moment, a massive seagull returned, causing him to freeze once more. Before he could react, a fist descended from above, forcefully driving him into the ground. Subsequently, a barrage of water arrows pierced his body, pinning him to the earth with such swiftness that he barely had time to draw his weapon. A bubble materialized beside the seagull, and Yucien, observing the prostrate Nightwing, spoke. Indeed, Colonel Jean, Colonel O, this is the individual. Do not let him perish easily. Rest assured, both old O and I are adept in this regard. Colonel Jean chuckled. The two then collaborated, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Nightwing, decisively shattering his spine, pelvis, and various joints, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. Upon determining that Nightwing's recovery abilities were not particularly formidable, and that breaking his bones at hourly intervals would suffice, Yucien gently descended to the ground. Nightwing glared intensely at Yucien, a seething desire to devour him evident in his eyes. He had not anticipated being bested by a mere child. However, Yucien merely responded to Nightwing's furious gaze with a cheerful smile. Initially, he had intended to wait patiently for an opportunity, but unexpectedly, Jean Dajuan and O Huchin arrived in quick succession. With powerful allies at his back, he promptly relayed the intelligence concerning their foe to the duo. Coincidentally, as O Huchin soared through the sky in the guise of a seagull, he had indeed noticed Nightwing's presence, although he initially mistook him for an ally. Upon realizing that he could be an adversary, he returned with Jean Dajuan. It is undeniable that having a formidable support system can make one's endeavors much easier. The enemies that Yucien had to approach with utmost caution were swiftly dealt with by Jean Dajuan and O Huchin. And Scott? Nightwing rasped, inquiring about his companion. Yucien leaned closer to Nightwing, grinning as he replied, If you are referring to another, he is undoubtedly deceased. You cannot possibly believe he still has a chance at survival. Despite the proximity, Yucien was fully prepared to teleport at any moment, having approached merely to gauge Nightwing's capacity for resistance. Once he confirmed that Nightwing was utterly immobilized, Yucien revealed his fangs and, under Nightwing's incredulous gaze, sank them into his neck, beginning to drink deeply. At that moment, this lad finally bore a semblance of a vampire. Jean Dajuan could not help but laugh. Primarily, during their previous encounters, Yucien had either been basking in the sun or sunbathing, resembling more of a superhuman who gains strength from sunlight rather than a vampire. At that moment, Yucien voluntarily released Nightwing and furrowed his brow, stating, Nightwing, it appears that you are on the Chelan's bounty list. Capturing you would yield a reward of 100,000 merit points. Are you the infamous assassin, Nightwing? Jean Dajuan expressed his surprise. Although the three of them had apprehended Nightwing, they were not fully aware of his identity, only recognizing him as an adversary intent on sabotaging their operations. However, Yucien had extracted a wealth of information from Nightwing's memories and was now thoroughly acquainted with his true identity. Nightwing had once been a martial artist, albeit not an extraordinary one, merely a common individual who had mastered a particular sword technique to an exceptionally profound level. Upon realizing that he could never surpass a bug-level extraordinary being, he was seduced by foreign powers and transformed into a genetically enhanced individual. With his newfound physical prowess far exceeding that of an ordinary person, his swordsmanship gained a terrifying lethality, making it exceedingly difficult for even those with special abilities to gain the upper hand against him. Henceforth, he began to serve foreign forces, simultaneously honing his swordsmanship while taking on various assassination contracts to earn money. Yu Xian recounted every detail about Nightwing, prompting Jin Dajun to step forward and deliver 2 resounding slaps across Nightwing's face, exclaiming, "Damn it, so you're just a traitorous scoundrel. Take him back." We are also researching gene enhancement technologies, which are significantly more advanced abroad. Perhaps we can obtain valuable samples from this individual, Ohuchin remarked casually. After speaking, he stepped forward and pressed his hand on Yi Yi, activating his ability in the next moment. Yi Yi's body gradually contracted, and amidst a shimmer of green light, he slowly transformed into a pig. A look of terror crossed his face, but all that escaped his lips were grunts and snorts. "This is the Pangu transformation technique," Yu Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Jin Dajun nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, Old O is one of the fortunate few who have awakened the Pangu transformation technique. This ability is truly enviable. This technique is not as formidable as you might think. Even transforming a weaker entity into another animal demands considerable stamina. In truth, the actual application of this ability is to alter one's own form, allowing for endless transformations. Most importantly, changing oneself requires minimal energy," Ohuchin remarked, playfully tugging at Yi Yi's pigtail as he smiled at the two. "I often transform into a giant seagull, utilizing this very ability." In the aftermath of subduing Nightwing, the trio returned to the front lines. Jin Dajun called out, swiftly joining Gong Qian in their efforts to contain the perfect creature. Ohuchin handed the struggling little pig Nightwing to Yu Xian, and then gradually approached, his form transforming into a towering 3-meter-high gorilla. With a huff, the little pig Nightwing squirmed vigorously in Yu Xian's grasp. Unfortunately, now that he was a pig, with his tail firmly held, no matter how he twisted, he could not escape Yu Xian's strong grip. Yu Xian carried the little pig Nightwing back to the mountaintop, where Zhang Shou had already been teleported back. Upon seeing the plump little pig in Yu Xian's hands, he exclaimed with delight, "Xianyu, where did you find this little pig? Are we having a barbecue here?" A vivid image of a roasted pig flashed in his mind, and he instinctively swallowed hard. This pig was once a person, recently transformed into this form by Colonel O's Pangu transformation technique. "Are you certain you want to eat it?" Yu Xian inquired with a playful smile directed at Zhang Shou. Upon realizing it had once been human, Zhang Shou immediately shook his head. "Then let's pass on that." In truth, from a theoretical standpoint, the creature transformed by the Pangu technique had undergone a fundamental cellular change. It was indeed a pig now, without question. Qing Niao, suppressing her laughter, remarked, "That's true." Zhang Shou turned to Qing Niao, teasingly asking, "So, Sister Qing Niao, would you dare to eat it?" "I don't particularly enjoy eating meat," Qing Niao promptly replied. Yu Xian created a bubble and tossed the little pig, Yi Yi, inside, chuckling. "Even if you dare to eat, you cannot do so now. His body still holds research value. Once the study is complete, then you may consider it." "Who would even consider that?" Zhang Shou retorted. Qing Niao gazed at the 3 individuals in the distance, who were collaborating to pummel a perfect creature, and inquired, "Xianyu, are we merely to wait idly? What else is there to do?" Yu Xian replied as he retrieved a storage ring from his pocket, looking up at Qing Niao. They truly dared not approach. The residual force from the trio's attacks could obliterate them in an instant. Thus, one must possess self-awareness. Fragile mages should refrain from always charging to the forefront. For instance, when Yu Xian faced off against Scott and Yi Yi, he never dared to present himself before them. Both Scott and Yi Yi were astonishingly powerful for someone of his caliber, without spatial abilities, relying solely on his silver blood and ordinary bubbles. He could not inflict significant damage upon them. Of course, every loss comes with gain. Scott lost his life, and thus Yu Xian acquired wealth. As he was the sole victor over Scott, consequently, all spoils from Scott belonged entirely to him. Presently, he was most curious about the extent of Scott's assets and hoped that Scott had the habit of carrying all his possessions with him. He meticulously examined the entire ring according to the knowledge in the Qilin app, particularly focusing on the inner circle, ensuring there were no hidden mechanisms. Generally speaking, the internal space of a storage ring is self-contained, rendering it impossible to manipulate its contents. However, the ring itself can be equipped with mechanisms, such as concealed darts or other small weaponry. Nonetheless, Scott appears to possess considerable confidence in his own abilities, as his storage ring lacks such devices. Once assured of his safety, Yu Xian adorned his left hand with the ring, primarily because his right hand already bore one. Upon wearing the ring, he concentrated on his left hand and immediately sensed an expansive space, astonishingly larger than that of his own storage ring. How extravagant! Initially, Yuxian beheld stacks upon stacks of money within the space. He roughly estimated the amount to be at least 10 million. The first thought that surged through his mind was that such a fortune would be more than sufficient to reclaim his family's small factory. His father had refrained from selling the factory in pursuit of medical treatment, partly because the sale would not yield enough funds, and partly because he wished to bequeath the factory to Yuxian, sparing him the burdens of financial struggle. When Yuxian was diagnosed with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, he resolved to sell the factory, as the old Yu family had no other heirs. If he were unable to survive, the factory would ultimately be reclaimed by the authorities. Thus, he deemed it better to take a desperate gamble. Little did he anticipate that after much turmoil, not only had he survived, but he now possessed the means to redeem the factory. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, he relinquished the notion of reclaiming the factory. After all, he had now ventured into the realm of the extraordinary and ought to sever ties with the mundane. Should adversaries in the future leverage the factory against him, it would pose a grave danger to the workers within. Certainly, with such a substantial fortune, he will undoubtedly be free from financial worries in the future. Once he activates the abilities of the perfect skill tree, including the super stomach and super taste, he can indulge in exquisite culinary delights daily and savor life to the fullest. Having contemplated how to manage this wealth, he continued to explore the contents of his spatial storage. The first thing he encountered was a myriad of potions, each housed in exquisite bottles, with their names elegantly inscribed on the labels. There were numerous healing potions. Upon inspection, Yuxian discovered over 50 bottles dedicated solely to healing, alongside others designed to enhance defense and improve reaction time. However, Scott had been caught off guard by his cunning maneuver. In the midst of his unpreparedness, the outcome was instantaneous, leaving no time to utilize any of these potions. After examining the potions, Yuxian continued his exploration of Scott's storage ring, which was filled with an abundance of treasures. Beside the potions lay an array of weapons, not merely standard fare, but rather each piece appeared to be meticulously crafted, with the least among them likely of eagle-grade quality. Yuxian retrieved a staff, and in an instant, he felt a profound connection, as if the staff were an extension of his own being. His spirits surged with vitality, and his perception heightened significantly. Although he could not see the scenery behind him, he could vaguely sense the swaying of trees. In gaming terminology, this staff presumably possessed attributes such as Spirit 1, Perception 1, and a 10 recovery rate from mental energy. Yuxian dallied with the staff for a moment, then tossed it to Zhang Shou, chuckling, "Old Zhang, why don't you try invoking a skill with it?" "Good heavens, a staff?" Zhang Shou exclaimed, taken aback. Transcendent equipment has consistently been in high demand. As an Eastern faction, Qilin has never had many transcendent weapons like staves. Every time they acquired one, it would be snatched up by the personnel under their command. Zhang Shou attempted to activate Healing Touch, and instantly, a tentacle a third thicker than before materialized out of thin air. "The enhancement is far too significant," Zhang Shou remarked. Astonished, Yuxian responded with a smile, "It's yours. Make good use of it. This is far too precious. Let me reimburse you with merits," Zhang Shou earnestly replied. "Casual treats are fine since they don't cost much, but this staff is of immense value." He diligently peruses the Qilin app daily, absorbing knowledge about the transcendent world. So he is acutely aware that if this staff were listed on Qilin, it might not fetch 100 million, but it could certainly command a price of at least 70 or 80 million, though that price would undoubtedly be inflated. "Just use it for now, and you can repay me when you're more financially comfortable," Yuxian casually suggested. Then, he resumed examining Scott's storage ring, experiencing a sense of treasure hunting. For the fellow possessed a plethora of valuable items. Several small goals indeed, as a horse cannot thrive without nighttime grass, nor can a person flourish without unexpected wealth. Subsequently, Yuxian discovered a considerable amount of gold within Scott's storage ring, estimated to weigh at least 100 pounds. The price of gold has been steadily rising, positioning it alongside silver as one of the most precious metals. However, silver's inflated value is a result of deliberate manipulation by the Blood Clan's capital, whereas gold remains genuinely scarce. Gold serves as the most crucial medium in alchemy. Substances akin to the Philosopher's Stone necessitate substantial quantities of gold. Yuxian calculated that if he were to sell all this gold, he would instantly transform into a billionaire. Yet, this so-called billionaire status merely marks the attainment of a modest financial milestone. Yuxian has already begun contemplating the purchase of a new home. The community in which he currently resides is ultimately meant for ordinary individuals, and he often feels constrained, apprehensive of disturbing others. Given the opportunity, he yearns for a larger residence, ideally a standalone villa with a spacious garden and high privacy, allowing him to bask in the sun and hone his abilities without concern for the impact on others. 100 million should suffice, he mused, recalling the housing prices in Silver City. Not long after the outbreak of the anomalous insect plague in Silver City, property values plummeted significantly. Houses that once commanded 400 to 500 million are now available for 100 to 200 million, and some less desirable locations can be acquired for 70 to 80 million. It is fair to say that if there is a need to purchase property in Silver City, the present moment presents itself as the most opportune time. Subsequently, Yuxian continued to inventory Scott's possessions. It appeared that Scott harbored a penchant for collecting spoils of war, as evidenced by the abundance of second-hand equipment in the storage space. The sheer diversity of weaponry, some inscribed with the names of their former owners, made it abundantly clear to Yuxian that these items were, in theory, ill-gotten gains. The original owners had either met their demise or had fallen victim to Scott's thievery. Yuxian meticulously categorized the weapons, examining each piece with great care. The quality of a weapon does not necessarily correlate with the wielder's prowess. Even the most inexperienced adventurer might wield an extraordinary artifact, while a seasoned warrior could be armed with a mere trinket. In fact, amidst this assortment of gear, there were indeed some remarkable items. For instance, a certain fledgling practitioner wielded a dragon-class sword, which Scott had claimed after vanquishing its previous owner and had since kept untouched. Upon completing his assessment of the equipment, Yuxian estimated that selling these items could yield him a profit of at least 500 to 600 million. He felt somewhat bemused. Dispatching a single Scott had bestowed upon him such wealth. If he were to eliminate a few more, would he not swiftly ascend to the status of the wealthiest individual in Silver City? The notion of gaining riches through bloodshed and arson was not lost on him. Yuxian resolved to retain the gold for himself while selling off all the unusable equipment to headquarters. Qilin had been actively acquiring various extraordinary items, as the teams were in dire need of exceptional weaponry and gear. According to established procedures, the weapons and equipment confiscated from criminals are first publicly announced by Qilin to the extraordinary beings. Simultaneously, attempts are made to contact the rightful owners or the victim's relatives, informing them that the perpetrator has been dealt with and inquiring whether they wish to redeem these items. Should the individuals choose not to pay for their retrieval, the weapons will then be placed in the official marketplace, available for purchase by members of various teams. In the realm of the extraordinary, the law is confined to the city. Once one steps beyond its borders, the law of the jungle prevails, where the strong prey upon the weak. This is the reason extraordinary beings are compelled to pay for the redemption of their equipment. The act of Qilin eliminating the murderer is, in essence, a form of vengeance, and thus the spoils rightfully belong to Qilin, a rule universally acknowledged among the extraordinary. When Yuxian became aware of these regulations, he was initially intrigued by the necessity of public disclosure and the outreach to the original owners. Later, he discovered the rationale behind this practice in one of the files, centuries ago, when Qilin did not yet adhere to this protocol. A member had been tragically mistaken for a murderer by the father of a victim due to their possession of weapons confiscated from criminals, ultimately leading to their untimely demise. Following this incident, the Qilin headquarters instituted this regulation, which has been upheld ever since. In truth, many parents of the missing have been vigilantly monitoring the website of the Battle Police, hoping to receive news of their children while simultaneously fearing that their weapons might appear on the public announcement site. Yuxian glanced at Scott's spoils and realized that, regrettably, hundreds of parents would soon be plunged into sorrow. By 9 o'clock that evening, the perfect being had finally met its end. In all likelihood, the night rendered it incapable of continuing photosynthesis, and its body lacked the energy necessary for self-repair, ultimately leading to its demise, with its form resembling that of desiccated straw at the time of death. Upon confirming the perfect organism had perished, Jin Dajuan and Oh Huchen each departed, as both had taken time from their busy schedules to provide assistance, and now that the matter was resolved, they naturally returned to their respective duties. The exorcism squad transported the corpse of the perfect organism through a portal back to their office, where the remains would be transferred to headquarters for further research. Yuxian, Zhang Shou, Gong Qian, and Qing Miao held a brief discussion and decided to rest for the night, deferring any matters until the morrow. At present, all leads regarding the potion resided within Yu Xian's mind, and it was evident that Peng Zhu had taken refuge, with even previous sightings by Hu Weijie likely being mere facades. Thus, urgency proved futile. Upon returning home, Yu Xian initially engaged in a confrontation with the perfect organism, followed by a battle of wits with Scott and Nightwing. Even though his body felt unburdened, his spirit bore some fatigue, prompting him to take a shower before lying down to indulge in a profound slumber. The following day, Yu Xian and Zhang Shou returned to school, the journey proving uneventful. After school that afternoon, the two made their way to the office, where, with the aid of the staff, Yu Xian meticulously replicated Peng Zhu's appearance. As long as Peng Zhu had previously presented himself to the public in this guise, he would undoubtedly evade no scrutiny. Subsequently, Yu Xian retrieved a substantial array of equipment for the staff to inventory, which would then be sold entirely to the Qilin headquarters. The headquarters of Qilin is undoubtedly secure, and Yu Xian has conveniently become a modest tycoon with several small aspirations. After attending to his affairs, Yu Xian leisurely returned to the Jinxing office, where Zhang Shou was lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a game, while Gong Qian and Qing Miao were quietly discussing attire. Yu Xian settled into a single chair and inquired, "Who is available this weekend?" "I'm not free. I've come across a promising mission and plan to head to Rongqing," Qing Miao promptly replied. Typically, team members do not congregate frequently, as they each pursue tasks that suit their individual strengths, striving to accumulate merit and grow stronger. However, due to a series of events involving the anomaly worm, Zhoutai, Demos, and perfect beings, they had gathered for an extended period. Now that various matters have reached a standstill, and finding Peng Zhu will not be a swift endeavor. Qing Miao intends to depart following the memorial service on Saturday. "I will accompany Sister Qing Miao," Zhang Shou interjected, raising his hand. Yu Xian expressed his surprise. "You are going to Rongqing?" "Indeed, I must strive to grow stronger. I cannot remain a mere spectator," Zhang Shou replied, uncharacteristically earnest. This mission has dealt a significant blow to both Qing Miao and Zhang Shou, as neither was able to contribute meaningfully had it not been for Yu Xian. Qing Miao would have perished. Throughout the ordeal, Zhang Shou merely observed, as if the events were of no concern to him. When Yu Xian engaged in thwarting Scott and Nightwing, Qing Miao and Zhang Shou reached a consensus. They must rise to the challenge, at the very least, not be the ones dragging the team down. Since the two individuals indeed have matters to attend to, Yu Xian had no choice but to turn to Gong Qian. However, Gong Qian also indicated that she had personal affairs to attend to. Yu Xian, feeling helpless, suddenly envisioned a golden, dopey goose in his mind. Since everyone was preoccupied, why not attempt to inquire with Nora? The headquarters' profound legacy is dauntingly formidable. On Saturday, a memorial service was held at the barracks outside Silver City. As there were no remains left of those who perished in the Demoth attack, the service was dedicated to symbolic tombs. The ceremony was presided over by Deputy Minister Xiao Cheng, who had hurried from headquarters. Upon hearing the names of former members of her team, Gong Qian was overwhelmed with sorrow, weeping profusely. Qing Miao consistently offered her comfort, yet ultimately, even she succumbed to the pervasive grief, quietly shedding tears. When Zhang Shou heard the name Yu Bo, he too could not contain his tears, his sobs escalating to drown out all others. Gong Qian, observing Zhang Shou's lamentations, found herself momentarily at a loss for tears. Following the memorial, Xiao Cheng made a point to meet with Yu Xian, not only to inquire about matters related to the perfect organism, but also to ask if Yu Xian faced any challenges or required resources. The headquarters was indeed in a quandary. They had yet to determine an appropriate reward for Yu Xian, only for him to achieve further merit in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, there was no concern of him overshadowing his superiors. Otherwise, the only recourse would be to grant him a pardon of sorts. In ancient times, bestowing a pardon implied that the subject's contributions had reached a level of merit that even the emperor found daunting. With positions and wealth exhausted as rewards, a pardon served to express the emperor's gratitude. However, Yu Xian was still far from exhausting the avenues of reward. The headquarters' dilemma stemmed from their appreciation and care for Yu Xian, as they aspired to bestow upon him the most fitting recognition. After Xiao Cheng's inquiry, Yu Xian's eyes lit up as he mentioned a weapon he desired, which just so happened to be located in the extraordinary containment facility of the Qilin headquarters. Designated as 033, codenamed Great Fire Flame Burning Heavenblade. This is a mysterious weapon from the abyss. Once drawn from its sheath, it will consume the user's lifespan in a continuous blaze. However, Its power is immensely terrifying. Even a slight burning of one's lifespan can unleash temperatures that even dragon-level beings find difficult to withstand. If one were to burn their lifespan recklessly, it could even produce strength surpassing that of a dragon. No, great fire flame burning heaven blade. You cannot wield it. Xiao Cheng immediately refuted after hearing Yu Xian's words. Yu Xian furrowed his brow and replied, Minister, that is not right. I am a vampire, my lifespan is infinite, so why can't I use it? Who said vampires have infinite lifespans? Xiao Cheng countered. Yu Xian was taken aback, then incredulously asked, do vampires actually age and die? Vampires may not age, but their lifespans are not infinite. You may not realize that lifespan is fundamentally a concept. If you possess abilities such as the Eye of Data or the Eye of Truth, you would discover that vampires do have a lifespan, and it is indeed finite. Xiao Cheng explained earnestly. Yu Xian frowned and inquired, then Minister, what happens when a vampire's lifespan reaches zero? Generally speaking, when the lifespan of an immortal being reaches zero, it signifies the arrival of their destined death. They could perish from an enemy's attack, or even be struck down by a bolt of lightning, Xiao Cheng replied. In simpler terms, even an immortal can meet their end beneath the wheels of a vehicle. Thus, when viewed from the future, it becomes evident that there exists a limit to their lifespan, defined by the interval from their birth to the moment of their demise. They may simply live longer than others, yet their existence is not without boundaries. Take, for instance, the progenitor of the vampiric lineage, who has surpassed 5 centuries. Should he meet his end today, his lifespan would amount to merely 500 years, rather than being infinite. Minister, do the flames of the infernal blazing blade consume the ethereal threads of fate? Yu Xian could not help but inquire after hearing Xiao Cheng's words. Xiao Cheng nodded in affirmation, stating, indeed, this can be understood in such a manner, as it undeniably brings one ever closer to the specter of death. Then, esteemed Minister, does the headquarters possess any special bloodlines with capabilities akin to the Eye of Data or the Eye of Truth? Yu Xian promptly resolved to alter his objective. He no longer dared to wield the infernal blazing blade. Instead, he set his sights on the Eye of Data or the Eye of Truth, believing that if he could ascertain his own lifespan, he might discover ways to extend it. His fear of death was profound. Initially, he had thought that becoming a vampire would grant him eternal life, only to find that vampires are not truly immortal. This realization weighed heavily upon him. We do not possess the Eye of Data or the Eye of Truth. However, we do have a dragon-level universal appraisal skill book, which can also reveal one's lifespan. If you desire it, I can assist you in applying for it, Xiao Cheng replied. Yu Xian's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly. Thank you, Minister. I would like this skill book. Very well, it will be dispatched from headquarters on Monday, Xiao Cheng smiled. Yu Xian then inquired about the skill books, primarily curious about their origins and whether there were any additional skill books available. Remarkably, the headquarters possessed a considerable number of skill books, all originating from the entity numbered 023, codenamed Death Game Console. This phenomenon emerged from a gaming enthusiast who, upon indulging in forbidden fruit, acquired extraordinary abilities. He was capable of creating a perpetually existing gaming console, through which he could obtain skill books, weaponry, and even wealth. However, unbeknownst to him, the characters within this console were limited to a single life. Should a character perish in the game, the player would also meet their demise. Inevitably, the gaming enthusiast met his fate during a boss battle due to a momentary lapse in skill. Moreover, the game's monsters would respawn indefinitely. If the console remained unplayed for a period, and the number of monsters exceeded its capacity, they would breach into the real world. It was precisely due to the sudden appearance of these creatures that the authorities became aware of the console's existence. Initially, to validate its capabilities, dozens of death row inmates lost their lives, and once the console's purpose was elucidated, it was subsequently sealed away. Monsters would only be purged from reality when their numbers became overwhelming. These monsters, upon entering the real world, would also drop a variety of equipment and items, ranging from insect grade to dragon grade. Currently, there exist only 9 dragon grade skill books, each possessing immense value, with the privilege of exchange granted solely to those who have achieved first-class merit. Coincidentally, Yu Xian was among those qualified. Under the introduction of Xiao Cheng, Yu Xian became acquainted with the remaining 8 skill books, which were equipment enhancement technique, weapon forging technique, monster immobilization technique, spatial teleportation technique, field deceleration technique, dragon-level creation technique, dragon-level contract technique, and dragon-level sealing technique. To be frank, Apart from the spatial teleportation technique, which piqued his interest due to its connection with the ability to collide with spatial bubbles, he was fervently eager for the other 7 skill books. With the equipment enhancement technique, he could create top-tier armor and elevate the most ordinary weapons to divine levels. If he possessed the weapon forging technique, he could manufacture extraordinary weapons in bulk, confidently declaring, "I have never been fond of money. It holds no allure for me." The remaining abilities, though all combat-oriented, were terrifyingly potent. Particularly, the dragon-level sealing technique had the capability to seal dragon-level monsters. Unless someone intervened from the outside to break the seal, it could last for tens of thousands of years. Such power was indeed formidable. On Monday, feeling averse to attending school, Yu Xian reclined in the expansive garden of his traditional Chinese villa, exuding an air of lethargy. The previous day, he had accompanied Nora to inspect properties, ultimately selecting this particular villa, which sprawls across 3 acres amidst the myriad of homes for sale in Silver City. The primary allure of this residence lies in its proximity to both the school and the eastern part of the city, coupled with the fact that it is already furnished and ready for immediate occupation. If one were to cite a drawback, it would certainly be the steep asking price, which amounts to 2 modest goals. Before his transformation into a vampire, Yu Xian would have needed to sell himself to afford such an opulent estate. However, having previously liquidated Scott's collection of trophies, he now finds himself a minor affluent figure, capable of purchasing this villa while still retaining 2 modest goals. These 2 goals are more than sufficient for him to indulge in a life of comfort and extravagance. The twists of fate can be remarkably enchanting. Fortune may arise from misfortune, or vice versa, rendering the unpredictability of destiny a mystery to all. Ever since his father's illness, a series of unfortunate events had beset him. Yet now, with the tide turning, it is Yu Xian's turn to revel in the fruits of his fortune. At present, he is diligently working to activate his super stomach to store energy, and in a few days, once activated, he plans to further enhance his super taste, along with preparations to activate his super smell, primarily. The extraordinary olfactory ability belongs to an exceptionally peculiar class of search capabilities. The perfect being can detect Hu Weijia from several kilometers away solely due to its astonishing sense of smell. Although the scent from Hu Weijia should theoretically not reach such distances, the perfect being still perceives it. Once these 3 skills are activated, Yu Xian will continue to cultivate the Pangu immortal technique. Although Deputy Minister Xiao Cheng's words cast a fleeting shadow of doubt regarding immortality, it is precisely this uncertainty that fuels his desire to attain the Pangu immortal technique. After all, theoretically, the harder one is to kill, the longer their lifespan must be. It is unlikely that a situation would arise where the entire world conspires against a single individual, determined to see them perish. At that moment, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, circling gracefully above Yu Xian's villa before gently landing. As the golden light dispersed, it revealed Ether, who had crossed paths with Yu Xian previously. Standing in the garden, Ether gazed around at the scenery with a carefree demeanor, continuously expressing admiration, and ultimately enviously remarked, "Xian Yu, your life is simply splendid, unlike mine. I am perpetually exhausted from my daily struggles." Returning to Yanjing only to reside in a cramped 2-meter capsule dormitory. "Why not come stay with me? I have ample space and numerous rooms." Yu Xian replied with a cheerful smile. Ether quickly recoiled in fear, exclaiming, "I never expected you to be such a lecherous creature, coveting my beauty. It seems I must keep my distance from you in the future." "You? Coveting beauty? You are no more than a goose." Yu Xian assessed Ether from head to toe, then jestingly retorted, "A goose? What kind of measurement unit is that?" Ether did not fully comprehend, yet it did not hinder his understanding that Yu Xian was subtly belittling him. After a brief exchange of banter, Ether retrieved a neatly packaged box from one of his storage bags and remarked, "All right, I have other tasks to attend to. This is your headquarters delivery. Please confirm receipt and, if you would, kindly open it for inspection." "Thank you," Yu Xian replied as he rose to accept the box. With a deft motion of silver thread, he sliced through the packaging, causing the box to spring open, revealing a rather unassuming book within. He extracted the tome, and an instinctive urge surged within him as he uttered, "Learning." Instantly, the book transformed into radiant light, merging with his being, imparting upon him a newfound skill, appraisal. He immediately cast a glance at Ether and silently activated the appraisal skill. In his mind's eye, various attributes of Ether materialized. Name, Chung Pai code name, Ether race, human gender, male age, 22 lifespan, 269 level, intermediate eagle faction, Huaxia Dragon Dynasty Qilin Division, support department abilities. Light Chaser, can harness internal ether energy to envelop oneself, enabling near light speed movement. This ability does not generate kinetic energy, thus its destructive power is minimal. Etherlight Arrow, channels internal ether energy into arrows to strike targets. Due to its low destructive capability, it can only inflict damage on enemies of insect level or below. Summary: this is a swift yet feeble creature. Yuxian raised an eyebrow, gazing at Ether with a smile. So your name is Chung Pai. It has a certain charm to it. By the way, did you apply for that appraisal skill? In an instant, Itai inhaled sharply, quickly regaining his composure to inquire further. Upon seeing Yuxian nod in affirmation, Itai hastily clasped his hands over his chest, exclaiming with fervor, "From now on, I shall maintain my distance from you. I will categorically refuse any tasks associated with you. Farewell. No, let us not meet again." With that proclamation, he enveloped himself in Itai energy, denying Yuxian the chance to respond, and soared into the sky. Fleeing rapidly, Yuxian had intended to ask him if he wished to know the duration of his lifespan, but upon witnessing Itai's swift departure, he decided against it. He settled back into his recliner and raised his hand to employ the appraising technique upon himself. Consequently, his mind was filled with his own attributes: name, Yuxian alias, the salted fish race, luminous vampire gender, male age, 17 lifespan, 5322 level, above Sparrow faction, Huaxiao Longchao Qilin Division's exorcism team abilities, light devourer, capable of absorbing light energy that strikes his form, replenishing his body's various needs. Silver blood, able to consume silver, combining it with his own blood to form silver blood, which comprehensively enhances his attributes, while also allowing him to manipulate silver blood to create silver bloodlines for offense and defense. Spatial blood energy, a second mutation of blood energy, formed through the Pangu Spirit Pearl's divine ability combined with the first mutation of blood energy, granting him the extraordinary ability to create spatial bubbles that connect different spaces. Appraisal technique can expend mental energy to appraise a target, thereby generating an attribute panel for effortless understanding of the target. Conclusion: among the various elves, those that are unique are referred to as luminous elves, and you are none other than the luminous vampire. After thoroughly understanding his attributes, Yuxian's gaze ultimately settled on the lifespan section. Although 5,000 years is undeniably an extensive duration, he couldn't help but whimsically exclaim, "Only 5,000 years? How brief." This suggested that, after 5 millennia, he would perish due to some unforeseen circumstance. The mere thought of meeting his demise in a distant future cast a shadow over his spirits, leading to a reluctance to attend school. However, just as he contemplated indulging in a day of laziness, a couple of knocks echoed at the front door, prompting a resigned sigh. Nora had arrived. Having accompanied him to view the property the previous day, she was aware that he had purchased the villa and had swiftly moved in overnight. This earnest girl had long harbored the desire to walk to school alongside a classmate, and so they had agreed to walk together today. Yuxian was transported back to his bedroom by the bubble, and after changing into his school uniform, he found himself standing at the front door. Given the villa's expansive grounds, he had strategically placed bubbles throughout, allowing him to teleport directly to various locations without unnecessary detours. Upon opening the door, he found Nora standing cheerfully outside, her golden hair shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. As soon as she spotted him, she exclaimed with delight, "Good morning." "Good morning." Instinctively, Yuxian smiled in response. Just moments ago, he was reluctant to attend school, yet now he felt that perhaps it wasn't so bad after all. Indeed, men can be quite capricious at times. In the embrace of a splendid sun and a gentle breeze, the world appeared enchanting. Yuxian walked alongside Nora on the path leading to the Superpower Academy. Passers-by, upon encountering the duo, could not help but display a smile reminiscent of the beauty of life. Both were strikingly handsome, brimming with youthful exuberance, and their presence together resembled that of a prince and princess from a fairy tale, a match seemingly ordained by fate. "I have always longed to experience this feeling. It's truly delightful," Nora remarked with a smile as she spotted fellow students heading to school not far away. Having been accustomed to being chauffeured to and from school since childhood, she had often envied the lively camaraderie of her peers who joyfully walked together. Now, at last, she had a companion willing to accompany her to school, and her joy was palpable. Yuxian merely smiled, his attention focused on examining Nora's attribute panel. Name, Nora Rex alias. Dazed Goose Race. Hybrid mutant vampire gender. Female age. 17 lifespan. 53-22 level. Below Ant faction. Daughter of Duke Marcus Rex abilities. Daywalker. Immune to damage from sunlight and enhances resistance to various light-based attacks. Blood Flame. Capable of manipulating blood to ignite a fiery crimson flame reaching temperatures of 1,500 degrees Celsius, possessing formidable lethality. Summary. This is a beautiful yet feeble creature. Yu Xian was acutely aware of Nora's lack of strength. What truly astonished him was the fact that Nora's lifespan mirrored his own perfectly. Could it be that they would meet their demise on the same day, in the same month, and in the same year? Everyone was 17, and they all shared a life expectancy of 5,322. Such a coincidence seemed rather improbable. Suddenly, a vivid sequence of images filled Yu Xian's mind. He envisioned graduating alongside Nora, subsequently stepping into the sanctum of marriage, and together nurturing their offspring. As their children matured, they would inevitably grow old, ultimately holding hands in a hospital, faces adorned with satisfied smiles, departing from this world on the same day, leaving their children to mourn in sorrowful tears. Wait a moment. This narrative seemed flawed. Both he and Nora were vampires. Even if they were to bear children, they would not succumb to the ravages of time. What was amiss? Noticing Yu Xian's distraction, Nora, with a perplexed expression, inquired. Yu Xian turned to her and asked, "Tell me, if you and I were destined to die on the same day in the future, how do you think that would be?" Before he could finish his sentence, Nora's fair complexion flushed a deep crimson, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at him. The scene was so enchanting that he momentarily forgot the words he intended to utter. The atmosphere shifted into something slightly ambiguous as they walked in silence. For the following half-month, Yu Xian maintained his routine of attending school and returning home, occasionally patrolling the night with Zhang Kai. He first activated Super Stomach, followed by Super Taste, and, as he anticipated, he regained the ability to consume ordinary food. However, this newfound ability was not without its flaws. His super-sensitive palate rendered him highly discerning when it came to food. Any dish laden with excessive additives or poorly prepared ingredients would be promptly rejected by him, often resulting in immediate expulsion from his mouth due to its unpalatability. One night, Yu Xian sat in a police car while Zhang Kai drove. Observing the fish balls in Yu Xian's hand, he inquired, "Yu Xian, I've noticed your affinity for fish balls." For 2 consecutive days, he had seen Yu Xian clutching a small paper box filled with them. "This fishball shop is exceptionally delicious," Yu Xian replied. "Among the many extraordinary eateries in the Eastern District, this singular establishment not only utilized genuine ingredients, but also exhibited a nearly flawless approach to food preparation, making the dishes so delightful that one could never tire of them." Naturally, such delectable fare came at a premium. A small box containing merely 6 fish balls was priced at 320 yuan. Yu Xian, possessing ample financial resources, indulged in them daily. In truth, he harbored another expectation regarding his super stomach, to replenish energy through consumption, thereby hastening the awakening of his innate abilities. However, upon fully activating this capacity, he discerned that the super stomach could merely digest food to restore physical strength, unlike the light eater, which allowed him to accumulate energy from heartbeats. Consequently, he came to understand the substantial implications of the light eater's description of supplementing the body's various needs. Clearly, the energy required for heartbeats constituted a different form of energy altogether. The bloodkin could only gradually amass it through bloodsucking and the passage of time, whereas he possessed the light eater ability, enabling him to swiftly and directly replenish this unique energy, thus accelerating the awakening of his innate talents. As the two conversed, they intermittently halted their vehicle to confront the incursions of otherworldly beings. They had hoped for a peaceful evening, but upon reaching the western part of the city, a sudden crimson beam of light emanated from the southern direction. This radiant column ascended from a 20-story residential building, transforming the entire sky into a vivid scarlet hue. Without hesitation, Yu Xian conjured a protective bubble in front of the police car. Zhang Kai, familiar with Yu Xian's abilities, promptly pressed the accelerator, guiding the vehicle into the bubble. In the next instant, they found themselves in a park located in the southern part of the city. "Let us go," they exclaimed as they disembarked and sprinted towards the source of the light. The distance to the park was not great, thus Yu Xian opted not to maintain the bubble. Upon their arrival at the scene, they discovered a throng of residents emerging from the building. The ominous red glow emanated from the 16th floor, unmistakably the residence of Zhang Hong. My home is right beneath Zhang Heng's. I just heard him laughing uproariously, as if he had stumbled upon some forbidden fruit. One resident remarked, "Forbidden fruit? Does that mean Zhang Heng is on the verge of becoming extraordinary?" Another pondered, amidst the murmurs of the surrounding residents. Yu Xian and Zhang Kai exchanged a knowing glance. Yu Xian then enveloped them in another bubble, propelling them swiftly towards the 16th floor. The allure of forbidden fruit is fraught with peril. The records within the Qilin app are replete with tragic tales of those who have faced dire consequences from consuming such fruits. Seated within the bubble, Zhang Kai utilized his phone to issue commands to the approaching riot police, instructing them to disperse the crowd and cordon off the entire area to avert potential catastrophic casualties. On the 16th floor, in the kitchen, a man hovered in midair, emanating a brilliant crimson light that pierced through all matter, forming a massive beam of illumination in the sky. The nature of his desire remained a mystery, and Zhang Kai could not help but exclaim how exaggerated it all seemed. Yu Xian frowned, sensing an ominous premonition. "I will directly transfer him outside the city. Zhang, you enter the house and investigate. See if there are any journals or similar items. It is imperative to ascertain his desire. Very well, exercise caution. If you find yourself unable to contend with him, retreat swiftly. With your capabilities, no one can detain you if you choose to flee." Zhang Kai nodded in agreement. The forbidden fruit carries an unspoken rule. The greater the disturbance, the heftier the price. This beam of light was visible throughout the entire Silver City. And given that the man's intentions were unclear, Yu Xian felt that he might not be able to afford the cost of his wish. Zhang Shou believed he had exhibited considerable restraint, yet he too had been ensnared by the consequences of the forbidden fruit, teetering between life and death. Although Zhang Shou did not voice it, one could easily surmise that the experience of dying was undoubtedly unpleasant, compounded by the necessity of self-termination to refresh his state. The commotion now was far more significant than Zhang Shou's previous ordeal, and Yu Xian had mentally prepared himself for the worst possible outcome. At this moment, the combat police unit had already investigated the homeowner's details and sent them to Zhang Kai's mobile phone. Zhang Kai glanced at his phone, furrowing his brow as he read, "The homeowner, Zhang Hen, 38 years old, lived alone after a divorce and had a son, Zhang Lei, who was awarded to his ex-wife during the divorce. Over a month ago, Zhang Heng's parents, his sister Zhang Ling's family, his brother Zhang Chang's family, along with his ex-wife and son, all perished in the anomaly insect disaster. He appeared to be deeply affected by this tragedy, exhibiting erratic behavior, with neighbors frequently spotting him wandering on the rooftop, raising concerns about his suicidal tendencies. How tragic. He was left utterly alone." Upon hearing this, Yu Xian felt an ominous premonition. The fact that Zhang Heng lacked power was one thing, but now he was consuming forbidden substances, making him a highly unstable factor. Suddenly, the beam of light began to contract gradually, enveloping Zhang Heng's body in a crimson substance. Despite the evident pain contorting his face, he emitted a maniacal laughter. Amidst this laughter, he gradually transformed into a 2-meter-tall crimson monstrosity. He descended to the ground, twisted his neck, and then reached into his abdomen to extract a massive blood-red scythe, his gaze fixed on Yu Xian and Zhang Kai outside. At that moment, his eyes held none of the emotions one would expect from a normal person, exuding the chilling demeanor of a relentless hunter. After a mere glance, he averted his gaze, seemingly uninterested in Yu Xian and Zhang Kai. Yu Xian remained remarkably calm and immediately employed his identification technique on Zhang Heng. Name: Zhang Heng. Codename: Abnormal Insect Hunter. Race: Ghostly Being. Gender: Male. Age: 38. Lifespan: 0 level. Wolf tier alignment: Lawful neutral. Abilities: Insect Slayer. When facing insect foes, his combat desire surges by 200%. With each insect he vanquishes, his strength increases by 1%. In sexual scent, he possesses the ability to detect scents that provoke his anger and excitement, driving him to relentlessly pursue his target until death. Ghostly Physique: A cursed body acquired through unwavering dedication. He shall not perish until he has eliminated all target creatures. Blood of Fury: In moments of rage, he can ignite his own blood, significantly amplifying his power until the last drop is consumed. Conclusion: Though I am deceased, I am determined to eradicate them all. After reviewing the attributes, Yu Xian silently observed Zhang Heng descending the stairs. "Yu Xian?" Zhang Kai inquired. Noticing Yu Xian's reluctance to teleport Zhang Heng away, his brow furrowed in concern. Yu Xian, with a complex expression, sighed. "Zhang Heng is already dead. What remains is merely his obsession. He will not harm any innocent, targeting solely the aberrant insects. It is best for everyone to maintain their distance from him. What if it incites panic? Zhang Kai expressed his worries. With a wry smile, Yu Xian replied, "We shall attempt to guide the situation. As it stands, unless all aberrant insects are eradicated, Zhang Heng will never cease his pursuit. Unless he is continuously monitored, he may manifest in other cities even when not present in Silver City. Nevertheless, I find some solace in his presence, with Zhang Heng in Silver City. The more aberrant insects that come, the more shall perish." At this moment, Zhang Heng had already descended to the ground. He cast a swift glance at the surrounding crowd, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with intensity as he dashed towards a young man. The vigilant officers, witnessing this scene, immediately opened fire upon Zhang Heng. However, he remained unfazed by the bullets striking him. He deftly maneuvered past one officer, and in a flash, the young man's head was cleaved in two by his scythe. A parasitic neural worm emerged from the young man's severed head, extending its tendrils towards Zhang Heng. Yet, in the next instant, Zhang Heng grasped the worm with his hand, and blood-red flames enveloped it, reducing the creature to ashes in mere moments. Amidst the terrified and astonished gazes of countless onlookers, he turned to survey the distance, seemingly locking onto something, before proceeding resolutely in that direction. His hatred for the aberrant worms was indeed an enduring and profound animosity. Zhang Kai, having observed the entire ordeal, couldn't help but exclaim, "In the end, he is also a pitiable soul." Yu Xian sighed and remarked, "Ultimately, he is a victim of circumstance." Zhang Kai found himself unable to refute this, and subsequently pulled out his phone to instruct the officers to refrain from attacking Zhang Heng. Nevertheless, for the sake of safety, he ordered 3 officers to follow closely behind Zhang Heng to ensure he did not indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. Following this, the 2 men returned to their police vehicle. Zhang Kai did not rush to drive away. Instead, he lingered in self-reproach for a while, lamenting, "The tragedy of Zhang Heng is, in truth, a consequence of our officers' inadequacies. Had we detected and neutralized the threat sooner, perhaps his family would still be alive. Do not blame the battle police, nor the nation. The true culprit is." Yu Xian retrieved a soda from his storage ring and handed it to Zhang Kai, subsequently taking one for himself. As he twisted off the cap, he paused upon hearing Zhang Kai's words and slowly began to speak, though his sentence remained unfinished. Zhang Kai understood he was referring to Peng Zhu, the enigmatic force. Currently, a nationwide manhunt was underway for Peng Zhu. However, it was likely that his appearance had been altered, leaving no clues thus far. After the 2 finished their sodas, they resumed their nocturnal patrol. As they passed a trash bin, they even stopped to see who could toss their soda bottle with greater precision. Unsurprisingly, both succeeded in landing their bottles in the bin, resulting in a draw. Sometimes, the joys of manhood are as simple as this. This little game significantly lifted their spirits. The following day, in the morning, Yu Xian returned home. After showering, he donned his school uniform and soon appeared at the door, whereupon Nora bounced over. "Good morning," she exclaimed, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Yu Xian replied in kind, and together they set off for school. As they walked, Yu Xian found himself holding a box of steamed dumplings, munching as they strolled, while Nora, unable to resist, retrieved an assortment of pastries suitable for vampires from her storage ring. Previously, she had never eaten on the street, deeming it unbecoming. However, ever since Yu Xian had begun to indulge in food, she had been led astray. "Nora, may I pose a question to you?" Yu Xian swallowed a soup dumpling and, in a swift motion, snatched a piece of pastry from Nora with a bamboo skewer. Before Nora could cast an indignant glare his way, he hastily diverted the conversation. Nora pouted and replied, "You ask, what do you usually do at night when you don't sleep?" Yu Xian inquired with curiosity. Being a vampire, he was genuinely interested in how other vampires spent their time. "I sleep," Nora replied, blinking innocently, as if it were the most obvious answer. Yu Xian paused for a moment, then pressed further, "But vampires don't need to sleep, do they? That applies to newly turned vampires, and to wild ones like you." "But I am a vampire born of my mother, and I am still growing," Nora said with a smile. While she had the ability to forego sleep, she still habitually succumbed to it. This state of affairs would likely persist until her growth ceased, which meant that once she stopped growing, she would no longer need to sleep. Suddenly, Nora was struck by a realization. She would continue to grow, but what about Yu Xian? 074. The social interactions of bats during study hall. Nora rested her head on the table, her mind wandering. Occasionally, she glanced back discreetly. While the current Yu Xian was undeniably attractive, she yearned to glimpse the mature and dashing version of him in the future. Why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face? Yu Xian, feeling a bit uneasy under her gaze, couldn't help but inquire. Nora shook her head in silence and turned to lay her head down to sleep. Yu Xian blinked, seeking assistance from Chen-Ling, his eyes pleading, "Queen, please employ your unrivaled gossip skills to aid me. Are you ever going to grow up, Lazybones?" Chen-Ling responded, having detected the distress signal. Yu Xian's eyes widened in realization, and he looked at Chen-Ling with gratitude. He finally understood why Nora was feeling downcast. He had long been aware that he would not grow any taller, while Nora would continue to mature. However, it seemed that she had only just realized this fact that morning. No wonder she appeared so glum. He deliberately raised his voice slightly as he replied, "In theory, I won't grow any taller, but I should be able to adjust my appearance at will in the future, transforming into whatever age I desire. Is it through magic?" Nora couldn't help but look back, whispering her question. Yu Xian shook his head. "It's not magic, but the ability must remain confidential. It is a genuine transformation of my physical form, not an illusion or temporary spell, but a permanent alteration of my appearance." What he referred to was, in fact, the Pango transformation technique. The abilities of the Pango series must remain confidential. Thus, specific information cannot be disclosed. However, it is permissible to touch upon the subject lightly, as one cannot eliminate all witnesses while utilizing these abilities. Theoretically, the Pango transformation technique can permanently alter one's form. By envisioning one's continued growth in appearance and subsequently employing the Pango transformation technique, an individual can essentially choose to transform into any age they desire. Furthermore, each transformation, unless adjusted again through the Pango technique, becomes a lasting change. Can you transform into an elderly gentleman? Nora, with her unique perspective, gazed at Yu Xian with sparkling eyes, already picturing what he would look like in old age. Yu Xian propped his chin on his hand, feeling a sense of relief, and replied with a smile, "Perhaps I could." "Xianyu, could you do me a favor?" Chen-Ling interjected, winking, signaling that a request was forthcoming. Yu Xian promptly gestured for her to proceed. Chen-Ling continued, "I found an ancient Qigong manual in the antique market. I visited several appraisal institutions, and the experts confirmed its authenticity. Could you help me ascertain whether it is indeed genuine?" As she spoke, she retrieved a somewhat weathered book from her bag. Yu Xian took the book, perused a couple of pages, and, unable to comprehend the contents, sought Chen-Ling's permission to photograph it with his phone and post the images on the Qilin app discussion board. In a brief moment, responses began to flood in, confirming that the Qigong manual was authentic but rather commonplace. This tome is titled The Art of Harmonious Unity, which imposes little demand on the innate talent of its practitioners. However, the progression of one's cultivation is exceedingly sluggish, rendering it a rather futile endeavor that may lead one to languish at the lowest tier of mastery for a lifetime. After thoroughly scanning the entire text and confirming its completeness, Yu Xian returned the book to Chen-Ling, remarking, "The manual of qi cultivation is indeed authentic. Yet, for an ordinary individual, a lifetime of practice may yield merely the benefit of longevity, unless one is an extraordinary genius. The notion of achieving transcendence through this method is nothing short of fanciful. What if vampires were to cultivate it?" Chen-Ling inquired, initially disheartened but subsequently intrigued. Yu Xian quickly shook his head, expressing disinterest. With his Pango lineage and vampire heritage, the addition of another qi cultivation practice seemed perilous. He could scarcely fathom the potential consequences, fearing it might lead to an explosive outcome. "Nora, perhaps you should give it a try?" Chen-Ling suggested, turning her gaze toward Nora. Hesitantly, Nora replied, "Can vampires cultivate qi? I don't know. Don't look at me." Observing Nora instinctively glance towards him, Yu Xian felt compelled to respond. He genuinely had no knowledge regarding the capability of vampires to practice qi cultivation. However, after voicing his uncertainty, a sense of concern washed over him, prompting him to hastily inquire among his extensive network of companions about this matter. It turns out that vampires can indeed cultivate qi, albeit most can only practice techniques associated with cold ice or the dark moon. Conversely, methods such as the divine fire technique or the nine sun scripture could pose a threat to their well-being. However, I have always harbored a thought. Perhaps Kamasi's daughter, Nora, is exceptionally suited for cultivating this particular type of martial arts. Coincidentally, I possess a technique known as the sunflower facing the sun divine skill. If she expresses interest, I would be willing to impart it to her. At that moment, a member codenamed Bat sent a message to Yuxian. After a moment of contemplation, Yuxian replied, "Thank you. I will inquire." It was evident that Bat was familiar with his codename. And Yuxian also recognized Bat, as he was the vampire that Nora had previously mentioned, one who escaped persecution by the Blood Clan by joining the Qilin. They could be regarded as the only kindred spirits within the Qilin. "Nora, do you know Bat?" Yuxian inquired, gazing at her. Nora looked puzzled, placing the primordial unity divine skill on the table, and asked, "Who is Bat? You mentioned before that there was a wild vampire who evaded the Blood Clan's pursuit by joining the Qilin. Bat is that individual," Yuxian elucidated. Nora's expression shifted to understanding, followed by a shake of her head. "Oh, you mean him? I don't know him. Then why did he ask me to deliver a martial arts manual to you?" Yuxian mused to himself in confusion. However, he soon lost interest in speculating and directly inquired through his phone. The response he received was quite straightforward, out of curiosity. "I am a researcher specializing in the development and study of martial arts techniques. Both you and Nora are exceedingly rare individuals. Then why not approach me directly?" Yuxian continued to question. The Bat responded, "You are exceedingly unstable. I have never heard of a vampire ascending from an insect level to a sparrow level in such a short span of days. While it may be attributed to the blood of Pangu, I do not believe it prudent for you to introduce further instability, especially when Nora's condition is evidently far more stable than yours. Stability equates to safety." Although the Bat's words were veiled, Yuxian grasped his meaning. Essentially, the Bat perceived him as a bomb poised to detonate, thus refraining from reckless actions. Consequently, he set his sights on Nora, hoping to engage with her through Yuxian for his own experiments. "Is the Qi skill in Chunling's possession a gift from you?" Yuxian inquired, his eyes narrowing slightly as he typed on his phone. The Bat replied, "Indeed, consider it a token of goodwill. I hope it pleases you. I am rather straightforward, so I shall speak plainly. I am not particularly fond of your methods. Should you dare to scheme against my friends again, I will not hesitate to confront you directly." Yuxian typed back, unabashedly. He had previously found it curious that, despite the widespread nature of the Hunyuan Qi Gong, it would not be so easily acquired by the ordinary populace. Otherwise, countless deluded youths would have long disseminated such techniques among common folk. Evidently, the Bat was well acquainted with his social connections and aware that he had been attending school during this period. By presenting Qinling with a nameless Qi manual, the Bat effortlessly prompted Yuxian to inquire about Qi skills within the Qilin, thereby seizing the opportunity to make contact and subsequently introduce the Sunflower Yang God skill. "It won't happen again. After all, we are already acquainted, are we not?" The Bat seemed to sense Yuxian's displeasure, sending a smiling bat emoji, and then assured him. 075. The extension of spatial perception. Although Yuxian felt a twinge of displeasure, he was not yet at the point of furious wrath. After all, the Bat had been forthright. Upon his inquiry, it did not conceal its actions, but rather candidly admitted to employing a stratagem. Thus, it could only be regarded as a singular exception. The next matter at hand was Nora's decision. Nora, possessing a strong ambition, resolved to experiment with the cultivation of the sunflower towards the sun divine skill after conferring with Chunling. Many vampires within the bloodline have dabbled in other systems of power, yet most achieve only mediocrity, such as Qigong, where the majority struggle to attain mastery, and magic, which permits only the casting of minor tricks. This is primarily because these systems are designed for the living. Vampires, strictly speaking, do not qualify as the living. They are more akin to the undead or creatures of darkness. The most significant distinction that Nora possesses over these vampires is that she was born of a mother. In essence, as a half-breed vampire, she retains a semblance of humanity, which is fundamentally why she continues to grow. This potential renders her a possible prodigy in the cultivation of other systems. Of course, this is merely the Bat's personal conjecture, as there are currently no reliable cases to substantiate his hypothesis. Apart from Nora, other vampires with mothers in the bloodline are not hybrids. Their mothers are also vampires, making Nora a unique anomaly. Furthermore, aside from Nora, other vampires born through normal reproduction are treated like princesses and princes within the bloodline. These proverbial frogs at the bottom of the well hold themselves in high regard and disdain the powers of other systems. Yuxian downloaded the Sunflower's Embrace and promptly forwarded it to Nora, who immediately opened her phone and read it attentively. The Supernatural Academy indeed possesses some merit. At least during his elementary years, it had imparted knowledge about the meridians and other esoteric concepts. Remarkably, Nora, being somewhat of an outsider, understood all the intricate techniques that Yuxian found perplexing. Observing Nora and Chen Ling engrossed in the study of these methods, Yuxian chose to bask in the sun. Occasionally, he could hear Chen Ling softly inquiring about the location of a particular meridian, followed by Nora's detailed explanations, even demonstrating on Chen Ling's body. Suddenly, a thought struck Yuxian as he gazed at the scenery outside the classroom. Given that his blood energy had already mutated into spatial blood energy, could he perhaps endeavor to learn spatial magic? He pondered the distinction. While ordinary blood energy might only permit the casting of blood-related spells, spatial blood energy, with its spatial aspect preceding the blood aspect, evidently bestowed a superior quality to spatial attributes over blood attributes. He swiftly opened his phone and searched the database for spatial magic or spells. As sorcerers and warlocks are relatively numerous among extraordinary professions, the emphasis lies primarily on individual aptitude. Many sorcerers and warlocks are eager to take on apprentices, resulting in a low level of confidentiality surrounding magic and spells. Within the Qilin organization, a wealth of resources is available. For instance, the Demon Slayer team, consisting of the 7 members of Tian Shu, are technically sorcerers. Besides the spells they inherit from their mentors, they also explore the Qilin database for suitable spells to study. Yuxian typed the word space into the search interface, and a plethora of witchcraft, magic, spells, fairy arts, and martial techniques appeared before him. He meticulously examined each skill, searching for abilities that suited him. Though the merit required to exchange for these skills was not substantial, he remained uncertain of his own learning capacity. Thus, he decided to select the skill he most urgently needed to test the waters, so to speak. A few minutes later, his gaze settled on spatial perception. This was a serpentine-level spell that allowed the caster to designate a specific spatial coordinate and perceive all surrounding information from that focal point. Theoretically, the stronger the mental power, the broader the perception range, and the more comprehensive the information received. Without hesitation, Yuxian exchanged for this spell and proceeded to study it. Initially, he meditated on an invisible spatial seed in his mind, then focused on the spatial coordinates required for deployment, releasing the spatial seed to that location, allowing it to take root and blossom into a flower capable of perceiving all. Furrowing his brow, Yuxian scrutinized the meditation techniques, then simply closed his eyes, envisioning the invisible spatial seed. Wait a moment. How could he imagine something invisible? Yuxian found this somewhat paradoxical, as he struggled to conceive such a seed in his mind. When the class bell rang, he reluctantly opened his eyes and decided to inquire on the discussion board. But the responses he received were all variations of "you ask me, I wish to know as well." Furthermore, an honest individual informed him that this spatial perception had been cataloged in the Qilin database for over 500 years and throughout history. No one within the Qilin had successfully mastered this spell. After finishing the reading, Yuxian was left utterly astonished. He had finally discovered a spell that allowed for distant observation, only to find that no one had ever mastered it. Could this spell possibly be a counterfeit? Infuriated, Yuxian reached out to Xiao Chang, expressing his frustration. "Minister, I demand compensation. The spatial perception technique is impossible for anyone to learn. I want my money back. Refund. Don't even think about it. I can assure you, my boy, this spell is a genuine dragon-level technique, known as the divine art of observing other realms, originating from the legendary land immortal, Kong Kong, 5 centuries ago. If you cannot learn it, it is undoubtedly due to your insufficient cultivation." Xiao Cheng replied bluntly before abruptly ending the call. Yuxian stared helplessly at his phone. Although the merit points spent on the spell were not exorbitant, the feeling of being unable to learn it was quite disheartening. After a moment of contemplation, Yuxian decided to delve into the training methodology for the spatial perception technique, meticulously reading every word. However, upon completion, he was left with a multitude of questions. "Nora, Chenling, may I pose a question to you both? How can one possibly envision an invisible seed?" Yuxian inquired, unable to contain himself as he looked at the 2 individuals seated before him. Chenling shook her head and replied, "I don't know. That is inherently contradictory. Must it truly be invisible? If it's impossible, then why not simply imagine a visible one instead?" Nora responded, her face reflecting confusion. Yuxian paused, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, if it was impossible to meditate on an invisible seed, then perhaps he should attempt to visualize a visible one instead. Resolute, he searched for an image of a seed on his phone, committed it to memory, and then began his meditation. Initially, the journey was fraught with challenges. However, gradually he found his rhythm. Vivid images of seeds began to materialize within his mind, and he discovered that the spatial blood energy within his dantian was being summoned, effortlessly coalescing into a diminutive crimson seed. With a mere thought, the seed instantaneously manifested within a spatial bubble outside the Silver City, swiftly taking root and sprouting forth, flourishing into a resplendent blood-red flower of the other shore. Subsequently, an abundance of petals cascaded from the core of the flower, delicately dispersing into the surrounding space. These petals seemed to extend the perception of Yuxian, enabling him to witness ants foraging on the ground, grasshoppers concealed beneath blades of grass swaying their antennae, and an aphid feasting upon a leaf. Suddenly, a serpent appeared to have noticed the petals of the other shore flower. It paused to observe before swiftly retreating. The academically gifted are unable to resonate with the academically challenged. The gift of specialization. The transaction between Yuxian and Marcus unfolded with an ominous intensity. The villa's grand entrance was cleaved open, and the barrier wall before it shattered under a single, forceful kick. Roki emanated a chilling aura of menace as he strode purposefully towards the main building of the villa. At that moment, Yuxian materialized before the door, and upon sighting Roki, furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "A vampire? You hybrid, I warn you to keep your distance from Miss Nora." Roki, suppressing his fury, attempted to issue a caution to Yuxian, but before he could articulate his warning, Yuxian interjected, "According to the laws of Huaxia, extraordinary beings who violently breach private residences and threaten the homeowner face a minimum sentence of 100 years in prison, and the maximum is merciless death." Roki's eyes widened in disbelief. Yuxian brandished his Kirin credentials, cutting Roki off once more. "I am an official member of the Kirin Department's Demon Extermination Team. By virtue of our national laws, I hereby formally caution you to kneel with your hands raised above your head and surrender immediately. Otherwise, I possess the authority to execute you on the spot. Do not say I did not warn you." His gaze towards Roki was icy. For Nora had spoken of Roki with disdain, expressing her aversion to his incessant meddling in her affairs. Furthermore, Roki's attitude towards her mother was notoriously poor. He had often obstructed her mother from visiting her during her childhood. Yuxian had not encountered Roki until now, but with Roki's current transgression falling directly into his hands, he was resolute in ensuring that Roki would spend the next century behind bars. "Hybrid, there is no need for bravado. Tonight, no one can save you." Roach initially intended to deliver a beating to Yuxian, followed by a stern warning to keep his distance from Nora. However, the words that Yuxian had just uttered ignited a fury within him, causing him to nearly explode with rage. At that moment, he was consumed by a singular desire to annihilate Yuxian. The blood sword in his grasp suddenly erupted, transforming into a multitude of blood needles. Only by tormenting Yuxian could he alleviate the malevolence festering in his chest. In his mind, he envisioned that Yuxian, a fledgling vampire who had barely been transformed for 2 months, would be left in a state of desperate flight beneath his assault, culminating in a gruesome end. How could a mere hybrid possibly contend with him, a vampire elite who had survived for over 2 centuries? Yet, as he unleashed the blood needles towards Yuxian, he was astonished to find that Yuxian's expression remained utterly unchanged. In an instant, Yuxian appeared before him. With a thunderous impact, Yuxian raised his hand and shattered half of Roach's skull with a single slap. The formidable vitality of the vampire preserved Roach's life, and he crashed heavily to the ground, his remaining visage reflecting incredulity. How could a wild vampire, transformed for less than 2 months, possess such strength? "Hybrid, how dare you? Remember this in your next life. Do not provoke me." Yuxian gazed down at Roach and spoke with a tone laced with disdain. Then, he conjured a space bubble in his hand, its interior swirling chaotically, as if it contained the very essence of annihilation. That earlier slap had been an impulsive act, resulting in Roach's blood spilling profusely upon the ground, a sight he deemed rather unsightly. Indeed, when pressed to the brink, humanity can accomplish anything beyond mere mathematics. In a moment of inspiration, he devised a combination technique known as the spatial bubble vortex, capable of obliterating evidence without leaving a trace of blood. Once he had reduced Roki to mere pulp, he could easily transport the remains to the river outside Silver City to feed the fish. Before Roki could react, his consciousness suddenly darkened, and his body was seized by Nora's father, Marcus. "Yuxian, please wait a moment. I am Nora's father." Roki's half-raised face gazed at the descending bubble. Hastily speaking up, Yuxian held the spatial bubble suspended midair and regarded Marcus with inquiry. "Duke Rex, Do you intend to shield this criminal? Ignorance of the law is no excuse, and in our nation, such offenses are dealt with severely. Roki has erred and must face the consequences, however. He is ultimately my descendant. I wonder what I must offer to obtain your forgiveness, esteemed victim? Marcus spoke slowly, fixing his gaze upon Yuxian. Yuxian hardly regarded Roki's fate. Whether he lived or died was inconsequential. Given his current trajectory of strength, he surmised that within a year, even the progenitor of the blood clan would be inconsequential. Are you suggesting that any request I make will be fulfilled? He pondered, a semblance of a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Marcus. Marcus replied calmly, as long as you agree to pardon Roki for his transgressions. After all, the gravity of this matter could fluctuate entirely based on Yuxian's willingness to pursue it. Should he choose not to, Roki would be absolved of any criminality. Old dang. I demand Nora. A bold thought flashed through Yuxian's mind. However, being merely a pure-hearted 17-year-old, he hesitated before speaking. I desire blood magic. I wonder if Duke Rex could provide it? I can offer you 3 blood spells, Marcus replied after a moment of contemplation, nodding in agreement. Instinctively, Yuxian began to negotiate. Not enough. I want 5 blood spells. Very well, it is settled. Marcus readily consented. Suddenly, Yuxian felt a pang of regret, questioning whether he had made a poor bargain. Nevertheless, having reached an agreement, he could only accept it. I will have Nora deliver the blood spells to you. Now, we must part ways. Marcus took control of Roki's body, instinctively brushing off the dust from his clothes, then turned to Yuxian and said. Yuxian nodded, allowing Marcus to guide Roki away. His home was laden with surveillance cameras. If Marcus dared to renege on their deal, he could confront him the following day. Allowing Roki and his companions to witness the formidable might of China's enforcement agencies. My door. My shadow wall. Once Roki had completely vanished, Yuxian painfully approached the entrance, gazing at the door cleaved by a sword and the shattered remnants of the shadow wall, feeling as though he could scarcely breathe from the anguish. This home, where he had resided for less than a month, now lay in ruins. The door and the shadow wall were gone. He needed to divert his sorrow. He pulled out his phone and called the property manager in the dead of night, ensuring they too would experience his heartache, instructing them to send someone to repair the door the following day. As for the shadow wall, he intends to custom order a style that he favors, planning to arrange it later. The following day, early in the morning, workers arrived to repair the grand gate. Upon seeing the gate cleaved open by a sword, the workers began to whisper among themselves, marveling at the strength of the one who had done it. Yuxian, overhearing the workers extolling Luo Qi as a sword immortal, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, almost as if to inform them that Luo Qi was merely a small karami of the serpent rank. Of course, in reality, a serpent rank individual is considered a mainstay in any faction, while an eagle rank represents the CR Mi de la CR. And upon reaching the tiger rank, one ascends to the upper echelons. Generally, the advancement of extraordinary beings is not rapid. It relies on years of diligent cultivation, progressing step by step. Yuxian's abnormal rise to serpent rank in less than 2 months is indeed quite rare. Most importantly, he has not consumed the forbidden fruit, thus bearing no irreparable side effects. The adverse effects of the forbidden fruit are universally acknowledged among extraordinary beings. Therefore, while the forbidden fruit can propel one to great heights almost instantaneously, many extraordinary beings harbor little interest in it and do not seek it out deliberately. This is especially true for practitioners such as qi refiners, cultivators, and sorcerers, who tend to avoid the forbidden fruit altogether, with only those of particularly poor aptitude considering it as a means to defy fate. On the way to school, Nora and Yuxian walked side by side. Without a hint of emotion, Nora discreetly handed Yuxian a small black box, then quietly observed his reaction. What is this? Yuxian inquired, taking the box and looking at it with a puzzled expression directed at Nora. In truth, Nora was more curious about why Yuxian had any connection to her father. Seeing that Yuxian genuinely seemed unfamiliar with the box, she shook her head and said, I don't know. My dad suddenly took control of Roki today and gave me this box, instructing me to deliver it to you. Do you know my father? I suppose I do. Yuxian replied. Although he had never met Marcus, he had indeed become acquainted with that old man the previous night. He examined the black box closely and discovered that one side could be opened. However, upon opening it, he found 2 peculiar ports, indicating that it was an electronic device requiring a specific type of connection cable to function. What an antiquated relic, Yuxian remarked. He pulled out his phone, snapped a photograph, and shortly thereafter determined that this black box was an obsolete solid-state drive from several centuries ago. Indeed, a true antique. Clearly, the solid-state drive should contain the 5 blood spells that had been agreed upon the previous night, but first, he would need to purchase a cable capable of retrieving the information from the drive. Let us go. Accompany me to buy some supplies. Yuxian placed his phone back into his pocket, took Nora's hand, and headed toward the electronics market. Nora initially intended to inquire about Yuxian's whereabouts. But the moment Yuxian grasped her hand, her mind was filled with nothing but the cacophonous honking of geese, compelling her to trail closely behind him. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Yuxian placed both hands within the confines of his desk drawer, scrutinizing the data retrieved from the solid-state drive, his expression somewhat sullen. He had underestimated Marcus' audacity and simultaneously realized his own youthfulness. He should have first inquired about the available blood spells and determined which ones he ought to select himself. The 5 blood spells dispatched by Marcus included Blood Shield, Blood Barrier, Blood Regeneration, Blood Guardian, and Blood Healing. How shameless of him. It was utterly disgraceful to provide only defensive spells. What purpose could Blood Shield and Blood Barrier serve him? As a wielder of spatial abilities, he could evade most attacks through teleportation, rendering these 2 spells nearly insignificant in their utility for him. Moreover, Blood Regeneration. Who did he think he was belittling? Even if his arm were severed, he could simply take a nap and it would regrow. He had no need for such regenerative magic. Fortunately, Marcus did not act with complete malice, as he at least included the relatively useful spells of Blood Guardian and Blood Healing. The Blood Guardian spell was designed to counter mental harm, effectively shielding against attacks such as memory theft, hypnosis, and other forms of psychological assault. Furthermore, there exists the Blood Healing technique, which bears a resemblance in efficacy to Zhang Shou's Healing Touch, both serving as spells to dispel negative states. With this newfound ability, he becomes impervious to the vast majority of toxic harm. Although, in truth, he was already largely unscathed by most toxins. In fact, due to his super stomach, he could even assimilate toxins as nutrients. At the podium, the bald mathematics teacher was elucidating a potential new type of examination question, while the students attentively listened, occasionally lowering their heads to take notes. Yuxian, while absorbing the lecture, was also distractedly practicing his spells. His hand rested within the expanded confines of his desk cabinet as he endeavored to master the most rudimentary Blood Shield technique. This blood spell could be considered an entry-level incantation. However, for the majority of fragile vampires, it stands as one of the most vital spells. The Blood Shield technique is capable of forming a hovering shield around the body, with the number of shields created contingent upon the blood energy expended, ranging from a minimum of 1 shield to potentially limitless quantities. With the protection of the Blood Shield, fragile vampires can confidently unleash their power without the fear of being instantly vanquished by various physical assaults. Yuxian softly recited an incantation, constructing the spell circuit within his mind. Blood magic resembles spells, yet also possesses a semblance to sorcery. As he uttered the final syllable of the incantation, a blood shield materialized before his fingertips. Fortunately, due to the expanded space of his desk cabinet, the shield, measuring nearly 1 meter in length and half a meter in width, did not cause the desk to burst. It proved to be simpler than anticipated. Upon witnessing the successful manifestation of the Blood Shield technique, Yuxian felt a subtle sense of relief wash over him. He was truly frightened by the magic of light and shadow, worried that aside from spatial spells, he would be unable to master any other forms of magic. Fortunately, he could still learn blood magic normally, which provided him with several additional means of defense. He then began to practice the Blood Barrier technique. If the Blood Shield technique was meant to withstand physical assaults, then the Blood Barrier was specifically designed to counter energy-based attacks. For instance, when enemies wielded swords, arrows, or similar weapons, a blood mage would need to employ the Blood Shield, whereas against attacks of fire, lightning, or frost, the Blood Barrier would be necessary. Naturally, if one possessed sufficient blood energy, the optimal approach would be to utilize both techniques simultaneously for enhanced security. Before long, he discovered that his talent for blood magic was equally formidable. He mastered 5 spells in a mere half hour. At that moment, he had an epiphany. Perhaps he was not merely specialized in one area, but rather focused on 2. His blood energy encompassed only the attributes of space and blood, allowing him to swiftly learn spells associated with those traits. The reason he struggled with other spells was not due to a lack of aptitude, but rather because he simply did not possess those attributes. It was akin to a skilled cook being unable to prepare a meal without ingredients. Without the energy of those attributes, how could he possibly succeed in casting spells? However, could he perhaps modify the shimmering clone technique, transforming it from a light and shadow magic into a spatial magic? In that instant, he was struck by inspiration. While many spells are the fruits of others' forbidden endeavors, numerous others have been innovated by successors building upon the foundations of existing magic. For instance, the art of spatial maze technique is, in essence, a spell crafted by later generations based on the principles of spatial folding technique. If others can conjure new spells, why should Yu Xian be unable to create his own? After identifying his objective, Yu Xian commenced an exploration of the magical circuitry behind the mirage clone technique, simultaneously integrating his limited knowledge of spells to attempt the transformation of light and shadow magic into spatial magic. Fundamentally, this magic relies on the refraction of light to generate numerous clones in the surrounding environment. The medium for the mirage clone technique is, in fact, the water molecules in the air. This is not merely a manifestation of light and shadow magic. It subtly intertwines with water magic. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that I lack both attributes. I possess neither the energy of light magic nor the essence of water element magic. Thus, the only medium at my disposal is space. Yu Xian quickly organized his thoughts, but encountered a significant obstacle. Space cannot bear light and shadow. Wait a moment. If pure space is insufficient, what about spatial bubbles? An idea struck Yu Xian. He could utilize spatial bubbles as carriers, perhaps achieving a result akin to the mirage clone technique. He promptly endeavored to operate according to the magical circuitry of the mirage clone technique, employing a spatial bubble as the medium for spellcasting. Pop. His first attempt ended in failure. Subsequently, Yu Xian adjusted the circuitry. He was, in truth, unaware of the function of each pathway, so he resorted to the most rudimentary yet fitting approach, systematically dismantling and testing each segment of the spell. Although the majority of circuit dismantling results in failed spellcasting, there are occasional instances where spatial bubbles are affected by magical effects and subsequently burst. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he had conjured a plump doppelganger. After dismantling several circuits, the spatial bubble was influenced by the magic, transforming into a humanoid figure resembling a balloon-crafted chubby person. The surface of the spatial bubble bore his expression, albeit distorted by the stretching, rendering it unrecognizable. Nevertheless, this was evidently a promising start. He immediately began to adjust the magical circuits incessantly, yet he was unable to replicate the prior effect. After exhausting all conceivable options, he was compelled to revert to the original circuits. It appeared that the magical circuits could no longer be modified. Thus, he wondered if the spatial bubble could be altered. Gazing at the plethora of pudgy versions of himself he had created, he pondered for a considerable time. Since altering the circuits was futile, he resolved to transform the bubbles instead. He attempted to adjust the shape of the bubbles, which indeed produced a slimmer doppelganger to some extent. But the surface was excessively smooth, rendering it ludicrously comical, easily identifiable as a balloon person. He then decided to generate a multitude of minuscule bubbles, treating them as pixelated points, and proceeded to cast the spell once more. This time, he conjured an array of doppelgangers that would induce acute discomfort in anyone with a phobia of densely packed objects. Each pixelated point, when set in motion, resembled countless tiny insects writhing. The spectacle was so surreal that it nearly made Yu Xian himself retch. Nevertheless, he glimpsed the dawn of success. He continued to diminish the bubble, this time reducing it to a size smaller than the eye of a needle. Countless bubbles, under the influence of the magical circuit, coalesced into a humanoid form. At last, it resembled a human. The issue remained that Yu Xian, by enhancing his eyes with the blood of silver, could still discern the flaws at a glance. However, this time he had conceived the perfect solution, the bubble clone technique. With a mere thought, Yu Xian immediately recast the spell, incorporating a seed of the asphodel flower into the process. In an instant, a clone identical to him materialized within the bookshelf, its aura and demeanor perfectly mirroring his own, imperceptible even to his enhanced silver-seeing eyes. Perfect. Yu Xian gazed at his clone, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. At that moment, the bald teacher at the podium looked at Yu Xian and said, "Classmates, it seems that Yu Xian has mastered this. Now, Yu Xian, please come up and solve this problem." Yu Xian looked up, his eyes wide with bewilderment as he stared at the complex mathematical equation on the blackboard. This problem was far too difficult. He had no idea how to solve it. Nora, sitting at the front desk, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The wealth of the affluent woman is unfathomable. In the evening, as school was dismissed, dark clouds loomed overhead, and an unexpected downpour commenced. Yusian and Nora, having neglected to bring umbrellas, found themselves standing together in a corner by the school gate, gazing up at the sky. Although Yusian had the ability to teleport home or conjure a spatial bubble to shield them from the rain, he was afflicted by a peculiar reluctance to employ his extraordinary powers on that day. Meanwhile, Nora, despite being able to summon an umbrella with a mere phone call to her bodyguard, had conveniently forgotten the bodyguard's phone number. "How delightful it is to rain," Yusian remarked whimsically, observing the gentle cascade of raindrops from the heavens. "Indeed, it seems that Silver City has not experienced rain for quite some time," Nora replied with a soft smile, her gaze fixed on the sky. Despite the ominous clouds above, her heart was filled with sunshine. They stood quietly, stealing glances at each other, their eyes meeting only to quickly shy away. Whenever a classmate appeared, they would divert their attention back to the sky, the ground, the leaves, and the vibrant umbrellas that resembled blooming flowers. Gradually, their classmates trickled away. The heavy rain shielded them from the chaotic world beyond the school gate, leaving only the two of them in a realm of their own. "By the way, Nora, do you plan to attend university after finishing high school?" Yusian breathed in the unique fragrance that enveloped Nora, his gaze drifting to a droplet of water clinging to a damp leaf. A thought crossed his mind, and he inquired. Nora, catching a glimpse of Yusian from the corner of her eye, nodded and replied, "Of course, I intend to pursue higher education. I aspire to attend Yenjing Vocational and Technical College." Yenjing Vocational and Technical College. I recall that last year's cutoff score was approximately 600 points. How much do you still lack? Yusian regards Nora with newfound respect, as he never expected the seemingly simple-minded Nora to aspire to attend the most prestigious institution in Huaxia, Yenjing Vocational and Technical College. Formerly known as Yanqing Extraordinary Vocational and Technical College, is currently the only extraordinary university in Huaxia. Furthermore, the dean, Zhang Daoqin, is recognized as the mightiest dragon-level figure in Huaxia. He is not only the highest-ranked Qi practitioner, but also a skilled martial artist, cultivator, alchemist, and formation master. His mastery of various extraordinary cultivation methods is profound and unfathomable, earning him the title of one of Huaxia's 3 national pillars abroad. Yusian possesses such knowledge because the minister of the Qilin department, Yu Lai, is one of Zhang Daoqin's disciples. A glance at Yu Lai's resume reveals his esteemed mentor. The total score for academic subjects is 360 points, and I can achieve around 330 points. However, I still have a significant gap in practical courses. Upon hearing about the scores, Nora felt a wave of insecurity. Her academic performance is relatively good, especially among extraordinary individuals, yet she has never passed the practical courses. The practical curriculum is divided into 3 subjects: individual competition, team competition, and a final strength assessment. In individual competition, with a total of 100 points, Nora consistently ranks at the bottom, never scoring above 20 points. In team competition, also worth 100 points, she has always received a score of 0 due to a lack of teammates willing to partner with her. In the strength assessment, with a total of 100 points, Nora, having awakened her blood flame, possesses sufficient attack power to consistently achieve 90 points. After listening to Nora's words, Yusian couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Nora's total score was only around 440, which fell short of the passing line by a staggering 160 points. It was simply too much. With such a significant gap in your practical scores, you shouldn't be able to pass, Yusian remarked, unable to contain his thoughts. Nora nodded, acknowledging, "Yes, I'm over 100 points short. Fortunately, I have saved a considerable amount of pocket money. According to the regulations of Yenjing Vocational and Technical College, it takes 10 million to buy a single point. I'll need to spend around 14 billion to pass." Yusian was momentarily speechless. What was it he had intended to say? Ah, yes. He had meant to offer to tutor Nora. Individual competitions were simply a matter of practice, and he was confident in his ability to help her improve her scores. Furthermore, team competitions were not overly difficult. He had previously collaborated with Nora to deal with the aberrant insects at school, and their teamwork had been quite commendable. If it came to it, they could take the exam together, and with their combined efforts, they should be able to score above 90. With those 2 scores boosted, coupled with Nora's already commendable academic performance, there was a significant likelihood of her gaining admission to Yenjing Vocational and Technical College. Yet, He never anticipated that Nora was prepared to spend 14 billion to purchase points for her admission. Indeed, the world of the affluent felt worlds apart from his own. Unbeknownst to Nora, her words had left Yuxian profoundly astonished. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she expressed, "If I can enroll in Yanjing Vocational and Technical College, I am certain I will become a master of the serpent level upon graduation." If she were to patiently endure the passage of time in hopes of ascending to the serpent level, it would require at least 2 centuries. She cannot afford to wait that long. Therefore, she must strive to gain admission to the Yanjing Vocational and Technical College, where she can expedite her growth. Do you truly wish to become stronger? Yuxian, roused from his astonishment, gazed at the fiercely determined Nora and inquired with curiosity. To be honest, Nora had never previously shared her aspirations with him. It was only now that he learned of her short-term life goals. Well, my father mentioned that once I reached the serpent level, he would no longer interfere in my private life, nor would he send guardians or bodyguards to accompany me. At that point, I would be truly free. I could visit my mother whenever I wished, travel wherever I desired, and meet whomever I pleased, Nora affirmed earnestly. Her mother is of Huaxia descent and had never married Marcus. Her existence was entirely serendipitous. Is your mother currently in the country? Yuxian asked. Nora glanced at him and replied, Yes, my mother should be working in Ice City now. Ice City? That is in Heilongjiang. Quite far. Yuxian pondered. Letting out a sigh, it was no wonder that it was so difficult for Nora and her mother to meet. In ancient times, when extraordinary beings did not wreak havoc, one could easily travel between Silver City and Ice City by plane. However, now flights are scarce, and each journey necessitates the protection of a Tiger-level powerhouse, with exorbitant prices to match. Moreover, the aircraft in question is not the ancient type capable of accommodating hundreds of passengers. Rather, it is a small plane that can only seat 20 to 30 individuals. Therefore, it is not a simple matter for Nora's mother to visit her. Damn that rock. Yuxian finally comprehended why Nora harbored such disdain for Rock. If he were in her position, he would go to great lengths to eliminate anyone who dared to obstruct his mother from seeing him. At that moment, the rain ceased. The two remained rooted in place, reluctant to depart. Yuxian, gazing at the puddles on the ground, proposed, Shall we indulge in a meal? I know a place where even vampires can dine. Nora readily acquiesced. Yes, I am quite hungry. They exchanged a smile, walking side by side toward the school gates. At the age of 18, one finds themselves transformed into a werewolf in the bustling district of East City. At a lively barbecue restaurant, Yuxian and Nora occupied a street-side table, where he ordered an extravagant array of dishes while engaging in animated conversation with her. Shortly thereafter, a group of classmates clad in uniforms approached. Taking a seat not far away, their whispers punctuated by laughter. Through their dialogue, Yuxian discerned that one among them was celebrating their 18th birthday, prompting their adventurous decision to venture into the realm of the extraordinary and indulge in the renowned cuisine of the supernatural. These students hailed from Class 2. As Nora discreetly informed Yuxian, her striking beauty had garnered her an abundance of love letters from admirers during these days, though she had incinerated them all with her blood flames, scarcely sparing them a glance. Nevertheless, a number of boys frequently strolled past the classroom of Class 1, attempting to capture her attention. While she feigned indifference, she could not help but form impressions, labeling one as childish, another as foolish, and yet another as unattractive. Oh, youth is truly delightful, Yuxian remarked with a grin. Nora shot him an exasperated glance, noting that the students were celebrating a milestone while he was still 17, with several months yet to pass before his own 18th birthday. At that moment, the group at the adjacent table became aware of Yuxian and Nora, their voices dropping to hushed tones. Old Zhao, your dream girl, but it's evident she's taken a liking to the fish god, muttered a portly youth under his breath. Fish god. Yuxian's lips twitched slightly, perplexed by this moniker that had seemingly emerged without his knowledge. In truth, this nickname was spread by a group of classmates whom he had once rescued. After all, during his time at school, he had unleashed a veritable rampage, swiftly dismembering the aberrant creatures with silver threads before they could even approach. The scene was profoundly striking, both terrifying and repulsive, yet simultaneously exhilarating and undeniably impressive. Additionally, Zhang Shou, Chen Ling, and several other old classmates were aware that his moniker was Salty Fish. Consequently, many students discreetly referred to him as Fish God. Although he remained oblivious to this due to his frequent absences and his tendency to socialize only with Zhang Shou, Chen Ling, and Nora. Zhao Kong cast a furtive glance at Yu Xian and Nora, his face flushed as he softly cautioned, "Let us not speak out of turn. Today is old Li's birthday. What is there to fear? We're all classmates. Why not invite them to celebrate together?" The jovial plump boy suggested. However, his proposal was swiftly rejected by the birthday boy, who preferred not to celebrate with strangers. It was far more enjoyable to feast with a few close friends than to have the discomfort of unfamiliar faces intruding upon the occasion. Since Yu Xian and Nora had arrived first, the waiter soon brought forth the dishes Yu Xian had ordered, and the table was soon laden with an array of delectable foods. How spicy! Can vampires truly consume this without suffering from an upset stomach? Nora queried, hesitantly sampling a piece of blood tofu, her face contorting in skepticism as she glanced at Yu Xian. As Yu Xian savored some barbecued meat, he nodded in affirmation, swallowing a morsel before responding, "Of course. Old Zhang and I have been here twice before, and back then, I couldn't even eat regular food." Nora observed Yu Xian devouring meat with great gusto, her suspicions aroused that he might be displaying ostentation. She too longed to savor the meat, to discover its flavor. It is noteworthy that spiciness is, in fact, a sensation of pain rather than a taste. Thus, vampires are indeed capable of discerning spiciness. Meanwhile, commotion erupted among the other students. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you," they chanted. "Old Li, happy birthday. May you celebrate this day for many years to come." As several students noticed the waiter presenting a specially crafted meat mountain cake, they rose with laughter to extend their warm wishes. A classmate named Li Chung stood up, a smile gracing his face as he felt a surge of emotion in witnessing the scene. However, just as he prepared to blow out the candles, his complexion abruptly flushed, and a wave of dizziness overcame him. One hand braced against the table while the other clutched his head, his temples pulsating rhythmically. "Old Li, are you all right?" Several classmates expressed their concern upon witnessing his distress. Li Chung shook his head, intending to reassure them that he was fine, but in the next instant, his eyes transformed into a crimson hue. A crack echoed as his clothing tore, his body expanding rapidly, and his visage gradually morphed into that of a werewolf. "Li Chung,